taking over. We can change it all. We can change it all. We can change it all. We can change it all.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanz Wo sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
trick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him like some plays, like the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young talent what.
Thank you so much.
So you guys are like yin and yang.
Welcome to the lobby. All right, I'm taking over. It's the takeover by Launders. I'm dressed like Jesus. Okay, we're here at ESL Cologne, Cathedral Counter-Strike Jesus. Some's there. I'm here with Monty. Hey, come over here. Samdai Young. Hey, bro. How you doing? Fucking love you, man. How's your break?
Yeah, it's been good. I spent some time in mountains, like walking, filling up with nature.
What mountains?
In Ukraine, Carpathian mountains. It's pretty nice place to be, like very peaceful, nice time.
What happened?
I just cut myself in this morning. I was shaving here, and the razor was pretty bad, so that's why.
Was it like a straight razor, like just a blade?
No, just a safe one, but it was super bad still. I don't know how it happened.
Okay, I cut my finger here.
Happened.
If you can see that, and then it kind of exploded. There's blood everywhere. It's like all over the place.
Happened.
Are you okay with blood?
Yeah, I love blood.
Are you ready to spill some blood here at ESL Cologne?
I hope so, and boys are ready. We only have 5 practice days, but overall everyone feels very nice. So
a lot of teams were at the blast groups, and they use that sort of as like a boot camp, a practice.
Yeah.
Did you watch any of that?
Yeah, we watch all of that, and everybody in very bad shape, so it's good for us probably. We'll see.
Yeah, it did feel like a lot of people were sort of like struggling to get through. Does that make you worried for how you're going to start?
A bit, not gonna lie, but still we pretty confident, so everything will be fine.
Okay. All right. Love to hear that. That's SDY. This is Monty.
The German side are big. They've already played one event already this year. They got some academy players coming through as well. A lot of changes going up for them. So let's see how they're feeling. Let's see how they're getting on before we get into Cologne. I'm gonna run through. Hello, boys. Hello, Process. How are you?
Good. And you?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Ready for fun on home soil?
Yeah, of course. Like Cologne is the first tournament for me here in Germany. Cologne, it's really special. Really good feeling being home. It's like near to my hometown, like 30 minutes away with car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got family and friends going to be coming to see you when you make it to the arena? You're going to think positively towards that?
Yeah, for sure. Everyone will come. Every German fan will be there. So it's a good goal to grind for it.
Krimbo, how are you feeling though, man?
Feeling good, man. How you do?
I'm doing good. Look, you guys are so polite asking me how I am as well. You've obviously been on the stretch of running events back to back, right? But you still feel good? You learned a lot from the first event with the new team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's first event. We had like practice only for 1-2 weeks. Now, of course, we don't play with Manto. We play with Sensei.
Yeah.
We're gonna enjoy the time, man. We have, I mean, home soil, stuff like that. But we just enjoy the time and give our best.
Now, how ready is Sensei when we're talking about this? How much is he into the system?
I mean, he watched always our pracs and also like talk with coaching stuff, like to know what Manto's doing. But I think it's also one of his first lands, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. I think he's ready, he's hungry, of course. But yeah, it's gonna be good.
Process, what can you tell us about Sensei?
I know him I know him like for several years now.
Okay.
Like when I was 12, I first met him like playing ECA and stuff. But he's a crazy guy. He's always bringing a lot of.
He's smiling while saying it.
He's always bringing a lot of motivation and hype and everything. So I'm really looking forward to play with him this event. I think it will be great fun.
Keto, welcome to OG. It feels like the team is doing pretty well in terms of like everybody is getting like kind of good rounds here and there. Regali, as a really like a rookie player, is doing really well as an op. Are you feeling comfortable?
Yeah, we're feeling comfortable, I would say. Like we learn day by day. Like we didn't have much practice before our blast.
Yeah.
So it was good that we had a lot of matches there. And I think especially CT sides got a lot better now, I think. And yeah, I hope we can show it in this tournament.
How was your break overall?
My break was really nice. Like I didn't play so much CS like in the other breaks. Like I took like really time off. Like I think I needed this and I'm fully back now.
Did you travel?
I didn't travel actually. I was at home like because we travel like basically the whole year. So
Let me explain. This is a big irony, okay? When you get home after a whole calendar year of traveling, casting, playing, whatever it is, and then your girlfriend, your mom, everybody you know wants to travel for vacation. bitch, we already traveled. Okay, we want to stay home. So we play CS to disconnect. Okay, so you played CS the whole time, but but how much did you play with OG?
With OG, like I only played in the end actually, like with the OG guys, and like I said before, I didn't really play at all CS. Like I just played like Diablo, for example.
Oh, okay. We're gaming though, but we're playing Diablo. Okay.
And like chilling, going outside. Yeah.
Okay, nice. And you feel refreshed, ready for Cologne. This is the first Cologne that you're going to play not on a German team.
Yeah, like I hope we make playoffs, of course. Like I think we get like almost the same amount of support if I play on the stage. If Big doesn't make it, and I just hope for the best. It's like my dream to play there.
Yeah. The interesting thing is, I know you're going to have so many fans here. The interesting thing is seeing the fans cheer almost exclusively for you on this roster. You know, being the one German player on this roster. You know,
Yeah.
So have you ever experienced that before? Because always you're walking out with your whole team, with Big or whoever. Have you ever been the only German guy in the room?
No, actually not. But I think it would feel nice if we make Cologne, like if we make playoffs. But yeah, let's see.
All right, the hard work begins now.
More new rosters, more new players coming in. The Fnatic guys are getting their photos done, and there's a big change of face and a big change of in-game leader as well. I'm gonna run through all these guys. Hello, boys. Dexter, I'm coming straight to you.
Oh shit!
Look at this new jersey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, nice jersey, feeling good.
Yeah. How's it been? How much practice did you guys manage to get before coming up all into this?
About 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
It's not bad, really. It's not bad.
From IGL's perspective, you want to. We're about like 40%.
40%.
Across all maps. Yeah.
Are you just playing this down? You give me a low number because you're trying to save yourself here?
Make it 15%.
Okay, we're going to go further down with it all. But what's it like jumping into, again, a new squad, but this time, obviously, on Mouz, you had a lot of young players, and now you're getting a fair few more experienced players.
Yeah. Everyone got to push everyone on wheelchairs every now and then, but other than that, it's pretty fine.
So you're saying you got the old boys?
Everyone's pretty experienced and knows what they want to do and kind of react and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely a different experience as IGL. So yeah.
Well, nice seeing you black and orange in there like this. Mr. Mezzi, you've been relinquished from your in-game leader duties. How does that feel?
Feels good.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I don't have the responsibility now, but
You can kill people.
yeah, I can kill people.
You can kill people now.
Oh, so we're expecting you to go straight back to where you were before?
Yeah, I mean, Crims has said I've got to drop 40 each game, so.
Whoa. Crims, what are you doing then if he's got to drop 40?
Shouting, cheering. Yeah, just being happy, I think.
Just being happy. So you're happy with the new situation in the team?
Yeah, I mean, Will is more happier than I'm happier.
There we go.
That's what
happy
matters. Wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. Okay, there's some guy I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what his girlfriend's going to think of that, but you know. Mezzi, for you, are you getting the same roles back as what you used to have before you were in IGL, or how's it working?
Some similar. It's a bit of a mix, I think, now because having the experience from being in IGL, I play some new roles, so it's kind of like opened up some new possibilities for me, like being a bit more aggressive than what I used to be. So I think there's a bit of a mix, and we're still working it out. But with the limited time we've had, it's what we can do. But I'm enjoying it at the moment with the new roles at least.
Am I going to get this in interviews all the time? The limited time we had, the 2 weeks of practice, this is what's going to happen?
No, just for now. I mean, the expectations I think as Fnatic are always going to be high. I think we've got to expect big wins. So I think for now it might be some. Well, we're not going to have excuses, but like I think we've got to have a bit more time. Bringing in the two biggest roles in the team, Nigel and the new AWP, is like big changes. So I think for us it's just got to wait and see. But I'm excited with the new lineup anyway.
Now tell me something about this man here. What do you make of him so far? He's got a big smile on his face.
I mean,
put you on the spot.
He's gonna fuck some teams up. That's for sure.
Woo!
That's for sure.
You feel pressure for that? You say you're going to fuck some teams up?
Not really.
You're just going to do it?
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, you need to. Okay, I like that. Confident, strong, very calm answer. How has it been, though, jumping into the Fnatic team?
It was really good. The first days are like going really good in practice and everything. Let's see what happens in officials, but I'm like not 100% confident, but I mean, we had some really good times, so it will be okay.
And first event, is there any nerves of this when you come in and you represent such a big organization like Fnatic?
Yeah, it's really different from the past teams because I was like, in like underdogs teams. But now, I mean, for this event at least, I think everyone sees us as underdogs. So it's okay. like the pressure is not as high as it should be. Like.
Okay. Now, Dexter always used to be the dad when it came to Mouz before. Is he still a dad in Fnatic?
Yeah, he's still he's still like my dad. He's giving me some meal and everything. He's putting everything in my mouth. So yeah, it feels nice to have him.
Putting everything in his mouth. Dexter, come here. What have you been putting in his mouth? What is this?
Just food. Yeah.
Just food?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure, but not sure. Yeah. No, joking, but yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, well, it's going to get pretty wild in the Fnatic camp, I feel. Jeff, I'm wishing you the best of luck, man. It's going to be good to see you in this jersey.
Thank you.
Own it up, yeah? Thank you very much.
I found Greyhound. We got the boys from down under. Let's ambush. Yo, Greyhound. Can I steal Alistair for a second? Can I get you? Yeah? All right, sweet, man. How's your summer break, first and foremost?
Good. I went away on a trip to Japan with my girlfriend, so we got a break. Yeah, it was cool.
What's the highlight of that?
I went to a deer park, so we got to feed like random deers and shit, and they bow to you. So that was really cool.
All right. Well, good to know you had some away from screen time. You guys boot camp coming into this?
We did. Yeah, we boot camped in Warsaw. We were there for 10 days, scrimmed for about 7, 8. So yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, no, prepared, not jet lagged, so should be good.
What's a big change, if any, that you wanted to try to identify in between last season's run, the first half of 2023, coming into this next one? You got CS2 on your mind. Like, what was the target here coming in with the fresh start?
I think we've had more time now, and also more time in Europe. I think at the start of this year, we didn't really get as many boot camps or time in Europe. We sort of just rocked up to most events and just played. So I think a big difference is actually having game time and experience. We tried to get an event to play while we were boot camping to have in-game experience.
Officials.
Which we couldn't, exactly, officials. So that's still what we want to work towards and be able to play more calm and I guess better in matches because we know what we can do in scrims, which are just an indicator, but yeah, we just have to convert it.
I think going back to Dallas, man, yes, okay, maybe Team Liquid were going into changes and everybody knew it, but, when I saw you guys play in Dallas, I was impressed with that. You had two close maps, excuse me. Was that an event that you're taking a lot from? Is that a result that, just at least gave you a little boost right at the end of the season? Because obviously, there were definitely ups and downs.
Yeah, I still feel like, I don't know, that's not even close to what I know we can do. And, games and matches that we've played before, we see what we're capable of, you know what I mean? And Liquid, that game, obviously they weren't at their strongest, but we were far from ours as well. So it's good that we can actually contest teams while we're not feeling great as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen you hit higher highs, man.
Yeah.
So I think you got a good chance of doing that in Cologne personally. Yep. Last one, bro. What's the mustache routine? Would you keep that trimmed at a 9mm or?
Yeah, no. Actually, just get a electric shaver, and just brush it to the side, and then just keep it above my lip. And just keep it clean.
Keep it clean, yeah. Keep it clean, folks. All right. Good luck.
What is your calling?
MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple Warriors? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam. Has been SK Gaming second major championship in a row. They are your winners. And an arc, a power surge right through two. Stages do not get bigger than this.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
I'm trusting fully in Hedrick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him some plays, the experience I had before. So just trying to give this.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What a beautiful day and what a marvelous occasion as we are looking down upon Cologne. The day is finally here, the start of IEM Cologne 2023. We could hardly wait, and finally we're here, Banks.
We are finally here, and it is the holy place of Counter-Strike, Cologne, one of our most prestigious events for our beloved game. And my God, since 2014, players have been fighting for this trophy with all the history and legacy behind it.
Yeah, they say all roads lead to Rome. I think in Counter-Strike, they all lead to Cologne and to this trophy. And so many people want to have their hands on it. But this is the last Cologne of this era, and it's going to be so difficult to take this one home.
They're desperate to get their names etched on this trophy, like the winners before them, legendary names, but it is not going to be easy to get their hands on this chalice. They are going against the legends of before, and new teams created, new chances and new paths to be created.
Yeah, you see all these storylines converging upon Cologne. That might to get into the Lanxes that everyone wants, from the new rosters who want to show what they've got, even if they're built for the future, and those rosters who maybe have won this one before or have come very, very close, but you just want to do that in your career, especially in the last Cologne in this era of Counter-Strike.
And in terms of that era, this is the play-in. This is where it all starts. From there, we go to the group stage and then to the playoffs. But my, oh my, it is going to take so much energy from all these teams to get there. The road to IEM Cologne 2023 begins now.
The cathedral is calling and our pilgrimage begins here. 9 years in a row, we have returned to this historic city, as today we welcome you to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. My name is Ferris Beers, and I'm joined up on this beautiful pre-show set, by the way, by Blair, Yanko, and Maniac. Gentlemen, it would be an understatement to say we're so excited to get today on the road.
I mean, I think both Shocks and Banks preface it perfectly. Potentially the final Cologne, not potentially, the final Cologne, IEM Cologne of this iteration of Counter-Strike. So much on the line. And again, it is the cathedral, enough said.
Yeah, and I think we're all excited, not because we're sitting behind the bar at 2 in the afternoon,
That's
but
how we love it.
Just because Cologne every year, it is something special. It's been a major early on, first couple of ones, but even after that, when it's just been a standalone tournament, it does have that feel of a major, the prestige, the format, the best teams. Everyone wants to win it. Everyone's going all in for the tournament, and yeah, absolutely a special one.
Yeah, and so quick after the break, right? I think for the players, it's just the incentive to immediately perform. You don't have a month to get up to speed. You have to be extremely good today, right now.
Gentlemen, you know I love a bit of nostalgia. What's your favorite moment from Cologne's gone by? Because we've got 9 years of history to be diving into. What stands out in your mind?
For me, I have to go all the way back to 2014. Get right, just crying after winning his first major ever, 2014 Cologne.
Yeah,
just
right.
Why'd you
have to pick the one where he beat me in semi-final? Like, thanks, man. That was a great year.
Maybe
I loved all about it.
Maybe I planned it all out, Maniac.
God damn. Yeah, I was going to say that year, but now I'm kind of sad, yeah? I mean, major at the time, semi-final.
I mean, I think last year's grand final has to be up there as well, right?
Yeah, I think for me, 2015, the first time we were in the Lanxes, I was an observer then and just going into the arena and seeing actually how massive the thing is, and it was going to be full and how many people came in. That was early on with these arena events and stage events, so that was awesome.
I'm so excited to be getting into the arena, but we've got quite a long road to be getting there. We begin in the play-ins, and we can take a look at the teams that are going to be creating the stage. In this stage of the tournament, we've got a hell of a lot of different teams. As Banks aptly said, a lot of changes coming into this new season as well. Matthew, we've already seen some of them going down in Copenhagen. We've got some more debuts to be seen today. what were your kind of takeaways from what we saw in Copenhagen from those initial teams?
My main takeaways from this fantastic boot camp that we've had in Copenhagen, of course, is that Astralis is looking great. Honestly, I think they've had a ramp up throughout the event. Yeah. They were maybe a little bit not so exciting with the roster change, but I think we were wrong. I think we might have misjudged them just a little bit, and they come in here with much more punching power than I thought they would have.
Yeah, and Team Liquid on the other side of things started off great, you know, taking down FaZe and G2. In the end, you know, they miss out on qualifying for the fall finals immediately, losing to FaZe second time around, and then to Astralis ultimately, right? So I think for them, you could tell that early signs seems positive, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, I think for all these teams who had a chance to boot camp as in Copenhagen, they do have the slight little edge coming in here because they might have been able to work out a little bit of some of the rough edges they have. But still, I feel for the majority of the teams, apart from maybe Astralis, a lot of work still to be done.
I think NIP is another name that stands out for my money because they surprised us, Matthew, right? They managed to take down Vitality to net them a spot at the fall finals in the Royal Arena. And we come into the equation with Hampus now jumping back into things. What was your take on that?
I think it's pretty hard to be lucid on what happened to NIP because we've all had the feelings that Vitality missed the mark in that best of 3. Like really completely went through back to their old shadowy selves, very passive. Here in Cologne, I think we're going to find a couple of answers about where is NIP at. There are some obvious structural issues that they address openly in interviews saying, listen, I have 3 anchors, I have 3 movers, one has to be anchor. That's a problem. So we'll have to see where Hampus is stand. But it is cool to see him back in the jersey.
Yeah, I'm liking that a little bit. Very quickly, Anko, complexity, Elige, what's your takeaways with that?
I think they looked much improved, right? I mean, they ended up losing games in a silly manner a lot of the time. They felt like they should have beaten NIP the second time around too. So that can be really frustrating. But if you have set your sights on, you know, the longer term, and I think absolutely Elige can help a lot with his experience how to not repeat some of those mistakes. But I think you actually have to see improvement immediately, right? Otherwise, you might fall into that trap of, wow, this is just, it won't get better than this.
Speaking of seeing things, we've also got a hell of a lot of new teams that we haven't seen make their debuts with their new rosters coming into this season. For your money, Blair, any of these names standing out on paper for you?
For me, it has to be Furia, right? Like, it's still some question marks over there. I think a lot of camps are divided into multiple camps, rather, where Fallen coming in, you know, as the IGL. Obviously, we know he has the capabilities to be the leader for this team, but some of the spots aren't being a rifler right now. K Serrato, you know, has his era kind of passed by. Is he ever going to have an era? So many questions which is going to be answered here today.
You know what's kind of crazy? I just realized in that graphic of teams that we haven't seen play yet, there's 3 playoffs of the last major.
Isn't it mad?
3 teams over there, like Into the Breach, Monty, Apex as well, teams that have gone through changes for whom we don't really know where they stand. Like, do we give them that same kind of leeway and legitimacy already, or do we just send them back to the line and you have to work your way up?
Yanko, you were pulling a little bit of a face when Blair was talking about Furia.
No, I was like, I'm not going to make that same analogy like I did yesterday with Furia and Fallen coming in. It just, there's still remnants of the old Furia in there, so we'll see how much they're able to change and how quickly and how this new Furia roster is going to look like. But I think also our roster now, I low-key excited about, well, that's too strong, but Into the Breach, I think their 2 changes actually have a lot of upside, like the 2 additions, and they're not that high risk. We'll see them in the first game today on the A stream, so I'm going to get into it there.
Yeah, well, we've also got some familiar faces, and I'm not just talking about the teams. Of course, we've got some commentators we need to be checking in with. So, Launders, Machine, how are you feeling to be back in Cologne?
Yeah, Freya, we're hanging out. The hot new caster duo on the block. It is myself and Mohan, 2 brown boys making it work here in Counter-Strike. I mean, Mohan, first Cologne?
First Cologne,
First Cologne.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be exciting.
I'm starting to feel the magnitude of being here. This event in the calendar has always been special, even to watch from home.
Yeah.
I'll be doing a watch party, actually, for the finals when I get back to Toronto.
That's going to be a banger.
In Toronto, come to that.
Okay, fantastic. And I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about the very short list of teams that haven't made changes. I mean, it is 2 names. I saw the graphic. 9 and Greyhound. Is there one that's at the particular tip of your tongue in terms of observations about these teams?
I'm liking 9 for sure.
Yeah?
They had maybe the best offseason, and for the teams that didn't change, played more during the offseason, qualified to Gamers 8. So I think that 9 actually have a chance
to make a big wave here. Best of 1 versus OG into playing Fnatic Complexity winner. Like, they could totally just make it through off those.
Just play in and end the first day of playing Cologne by locking themselves in for the next stage in the tournament. On Greyhound side of things, no changes. And however, nothing has changed for them in terms of international affairs. It seems to be quite a bit of a broken record and not particularly a happy track.
It's not. I mean, when you look at stats, unfortunately, you see that every time they go to an international event, they get stomped. They do everything that you need to say that they're good enough at home.
Best in the region.
And then they come overseas and get erased. Now, the only thing I like about Greyhound that's got me the most excited is Vexite, time and time again.
Yes.
I think he does show up individually. And also, for what it's worth, Inns is the player that falls off the least when it comes to international.
So myself and Chad are going to be casting the first 4 best of 1s on the A stream. And of course, Scrawny and Laund is going to be hanging out over on the B stream. 2 streams simultaneously running for those first 8 best of 1s. We'll be bringing you all of that action. But for now, we'll head it over back to the desk over with Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, it is games galore here on day number 1 of Cologne. Of course, we have the best of 1s and best of 3s coming up later. So let's take a look at the action that we have in store. As we said, 2 streams going on simultaneously, gentlemen. We'll be beginning with the best of 1s. Which one, for your money, is kind of piquing your interest the most, Matthew?
The Astralis Liquid. Obvious choice to me. Not only is it a rematch, but if you consider that little square that they have in the bracket, whoever loses this series would have to fight for survival against Apex or Big. None of these opponents are easy pick'ems. You could argue Big Academy / Big here might be a bit favorable, but let's not fool yourself. You don't want to lose that best of 1 for either of these teams.
I love how we have a rematch already coming this early
That's
into the
pretty
season, Janko.
Yeah, that was like going to look up. When did they play? Oh yeah, that's right. They just played. I think for me also, I'm looking forward to Into the Breach NIP. I think, I think Pyjamas was, away from a team for a long while. He's young, he's hungry, he's talented. I think this is a chance for him to show what he's got. Neofrag, not so great in OG, but great in Sinners. So if you can find a way to get that, Neofrag all of a sudden Into the Breach might have upgraded during this break.
We've also got games going down on the B stream as well, so let's check in with the schedule in there. Of course, some of the teams will be playing later on today in that best of 3 as well. We get to see the debut of Mouz versus your boys, the Mongols. Blair, how you feeling about that?
I'm feeling excited about Mouz. I don't want to really touch on Mongols yet. Listen, I'm very curious as to how this team's going to be playing out. Obviously, all these youngsters now with Shoei back in to fill in the IGL shoes. That's a team we're really looking forward to. Also, very quickly for OG, they've been kind of middling, but they did show some signs of promise a little bit here and there. I feel like I'm trying to stretch it a bit here.
I can see what you're doing.
I want to see if 9 are going to be able to continue this grind they've been on and winning a lot of online stuff, and of course they're running the major as well. So I'm curious about that game too.
Well, we've got so many games to be diving into. I think it is time to head to a quick break. But when we're back, it's game number 1 on the A stream, Into the Breach versus NIP after this.
Mr. Hampus.
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Lovely.
Things must have looked pretty damn good for you guys, right? You come back as IGL and you go straight through to the full finals?
It's just me.
Just you?
It's just me.
You said one funny thing for me during the interview, though. I remember you said you were playing like a carrot. If you play like a carrot and you can still do well, what's the next level up?
Well, I mean, I don't have to play good in this team now. I have 4 good hitters, so if I just tell them what to do and they do as I say, it should be good.
That should be easy. Yeah. Now, how's it been coming back, though? You feel like the roster's off, ready for Cologne?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Blast was warm-up and first place, so it was good. So hopefully Cologne will be better, but you never know what happens, right? Every team is good. A lot of new teams as well now. With Cloud9 going to play the Cologne as well. So, yeah, we'll see. We are ready and we'll see.
Tell me what you think of, you got Config and Hedrick here, right? They got this quite little nice duo relationship, like big brother, little brother. Explain that to me.
Yeah, yes. Hedrick is the big brother. He needs to have a leash on Krille sometimes, So Hedrick is keeping Krille in check.
So when Config's bad, Hedrick, you say, no, stay back. You don't do it too crazy.
I mean, yeah, we just... I think we have a great balance with Krille, with Config.
Do you agree to any of this?
I'm fully agreeing. Like he's definitely also older, as you can see. So he's the bigger brother for sure.
More experience in Hedrick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trusting fully in Hedrick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him like some plays, like the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young talent what.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And what is the thing he's lacking the most? What do you really need to help him with?
I don't know. Maybe sometimes when he's so focused in his crosshair, it's hard to talk. But I think it's for everyone like this.
Hard to talk. Config, you're always good at talking though, mate. You love a little chat.
Yeah, but I can't, like, when I'm playing next to such an experienced player, it simply gets me out of my comfort zone. So I just need to, I need to listen more. I'm so sorry, Daniel.
Do you feel like sometimes though he holds you back? You know, we've seen some of your performances a bit up and down. Do you feel like you want to be let go to dominate, and he's just stopping you sometimes?
I mean, I can't say anything. I just have to listen. Like, it's crazy. Like, I'm so uncomfortable sometimes, but he makes me comfortable when he says beautiful words to me.
Oh, you say beautiful words, so you do give him some encouragement.
No, I just think that like he's really like he has huge potential.
I feel like we've done a polar opposite side of things there. But this little guy has been doing very well on the server, right? You must be pretty happy with him. Ever since you guys sat next to each other, we've seen this little bromance growing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that he took me under his wing. So like it's actually feels. I'm so like grateful for whatever he's done for me. It's crazy. Like I can't put words into it.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
Jumping casually into the side. He's gonna fall down again. What is this clutch from Simple? What is this?
Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Cologne debut after having a solid start to the season back in Copenhagen. Now it is time for their next challenge. That challenge comes in the form of Into the Breach. Maniac, a team that's stunned at the Paris Major. Yes. I don't think any of us had on their bingo card ITB making it to the playoffs, but there's been a plot twist, right? 2 new names.
Yeah, absolutely. A team that surprised, took everybody by storm in Paris. I think they were a 0-3 pick for a whole lot of people consistently, and we were wrong consistently. And now they're rolling here with, as Janko was alluding to in the pre-show, a potential upgrade for their roster. You bring in Pyjamas and Neofrag, have more experience than the entire roster when it comes to the upper echelon of Counter-Strike, so they might have gotten away with it in the interseason.
Yeah, I was positively surprised by that. You know, I think there's for me at least, no doubt, I consider Pyjamas one of those kids that's like hungry. He's already had some experience in Mouz, right? The only thing I would change, I wouldn't put him as a lurker, I'd put him as an entry fragger because he's really skilled mechanically and has higher sensitivity, right? But Neofrag also, those 1 or 2 Pro League seasons when he was in Sinners, he's shown some really good things, and that's why he was picked up by OG. But, you know, for whatever reasons, couldn't really work out on that lineup. So if you can get these 2 guys to have like good output, you get those 2 versions of them, yeah, this is an upgrade for
And
ITB.
I think it's also being about humble, right? Being humble as a player and being willing to take whatever make whatever it gets to reach where you want to be. Pyjamas and Neofrag have been higher up in the food chain, if you allow me the expression, and now they take a step back and they say, listen, we're going to actually just try our hardest, even into the breach.
Do you feel like that they're going to be replacing the amount of firepower that we saw coming from Cypher? Because I feel like that was, you know, the biggest hole that we now see into the breach now. He's been removed and these 2 new faces come in.
I think they can. You know, Cypher, he was great in Paris and also a couple of tournaments around that for them, but you know, I think if you add Volt into that equation too, and you see like 2 for 2, yeah, I think absolutely they can gain firepower with this change.
Give us some insight onto Pyjamas as a player, as a person, because you obviously worked with him quite closely.
Yeah, I mean, we got him first
here?
in phase as a stand-in, like last minute, sort of, to fill in for a couple of tournaments, and for a guy who's never really played Tier 1 Counter-Strike, played on a proper team, I think he did incredibly well for us. You could tell that, you know, his aim was really good, and he was just keen to learn and get better, and was very happy to get that opportunity, right? So I just had nothing but positive experiences with him. Unfortunately, we couldn't put him in positions that he should have gotten, right, because it didn't make sense for us. But I was happy to see him in Mouz. I was a bit surprised that when he got benched, and I was even more surprised that it was almost a year where he wasn't on any team. I feel like he definitely deserves another opportunity. He's got it now, so I'm hoping he can prove what he's got.
Yeah, let's get a little vibe check as to how the ITB new build is going. It's Thomas on the mic with Banks.
Into the Breach are starting their journey here at Cologne. I've got Thomas with me. And the first thing I want to discuss, mate, is coming to Cologne, you've lost Cypher and Volt, and you've been rebuilding the team. So what are your expectations?
I don't think we have, you know, any expectations. I think we're going to go into it trying our best. I definitely think that we haven't had the time in comparison to a lot of these rosters, but we're definitely able to surprise, just like we did at the major. Okay. So, we'll see what happens, right?
And for Pyjamas, coming into this lineup, right, it's been a year since we've seen him. It's been a while that he's been off the server. But what can we expect from him? How are you going to utilize him?
We'll see. He's a talented player, and I'm surprised he didn't play for a year, but we're happy to have got him. We still need a lot of time, like other teams. But right now, I think we're just going to show what we have in the server, and hopefully it goes our way.
Okay, let me ask you, what was your main reason for choosing him then?
Well, he's really good. I don't really know. He fit the roles. Okay. He's a talented player, and he's a talent, in my opinion.
I'm looking forward to see it on the server. And versus NIP right now, they've got a lot of data on them, at least coming in from Blast. Has that helped you a lot getting ready for this?
Yeah, I guess so. I think NIP, they always try and play their own style, which is nice for us. You're able to read them much better. Okay. But we're definitely coming in with a lot of prep, and hopefully it goes our way. You just never know, right? It's CS, best of one.
Best of one CS. We'll have to see how it goes into the Breach, taking on NIP. Thank you, mate.
I mean, man's right. Anything can happen in a best of one, Janko. You had an interesting point yesterday, though, about the style that ITB brought to the major. What did you kind of learn from how they were playing?
It was another interview from Thomas where he was asked, you guys are playing a little bit differently. Why is that? He's like, yeah, I mean, if we try to play these Tier 1 teams in the proper way, we just can't do it. We're just not good enough yet to be able to beat them at that style. So we have to cheese them a little bit, do things, think outside of the box. And I love that, because that is absolutely true. And that's what has gotten them into the playoffs when most people had them 0-3.
Yeah, I agree with you. My only issue is that it felt like it was power through Cypher. Mostly, he was the one that was rushing it through. I have so many flashbacks of him on Vertigo, just rushing A ramp and taking duels time after time after time, where the etiquette of Counter-Strike would say, you got your open kill, now you better chill, and he wasn't. So who now, out of these two new players that we have, is going to pick up the mantle and be that a little bit outside-the-box player? We have to see.
Well, you touch upon the aggressions, the openers. I think it's only right that we talk about NIP in that aggression, because holy hell, do we have a hell of a lot of aggressive players on that roster.
Yeah, and I found interesting that Thomas in an interview said NIP is pretty easy to read. We know what they're going to do. But I don't even know what they're going to do. What are you talking about? They've shown 7 different faces in Copenhagen. We've seen them play slow. We've seen them play fast. They're not even sure themselves what kind of setup they want to run. This man is reading something I can't read. Maybe I need glasses. I have no idea how NIP is playing right now. I don't think they're already fitting in the mold. I don't think they're an easy team to predict or read.
And we literally couldn't predict what they were doing in Copenhagen. They managed to take down Vitality in 2 maps. out of a best-of-3 series, that was a surprise to net them a spot at the full finals.
that was a massive surprise. I think probably even a surprise for NIP themselves, considering how the tournament was going up until that point. But we've also seen Headtrick really step up, you know, and in some of the early tournaments he's played for NIP, I was a bit of a doubter, right? Because it felt like he was pretty nervous and maybe the stage was too big for him. But then on the other side, it's a really young player, and with experience he can get better. And I think we're seeing that now he's more comfortable, right? The moments aren't too big for him. He's had you know, multiple maps where he's 30+ kills, goes to overtime, 40+ kills, finding impact time and time again. And so much improved.
Yeah, and there is a tendency that we saw in Copenhagen, which I'm not ready yet to call a fact. But in Copenhagen, he had a tendency to ramp up as the game was progressing. And when NIP was in a very complicated position, scoreline against them, whichever that is, if there ever was a man that was multi-killing his way to a comeback, it was Headtrick. And it was just not one series, he did it time and time again. So is he going to become some sort of like shadow card you can use when the score is against you? I think that shows resilience, and he impressed a whole lot of us. Best numbers out of the whole team in the first event.
Yeah, that's such an apt point, right? Whenever we were playing those highlight packages, it would always be, you know, second half, later stages of that map, and it's great that he, you know, has the shoulders to be able to withstand that pressure. Because I think my critique of NIP would be, we don't know when the, I guess, supposed star players are going to be stepping up consistently at the same time. It seems like almost never, right? Yeah,
that's the problem. And also, you can make a case for all the riflers on the team that they could take a star role in some point, right? Maybe Config, he's more of a, you know, he's going to have to be aggressive to get the most out of him. But, you know, you look at guys like Rez, Brola, and Hampus, you've had periods when all of them were like star players delivering big numbers. So that's probably also having to figure it out within NIP. How do you know, someone has to take a step back, but also try to divvy it up so it's not 100% of the time. They don't have like an Inters, you know, someone who can you just put into that role and be like, yeah, be nice.
The only issue with that, I know you're right, the only issue is for players, it's harder to get optimized at what you're doing because it becomes map dependent. It's not like one player can just excel in one domain. No, if you're Brolan, there are some maps where you're going to take the hit and some maps like Overpass where you're going to have fun. Now it's Ancient, Config gets to have a little bit more space and he's the one that's kind of stretching his legs. So it means that the players who are being gifted with the quote-unquote good positions on such maps have to stand up. They have to have the good performances. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And you end up with people being frustrated because I'm playing next to you and I'm thinking, God damn, why is this new playing this position? I want to play it. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but that's kind of the idea, right?
I actually heard exactly stories like that about you when you were a player.
I used to say that to Kenny, yes, of course.
That's all right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why is he sniping? Why is it not me?
Also, talking about, you know, preparation and cheesing your way in a game or something that also is going ITB's way. You know, NIP doesn't know who plays where. They can try and guess, but, you know, let's say NIP starts on the T side, like on Ancient, on CT, you can take these like gambles, open up 4B if you want to crunch it, or heavy mid opening. And at that point, if you're playing a known team and you see a name that doesn't belong there, you know, your players on the extremities of the map can try to react. They have a 1v1 most likely, but here NIP, at least for the first couple of rounds, won't have that information. So it also makes them have to play more conservative, right? Which is in its own right can be a small advantage for ITB. So early on, look for some mind games like that if they're going to come out of the side, from the side of ITB.
Obviously Into the Breach of the team that's coming into this with the bigger or the more roster changes rather. But we haven't seen this, I guess, new iteration of NIP playing Ancient just yet with Hampus coming back in. Do you feel like that's going to change anything up in terms of the positioning, in terms of the roles on this map?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm trying to play the mental Tetris because there are a whole lot of pieces to move in that roster. As I said, I think when Config was in Astralis, and even then after that in NIP, this was one of the few maps where he was less inconsistent that he can be. So if I was in charge, I would probably give him a little bit more priority in the positions that he wants to play. There's an interesting article as well on HLTV talking about how we label Config as this so aggressive player. Actually, Brolan takes most of the entry kills.
It's crazy, right?
So we're going to have to see if he can sustain it. Brolan to me is the enigma. It's like when I'm looking at him, I'm like, are you having fun playing CS? Like maybe you are. Maybe that's just how you express yourself or not rather. But I'm just wondering, like, are you okay? Like, what kind of Counter-Strike do you want to play? Like, can I do something for you? Like, can I help you change your position or something? We're going to have to see if he can have same kind of impact yet in Copenhagen.
Yeah, I think that Vitality game was kind of the biggest tell of
really
actually seeing a consistent Brolan. Everything else has been, you know, a little bit below maybe the level we'd expect, right?
Maybe it feels a little bit more like a job nowadays, right? Also having to play in different different sorts of lineups, the different cultures being merged too. I don't know. Obviously, he's been an incredible player very early on. So now you're wondering what's the motivation for him? What's the goal? Like, is he one of those players who does have a little bit of an ego and wants to have the star roles, which is not a bad thing, right? And wants to be in those moments, or is he someone who's more quiet and fine doing whatever it is that the team needs? I think the only problem is sometimes, like, let's say, you know, the player who does have to take a step back, but he's not really comfortable doing that all the time across all maps, then sort of, you know, he starts getting into a bad mood.
Yep,
he's not enjoying the game as much. He's not enjoying his role. So that's the problem. Like, that's why we always talk so much about role composition when you're building a team. You want it to all make sense so that everyone is happy. Everyone is in a place of comfort.
Yeah, and on that note, usually what gets you through that finish line is trusting in your team and trusting in your roster. If I have to make a few compromises, but I know that whatever it is we're doing is the right thing, is working, and I love where we're going, I'll take the hit. It's fine. I'll handle my frustration. But for a team that's been a little bit changing roster here and there, revolving door for a while, LXCB, now Hampus is here. Hampus was out in Copenhagen, of course, had to take the medical leave. If you're the one that has to put yourself behind individually, you must think like, damn, like, why is it that I'm doing this? Like, we're anyway going anywhere. Why do I have to have the HLTV stat page with a flow of red if nothing we're doing is working? So I think that's what supersedes it, is the belief in whatever you're doing as a team.
Flipping over to the other side of the script, we had a chance to catch up with ITB yesterday during the lobby during our media day. So let's see how they were feeling coming back to Cologne.
Right, we're going to go ahead and take a look at Into the Breach. Into the Breach, hopping out of the van, red tracksuits on, everyone matching pants. What's going on, Neofrag? What's going on, Thomas? Talk to me about it. Thomas, what's the worst Into the Breach meme that you've ever heard?
I don't know, into the butty.
Butty?
Yeah.
Does that mean ass?
Honestly, I don't know anymore.
Well, it's Into the Cathedral here, okay? At Cologne. This is your first Cologne?
Yep.
Just want to get that right? I mean, there's envious, there's a chance maybe I'd missed something.
No. Envy was a experiment, I think.
Right.
Case study.
Yeah, this is the main storyline, okay? Into the Breach, Thomas leading the charge. And now you've got two names coming on onto the team, Neofrag and Bymas. Is Bymas or Bymas?
Boomas. That's what we call them.
Boomas. Okay, these are two sort of like bigger names, I guess, compared to the team that you had at Paris. How has it been sort of integrating them into the roster?
It's definitely been tricky. Like, I think the roles are quite different to the players, but like we are developing. We haven't been together for that long, considering the fact it's been like, well, we lost them 2 days before we had to do boot camp, like Kai at Cypher.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a grind so far, but I have high hopes.
Yeah, a lot of the officials haven't gone so well, but you, on the upside at least, you've been playing a lot. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah. It's definitely going to be we're going to see.
We're going to see. All right, Thomas, what's your favorite... Well, have you been to Cologne before?
No.
What's your favorite German thing? You got to win some fans here. So.
I don't know, sausage.
Sausage, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a bad one.
Thomas loves a good sausage.
Yeah, loves the sausage. Extra large sausage as well.
No small sausages for Thomas.
Great content.
You know what? I heard that Snipsel goes quite well in a butty, so that makes sense for the UK man. I mean, any thoughts on hearing that Cypher was only, taken away from the team?
It feels rough. Feels rough, and I really like Londers trying to instill confidence in the comments. Like, so guys, how do you feel? And he's like, I don't really know. No, but you played a lot, right? Yeah, well, not really. No, but you wanted these changes. Well, not really. So it's like, oh, come on, man. Like,
give me something here.
What am I supposed to do?
Trying to be the motivator for ITB.
You can do it.
Where do you see this one heading then?
That's
gentlemen?
a nice
We've
forehead.
got Ancient. We've got a best of one. Who's taking this one, Matthew?
NIP. Like, well, am I going to stand here? I mean, it's a best of
part of
one.
the
It's
UK
the
army.
entrance of the competition, famously open for surprises and upsets, but I have NIP. I think they already had a couple of rounds under the belt in Copenhagen. That's going to be enough.
I'm going with the shock upset here of Into the Breach with 2 newest additions. Some of the mind games early on, they might get hot, right? Thomas is, you know how it is, like in poker, you don't want to overplay your hand. You don't want people to know that you got a strong hand. That's what he's doing.
I see.
He's straggling us along, stringing us along, basically saying, oh, yeah, we're not that good, we didn't want this, like, we're just gonna do our best, guys, you know, we're happy to be here. No, they're coming in to repeat, you know, what happened in Paris.
Where do you see as being their strongest link then? If you're going to be naming one player to keep an eye on in this, is it the newcomer of Pyjamas?
Yeah, I'll say that because I'm looking forward to seeing like how he plays, and you could hear from Thomas as well in the interview. He was surprised he didn't have a team for so long. So him and both NeoFrag, like I'm looking to them and see how they'll do.
It works for me. I think that's a good choice.
Yeah?
I'm signing.
I mean, you went with NIP, so I should probably ask you who you're looking at from the Ninja side.
Well, I'll keep on going with Hedrick. I've liked what I've seen very recently, and I would like this to become something stable. I would like us to be able to stand here and say, listen, Hedrick is going to mess them up. He's going to have 1.25 rating, style on them, multi-kill clutch them. I would like this to be a thing, so I'm going to manifest it. I feel like
Hedrick. You have to like whisper in this huddle. They're so close to each other.
They really are.
You know, so it's like...
They're very close to us.
Those guys will remember first round.
I mean, I can sneak there and I can listen to what they're saying if you want. Try and be there. Hey, yo, guys.
A little check.
What's happening?
They
Actually, I hear both of them, so it's very confusing. I'm like a stereo sound. I'm hearing both the briefings at the same time.
Also, if you can see from these beautiful camera shots, we do have the glass in the middle, which is automated when the kills are all done. So they'll get to see each other, they'll get to yell at each other exactly like they're doing now, and then they'll have the frosted glass come back
And it's
up.
blurred then, so there's no information.
Exactly, no lip reading this time.
No, and you can't see your opponents being flashed.
That's
a cool old trick.
Imagine if we had that for the Dallas game, and then we have Carrigan standing up and like, it's not this side, it's the other side. You went to the wrong side. That was baller.
Final thoughts, gentlemen. We've got the huddles done. We're almost ready to get into the server. Anything you want to throw out before we go into the game?
I would like this game to start. I'm ready. That's it.
Analyst top talk?
Exactly. Analyst top talk. I feel ready. Physically, I'm there in Cologne. Janko, you want the game to start?
I mean, I don't know, let's keep talking here. I missed you guys. You know, it's been a while. Who wants the game anyway?
You know what?
Somebody that we didn't.
He seems furious.
Very intense.
Somebody we didn't talk about on NIP is Rez, and I feel like it's kind of weird that we don't really talk about him too much anymore.
That depends. Do you live in 2017?
There's nothing to talk about when it comes to him.
IEM Oakland MVP.
He's just like, NIP always needs to have like a guy who's there far too long and is just like sticking around, like whether it was Freiburg back in the day or then Exist.
Are you Freiburg Rez right now?
You know, it's like, yeah, we could probably like get someone better, but yeah, he's our boy.
Man's only 25 years old.
And then and every 1 month and a half, he has like 40 kills on some map, and he has like a Deagle ace, and you're like, oh, he still got it. That's him. He's him.
To be fair, he's really taking on the chin. Like, I mean, he's playing anchor in most of these positions where he used to be. I mean, there's only really Mirage.
I'm not going to believe NIP about Rez about anything because they tried convincing us that he was like an amazing opper.
That was an issue.
So, you know.
That's true, actually.
Fair
he did
point.
have to take up the
And prior to that, he still had incredible numbers. I remember
boy who
the
cried
first
Rez.
Q1, Q2 of 21, he was great.
Do you feel like he has a little bit of PTSD coming out of that AWPing role? And
I think maybe when he's walking on the server and he sees it on the floor, he's like, oh, God, just don't look at it. And Embrace is like, Rez, I just want you to be ready. There's an AWP on the floor. We're going to turn this door. I want you to be strong mentally, okay? It's not going to do anything bad to you. You're going to be fine. If there's a problem, Hedrick is going to take it. And if you're just too scared, we can smoke it.
And then Config just comes around and throws the smokes. Let's get on with this. Like, give me a break. Like, let's just go.
You know, when you try to go on a bridge and you have a little bit of vertigo, and just, Rez is like, no, there's an AWP over there.
Well, gentlemen, I do have a very special treat for you. We are ready to get the game underway. The first best of one here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. And it comes down to NIB and ITB to be clashing. We're on the grounds of Ancient, and we're throwing this one over to Chad and Alex to get it underway.
Yes, we're finally ready to get this party started. NIP into the breach. Janko calling for a little bit of an upset already.
Respect underdog.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try. Into the breach, of course, after flying so high, we got that British core and purged it immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
You know, as the silly season, which we haven't even seen where Cypher's ended up just yet. It's the rumours, but let's get into this one. A bit of Ancient. Odds favouring NIP here, and understandably so, as it does look like we will be taking a bit of an attack over towards the B bomb site here. Now, Launders is back with his partner, guys. He's back.
I was trolling the graphics guy. I was saying there's 2 whole new duos.
Okay, well, there'll be some audio at some point too, as Rez with the Julius. They want to open things up, not too many problems. Beamer's back with the trade, and Hedrick with the peek. Another one hits the deck.
That's very clean from Hedrick. He doesn't find another, and it will facilitate a plant. Beamer's good to get that down. In mid, NeoFrag has cleaned out Brolan. An advantage for this post plant. Sound inbound, I'm sure, but Config and Hampus going to be trying their best to get back into this. No armor on their leader. Config going to have to be that more brute force object. 2 playing towards the cave side. It's not going to be comfortable for them to get this defused through. No kit and running light on time.
Tickle the bomb here. They will have to peek and take a fight into Config here. We'll need to get another in cave. Bomb halfway gone.
Almost got to be next contact, especially with Neofrag already taking Hampus down to just 4 HP on the defuse now. A 10-second defuse and Config just has to cover. He's holding the defuse. Config no bullets. And it's Neofrag in the 1v2. 3 in total into the breach. We'll take that pistol and 5 frags from those 2 new names.
And that is beautiful. That's exactly what you want to see here with the 2, well, young guns in the server right here. Pyjamas not in the server for a year. Neofrag didn't really get a whole lot done on OG and they step on in to the red jersey in the feet of the Brits, and they're going to get themselves a nice little pist around here. So simple stuff. You see how they trade in towards the site here. Rez and Hetrick putting up some resistance, but you could see those smokes making it difficult for the CTs to get involved, and Config even pulling out the knife there. So a 1-0 start into the breach, and we do get straight back underway with NIP into a force buy here.
That helpless feeling for Config when he pulls out that knife. Just a few too many bullets. He was hitting the shots, just not enough in the clip. And we're going to be seeing that second round. They're actually both lining up for that tiny slither gap, and Brollan profits Rolland down to start off this second round force.
Okay, well, let's take a quick look at the game that NIP played against Saw on this very map. It was in the Game as 8 qualifier, and they went down to Saw in overtime. Just take a look at their CT setup. So what we can expect today is going to be Brollan over towards Cave, Hampus as the B helper, Hetrick floating around with that AWP. Config middle and Rez over towards A. And speaking of A, there's going to be a bit of pressure here. Pyjamas and Thomas have now got this cross. They do have to worry about Red. Is that, well, smoke. Don't worry about the smoke. Hampus has grabbed one straight through it.
Yeah, didn't see anything. Still bangs Thomas out. It's the info.
Ridiculous.
And Config and Hetrick have got this brutal crossfire. You are not going to get into donut, Pyjamas. As hard as you may try, you round that corner, you got a Mag 7 and a Desert Eagle looking for you. Still remains stubborn and investigating further towards Red. It's Neofrag with a lot of control towards B. The util through, long smoked. And we do see Crucial heading up towards that ramp side with the bomb. Pyjamas contact on Red. And Hetrick goes looking as well. A couple of missed shots. It's still getting a bit sketchy for ITB here. A 2-man advantage with 30 seconds left. The T's do have to find a way back in. Config goes looking and ouch! That leaves a mark. Pyjamas down. That was an AK-47 versus a Mag 7. And the shotgun prevails. 5 still alive for NIP in this second round force chat. This doesn't get better.
No, and it maybe could if they kill him after time. 10 seconds left. He has to kind of offer himself up here, Crucial, and Hampus will finish it with the no scope. Yeah, and there's going to be an awful lot of that. There's going to be an awful lot of that here because we got the players across from each other. And if you have a blunder like that against a force, the idea is for the CTs to keep it close, not keep everybody alive, pick up 2 AKs at Galil. And here's the cheeky one from Hampus. Now, we got a bit of attitude, a bit of sass out of NIP. I don't know if everybody was catching them over there in Copenhagen. Ever since Torji called Hampus a dog, he's just been barking up a storm. So we've got the Greyhounds, but we've also got Mr. Hampus.
It's good to see Mr. Hampini back in the server, and we've got sound back in our ears. Let's get this party started.
I think the party may have just ended.
Yeah, perhaps, actually. Sorry, guys. Yeah, you're going to have to be listening to the raucous gun sounds. As you can see, many a lineup for this fight.
But this third round here for Into the Breach, it's worst case for so many reasons. Not only did they get drubbed on their anti-force, they didn't get a single kill, they didn't get the bomb down, which means with the min loss bonus going into the next round of play, you see here, you buy deagles. And what this facilitates for somebody like Thomas to call is, guys, let's go and pick, shall we?
Split and pick,
lads. Yeah, it's not die early, it's wait out util, it's look for a cheeky deagle kill if somebody on NIP wants to overstep that mark. And you can see here, the setup that they've opted with is quite passive. Brollan Shaw forward in K, but he is the most forward on the map here. Hampus over towards short, you've got Config passive top mid, Hetrick jiggling from Donut, and Rez over towards A once more. But Brollan will be the first to take contact here.
There's a lot of responsibility on Brollan's position, and it's because you can trust him. The Swede delivers a clean pair of frags and will elope to maintain this advantage. Oh, even a third on the plate. Doesn't quite finish onto Crucial. Body shots.
But it's good that he was playing that off angle with confidence there. That's what you want to see from Brollan early, and more confidence to fight. 3 NIP players want to fight Cave. Yeah. I don't think they're clear in this left side.
No, well, I was starting to feel like it was quite a passive setup on B, but Config and Hampus have rejigged it, and they continue to poke and prod at Brollan. He is just laughing at him. More damage inflicted, still yet to find lethality on his third, and now cleaned out, punished for taking a little too long on that one. Hetrick, however, quick to sweep the rest under the rug. Crucial down, And a triple for Hedrick. And I want to kind of reinvestigate just how much of a horrible start this is for Into the Breach now, because you ride the high.
Yeah.
You know, you win that very close first round. Pistol, what was it? Down to a 1v1,
with
right?
With your imports getting all
with
the kills.
your imports getting all of the kills.
Yep.
And then not only do you have the second round, but you're dying to your AK-47s. You're dying to all those short-lived celebrations. And now you find yourselves in the pit of economic despair.
Yeah.
And it looks like 3 for your opponent. I mean, you'd rather have lost the pistol at that stage of the game.
Yeah, you go into everybody's least favorite round right now. Not only the players, actually, I tell a lie. It's great for the players who are on the other side of this coin, but for us at home, and into the breach here.
Look at Hedrick, right? Because he's the one that's been given the full green light. It's like, go and kill as many people
Hedrick
as you like. $600 a pop.
Yeah, you want to make some money for that AWP, you got to work for it, son. You got to be out there doing the hard graft, getting the easiest kills possible. It is 4 Glocks and 1 P250 in the hands of the Pole Rallen. Quite a contrast to the team here now. Obviously, before you spoke about it, quite the British core, but that's not the identity of this anymore.
No Cypher, no Volt. I'm interested to see where they land.
Not even together, right?
No,
so
right.
Volt on Gamer Legion and Cypher rumored to be over there with TSM.
Yeah, I just saw some whispers about that on HLTV.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's a team that's filling too many people with immediate confidence when you see it on the paper there, but this is another international team that's just like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what they do in the server.
Yeah, and then when it comes to identity as well, I mean, I can imagine for ITB, this is quite the shake-up, you know, especially when you consider that Thomas Crucial.
Speaking of Thomas, Alec, look at this. He's got the red umbrella, and he's like, all right, guys,
right,
we're going on a tour of Ancient here today, and we're going to be checking out the B-bomb site, as you see here. There are some doors, and there is a Hampus. The Hampus is a very, very scary beast over here towards Ancient, and these flames, guys, dangerous, dangerous. Stay away from the flames. I hope everybody got their travel insurance.
Please keep your hands behind the rail.
They need to die. Guys, you have 20 seconds. You have to run through this. Hampus going to farm them all up, mowing them down. Hampus only gets 2, but Brolin there for the rest and handled. Business taken care of. A 3-1 start for NIP, and now we get into the gun round.
Counter-Strike, it commences once again. Hedrick, as we discussed, going to be whipping out that AWP, going to be looking to continue to rack up what was quite an impressive performance over in Blast.
Were they full red tracksuits at the major, or is this a new edition?
This is like
an evolution.
You did well at the major, so you've evolved. You get
I
the full
never got
set.
tracksuit.
No, and I saw them walking through the lobby. They looked very professional.
Swish.
Very
okay,
swish. You know,
right.
Everyone's in the matching shoes all the way down to the socks. And we've got a tech pause. Quick mouse problem.
And it's fixed.
It's fixed. Okay, wow, that was quick. But yeah, Chad, what do you reckon about this setup? I'm loving that I can look down at these players' monitors. My first observation is Config's rocking black bars.
Hold up.
The only black bar in the NIP squad.
Yeah, and we'll only get a view of one of the 2 teams from this side, unless we in the halftime break. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that somebody like Config, bit of an aimer, right?
Yeah.
The classic stubborn, stuck in his ways. But look, if it works, it works. And this is a really cool way. I can tell you 2 players are going out to get mid control here. Rez is one of them, Config the other. The AWP of Hedrick starting over towards B. I am watching Counter-Strike in a whole new way right now.
Yeah, you do that. I'm going to talk about Crucial's early death. Config, nice find through mid. He has Rez to support him. Smoked off. Thomas can't find a response. And that smoke is... Oh, it could and should have led to Rez's death. He responds. The Tracer Fire leads to Thomas. And now, a 2-man advantage for NIP. This is already panic stations for ITB.
And this is the thing. You still have a Hedrick posted up watching B long, so they can't punish any space there, knowing it was aggressive mid. That tends to be, if you're going to play aggressive cave, aggressive mid, you want to punish the extremities. And B ramp is one of those places where you can definitely get that done. Now you can tuck in, you can play for info, and you should be able to lock around like this out with ease.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to call upon some heroics of those 2 pistol players. Bemis and Neofrag, of course, at the top of the scoreboard so far. They're going to have to do some more heavy lifting to get this second round flowing for the ITB boys.
This has been really bleak, just because even though the way that they lost that force, they just got picked apart and then time almost ran out. And then in the follow-up force buy, they didn't really do an awful lot. And then in the eco, as I mentioned, with a bit of a gag, they were just following Thomas around the map, milking out nades. But right here, going into the first gun round, you don't get anything done again. You're getting dictated to, and you're getting smashed through smokes. Like,
oh yeah, and it's also, I mean, I wouldn't quickly put it in the disrespect column, but when you've got CTs going for those quick ledge plays and you're dying like Crucial did, you know, you're just trying to take early cave fights and you're dying to people jumping up mid. I don't know. It's a very nasty way to feel like the team is going to be running at you.
This is one of the things with the current meta of the way Ancient has played on the CT side. That divider smoke that you see get thrown, right? It's long story short, I did a bit of investigation on this in the player break because we were playing Danish Nico, and they hammered us. They like absolutely hammered us, just destroyed us. And we're like, well, what were they doing? They were always getting mid control. And the way they were doing it was with this divider smoke, and then the 2 mid players would molly either side of that smoke. When the Ts come out, they can tend to only extinguish one.
Sure.
So if you extinguish the first and you run to the Tetris box, you have to run through another set of flames. So they drop the smoke, they put a molly on either side, they double nade into the smoke, because if you want to play the safe haven, you're taking flak damage, and then they spam. And after that, they'll drop a deep elbow smoke, and then they can jump up mid like this, and they can take all of these different risks, right? This is the smoke that I'm highlighting here. You can see this on the screen. Rez very fortunate to get that one done. But then the Ts, what they start doing is they drop a defensive Molotov, right? So you can just see the constant evolution. There it is. There it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks, MC. And look at all the control.
Right.
Ramp molly, cave mollied, forward positions established, and then fights. Watch, they want to fight.
And it would explain why Rez has been so stubborn early on. Hey! Oh, Brolin down. That's a bit of a change up from the typical story. But yeah, in terms of what's covered, what's focused on by the CTs, Rez has been responsible, and he's gone wide. Config clean, and gets himself the double. That advantage short-lived for ITB. No bomb left at spawn. A nice find to start off the fight for ITB, but already back in the pits. Brolin yet to frag. I do like the gap he's found here, though.
This should be a kill.
I say that. Headtrick's very ready. Now headless. The second fight to be found. Oh, Config gets the info, gets his weapon out in time. It's clean by Crucial. Does manage to tame the spray, but they still don't have that bomb. 50 seconds. Hamper's going to put his thinking cap on.
I feel that Hampus has to explore here, and, you know, old Counter-Strike logic would dictate stay together, trade out, but they don't know where Hampus is. And if he threads the needle here, the timing on this needs to look towards ledge. They're going to group up in middle from 2 different angles. Hampus with the first, it's a freebie, now to 1-on-1.
Yeah, okay, that wasn't the bomb carrier, so Hampers may assume the other was detached. Crucial brave to go straight back to where he lost his teammate. Hampers going to hedge his bets towards CT spawn. Quite quick rotations to either of those sites.
He has a kit, a smoke, a molly, and a flash for the post plant. So this is perfect. The key here is Crucial's leftover smoke. What choke point is he worried about the most here?
Like deep CT is tempting, no?
Well, do you throw it before you plant?
No.
You throw it after. So now the bomb goes down. He doesn't get fought. He knows he's not close. He might even hear some of these footsteps here.
Interesting option.
Very defensive. He's extremely scared.
And Hampus continues to crawl forward. Crucial exposed. Hampus clutching. Returning with a bang here in Cologne. DJL likes that one.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? DJL, in terms of his stance behind this team, he can get fired up. He's one of the most energetic individuals they have, and in this team that can be quite moody at times, a necessary factor here. So the fact that we're not under the Valve rules and he can be a little bit louder, I think that's going to help, especially in this environment. You know, you and I, if we took one ear cup off right now, it's pretty sterile out there. So I can guarantee they're hearing the jeers coming out of DHL. Maybe not what he's saying, but that he's saying something.
Most definitely. And also, I think there is an interesting dynamic that we get to resurface.
Look at that from Brolin.
That's cool. A full fist pump and a
Brolin
loud roar. Yeah, that is, I mean, I wouldn't even say out of character. That's the new Brolin.
Yeah,
that's the new Brolin 2023, baby. He is going to try and match some of that energy.
You see how I mentioned as well, Crucial dropping that smoke was scared. You could see it because he was still walking, right? He had no idea really where Hampus was. And when you throw a defensive smoke like he couldn't guess, right? Where you have to take a risk. But that just means at this point, if you're going to play around that smoke, well, Hampus is going to have a good idea of the landscape.
And while we're discussing coaches, Juve, of course, for ITB was part of their success over towards Paris. But I think what's an interesting observation is that you've just had such a harrowing 6 rounds. After that pistol, it's just been very much one-way traffic. And this is where a coach just has to say, lads, like, I understand that, you know, the residue of those silly round losses, that second round probably does need to be shaken off now. Otherwise, you know, you're going to feel pretty helpless coming into that second half.
Well, this is a map that can be very momentum-based if you can break the CT econ. There's that divider smoke again, and yeah, decent nades. This is something you can do on the T side. A couple of little well-placed grenades.
Same setup, though. They really don't feel threatened by anything.
If you have mid-control and B lane, you are in a fantastic spot on the CT side. You essentially have all the information. You essentially have all the info that you could possibly hope for.
And they've got more utility. You can see Rez is flirting with the idea of re-smoking. The longer he holds on to it, the more it rots off the clock. Going to play reactionary.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is cheeky.
Look at the time. Just melt, melt,
flash,
melt.
There you go. He uses that as a cue. Oh, big one from Thomas. That is quite a response straight off the back of a timeout.
I like
that.
And
the leader finds his first. A big scalp as well. Config, the high flyer, cut down.
Now we have to look at how Into the Breach can finish here. They still have 3 smokes, a bunch of flashes, and a Molotov left over. With the man advantage, you might like to see them go for a B execute and try and isolate some of these areas, but with 54 seconds left on the clock, Brolin being cheeky with a gap, NIP still haven't winced off of too much of that map control. Sure, Config's gone down, but Rez is still in donut.
Trying to deny info mid. No one holding from red room.
This is going to be desperate late. Just looking at the time here, unless this is an A split, this is going to be very desperate late. Look, they're going to get blocked.
Rez doing it again.
That's a very deep smoke. I disrespect that.
Yeah, it is deep, but that missed shot as well. AWP now noted in middle. They look indecisive,
25.
bro. They
We
look
gotta go.
really indecisive. Rez's smokes have held them back, and Rez, he's going to hear that. Crucial loud. Oh, no, there is a lot of indecision.
Save.
Stepping on each other's toes.
15 seconds.
You had an opening kill, but still NIP have the advantage. 13. Thomas, okay, gets it. They need to plant. Hampus, 1 kill could win the round, but it's all Thomas. 1 second to spare as he gets the plant in. All calculated. Calculated down to the second.
Thomas literally had to go, I'll do it myself then. What the hell? Nobody wanted to take any space. Nobody wanted
bizarre.
to. I know you were blocked, but I can't believe they kept their cool. What the hell is that?
What do you mean they? Hang on. Thomas
Well,
somehow...
nobody died.
Yeah. I can't believe he pulled that off.
But there was 15 seconds left as they started marching through Donut. I cannot believe that they were able to get away with that.
Well, that felt like it was about to go wrong.
In every way possible.
In every way, shape, and form. But
Even with the number advantage.
they leave with the second T round. You know, they're cooking.
Damn.
That's going to be feeling a whole lot better now.
And Thomas gets all 3 kills.
Yep.
His first 3 kills.
Oh, and he goes down with the ship as well, yeah.
I can't believe the bomb radius. Come on, man.
It is the most easy to critique bomb radius in Counter-Strike right now.
I just got all 3 kills. Can at least Valve make me immune or something? Great little flash.
That
Thomas
was a great kill on
8
Rez.
seconds. So if he doesn't get this kill and the bomb gets thrown and it has to get picked up, oh lordy.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how that might be a frustrating way to frame it from Hampus' lens, in the sense that if I just killed that one guy, it's a round win, regardless.
Well, frame it this way. If NIP lose this round, they can buy again next, but there will be some omissions in the purchases. So a very important round here for
Bemis has been
ETB.
tasked with an aggressive mid take, straight through the smoke this time, and no Config and Rez occupying that forward space. Oh, I say that. Config is going to find significant damage through the smoke. You've got Head Trick posted up Donut. Util to force him away on the repeat. Oh, he lets it go. Thomas again in the feed. Head Trick's going to be frustrated with that one. That was an easy morsel on his plate.
Yeah, you can see him under pressure there and just peeking back in. So Thomas, he's managed the last 4 kills consecutively for ITV.
Interesting that Bemis opts for the AWP just to kind of maintain that deeper angle towards CT and elbow.
But they're grouping up again here. Rez has pushed main. This is a massive push, especially with Thomas low, who looks aware, but he should basically just be blown over here. Little swift breeze. Oh my God, Thomas. Thomas, what is happening?
He's having it. I am impressed.
Thomas, the frag engine.
Yeah, that's it. He's whirring up, getting that engine going and chugging.
He's not ready for this, is he? Is he? Thomas? Are ya?
Config this time going to be able to shut him down after the second. Neofrag's walking the bomb back towards A, I guess.
They kind of have to go.
He's going to get answers on the return of Config to the A site.
Yeah,
Bemis is
has him
hoping for
trapped.
this transition to Temple. And all of this patience. Oh, Bemis pulls the trigger a little prematurely, jiggled out by Config. Great awareness from the day.
Hampus has a molly here. If he gets called over in time, might be able to molly off the plan. Config
That's big.
overcommitted here.
Yeah, that should facilitate a plant. Hampus disconnected. Brolin through the donut. Rallen holding. And it's Rallen connecting. Team effort into this one. Thomas started, but it does look like the rest will finish unless Hampus has got another clutch in him. Great pre-aim, does put one into the skull of Neofrag, dinks him down low. 10 HP as he does look to retreat and save what he can. You talked about the financial buy options for NIP into this next one. You said emissions.
Well, here's the deal. Into the Breach have to thank Thomas for 2 gun rounds. He is responsible essentially for 2 gun rounds with his multi-kills in those rounds. And they're massive as well. They're not like scrappy shots or anything. He's stepping out, taking these fights, boshing off a couple of domes as Hampus will find the tail of Neofrag there. But those fire... Ooh, hold up. Hold up. Do you want to give the AWP over Rallen, really?
No,
yeah.
No, he doesn't.
You want to make sure you can keep that bad boy. Crucial has enough money. It's more about making sure that one can't be purchased. Brolin could drop an AWP for head trick and receive a rifle. So actually, I tell a lie. The AWP will still be in play here. Config with the silenced M4 equipped. I should be able to get one as well. So yeah, the money, light on, the biggest issue will be utility for some players. But otherwise, they should all have a rifle in their hands here of some variety. And this will be the first tactical timeout of NIP. You can see DJL on the mic there. Second tactical timeout of the match. So let's see the immediate impact of this. If I was DJL and what I had noted happening was a couple of our players were getting picked off, right? Overextended in aggressive positions or stragglers, right? So, hey boys, maybe in the mid-round, they're just waiting for us. Let's group up, make sure we can trade, or we don't need to push them. They're pausing, right? Their rounds have been quite slow, talking to the team about the pace in which ITB have been approaching the game. Right. So DJL, you know, is looking to address these things, and we'll see the immediate response to this. Will NIP hold on for nades for longer? Will they be as aggressive early? We'll get to see right here.
I think, yeah, it's also quite easy to kind of shrug off these ITB rounds in the sense that Thomas heroics feels like it's not going to last forever. There's an extinguish out of Beamers to imply early presence, but ooh, gosh, we could have had an AWP duel. We still might. Yeah, head trick comfortable into Crucial. AWP short-lived for ITB.
They really wanted to make sure Brolin got cave control. They started him and Hampus here with head trick as the third man towards B. So 3-1-1 out the gates early, and Config even cheating over. Brolin will have to respect that. And now Thomas is apparently doing it all.
Headtrick's investigating this. Oh, and Thomas doesn't quite connect the dot.
Wants his AK back, I think.
I think he's going to think twice before picking up the AWP. But Roland, that's a gift of information. He says they're completely playing out of cave. I would have been interested to see if you wanted to maintain that control. Config's going to be jumping, though, just for that information through mid.
But look at the T-side util right now. So they've got a smoke, a couple of flashes, a molly, and a HE. So this is where they're going to have to trade off of each other or have some very efficient utility here late. But this would be the way for ITB to tie up the game if they win this round.
4 members of NIP all leaning B. That's a lot onto Rez's plate here.
Well, you feel like it has to have something to do with at least what DJL said a little bit, right? This is something where they're quite heavy. And they have lost this mid control, but they know that this space is being given up. Headtrick can watch red with the AWP, but he's not acknowledging it yet. Are the comms flowing here? He's in the open.
Yeah, he might just be...
What is going on?
Okay. Well, they take their pot shot. Now the information is flowing. Config's going to be aware that there is going to be presence from behind. He has to address that. Thomas already swings out main. What a flash, what a frag! Oh, and they've managed to break into the A site again with a couple of seconds to spare.
They had map control, they had the opening pick with the AWP. I don't know why they didn't consider anybody being able to cross the Rez's own smoke to Rez.
So, like, Donut was smoked, right?
Rez smoked it.
Right, so Rez is like, I don't have info, they could be red. That's going to happen. That's going to come out of his mouth.
Yes.
Config then rotates to A, and you'd think the next thing he'd say, I don't have red, and that's when Headtrick would be like,
I'll get red.
Perhaps that's where, as you said, the comms weren't flowing.
That just looks silly.
Right. I mean, do you see the way it went? Thomas was so surprised. He walked across expecting like to bait an AWP shot. Nothing.
And then they shot
and then they just have a go.
And Headtrick didn't even die.
Nope.
And they're retaining 2 AWPs.
Is that a silver lining, perhaps?
I suppose it means that right now, instead of having quite an easy round, you have quite a difficult round because it's 2 of these really sharp barbs. But Into the Breach, turning this around after what you highlighted before is that really rough start, like rounds almost timing out, not getting any kills, not finding any impact, to this. It's odd.
And the correlation between the timeout and this response is apparent.
Huge, yes. So ever since they've taken a breather here and had a chat, it's been one-way traffic.
Well, this is a fruity round. How do you even try as an in-game leader to make the most out of these AWPs or exploit it? If you're Thomas, he wants to rush. He's called it a B-rush into the AWP. It's not going to be an easy retake. Hampus fires off one shot, but they're in. And he's let that one go. Yeah, tried to aim for the frag shoes. Oh my God, Rez's USP nearly takes 2. Thomas holding on by a thread. Hampus still connecting on the second shot. Not so lucky. Bomb to be planted. Thomas really cannot afford to let this one go.
Reloading at the open. Hampus only 5 bullets now, all right?
Here we go. Thomas somehow gets another from that 9 HP.
There's a kit.
Crucial. This is a big frag onto Hampus. One of the AWPs is now got. Scooped up now. Brolin as he responds with kind. It's an AWP. 1v2. Thomas is already tagged up by 1. He's got 9 HP up against 2.
I think I can.
They don't have kits. They don't have kits. They just have to hide. He just has to hide. Oh, he's been found. Oh, an NIP with some daylight robbery. AWPery. As a 6th round is found with nothing more than those 2 preserved zoom bangers.
Just saw that little train going up that mountain, that 1-on-2.
Yeah, me too, man.
I think because, hey, look, they miss a couple of shots. He's on low HP. It's not going to matter at that point. He's got the weapon to take care of business, but that will not be the case.
Extra brownie points to Rez as well. I mean,
the kill and the extra dink.
And I realized I made a mistake. It wasn't an AWP shot. It was a USP dink, putting him on 9 HP. Rez nearly killed 2 without a penny spent. So very impressive contributions from him, and it gets NIP out of their slump. Where do we go now?
Well, I think we retain these double AWPs, because why the hell not? Look at this little awkward smoke wall that has created itself here between the two of them. So if you take a look at the radar top left of your screen, you can see these two smokes, one from the CTs and one from the Ts. So it's kind of created this weird wall, and speaking
That's
of
a good
weird...
flash. Oh no, you might overlook it. Oh, that's a horrible way to start off proceedings for ITB's T side here. Round 11, quickly equalized. A miss from Headtrick. Not the first we've seen on this CT side. And Rez not going to be making that same mistake. A good contribution. Finds another. Ooh, spotted 2 in Donut. Panic Station, you can see dumping his util. Desperately trying to delay, but they are already into the side. Config relieves Bemis of his life. Rallen on the trade. Crucial loses his life and puts it all onto Rallen.
Okay, well, he has time for this. Oh, he reconsidered his options, didn't he? He could have tried to go back around the world and force a fight, but Rallen, sneaky, peeky, creepy. Maybe you were spotted there.
So too. Yeah, Hampus has got him dead to rights. NIP are back in business now. Things are flowing. I mean, there has been a couple of oopsies and a couple of daisies from both sides. And Neofrag's opening death there, it's a tough one. He fully caught Brolin out with his flashbang, but it lulled him into thinking it was unoccupied.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? That was the discussion from the desk. I think we had Maniac and Yanko talking about the Bemis and the Neofrag additions. And these are two players who we know can shoot. We've seen them in the past. Yanko had the experience with him back in FaZe in the day. And obviously, we get to see that he had some time on Mouz, right? We got to see from Neofrag back in the Sinners days, he was very good. Like, he was a map specialist on something like a Vertigo, for example, right? As a place where it was like, yeah, this guy's really sharp. He's good. He's got some good moves. I think the thing for these players is about growing, developing, you know, becoming more of the full picture. So Neofrag's time in OG would probably leave a bad taste in most people's mouths when they consider him as a player.
Well, especially on Ancient. We all recall that there is just one oopsie daisy that Neofrag made on that grand final, was it? So what was I want to call it CIC. What was it called? Those like tier 2 tournaments.
Well, we can. There's a few.
I just remember Henry G was casting, and it was the most epic blunder Henry G throwback. It was just unbelievable. Basically, just a full defuse in front of his face. And on Ancient, no less, hiding out in that donut position. It still lingers in my mind. I'm sure it lingers in his, but I'm excited to see if Neofrag can shake it off.
Hopefully.
And he's dead again to Brolin, despite the flashbang landing. Brolin definitely passing the test in this part of the map, being run down but supported by Headtrick. Catches Rallen accelerating on that Mac 10. And so that leaves us with 3 for ITB. Thomas repelled by the Molotov.
Not going great for old Neofrag in the opening death department here. He's been involved in 5 openings, and he's only been able to convert 1 of them. So 1 for 4 right now. That's not great, especially with someone whose task it is to fight Cave, and we know how key just holding the CT at bay in that position can be. And more jiggles with smokes here from NIP.
I mean, it's certainly a very valid way to maintain that advantage. You've got those opening kills by virtue of Brolin again being pressured. Information and more bloodshed. Oh, Brolin nearly cleans the whole house. Crucial. Brought to 3 HP.
Look at the radar, they're trapped.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
they
nothing.
Are so trapped.
And it looks like it's going to end with a config frag. I say that. Bemis will catch him and send him back towards middle.
Oh, it gets worse, because now config took that contact, knows where they are. Now he will actually lock the door. Rez from red can cover ledge.
Good damage. Long range on that
I might
Galil.
lull them into the push here. Everyone's here.
Yeah, I mean, this
Come on in, boys.
This
The water's
only
warm.
goes one way, and it's Brolin's way. 3 in total from the Swede. 12 frags in just 12 rounds of play.
But that's all right. The type of purchase we saw with the weapons they brought in, it was just to make sure that, hey, everyone will still have enough money with the 2,900 loss bonus that they just received, so the guns will come out yet again. There is no crucial AWP, however, so this is going to be 5 AK-47s in the hands of the ITB boys. Speaking of what they could get away with here. Now, if they want to go for mid, right, that is where we have seen them doubling mid with the riflers, but since some of the timeouts, it's been more heavy towards B from NIP. So we can see they're not going for the 2 mid anymore, and this is something that can try and be exploited. ITB have had a good job when they've pressured red, besides that anti-force where Hampus got that kill through the smoke. So one of the keys, okay, we got the B-Stream update right here. Mouz taking on the Mongols, and the Mongols are actually up 11-7. This is the team who have just added Shui, or brought him back. Well, Hampus.
Okay, Rallen with a real reaction shot.
See the red pressure, though. Like, this is the same thing again. So they constrict Donut this time themselves. Nice. They smoke top red. They have standard early util. It was just config not playing aggressive. They get the space, and now the entire time somebody has to worry about red, which means you likely go into a more of a passive setup, or you search for info. And we've seen what's happened to NIP when they search for info earlier in this half.
Yeah, it's an interesting discrepancy in the sense that Brolin is the one to depart the B site. It's been such a huge impact towards Cave, towards that corner bucket position.
They're clearing it out. They're cleared out mid now, so they know that nobody's home, and all this util towards B. Headtrick's passive, so they're happy to play retake here.
Great.
No dramas yet.
Yeah, the smoke towards Cave will force and channel them towards this ramp position. Flashes are high, Thomas is up, and Thomas is down. A good one.
Bomb.
Out of the AWP, Config in support, and it does seem like they've handled it very well. Brolin slipped out of that smoke and finds himself one onto Neofrag as well. So it falls apart for ITB, looking to extend to 9 here. The Ninjas in Pyjamas, comfortable. Very comfortable. Headtrick spotted the Bemis elbow on the jiggle. Incredibly deep smoke towards the Cave position. He might be able to, yeah, find something around the edge of that, and it is a tag onto Headtrick. Nothing more to be celebrated. Brolin will wrap it up, put a bow on it, and NIP back to their winning ways. Very short-lived celebrations for ITB, and it continues down their pits of despair. We've got 3.5 on the high end.
Yeah, so looking at this, it's another half-buy territory without that bomb going down. So you get maybe the MAC-10s out, the Tech-9s. Here's the opening pick with the bomb lost. This Thomas entering and carrying the bomb in. So it's very obvious that we are coming to this site, guys, because the first guy in, you are seeing on the radar with the bomb on your back. I suppose the time of the attacks also doesn't help either. But regardless, a partial investment here, and into the next round of play, we will have the guns for one more time. So looking likely to get themselves 10 rounds here, NIP. Only a 2-man B start this time round. Config floating around middle. Could get a good timing as they set up for this B execute.
Yeah. Dropping in smokes.
Cave smoke there.
Throw it all out.
Bond's not in Cave. He won't be constricted in Cave. Both of them can fight. Oh, they flubbed their molly too.
Yeah, they're going to have a bit of a nightmare scenario unfolding here. The flash is in the sky. A third is rotated through, and it is a nice opening once more. Brolin and Hampus still present. Headtrick, missed shot into the site. Config comfortable, and it is just as easy as that. B site defended. Partial buy and investment from ITB doesn't get anything done. They'd have loved to plant, but it looks like they'll be fighting for their 5th round here on their final T side.
You can see how bleak that entire play was, though, because as soon as the util comes over, Thomas throwing it all, nobody was pushing, a molly comes, there's no extinguish, you can't even take advantage of the utility. Brolin wasn't in Cave, which is what they're hoping for.
Right.
The entire call, you have to hope for a few things to go right, and then for people to hit a couple banger shots. And in rounds like that, you can definitely pull it off. But back towards these mid fights, Bemis. So with Thomas, there's the extinguish. Looks like a self flash to get him across. Oh, he's just going to creep here.
I mean, it's the way they conditioned them early. Rez and Config was so forward, and now just, I mean, the stark contrast. Holding this gap here is Rez, flashed off of the line as one does get across. That will be now alerting Config to the potential for Red Room. Yeah, here he comes. He seems quite convinced that he doesn't need to. And Rez already onto Bemis as well.
Here comes Hampus.
Yeah, Hampus is covering that slip through Red, and he's done so comfortably. 2 HP to spare, advances them to a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, this double AWP has also made things a lot more difficult here because Headtrick can stay towards B now. He doesn't need to float over towards A to try and help out Rez. So it actually means that this B pressure and Headtrick's AWP with the shadow, bang, done, another kill. Just swatting them away here. Could be 11-4.
Crucial's AWP in the feed here, that's 1.
That's only his 4th kill.
Yeah, he'd need a whole lot more. Crucial and Rallen. With limited options, but 40 seconds. Now, they do know that Hampus was brought low. He is still responsible for this Red Room. Could be a way in. Could and is. Nice frag. Good damage from Hampus. Half Rallen's health. And oh, Crucial just strafes into the AWP. It looks like it's all done here. An 11th for NIP. A single click away. Baits the shot. Go on, Rallen. Style points, but with the bomb in his hands, he goes down 11-4. NIP cooking with gas.
because he
I think
decides to
Frozen went up.
drop A site.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm
they
just
went-
thinking, if he goes ramp, then that opens up Jimpat to get down B first. But Jimpat couldn't leave.
No. If they they had kind of pick one or the other.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't have done a lobby reclear if they were going to have Jimpat rotate down lower. But when they did their lobby reclear, they were just moseying around in the lobby like, I think they're definitely not here. I don't know where they could be.
Check all the nooks and crannies. He got time to check all the corners. Mongols moving quick. Tight-knit pack from this T side. Every single round. 4 guys shoulder to shoulder outside. Whether that's a push out towards heaven, getting into garage, or last round just making it downstairs. Where there's 1 Mongols, there's at least 4.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a nade.
Yeah, not half bad. Take those. Frozen around the smoke, and again, Mongols just going to cross, man.
Yeah,
they're not,
it's this
they're
big
not
garage
changing
strat.
anything.
They do like that, but oh wait, they're coming secret as well. Exertion, it's like a little scared about it.
Yeah, made sound, so now Mongols are nervous about it.
Short enough step that he probably can't tell which direction it was going. Exertion with the off angle, making it feel like it's a heaven wrap, and it sort of is. Now the T's are getting very spread thin, so this could come down to 1 kill in any part of the map. Oh, nice one there from 9-10.
Taking AK shots to the chest, and still he posts up the op kill.
They did get confused about the rotate lower last time. And
Techno's
now,
up in heaven.
Wow.
Mongols have done a very good job of just leaving Techno somewhere else.
This might feel like a fake, I think, to Torji, but are they going to rotate down? Yeah, they are. Yeah. I think Mouz have a good read on this now. That looked like too crummy of a fake upper.
Okay, but still, you got to stop it. You've got 10 seconds. 5 seconds for Jimpat to shave off this clock. He dies instantly. Blitz back-to-back rounds, and that bomb plant's going to be safe. 2 players pressuring, and Shui's got to give them the room that they have worked for. Down to the wire, and they get it.
They don't have control side. It's very possible retake.
9-10 can hold this angle, awaiting somebody to post up. Sure enough, doesn't miss the chance. IGL now down.
He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple Warriors? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Into the hot water, maybe not the breach. It was started quite exciting, a win in the pistol, and then a bit of a topsy-turvy run as NIP have got themselves 11 under their belt. We're kicking off our first day of play here at IEM Cologne 2023. We're all incredibly excited, both players, talent, and of course eventually attendees, to get this event underway. First day of play, and it's not particularly exciting for the Into the Breach with, well, 2 players gone. Ever since they made that splash in Paris, we see Bemis joining the ranks with Neofrag.
There's bad info. There's a fight here. There's a big fight here.
Yeah, 2 of them. They're going to overlook this.
Yeah.
Okay, Thomas fragging up 2. Wrestle trade, but did they overlook this? No, okay, spotted out as well. Bemis should be overrun here. Nice tap into the head of Brolin. And a necessary pistol. This feels like it could be a way back in for ITB to close this gap, make it a whole lot less intimidating.
I'm slightly scared for them here because
take a look.
Yeah, the man who was tasked with that mid-info is now found a free bomb site. I understand that he doesn't have the bomb here, but this crawl of Rallen and Crucial, if it doesn't find Res and Config is allowed to work, he should be able to find a kill or 2 here for them to keep this round going. Crucial's going to jump up. Oh, the timing.
Yeah, I think
he saw him.
Oh, no,
Look at the mouth moving.
He made a noise. Res knows.
Wait, Config's
the Crucial knows.
Red, Config's
flanking behind them with the P250. Knife out. Crucial's dead. And now they look away. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for the ITB squad.
And Neofrag can't run. He knows there's a player red.
Yikes. Okay, Config. Oh, here's him. Knows what's going on. Tucks in, heard of the reload. 1 versus 2 for Neofrag. Needs this first cleanly, and Config too good as NIP accelerate towards this best-of-1 victory.
Talk about fumbling the bag right there. I like the fact that they went for the look, but Crucial went alone. If they went together, maybe they could have traded. And you see Crucial spot him. He's scared. He doesn't want to go for the fight. He tries to back off. There's nobody there to help him. And this is him running away. Oh, I survived the close call with death. Never mind. Straight into Config's big burly arms.
And you feel, yeah, I mean, Rez had 7 bullets in his Glock, right? He's sitting there in that corner.
Scared for his life.
If Crucial just has a messy exchange and operates with that, it's a very different round. But yeah, caught out.
I want to just return to this. The reason that was even a round is because the man on your screen right here didn't stay mid long enough to see if they could cross cutout. It was all a ploy. You want to have a player take contact mid to say if they can jump up ledge, because that way at least your 3 players who are running ledge are ready for that fight. And somehow they pulled that round out of their ass. So maybe there is still a little bit of NIP magic left in the tank, because that was a great round to win. And now ITB with this force, they're already in hot water. Things are going to get so much worse as Neofrag is on the receiving end of yet another Brolin frag, and this time with the frag grenade.
Yeah, that's nasty.
And that's the problem with well, it's not the problem, right? But this is in the flow of a best of 1. If you win the pistol and don't convert, you said as we were 3 or 4 rounds in, it was probably better off that they lost the pistol.
Yeah.
And it felt like that for a lot of the half. And the rounds they started to get into, Thomas was the key to that victory. Bemis looking to unlock another round here. He's got a kill with still a number disadvantage for ITB. But they're all here and they're clamping down.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas would need to catch them by surprise. He's got bodies on every side. This is, was an opportunity, but Config does catch him in time. And now just Rallen hiding out in the temple. He's already been held by Rez. The crossfires are established. NIP are comfortable. 15 frags for Config.
Will he clear deep?
Yes, indeed. Rallen still places the crosshair on the head. 2 to find. It should be head tricks every day of the week as 13 comes rolling home.
And essentially 14 as well there. Because of that force buy, now we will see ITB take, should be a full eco here, maybe a couple of upgrades of P250s or whatnot. Crucial wants to make sure he can stay in the realms of picking up that AWP, so he should be quite conservative. Were they speaking English then?
Sounds like it.
It was?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I don't want to start a whole new thing. I'm pretty sure they are speaking English. It would be crazy for me if they weren't. That's why I was surprised. This flash at the ready could be powerful here from Thomas. This is ready for the stack to push out Donut. But if Config stays tucked towards Tetris and doesn't spot, he should be okay here. What's the go signal? It can flash deep mid. That's exactly what Thomas just said.
And he does. Doesn't catch him. And here comes the fight. Config should have a field day, but it is only the one. Kept humble by that Rallen Deeg. He has got the most threatening weapon out of the bunch. A single $700 pistol. Hampus just cleaning house. Comfortable. Into the head of Thomas. And it looks like, yeah, Neofrag is about to have another horrible death. I mean, how many of those have just been so impossible? It was a stack made in the previous, now mollied out on that eco.
I'd love to see the head-to-head between Hampus and Neofrag just in terms of the exchanges here, as the last will be found by Brolin, who has been having a very good time here on Ancient. He's up to 18 kills and he has 7 assists, so that tells you just how many fights he could have potentially won more, right? He has 115 ADR, 235 utility damage. He's been having a good game here. So the babyface killer on your screen, it's great to see another good game out of him, but they're taking care of business. Now, when we talk about players and numbers, right, I mentioned in the first half, Crucial, that's only his 4th frag. Well, it's on the T side, right? It's always going to be a little bit more difficult to get your numbers on the T side. The CT side's where we expect more multi-kills, we expect the players, especially playing like active zones, to be in fights a lot more. And speaking of fights, we got one in mid.
Well, yeah, a big one. In fact, Config just holding W with a Mac 10.
It's the Config classic.
It is. I mean, he must have had the spawn and feeling himself, but Thomas gets away with murder.
Well, once upon a time, Hampus said, just go B on Ancient, so I think that's where they'll go.
Is my map broken? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5 or 6 smokes up at the start of this one. Distinct lack of smokes for the CT side. ITB got 1.
Yeah, and only 1 for the side of things for NIP as well on Hampus.
Bloody hell. A little unusual.
Nice little creep past here, so you can see Crucial's deep line cannot catch the player over towards the Hive.
Oh gosh, don't get caught fumbling with your nades. We need frags here, lads. ITB.
Good flash.
Only the one, Rallen onto Rez, but it's 2 back in the feed from NIP. 3 on 3, bomb to be planted. Headtrick getting that code punched in. Thomas turns the flash and a great headshot on top. Puts it into a bit more of an uncomfortable situation here for NIP. If they want that spotless close, it has to be Hampus. Brolin, such low HP. They both opt for cave. No smokes, as we discussed, so this is going to work wonderfully, especially as Hampus has already struck. They know they're both there. They heard the guns. Thomas still clearing ramp. Nice clear. Bemis He's going to be susceptible to the wall bang. He's tucked in. Hampus has not gone for it. It's a full 10-second defuse. Thomas isn't covering directly. Should have it. And ITB leave with a 5th round. An interesting state of affairs.
Only just, huh? You're right about Thomas as well. Still investigating towards ramp. So I guess they didn't pick up the fact that Brolin was over towards that side of cave, at least on the comms. So they'll steal this one away for now. And that all started with a config all in mid play that didn't net them anything. DJL will opt for the second timeout. Wants to get things closed right now. Do not allow these best of ones to go into the close affairs. And they've already tasted a loss with this roster since the reintroduction of Hampus on this map online in the G8 qualifier against Seoul. We touched on that throughout that first half. So here we are at, I don't want to say it's a turning point in the game by any means. It's a, will NIP close this quite quickly, or will Into the Breach put up a bit of fight for this story to be continued to see just how far we go. There's still plenty of money for NIP to get a full buyout here. Hedrix, AWP, AKs for everybody else, Util in the mix, and Config with another good mid spawn. Let's see if he uses it here.
Yeah, fully equipped for that if he chooses to take it. Actually leaning towards A. This could be interesting.
Smokes.
Check this out. Yeah.
Just the red smoke, so no donut smoke. It's a fast temple. Okay, yeah, this is an all-in. It's just an A-rush.
It is, and let's see what Thomas can do. He's already got a good nade on the nose. Molly, spray, and a frag. Good damage onto Brawler. Need to finish the meal. Bemis does. Bomb confirmed, and the rest locked into main. Crucial. He doesn't have the info that they haven't crossed. Hedrix waiting for this fight, but still a missed shot. He goes for the reaping into the AWP, but it falls apart for ITB.
Deep Molly as well. They're ahead of this. They have to fight. They spotted one more.
They know he's in. They know where Rarlan is, and they're actually pushing through Temple. Bomb. Rez and Hampus holding hands and skipping. Nice off the flash. Rarlan gets out of his corner. But Neofrag not ready.
Freebie.
Completely unawares. And now Rarlan, what's he supposed to do? Last spotted towards the elbow. Hampus goes looking for him.
Donut in a hard place right now.
Yep. And they know exactly where he is now. Spotted out by Hampus, running him down. A smoke from Rarlan. Gives him a fight. The bomb is going B.
Come on out.
And yeah, held by the AWP. Oh, head trick. Gives him a second chance. Now, sure, it's a one-on-one. One v one situation now.
The clutch is on. 20 HP for Rarlan. A smoke in hand here. Denied by the wall of Rez.
That's a horrible smoke. What do you do with that? You throw your own and run through it. Yeah, and he's dead. Rez will save him. 15 secure, and we'll all just move on. Let's all just move on.
Talk about laboured.
Yeah, it was full on. Like, I mean, the contractions were just a second apart.
Yeah, okay, that's a bit of a water birth right there. Yeah,
Whoa.
Unfortunate with the big miss.
That state of affairs, though, I mean, like, the way it started could not have been dreamier. Thomas kills the first man out. Everyone else is behind a Molly.
His Molly looked great.
Yeah. He's done chip damage to the next. You've got an AWP rotating through Temple. You've got a player close CT to try and get in towards the site.
It looked good.
It looked fantastic. And yeah, just unfortunate that he did strafe out into that pre-aim of head trick. I'm hearing a lot of noise from our second stream. Of course, we have the Mongols taking on a Nuke of all for the best of one.
Look at this buy. It's just the last-ditch attempt from ITB. Famus's MP9's aggression. Here they come down the ramp. They're about to meet Brolin.
Damage. No lethality. Brolin's only got a couple of bullets left here. 6 bullets, and he's dead. Rarlan runs him down with the MP9. Hampus as well, going to have to tuck in. Crucial caught out as he tried to regain control. Nice from Hampus to equalize. Rez, loud about his presence towards A main. With red smoked, the rest of the team can slip through towards the donut position. This is going to be another A hit, and they are limited in their defensive options. What is Thomas supposed to do with this? Oh, not far off. They lined up for him, but would have had to been a perfect collateral headshot to have anything more to say about this game.
Yeah, this one is done. Done like a dog's dinner here. 3v4 situation, bomb down on the A site, no defuse kit, best weapons to boast are a couple of Famite. One flash at the ready. This could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it could, but just ahead of the flash is Bemis, walks into Rez. And NIP storming through the competition to start off their journey here at the Intel Extreme Masters. A confidence-boosting victory for sure. 16-5, business conducted, job done. And we will, of course, see them continue to play later on today, right? The winners play a best of 3?
It's yes, from the first couple of games, yeah. So I like the fact that we get NIP coming out here in convincing fashion against a team that we've seen play a couple of matches online since the addition of Bemis and, of course, Neofrag from OG. But all in all, after winning the pistol, losing the follow-up, you know, we kind of lost a lot of hope there within that match. But again, it's NIP that I want to talk about here. This is a team with a lot of very sharp players. It's about putting them in these right roles and kind of sorting things out, because we talk about a lot of aggression in this team. We talk about a lot of players who want to be in their face. We've heard from Hamper saying, well, it's good to be here with Config now. I don't have to have the biggest balls in the team. So they're still kind of feeling themselves out here, but these are great confidence-boosting wins. Over there in Copenhagen, for them to get themselves into the Royal Arena, great. And now to come in here, pick up a best of one, that's great stuff from NIP.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and tune in and hear from the Ninjas in Pyjamas over on the shop floor.
That's right, I'm waiting for the NIP team to get back into their positions, but a very good start here for them on their Cologne journey. And they can be very proud of what they managed to achieve, at least in this opening game. Hello, Hampus.
Hello, sir.
Congratulations on the opening win there. You still barking and having a lot of fun?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to win, it's fun to have fun, so of course I'm keep going.
Now, it did seem at the beginning, right, okay, you lose the pistol round, but then you bounce back in great style. But it felt like you guys were being quite aggressive, trying to shut them down right from the start. Was that the game plan?
To be honest, we didn't really have a game plan. We went through Overpass and Mirage before this game.
Oh.
We thought it was going to be one of them, maybe Inferno. So like we knew it could be Ancient, but we didn't really think it was going to be Ancient. But we know our Ancient is super strong, so if they let it go to Ancient, we knew we were very confident, you know, just play our game. So yeah, no, we just played how we felt in the moment. Like, of course, we have checked their Ancient as well, but we didn't prepare it, you know, with game plan. So yeah, we knew how they play, and we just adapted on the fly, and yeah, made it work.
And you certainly did make it work. Do you think they maybe went for it because obviously they looked at that G8 result for the qualifiers just when you'd obviously just come back into it and they thought, oh, maybe we can take the advantage here?
Yeah, maybe. I actually wasn't even in the Vito now. I was fully warming up. I had a lot of problems before with my computer, so I was trying to sort that out. So DGL fixed the Vito. So yeah, I don't know. We were ready for all the maps, and we feel we're the better team than them. Like, no offense, they're also new. It's their first event, right? So yeah, we just felt confident, and yeah, it was a good game.
Well, it looked really good. Hampus, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll keep things moving, but a great start for NIP so far. We'll be going to a break.
What's the move, Mongols? What's the close? Big chance to start their season with an upset win versus Mouz. But Frozen's going to find the opening kill, so it has to be off the 4 versus 5 with wounded players already.
See, now they instantly smoke into Squeaky. They had that one flying over from heaven there. More prepared for the potential tactic. Blitz's heart will sink as he realizes, damn, that was a chance. And now look, Torzi starts in the ramp.
Finally a change-up.
This is just easier. Like, if Jimp can start in lower immediately, that takes so much pressure off the map. And with a 5v4, they don't have to move at all.
Exertion just put down the last smoke at the CT side in front of Squeaky. That'll be up around 50 seconds. And Exertion comes towards Hut to play on top of it. Can't expose himself to the Hut door. Molotov goes on Shuhei. Exertion's also burning. He has to fall down. And this time that utility does pull the site apart.
They're going down the vent. No.
Jimpat's right here. And he's going to kill one from down beneath. That's going to keep them stranded up on A. But Techno 4K is alive and kicking. And he's on the brink of 30 kills in regulation.
And Frozen runs back to spawn.
Jimpat's here. Oh, missed shot. Techno 4K, 1v3 demanded of him, but he's got the bomb, he's got the Molotov for heaven, he's got the open sight. Jimpat could just fly up through vent if he chooses to. Techno's planting. Jimpat stalls out. Now the gun's back up. The frag could soften them. He sees Jimpat, but Frozen's fast, and it's Mouz to push us OT.
Man, that's it. That was a great round out of Mouz. You have to give it up to them. A beautiful sort of adjustment at the last second to deal with all of their perspective mistakes from the rest of that half. Like, that's just made perfect sense. Jimpat, look at that. He gets 2 kills playing lower to start. And Torji starts ramp. everything's a lot easier on the map, and they get that first kill, of course, catching Blitz on the outside play. Just, it's a piece of every round and a clue from every part of the map throughout the round that allowed them to have the easiest round possible.
Oh, nice slide. Blitz off that. Love it.
Holy hell.
Man comes through on skates. Torsi with a chance to reclaim control of outside. Jimpat's pushed up on ramp. He could very well catch 910. But 910 also doesn't have to move.
Does he have an audible? Because Jimp is not moving either.
Oh, wow, he's going to give it up. Oh, no! Get turned on.
What a shot.
Wow.
That's 2v2 if he gets that. Instead, it's Torsi behind the smoke and midi burn.
MBK gets one, but Crips with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
The Ninjas starting as they mean to go on, beginning their IEM Cologne campaign with a W, which comes at the expense of Into the Breach. They win the first pistol round, and then Matthew, not much after that.
Yeah, following Yanko's poker tactic, ITB very, very good at hiding what they can do into this tournament. Of course, waiting for the next round, the best of 3, which, you know, it's the real Counter-Strike starting. No, joke aside, very easy game for NIP, super efficient. Couple of players being tested, rising to the occasion immediately. Brolan, Imperial in the cave area. You can't pass, sorry, you're not on the guest list.
Yeah, maybe we should just take Thomas for his word instead of trying to read too much into it, Freya.
No, he was being literal with that. I'm not sure what we're going to show.
He tried to tell us.
Turns out not a lot, I guess.
Yeah, you guys just didn't listen. But hey, I mean, they win the pistol round, right? Then after you lose the second round, obviously things start becoming more difficult. But I think the biggest problem is even the few gun rounds that ITB did win, like they were down to the wire in terms of time, and when the time is that low, one kill if it just goes NIP's way, you know, ITB can't even plant the bomb, and they end up losing the round. While on the other side of things, when in the gun rounds the NIP was winning, they were pretty convincing. There weren't a lot of close rounds in that first half.
You mentioned Brolan's name. Let's bring him up in our aim high head-to-head, or not head-to-head, Air Force aim high. We're just focusing on
He's just high.
Yeah,
just aimed really high.
He
this
is
game.
the highest
He's the highest.
of this map.
Head
And
to toe.
yeah, see him. We were kind of talking about his, I guess, transition into the more aggressive role. Opening duels really going in his favor here. As you said, really the bodyguard of that particular area of the map.
Yeah, he keeps on going. He was the player that was the most solicited in the early stages of the rounds. 7 opening duels, as you can see, 5 of them in his favor. I think ITB tried to mess with him a little bit in some of these rounds, try to see if they could get some real estate early on. He said niet all of the times. You will see a bunch of these kills exactly there at the entrance of cave. And I think he was very daring. He knew that he had them in his pocket in terms of skill. He was taking a whole lot of duels. And even when he was pushed back a little bit, he had that 1-2 setup with Hampus at times, with head tricks. So that was a very comfortable walk in the park for Brolan.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I like Brolan, man. I think even when we had to play them a few times and he was there, he's one of those guys who just does his thing, no matter the score, no matter, you know, how close the game is, how big the moment is, right? Pretty fearless as a player. So I feel like you want to put him into positions where he can succeed and where he can thrive. And to be honest, if I need to focus on one guy as a rifler on this team, I would focus on him. And then obviously Hattrick as the opera and Hampus that in-game / lurk sort of position where he can do a lot of things. I think that's the key to success for NIP.
Well, the Ninjas certainly decisive in their first matchup, but plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards. When we return from this break, it's Fnatic taking on the North American stars of Complexity after this.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Fallen's here. Oh my god! Scarrow, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
Hello, boys. Dexter, I'm coming straight to you.
Oh shit!
Look at this new jersey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, nice jersey, feeling good.
Yeah. How's it been? How much practice did you guys manage to get before coming up all into this?
About 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
It's not bad, really. It's not bad.
From IGL's perspective, you want to. We're about like 40%.
40%
across all maps. Yeah.
Are you just playing this down? You give me a low number because you're trying to save yourself here?
Make it 15%.
Okay, we're going to go further down with it all. But what's it like jumping into, again, a new squad, but this time, obviously, on Mouz, you had a lot of young players, and now you're getting a fair few more experienced players.
Yeah, everyone got to push everyone in wheelchairs every now and then, but other than that, it's pretty fine.
So you're saying you got the old boys?
Everyone's pretty experienced and knows what they want to do and kind of react and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely a different experience as IGL. So, yeah.
Well, nice seeing you black and orange in there like this. Mr. Mezzi, you've been relinquished from your in-game leader duties. How does that feel?
Feels good.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I don't have the responsibility now, but
you can kill people.
Yeah, I can kill people.
You can kill people now.
Oh, so we're expecting you to go straight back to where you were before?
Yeah, I mean, Crims has said I've got to drop 40 each game, so...
Whoa. Crims, what are you doing then if he's got to drop 40?
Shouting, cheering, yeah. Just being happy, I think. Yeah.
Just being happy. So you're happy with the new situation in the team?
Yeah, I mean, Will is more happier than I'm happier.
There we go. That's what
happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. Okay, there's some guy I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what his girlfriend's going to think of that, but you know. Mezzi, for you, are you getting the same roles back as what you used to have before you were in IGL, or how's it working?
Some similar. It's a bit of a mix, I think, now, because having the experience from being in IGL, I play some new roles, so it's kind of like... opened up some new possibilities for me, like being a bit more aggressive than what I used to be. So I think there's a bit of a mix, and we're still working it out. But with the limited time we've had, it's what we can do. But I'm enjoying it at the moment with the new roles at least.
Am I going to get this in interviews all the time? The limited time we had, the 2 weeks of practice, this is what's going to happen?
No, just for now. I mean, the expectations I think as Fnatic are always going to be high. I think we've got to expect big wins. So I think for now it's. Might be some. Well, we're not going to have excuses, but like I think we've got to have a bit more time. Bringing in the two biggest roles in the team, Nigel and the new AWP, is like big changes. So I think for us, it's just got to wait and see. But I'm excited with the new lineup anyway.
Now tell me something about this man here. What do you make of him so far? He's got a big smile on his face.
I mean,
put you on the spot.
He's gonna fuck some teams up. That's for sure.
Woo!
That's for sure.
What is your calling?
Another new roster set to debut as Fnatic inject some Aussie flair. Dexter now taking over the reins from Mezzi as the new leader of the squad, whilst also adding a new AWPer into the mix. Afro now arriving in that Fnatic jersey, so let's learn a little bit more about the newcomer to the squad.
I feel really flexible in the game. I can do whatever I want. People called me a passive AWPer back in the days, but I think it's started to change because I found my pace. So it's really different because now it's international team and I've only played in French teams. So whenever I want to do something, and what's really cool with my teammates is that everyone is like ready to do everything I want. Like I don't need to push them.
changes in the tides of Fnatic. Matthew, do you want to give us some more insight about Afro, where he hails from, what you think he's going to be bringing to Fnatic?
Well, listen, it's been at the very least 5 years since I've been intrigued by a French player. Zyber ruined it for everybody. After him, nobody could get your attention. Nobody came to the pipeline of the French Counter-Strike. We basically stalled. So now, finally, someone is in that spotlight. And I'm glad that Afro is getting this promotion to the top CS. I think what he was doing with Double Poney and LDLC, he proved to everybody that he was above the tier 2 and he was having a grand old time over there. You like that one, huh?
Could we just get you to say that one more time?
You like that one?
Ooh.
Some of these words are going to come out in French, you know?
Very French.
Yeah,
So
and also,
I'm glad about it.
I think also being a little bit unfair to some of the other talent. Like, what about Kyojin? You weren't excited about
where's he now?
His prospect. I think, you're a bit harsh, Matthew. That's unfair. But yeah, after it was him and Maka who we were looking at, like those two oppers, who's going to push through, maybe get a spot on an international team and stir some stuff up. But yeah, we'll see. I think this is a great opportunity for him.
How are you feeling about Dexter also moving over from the squad of Mouz into Fnatic, relinquishing Mezzy? We heard he was pretty happy about that, doesn't have to call the shots anymore.
I'm kind of lukewarm just about Dexter, but I like the fact that it frees up Mezzy, who then replaces Fasher. If you're asking me one for one, is Mezzy for Fasher a good trade? Yes, it is. Yes, Mezzy is a much better player. He was already much better when he had to be an IGL. So the premise is he's going to be even better now as a leader with Dexter next to him. So for that, I'm okay with the move.
And you always learn something more about your individual skills, and it helps your game when you have to call for a while, right? You just understand the game better on a macro level, so even when you're back to just playing, you have a better feel for timings, better feel for gaps, like when to go for things. So yeah, I think that's going to make him a better player. And also, I mean, that was the other department, was the Yopping department. That was the question mark with Nikodos, right? Like they were lacking in that department, lacking some consistency. So if Acro can help in that, and then the rest of the team can mesh well, like this can be interesting for Fnatic.
Speaking of learnings, we need to touch upon complexity. We did see them in Copenhagen. What did you take away from that debut, Janko?
I think it was positive, right? I think whenever you make a change, sure, it's just one player, but you bring such a storied player like Elige, you want to give it a little bit of time, but some early signs were good. They won the game against NIP. They should have probably won 2-0. They could have won the second time around, but of course then, you get stomped along the way by Vitality and you lose out to Astralis too. So it wasn't as good as it could have been, but it felt like a lot of the rounds that they were losing were just silly. Looking back and reviewing a game, it's easy to point out what you need to do better, which is mostly just showing some more discipline. And I think player of Elige's caliber and his experience can help them with it. And I'm hoping more than anything else that he's on their ass and he's like, listen, we can't, this can't be happening. There's no tolerating this. First tournament, whatever, some games, but it starts in practice also. Like, don't overextend. Play the round properly to win.
And we're going to have to give them, I think, time if you want to see that effect of Elige on the roster of complexity. I think Copenhagen showed us the good and the bad. The good is obviously an uptick in skill. We have moments where Elige is going fired up and he himself is already better than anyone has been on the complexity lineup. But we've already seen Furia as well some frustration. We've seen people being very emotional and slapping the desk and all of that. Come on, have a honeymoon of 1 day. Just have a day where you're just happy to be here and you're just push through the moments where you're losing. I think they're already let us peek behind the curtains, and there is going to be a tilt factor that has to be under control for complexity. Otherwise, they're going to just basically go into oblivion on themselves like a supernova.
We get to see Inferno being played out. We saw Complexity playing this 3 times at Copenhagen. All L's, unfortunately. But they did face higher caliber opponents, so do you feel like maybe they've got a little bit more practice coming onto this map?
I think it's good for them. As we talked about, if there is ever going to be an input or an uptick, rather, in Elige on the roster, then you should see that when you play different or the same map different times. You should see, they should show us that they've learned faster, they've learned better, they know how to adapt, they have the adjustments. That's why he's on the roster, and that's why we get excited about it. So I think if you're Complexity, you're probably happy where this video went through.
Well, it is Inferno in this best-of-1 series, and we do need to get into the action. It's Fnatic taking on Complexity, and it's going to be Machine and Chad on the mics.
We're back in business, Fnatic Complexity. I'm still getting used to Dexter in that jersey. I'm going to be intrigued to see how they fare up against Complexity, our North American hope.
Well, how do you feel about the Liege in the Complexity jersey? Speaking
I'm excited,
of jerseys.
dude. I am excited for him. I think it was something that was a little overdue. Is the Liege getting him an opportunity to kind of arrive as a star?
What is this, a rebirth?
That new, yes, exactly. That kind of new team smell. He was a liquid franchise player for his almost
8 years
entire
or
career.
something.
Yeah, so,
something ridiculous.
I mean, to see him, doing it in a different jersey, I think it's going to be good for both teams, actually.
Well, the Blast groups, he looked in good form. So Complexity fell a little bit short there. Let's see if they can... Sorry, those odds, you haven't seen Fnatic play, and are they right?
I don't know where the doubt is. Like, are they just like Afro haters or something? Like, the dude can frag.
Hopefully, let's see.
Let's see, because that smoke's a bit late. Across, and... Oh, Roy, that's ballsy. Disrespect, charging through the smoke. Yeah, good one back. Grim down on the back of the site. Should enable and facilitate a nice clean plant. 4-on-4 in the post. See if they want to fight for this deeper control. It looks like they are actually lining up to take a bit of an engagement towards this side. Well. JT goes looking. Now, there is two... Oh, wow, 2 players to find, and Mezzy lines them up both. JT a contribution. This is a Mezzy 4K right now. Can he have the ace? That is the question. Crims denies.
God damn it, Crims.
How dare you?
I was just reading like a headline of an interview that Dexter did with Esports, I believe it is. And the headline reads, Dexter talks debuting with Fnatic and working with Mezzy. He better be 40 bombing or it's back to calling and I'll take the reins.
I do love us a Dexter quote.
So we're on our way to the 40 bomb. Just 36 more kills, thank you, Mezzy.
Yeah, I bet those odds are going to be a bit different after that pistol round. Let's watch as it slowly equals out.
Well, we'll wait for an eco before we start to talk about the pieces of this Fnatic roster and maybe what we could expect, because Complexity with the scout in the hands of Halzerk have found themselves a bit of a tag onto his equal on the other side of the server, the Frenchman Afro, getting the call up to the Fnatic roster here. No scope in his hand for round number 2, and he will now be the walking wounded for 1 minute and 30 seconds as we see this B stack currently situated. But take a look at the radar top left. There's really no danger coming their way anytime soon. Dexter lightly investigating Banana. Mezzy tasked with patrolling that. Crims wanting to work on this mid control alongside of Roy here. So a long smoke is that a little bit wonky. I'm curious if you want to play around that. If he had a pistol, maybe, but with the scout, not the weapon for the job. Floppy on the balcony.
Smokes off is a Liege.
It's going to be an A-go here.
Not going to really deny info, but they are leaning 3 players on this CT second round towards that B site. So, little underguarded, especially a scout in the pit. Not going to be particularly fun. I say that. If Floppy does draw fire and pop heads with the 5-7, he gets away with 2. Dexter, late for the trade. He's got the bomb on his back, and there's still a scout in the pit. Floppy, down now. Big frag back from Dexter. Where is Halzerk's scout? He's going to be overlooked, and he does finish off onto Dexter. Don't forget Afro's already been tagged as well, so oof, a big one. A necessary frag from the Frenchman. That could make a round out of this still.
Come far short, 20 seconds.
They are.
The bomb to side.
And they might even disrespect the smoke long side. Oh, loud step. That's surely going to incite Elise to go for a little bit pushy. Hiding out, trying to delay. Spotted out towards the quad side. Bomb needs to get across, and Afro, he's handing out haircuts. JT trimmed.
10 seconds.
Still needs to get across. Afro's dead. That's the round. Locked in by Elige. What's Mezzy to do but try and hold on to that AK-47 long-range engage. Grim's got nothing to lose, and he will surely go down. Long range, couldn't quite find the bullets, but wow, Col, they'll take a second round force.
Fortunate to be alive there, and a big smile on Elige's face with the close of that. You were bang on with that info call of that noise. It made things a lot easier for Complexity to try and isolate these fights, but that Afro shot porch side must have been massive. But speaking of massive, Floppy flops it out. That is a huge double kill off the balcony.
You were right, though. That Afro tap.
Because it was a one-tap. Like, that had to be an absolute scorcher. Well, the Force by Wars. Here we go. Let's get them underway. Mezzy with the saved AK. The rest with some upgraded pistols. Remember, we spoke about this on the last map of Ancient. No plant. So the T's the bum end of this deal. Oh, and aggressive stances from Complexity as well. They're here to fight. Look, they're not just playing for info on either side. They're happy to spam through the smokes, take a few more risks here to do some damage.
Well, we heard from Crims talking about how Mezzy's going to be fragging up a storm now. So far, 5-0, and with the only exciting weapon in play, released the full rifle. The AK-47's going to have to do some singing if they want to get into this round.
Now, you don't see that too often. Torji on a heater. I think he said it was 9-0 in opening duels. So having a hard time, our Mouz, but Torji having a good game. And I think there's a lot of people who would be surprised to see that, considering. And there was talk about now him being under a different in-game leader. Not Dexter, the man in the server here with Fnatic, how maybe he could get back to his AWPing ways. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. A good opening in Cologne for Mr. Torji.
Yeah, Roy looks like the next victim here. Mezzi back turned. A bit of a miscommunication there. Roy will hit the trade, but Floppy quick in kind. Crims armored and plying his trade with Mr. Merriman's AK. Dexter working on short side. So divide and conquer is the game plan in this 2 versus 4. And so far, so good. Nice from Floppy. Still contributing. This time a second on the MP9. He wants to provide answers for his squad, and he has spotted out Crims. Now aware he's been spotted out, Crim will finish the job in library. So Cole taking full control of this game after losing that pistol.
A really good start for them, right? The force by victory is great to see this team pick it up, and then to deal with what Fnatic want to bring to the table. And this is the thing when you look at complexity. In the past, we talk about them playing like a good brand of Counter-Strike. The conversation at the moment is Elige coming in and him being a firepower upgrade. So we look at this move as a great move. But some of the similar things that plagued them previously plagued them over there in Copenhagen, right? So you're hoping that this team can avoid like choking games that they probably should be closing, or not being able to find that one round when they had like, I think, a couple of opportunities in those matches where they could have closed it. They had 4 or 5 rounds to do it, and they couldn't get it done. And there's your B-Stream update yet again.
10-0.
50
12
kills.
multi.
Nifty 50.
Wow.
But this will be the full eco out of Fnatic here, so not an awful lot for us to get too excited about. But we could talk about this Fnatic roster and maybe why people aren't hugely excited about it.
Yeah, what would you kind of have it down to, by the way? Before you answer, I did talk to some of the players, and it felt like a lot of them were just pigeonholing it as an old team, like, and that using that at the kind of this age framing as a reason to not have excitement.
Yeah, and that's not a bad reason at all, because you look at this team and you ask yourself, hold on, we're going to have an eco spray down here. Floppy, how many more are we going to get? There's a flash over blind. They know he's noted towards Graveyard. Steps back up in for more, and Elige here for a little bit of support. Hopefully nobody goes down here, and Complexity can continue this jaunt onwards as just peeling him apart. The easiest kills you're going to get. Absolutely no chance of that one being in jeopardy there. But yeah, taking a look, like if Roy could frag like he did in Copenhagen Flames, okay, now we have a conversation, right? But can he? Well, he didn't really play fantastically well in Fnatic in the last stretch. Now, this is a team that made it to playoffs of the major, right? So you sit there and you look at that back in Rio and you go, well, what happened? There are obviously some pieces, but the team was never hugely convincing with the old iteration, and obviously that's a big factor of why they've brought in these new players. The key here is Mezzi, as we read from that headline. He has to frag. He has to frag like a superstar, because he will become the star of this team, and they're hoping that Afro, his antics, can be replicated here. That are the 2 key factors for Fnatic to be exciting. Then you hope that the backbone, the experienced Crims, right, he can continue to be that. Dexter coming over with a new team and a new view on how he can approach the game. Maybe he can find the way that he wants to approach the game. You know, we're starting to talk about ifs, buts, maybes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's something I'm willing to entertain. Fnatic seeking a return to glory, and Dexter is going to be bringing a new flavor to this roster. I think there is always going to be somewhat of a discussion about the honeymoon effect of a whole reframing of a team, you know, especially the idea of Mezzi being able to focus entirely on his crosshair. It's a conversation to be had as well, and I feel like at no point is there a shadow of doubt that Crims is going to be contributing.
No, but some of these teams, like Fnatic, obviously weren't in the Blast 4 groups, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, this is where if you say that the teams who are in Blast 4 groups have finished their honeymoon, well, some of the other teams are only starting. So we'll see how that coincides. The Elige, flash forward, beautiful work. Grim setting up Elige for an absolute easy one right there. Mezzi down. 4-on-4 as we head towards A with 35 left.
There's pace on this. Yeah, you can see that the time is starting to run away from Fnatic here, and you can dump that util. Halzak's going to be feeling very good about his chances. Long wrap held. It's going to be Floppy's responsibility. Roy spotted him out. And being pushed, Halzak, oh, he goes ahead of the curve. And despite the flash, Roy bests him. That's gotten him into the side. That feels like a fumble.
Yeah, there was only, 20 seconds left when that fight started. I understand the idea of wanting to try and make a move and not just getting stuck, but it's a really audacious type of fight. Like, Halzak puts himself in the open to multiple positions here. This was the one back in Banana, so we had the flash forward from Elige to tie things up to that 4-on-4. situation. But then just a couple of nice shots on the way in the site. Fnatic will make good on the promise, grab their second round, and we just have a one-round game with Grim and Elige saving AK-47s over towards B. So not too shabby. It's a good map as well, I think, for Fnatic to have their opening match here in Cologne on, right? This is Inferno. Everyone should have a high level of understanding of how to approach this map.
Right, and you can have conversations quite efficiently, you know, in terms of like the system's already pre-established. Most people have a firm understanding of how rotations are going to be required.
The reactions are pretty standard at this point, right? Like, obviously, we're talking the tiniest of details of how players are playing like different positions or different util that they're throwing to make things look the same, right? But in terms of people knowing how to react to banana control efficiently and understanding if you know that the AWP is here, unlikely it's going to be long, so punish that space. Everybody should be up to date with those little details.
Right, and even plugging these new players in, conversations can be as quick as, do you know this util set? You know, hey, do you know the stop molly? And it's like, yes, okay, it's all lined up. Let's see if Complexity can find a fourth here at Fnatic. They managed to wrestle a second round out of them.
A deep nade right there down mid. To see them using this deep smoke and being able to penetrate quite deep with the HE. So good damage to Mezzi and Afro here, who will be not limping. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Melted.
Yeah, completely fragged.
But you could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to...
Big one back. Roy, best Elige, goes for that duel into Boiler.
That's good punishment. Because as I'm setting up the fact they want to harass, they want to spam, they want to use nade damage, Roy says, okay, but don't overstay your welcome.
Yeah, punished for that. Let's see what Crims can get done. He's actually partnered up with Roy. Roy's going to be the first one because he has been spotted out in apps already. Flash out, leaping through. Floppy in that pit. Going to need some assistance soon. Roy's overlooked it. Great find from Floppy.
Not even considering it.
The anchor.
Just chilling.
6-2. Awkward now for Fnatic. That came way too easy.
Yeah, I guess because he didn't peek insta. He allowed them to have pick control. And normally you're expecting a smoke or somebody to fight there. Floppy surviving just, and this round is over. Bomb down, just Dexter to find.
Yeah, Floppy and JT, pair of frags, could be 3. JT, a triple kill from their leader, and of course securing 4, but quickly putting Fnatic back in their place. Limited resources coming into our next one, and in fact, yeah, speaking of, Fnatic are going to be doing a quick extra 30-second chat to work out how they want to go forward.
Well, this is it. So you bring Keita on the mic right now. You decide, do we have a strat or a round that we can do where we can get 3 AKs / Galils, right? So we've got Roy, Crims, Afro, who could all buy AKs with a bit of util, and then Dexter and Mezzi could buy into something a little bit lighter behind it. Or do we want to just take a partial investment, level all of our cash out to about that 2K mark with the 2,400 loss bonus coming into the next, and we'll all buy next round. And if Afro saves a bit more, he can even have an all, right? So you're about to see how much Fnatic want all the goodies, and this is something that the coach is going to be conversing with. And as we see the purchases coming through, you can see exactly that. So the 3 AKs, a Deagle for Dexter, a Mac-10 for Mezzi, smattered utility. But what is the call then? Because this is the closest thing they could have resembled to a buy round. Are we going with another standard round? Are we just mulling top banana? Are we trying to get Boiler and Halls control? Or do we have a pocket strat we want to run with here? Need mollies. Either side, constricting these players. Mezzi wants to fight for some of this space. They might just nade this, Yeah, look at this. They're just trying to do so much tactical damage with these HEs.
And successfully. Afro cut down to half HP. Not an easy one. Halzak with the reaction, though. Jumping over the smoke. Information goes both ways as it continues to flow. A bit early on that incendiary. He's trying to bait for Grim towards that sandbag position. He is very stubborn, but on the boost.
JT has a flash. Oh, it's too early. They weren't fighting.
And Grim now, I think he might have been spotted out. Yeah, Afro knows now and deletes him. Oh my God, look how many on his screen. Could have been so much more. Molly, not bad, into pool. Roy has to accelerate further. Bomb, still not across. Spray elapsed. Dexter should be able to get that bomb down, and Crims is still in apps. So in terms of Floppy getting away with anything, seems like Crims could be really good to twist the knife economically.
Well, Leash doesn't... Well, now he knows. I was going to say he wasn't quite certain. And he's not clear, and he has no idea that Crims is still floating around. Didn't make that slip up. Floppy had no idea. And a gun that was meant to be saved, destined to be saved, leaves Elige with $450 plus the min loss bonus coming into the next tier. So there may actually be some ramifications from this one. And a great round from Fnatic to win. It was as simple as Mezzi coming through, extinguishing, Halzak throwing his molly and it getting burnt out in the smoke, and then when he went to re-peek, they were established.
I wonder if, I'm just thinking about the way, like Afro had such an immediate like flight path to clear the sandbags. Sure, standard procedure, but also I wonder if the extra flash.
Oh,
like,
definitely.
It was like, who are you flashing for? It wasn't Halzerk, you know. I think they put 2 and 2 together really quickly there.
And I think one of the keys is if an AWPer is like stubborn and wants to continue to repick after losing space.
Yeah, you're not solo,
like,
mate.
Well, you probably wouldn't have gone for that if you're on your own, would you? So, yeah, not the end of the world.
Ooh,
but
TC wants a tactical chat.
But yes, please, boss. All right, well, this is where that financial conversation changes foot. You know, I want you to imagine half of a complexity player and combine them with half of a Fnatic player.
Okay.
So then when they're wearing shoes on different things to represent the teams, because otherwise what I just said makes no sense.
Yeah, no, okay, well,
we normally wear 2 shoes on the same person.
Yeah, and not on the same feet.
No, opposite feet.
You could try.
No, it wouldn't be very comfortable.
No. Maybe like a socky shoe first, and then more of a firm, larger shoe.
To provide the
like
cushion.
those Mischief Red Astro Boy boots. You seen those people wearing those ridiculous comic book boots? I think I think Chad's opinion of these would be hilarious.
Are these real shoes?
Yeah, they were released. Some people wear them unironically. Unironically.
Okay.
You remember Astro Boy?
I do remember Astro Boy.
You know his shoes, those big like red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
People are wearing those.
Okay. Well, I hope you're feeling.
And that's the end of the shoe segment. Thank you for tuning in. We are back to the Counter-Strike as Floppy's been boosted up as they do adjust their setup. It's a 3-man short side lean with some elevated CTs.
They might get what they're looking for here as well. Fnatic don't have the banana control just yet. Mezzi's been flashed through. And again, the same extinguish. Right? He's done that twice. Did it with the MAC-10 last round. Did the half-wall molly again. He went with the same extinguish. So it looks the same banana right now if you are complexity of what could be lying. Now, if they do standard mid-control here, Fnatic, we will see a long smoke and we will see a porch side molly. But it will burn under the porch and not on top. So Floppy should be fine. Elige can also support. And something else you see teams doing is extinguish that to create a gap. But back towards banana we go. We won't take... Here it is.
Yeah, we'll see it. But we also get to see our first T-side AWP for Afro.
No gumption. They didn't clear it. That right there does nothing.
No gumption.
Does nothing.
I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, but I mean, surely now, JT starts to float. It's
I would be really worried
right now. It's a bit sus. Grim's alone. Yeah, you've re-smoked. They know you're coffin side, and they are just kicking down the door. Across already, and down goes Grim. Save. Simple as that.
Yeah. Hey guys, we'll be strong A if they go B, and Grim can't stop them.
Because you're on FAMAS, you're unlimited at everything. Yeah. I can see the game plan makes a whole lot of sense, and they will leave with 4 rifles.
Next round's an eco, right? So this here is really important. So the question is, what's Grim going to do? Is he going to try and fully invest, and will they treat it as another gun run? Will they all save? Because what happens is you're going to get 1900, right? So you're going to be thinking, hold on, well, we can get a kit. I can get a bit more util.
Right, exactly.
We can treat this like a gun round. Or it's no investments. Nobody gets to use their meal tickets today. And we will all buy in the follow-up, right? So this is where these conversations... This is perfect time to do it as well. During this save, JT can start trying to understand the financial woes. Like, they still have a couple of smokes left over, so they should be good for a round opener. But,
it is just a question
one.
of what you're doing with Grim, like whether Floppy, he's got everything, he could drop a FAMAS and everyone's cool.
I did like that, though. You see Grim smoke come in, and Fnatic were already committed to the point. It's like, well, we're not stopped. We've already progressed too far to stop now. They're essentially in the smoke. So a great punish there from Fnatic, a good round to win. 4-4, the score's all tied up. And I think one of the things that won't be lacking in this Fnatic conversation is maturity. These are guys who, if it can work and these players can play the form, they should be old enough to know how to talk to each other and create a decent environment.
It depends on your framing. You can be critical and through the exact same statement. Oh, I like this aggressive
and
CT
boost
as
well, yeah. Grim's into another FAMAS.
Mezzi, he's been having a bit of a tough time taking this space. He's all flashed in. That's info. 2B. Forward positions. Mezzi relaying that information, and there is absolutely no rush in Fnatic. As you can see, leaving the bomb towards the Vesper as they start their initial investigations. Boost.
I think he was last spotted in EG Black.
See what they do with this. Looking to clear out porch side. Yeah, Grim looking to flash up for some early banana friction. They didn't pull the trigger on that. Waiting for a sound cue, or... I mean, Mezzi's actually probably going to be very quick to anti-flash if it doesn't pop perfect. Yeah, safe. Oh, Mezzi! Okay! 2 on the swing. Stunning work from the Brit, and he will immediately throw out the smoke. Dexter's behind him with the bomb. They know it's likely, at most, the one man who threw that flash. Grim cowering towards the back of the site, just a FAMAS to his name. Summoning Floppy, summoning Halzerk. Grim's on the late lurk. Information on that rotation. It has to be a hard clear out of Mezzi, and he does go down to Grim. A big contribution, could have been more. He actually hit the headshot.
Oh,
and a nade will finish.
20 seconds, bombs
This gets
loose.
weird now.
Crims is rotating around here, essentially a 2-on-2 until Crims gets here.
Yeah, but the time, look at it, 18. They don't have to hurry just yet. Smokes are up, flank is coming.
They have to
Both
hurry.
have pushed coffins. Missed shots on the wallbang. Roy needs help to get that bomb down.
bullet left.
He's got the shot. He's got it.
Oh,
no! Halzerk just has to live. 2 HP, 3 seconds. All he has to do is live the wallbang. They.
Oh, Complexity. Complexity did it.
Oh my God! What a round of counter! That was so bizarre.
That is sweaty as all hell.
Oh my God! 2 HP as he's rounding the corner, cowering in the church.
Jeez, and that was the round where they went for the gun round again with the extra Galil on Grim. So it was like a touch and go round from the beginning. And this is how it started.
Yeah. And you know what? That Grim dink delayed everything.
Yeah.
You thought it'd been robbed. Oh my God, I couldn't even work out how that went down. The timing on that.
What a round, okay.
Halzerk, yeah, I mean, that is definitely squeaky bum time as you're strafing around that corner. Amazing.
This is the thing, they win that round, but all Fnatic have to do is win this and they're broken.
Yeah,
they have
right.
no cash. So Fnatic are thinking, okay, that's fine, you can have that. We took everybody down.
Let's get over that.
If we win this, it's our half. So Fnatic, a bit more direct this time, not so late, not so slow. Top mid
Look how
control
much they've
taken
got.
for free.
Like Halzerk, if he goes down here, yeah, he's jiggled out. No weapon available. Dexter advancing with smoke off the arch side, tagged a little, nade by chip. And that's a big one back from Crims onto Floppy, aggressive. I think he spotted another, knows Elige towards the apartment side. Dexter advancing, Halzerk pushing the smoke. Elige already takes him, means Halzerk should have Roy dead to rights. There's no way Roy is ready for Moto. 4 on 4. Fnatic, oh, losing Afro potentially. Yeah, Mezzi's actually bailed him out of trouble there onto Elige. Halzerk reveals himself, a necessary trade, a second out of nowhere, and it's Fnatic's round. This is a bit of a pace change. These last couple of rounds have given us some real punchy Counter-Strike, and it does break Complexity.
Exactly, right? So Complexity, they have just been holding on. That last round, the smiles, where did they go? Oh yeah, reality's quickly set in. We may have added another one to the board, but for what? And this is great out of Crims. A snappy one gets away. Eventually, Mezzi deals with the Elige, who we have to say was doing a great job staying alive in pit. But Roy, deathmatch type shots there, just bang, bang, and Mezzi happy with that one. So Fnatic can stretch their legs and take a bit of a lead here. Complexity have Force Ball. It is very light on, considering the amount of finances they were dealing with. So these 5-7s, they were a problem in round number 2. There'd be a problem in round number 11 here.
Again, direct.
Yeah, and now disrespected again. They're in.
Uh-oh. Yeah, again, poor old Grim. I mean, you are going to feel some degree of sympathy for him because the amount of times he is isolated on that site. I mean, he did contribute in a way that led to a round in that similar scenario we just discussed with that FAMAS dink. But yeah, this one, again, finds himself alone and charged at by Fnatic.
And this is where Complexity aren't even looking for exits, because next round will be the eco, right? This was the force buy, now they have to eco. They're not even going to look for an AK or anything to scoop up here. So at this point, Fnatic are likely to get themselves 7 rounds in this half.
And on a T side of Inferno, you're going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, so this is the thing. The T sides of Inferno have definitely been leaning in the favor of going more and more, but we're talking about winning the pistol, losing the force. So, you know, unless you went force by wars back and forth early, you know, Complexity established themselves. This half could still be a 10-5 in favor of Fnatic here, because the next crucial round, it's not going to be the follow-up, it'll be the one coming in around in a bit's time. That is the key. Because if Complexity don't save guns and lose that round, get completely obliterated, Fnatic can run away with this half. So, yeah, they're going to have to bide their time. They're going to have to milk the most they can out of these lighter investments from the previous and hope that they can save some weapons now, because that will help them out as we go down the stretch of this first half. But not an awful lot to get excited about here for Complexity. I didn't think Dexter was going to get another chance, if I'm being honest with everybody at home. I thought he was done. I didn't think after Mouz we would see, because, you know, left Roy. Uh-oh. They better just go B, like real quick here. You have to respond to the information you just picked up.
Oh, they are.
Double smoke.
They're just going to double smoke and
Fnatic.
charge. It is most definitely a frantic Fnatic.
1 HP.
Dexter does go down to a USP and 5-7 combination.
This is an embarrassing round to lose.
This would be a real red-faced Fnatic. We just discussed the potentials for a 10-5. This was not supposed to be the conversation for a 6th. Out of complexity. Now that smoke is fading. They're so vulnerable and susceptible. Nice shot out of Afro. Needs a whole lot more.
I like this. Allow the AWP to work from backside.
Yeah, but Mezzi, I mean, oh, yeah, a couple of speculative shots. They don't... Oh, they do. Hit him through. And Afro threw the smoke onto Grim as well, so he's managed to level it out. 2 frags out of their new AWPer. And nearly a third on the retreat. JT still got a squad with him. It's P250s and 5-7s to try and battle back into this site. Mezzi should have the perfect weapon for the job. That's if Afro doesn't farm up another. Good impact on this AWP. Dink now and brought down. Surely no more fumbling. Yeah, clean from Mezzi. Crims as well for the cherry on top, and that's 7.
Whoever called that pause, give him a pay rise. That was great. That pause to wait for the smokes, because here's the deal. They have the weapon advantage. If you leave those smokes up and go for the plant, they're just going to worm through, boost over, be a nuisance. So calling that pause, allowing the smokes to fade, allowing the dominance of Afro's AWP to do exactly this was the difference maker in what was a fumbled round. The call to go into boiler against a lighter buy as well is always very risky. Look, sometimes you're going to have to do it, but the flash in, losing that AK so early, then scrambling into B.
Yeah.
We saw issues, double smokes, right? You could tell it wasn't the cleanest. The end, great. You know, you've put that in the picture frame. You're happy with that, especially if you're key to the coach here. But that rifle round that we were talking about, it's finally here for Complexity to play. Let's see if they can bounce back. It has been 5 out of the last 6 in favor of Fnatic here. And the last round that Complexity won, everybody died. That's where Halzert got spammed through the ruins. So let's see if they've learned their lesson here. It has been touch and go for Complexity's finances for the majority of this half. All power for Halzert. Rifles for the rest. A bit lighter on U2. No kit. Aggressive. Floppy's pushing here.
Hyper aggressive from Floppy. They're going to push through. That's the bomb. Dexter looking silly. Roy, though, with double trouble. Takes them both down. Problems averted as a Liege goes looking to try and find revenge, but he just gets an AWP shot to the thigh. And Fnatic with a 2-man advantage. Look how pushed up banana they are, both of these B players. Hearing this bomb retrieval, Mezzi's just well aware now of the presence. As the Tracer's been spotted, he even may have heard them both.
Yeah, and right now, if I'm Mezzi, I'm delaying the plant and I'm putting my pieces in position to rip these rifles out of the hands. It's only 2,900 into the next. So this was what I was talking about. If Complexity can't stop them here on this gun round, the half truly can be a 10-5 in favor of Fnatic. The bomb will go down. They already have Crims and Mezzi locking this off. Crims being very diligent through the T-house here, not taking any chances. He's already received the information from Mezzi that, hey, someone could be lurking around. So once they clear this out, the bomb, we still have 30 seconds left. They should hunt these.
Oh, it looks like they're on their way. I mean, with a full belt of util as well. It's not often you see T's full executing into their spawn, but it does look like they've got enough time to do so. Trying to take everything away. Grim on the ledge. Should be a powerful position. His head going to be hard to find, and he gets 1. Body shots to convert. Crims finds the first, and looks like Roy's got the last. JT gone, Complexity left with nothing as we head into 14.
Now, if we take a look at the scoreboard right now, we have Roy at the top on 12 and Mezzi with 10. And what I said before, if you want this team to be good, I understand right now we're against the Complexity. We're trying to weigh up these teams and see how they all kind of fit. But if those odds were correct at the start, we probably should double check. If those odds were at the start, then Fnatic had no hope in this series, apparently, according to the bookmakers. But the way Roy's been playing, he's making it look like deathmatch. Mezzi's had some good multi-kill impact rounds, and those are the keys. As Afro, the AWPer as well, has had some moments, especially that eco round where he bailed them out.
Yeah, JT.
He's looking sharp, isn't he? Mezzi's hitting some good shots.
He goes looking, gets nothing but a headshot. And he is, yeah, I agree. I think also those multi-kills out of Roy, I'm thinking long, and I'm thinking about that one there down mid. Yeah. He's looking snappy. He's looking, you know, like his young self.
But this is the thing, when Roy broke out with the Copenhagen Flames, and the conversation was, Roy, you're an older boy, what do you do? And he literally just said, I just play a lot of deathmatch, right? And essentially, he's just getting the reps into the point where this is his everyday.
Second nature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, look, we talk about age in this game and, you know, reactions on the decline. A lot of it is, do you still have the hunger to put in the time
as you did when you were 17 or 16.
Precisely, and to learn, because the game will evolve past you. If you think that you've maxed out your potential and you're like, okay, this is when I'm at best, the game will keep evolving. If you're not evolving with it, it will leave you behind.
Yeah, and all those new players are learning the lessons that took you, 5 years in a year. It's constantly evolving at a more exponential rate.
This again.
Okay, 5-7's the bane of Fnatic here.
Alicia's fast on the flank. He's going to come through chicken pit behind them. Afro has the bomb. He's the tail end of this, so he needs to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, I mean, still very much up for debate now. That flank from Elige is quick. Afro does need to get into that site. Someone has to acknowledge. Mezzi surely responsible. Yeah, does catch Elige. Takes some flak. Molly will delay.
Great Molly. They might even want to save.
Yeah, they got 2 AKs. What, for the last round?
They're giving it a go.
For it. Yeah, they're boosting around it, or at least considering the option, playing the fade. Afro, powerful position for him. And connecting. Head of Grim gone. Floppy tagged. It's a nice one back. He hits the headshot, but it's all onto that scout with no time, no kit. A 9th round for Fnatic will be secured, despite these occasional fumbles in the openings against these more pesky pistols.
There's Roy again going down first with the help of a flash.
Right.
Crims will take down Halzerk, and yeah, understandably they can buy here for the final round. The reason I said maybe you want to keep the AKs, we already know how hard it is to retake on this map on full gun rounds, and they were doing it on a round where they didn't have an awful lot and had to pick up AKs and were still trying to retake.
Yeah.
So you're likely to lose everything there, and they did. But the round more valuable at this point of the game, they will go into round number 15 here with only 1 defuse kit. So look, I am just saying if they save those 2 AKs, there could be a few more defuse kits out here. We'll see if it comes back to bite them in the arse. Maybe it won't matter at all.
But yeah, 1 away from double-digit T-side here on Inferno.
Boost, beautiful. The reaction, great. Picture perfect stuff from Afro. We're talking about those reactions. We're talking about a common map. There it is.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, they've done that smoke. Let's boost over it.
It's really shaping up nicely for Afro's contributions, but there's 2 back for Complexity. They have that advantage. It's extended by Elige. Bodyguarding as Grim was trying to get himself tucked back into the site. A smoke and a push.
Pushing.
That is ballsy from Elige. He wanted to seal the whole deal right there, but Roy aware. Will Elige be punching the air?
Well, this is actually troublesome. Now, Halzerk's about to clear top mid, which can free up his rotation. Cool. Floppy can stay pit. But they're already coming in towards B. So, Grim, do you fight or do you give them the space and allow the plant here?
He's calling for Halzerk's rotation on its way and will be primed and ready once that smoke fades.
He has flashes to enable Grim to fight here.
Oh, they re-smoke it. Halzerk might even close the gap further on that information. A flash high for Grim to go looking, but doesn't move a muscle.
If he gets the bomb down for free here, that is wild.
Yeah, but they're kind of hoping Roy finds one before Afro has to bring that bomb across. He's cleared deep sight. So the implication
Smoke's going to fade.
is the site is theirs, but the bomb will not be across. This is weird now.
Oh, team flashed. He couldn't peek the angle. Grim couldn't check the angle. I think he copped that flash.
Which leads to this AWP head-to-head. The bomb now dead. And it's up to Roy. Nice find onto Grim. What have you got for us? Baits the shot if he can. Halzerk, 15 seconds. He's just holding on. Trigger discipline. Beautiful. Nice work from the Norwegian. Keeps it competitive. 6 to work with for Complexity. Fnatic changing over to the defense with 9.
Sure enough, OG have found a gap in the setup. It's a quick little scramble here from the little bits that they do have to work with, and they will get there just at the same time as the offense. Smoke and Molly, Exec, though, at the perfect second, kept that one dumpster player back. They do decide to charge through, and it is a massacre. A slaughter of the CTs inside of the A site. One comes back Kylar's way. He'll try to fade away. They're going to go chasing. He can draw one more into the 5-7. They can be proud of all that. But it is indeed OG. 3 terrorist round wins, nice and early. You know, some of these orgs coming in with rosters that have yet to play officials for this season. OG did have a good amount of game time at the Blast event last week.
I think that's a huge buff. Yeah,
Massive.
like I mean, I think everyone benefited from that. I think Navi at Cologne are a whole different story. Just seeing their groups run, I think, and that's even a positive thing. But like, no room for error. How important this first round matchup is going to be is has been stated many times for good reason. So, yep. Can't hurt to have more officials. I haven't heard anyone say that. You know, I've heard people say like too long boot camps, too many scrims, you know, too much server time,
too much time off.
Everything's just not enough officials. But officials, that'll solve all your problems.
Too much travel.
Maybe too many online officials. I can see that.
That's okay. Yep, sure.
LAN officials, that's it. That's the pinnacle, you know?
That's why we're all here.
You have too many LAN officials? Boo-hoo.
Mino. Oh, man, they got real close. They're going to charge him down. These MAC-10s still just chewing through the CTs. Keto with the headshot.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness, indeed.
They're not playing with that fire right now.
Nah.
They're letting OG walk up to their doorstep and take their doormat and throw it down the steps. Break the door off the hinges. Walk into the house smearing mud all over the floor. Going into the kitchen, breaking some glasses and cabinets. Leaving the refrigerator open. Spoiling the milk. Screaming.
Looking through your medicine cabinet.
Oh, just taking pills.
Leaving the toilet seat up. Putting the toilet roll on.
IEM Cologne day 1. We got Cole Fnatic here, our second best of 1 for us here on the A stream. Of course, B stream running simultaneous to us. We're going to be bringing you all of the action as IEM Cologne is underway. A favorite of mine. I truly do love seeing that Lanxess light up with Counter-Strike fans. And we're on our way there, Chad. It's day 1. And already, well, a competitive one between Complexity and Fnatic.
Yeah, and this here in the play-ins, we get to see some of these newer names that we haven't seen get to play on LAN since the start of the new season, or maybe at all. And Fnatic, well, they're making a bit of a statement here. Definitely not one that people have had too much excitement behind, as we do have the odds at the top of the screen. And Fnatic, wow, hold on, they're favorites right now.
Let's see if they can continue where they left off.
Look at this. So they've divided and conquered with the set of Julies here. So there's one on Roy towards B and the other Mezzy towards A to lock down these flood positions. Next up, that's not badly placed at all. Look at that. Down the back pocket of JT for 60 damage.
That's wonderful work from Dexter, and he's got his crosshair bang on the money for a quick tap. Wow, confirms
Can't
presence.
believe he jiggled into that.
He is really pushing it. He is pushing it. JT still out in the open. And a smoke exchange. That might completely nullify unless they want to disrespect into Roy's dualies. Okay, flash was great from Halzerk, and it leads to Graham with 2 on the entry.
They're in.
Afro, the only man that can voice any concerns. He's going to surely wait for the rotation of his teammates. Crimson Mezzy are on the way. Floppy very late behind him.
Yeah, and he's already investigated top mid as they just started moving through library. So he's going to be very quick on this. It's the Crims flash the difference maker, but he has to release it soon.
It's going to be very difficult to get back into this one. Afro, though. Oh! Crimsy just considered it. He won't have another look. He does have another look, but the shadow's there. Floppy wraps this round up for Cole. Can they keep it perfectly clean? Afro doesn't think so. Just the 1 casualty or 2. There's Mezzy down and out. Cole, a 7th round found, and it's off that flash. You could see they were setting Roy up for success. Halzerk completely flashes him.
You know, the funny factor right there is the reason Dexter's so stubborn with that is because you see a lot of teams who'll play one guy solo B. Like he'll play CT or Coffins, or he'll play the top position, and what you want to do is you want to puff up your chest and seem bigger than you are. So to be able to do that, you have to be a little bit more aggressive, right. Take a few more audacious peeks. And then when you see someone from CT just drop a smoke, you go, well, it's probably just one guy here, and they've stacked A. Let's go on in. So Roy was being set up for exactly that. It was perfect bait, but that flash, the timing of it, changed the whole round.
He even hit that HE, right, which could not have been any better for a dual Beretta 30.
Just the mop-up on Grim and on JT, right? Yeah. He should have had that. So that flash, $200. And a pissed around for Complexity here, so we'll split the difference. Now it's about not losing to this investment here of Fnatic. Able to get a scout on Dexter, not Afro. Deagles for the rest, smokes. And with the smokes, I want everybody to keep an eye on how long they hold on to these. There's the first at 1 minute and 15 seconds. That is going to buy you until sub 1 minute. Do they layer another one on top? They definitely have many more available to do so. Giving him room here. This will be quick.
Yeah, no, charging up short. It's going to be Crim's first contact. He's safe from the flash, but not safe from JT. 3 running and gunning on that MAC-10 straight into the head, and it's just 2 members of Fnatic. Deagles for Mezzy and Roy trying to keep hold of that Kevlar and that hand cannon.
Well, not deterred. Apparently when JTC smokes, he can actually see straight through them and read the entire setup of the opposition and call for the perfect placed utility and frag. So JT, someone check his eyes. Could be something going on as Roy and Mezzy, the last 2 bastions of hope for anything for Fnatic to pull into the next round of play. And this one is done, so good stuff from Cole here. Turn this back into a 1-round game. Good to see the in-game leader JT getting involved with a multi-kill. When people will be like, yeah, but they weren't fully equipped. Nor was he. So that's a pretty comparable type of round right there, right? The MAC-10, good weapon for the job.
It's going to be all ironed out after this next round of play. Round 18 inbound. You can see this is that lovely JT3. Dexter, 4 kills so far. You can see a bit of a tut of his tongue as a shrug of his shoulders.
Bit of a wince from Crims there as well.
Yeah.
Could see drawing lines around JT there he was. The Deagle, it can get away from you.
Most definitely, especially on a moving target, a grooving target. There was JT on that MAC-10. He's keeping it around as well. We get those 2 SMGs into the mix again. And it should be the perfect weapon up against what is this, those 2 safe Deags.
Roy's in trouble. There is 1 Afro flash.
Ooh, he's kind of managed to find a power position, but no one's coming. Maybe that leads to early info. Okay.
Yeah, they're all out of position.
I mean, yeah, they're going to all have to sprint back to A. Gamble. It's going to be a race against the clock here. You'd think with that information, they are just going to start, charging in. Team flash, sure, but just holding W, no problems. Is the smoke down in time? No problem.
No, you could see, as you were pointing, they're ahead of their timings based off of the little info, and JT's always saying, hey, let's go. They noted where the Deagle was. Hazak should have a kill here, and you could see that it wasn't perfect out of the boys from Complexity, because with the flashes, it's the 2 God flashes they were doing. They blinded each other there, so a little bit awkward, but I don't think too many issues here as we get a leash. Should have had a couple, but okay, still now bomb. 25 or so seconds to go. It's all good.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's all good.
It's just Mezzy with that kit. That's all I'm saying.
It's all good.
That's all I'm saying, man.
It's all good.
You don't want to die to the bomb, do you, guys? Better get out of there. Got to get out of there, right? Oops. Crim doesn't lose his AK, and Crim's, not so lucky. So hiding out in that pit, Roy and Afro getting away with an AK-47 would be huge. Would be huge. That is a massive bomb radius. He's on T stairs, bro.
I can't believe that Floppy. Like I know that he was on full HP right there, but it wasn't a back sight plant. All they did was plant cold 0.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got that one right down to the finest margins there, Floppy. 96 damage, tucked in the back of the pit with the cold 0 plant, and TC taking some notes, but he's not the one calling the timeout. That's actually Keita on the Fnatic side of things. It will be the 2nd out of the squad, international squad, I suppose. It is our core or only North American majority representation on the Complexity side of things.
Yeah.
That's correct?
That is.
3 out of the 5.
Well, that's a nice start, isn't it, for Complexity? They tie things up after a 9-6 half, and actually their starts have been fantastic. In fact, 6 of their total of 9 rounds have happened in the opening 4 and then 3 of these halves after winning that 4 spike in the first half of play. So 9-9. Let's see where we go from here. Afro on that CT AWP, going to be looking for some impact. He's taking that over towards A, and it's a 3-man B lean for our CTs to start off proceedings.
This is telling that they want to try and get some banana control here, but they haven't gone all in. Dexter was there early, but backed off, and leaving 2 of your star players as the B defenders. Grim, that was so easy. Not pressured at all.
No problems. Oh, that's surprising. Mezzy through the smoke, comfortable into Grim to keep things level. And level they are. It's a 2-2 split of their defensive resources. Elige with a silent drop flex.
Afro's making his way onto Portia with the AWP. He doesn't have a smoke to extinguish if necessary.
Power position for an AWPer, but look how blind he is. Run down. Crims, he keeps the AWPer alive. Elige goes swinging, and Dexter takes down Halzerk. Problematic. It felt like it was all lining up, it was all hunky-dory, but now a two-man advantage for Fnatic to seize the lead, and they're double digits.
Still time for this here. If JT can go in and isolate a fight, I know he has to worry about Dexter towards spawn as well, but they do have a smoke available for that.
Is he cautious on his jiggles back new box? Now he's been spotted out. He's calling for help, and what? He gets floppy as well. JT dead too. Clean as you like. That's a great flashbang. Just a white screen for JT as Mezzi takes his time with it.
And this is the form you want Mezzi in, 19 kills. This is exactly what this kid was promised to do, right? And remember this. He wasn't an in-game leader before. He really just took up that mantle. Someone had to do it. So Mezzi, we know that this individual was a player we were looking to deliver numbers. And, well, this drawback here to make it a 4-on-4 after Roy goes down is huge. And then, back at the site, has Dexter's support, sure, but you can see cool, calm, and collected. A couple of easy ones there for Mr. Mezzi as Complexity will stomach their first loss here on their T campaign. Again, 3-star top banana. They had Afro here, so I guess they were going for the Furia smoke for the... Yeah, you can see it. Thank you very much, MC. So they're going for the extinguish with the fight, but they blocked it. Mezzi now has 19 kills. Dexter expects 40. Yep, it's true. It is true. And we're
halfway there. A
little bit over that halfway mark so far, so he's got some big rounds ahead of him.
Still going to happen.
It's a CT side.
Yeah, I believe.
More multi-kills.
Yeah.
Here's a execute into a CT team that has no information.
Okay, in the dark they may be. But an opening frag could be the light at the end of that tunnel.
Look how much util they have left, Alex. Just to know, Fnatic.
Yeah, well, that could come in handy. As look at that from the start. Out into the pit is Floppy. Grim still takes one. Elige now watching from the sidelines as Floppy, he is deep into enemy territory here. Help from the apartments elevated. Floppy, another onto Mezzi. That should and will motivate them as it's looking great for Complexity now. Floppy with a triple and Roy with quite the flank.
This would be a huge clutch. The bomb's down on those hay bales.
There's no way you're considering... Oh, you are. JT. Oh, he made a noise.
Is he saving?
JT just went for a look and he's actually perhaps...
But this is a very unwinnable round,
oh,
right?
yeah,
like,
100%, but it was just the speed by which he was present.
I agree, that's what I was saying. Like, to see him even that close and looking like it was like, okay, well, we may as well follow through now. But now it is just the save and damage. And I actually think in that round, there was a miscomm. Because,
how so?
Because Mezzi died rotating in for a Floppy headshot in pit.
Which was noted.
But Dexter turned around and looked to long. And then died again from Floppy in pit in the same position.
Right. Which is hard to explain.
Exactly, other than a miscomm, which makes me believe that Mezzi didn't know that there was a player headshot in pit.
Yeah.
Because he got a lot done there. This kid from similar positions now, 5-7 first half, second round of the game.
True.
Right? A lot of impact there. He's stayed alive in the pit. We had that one round where he didn't peek and they jumped in and he got 2 kills there as well.
True.
So Floppy, like, he's at home in the pit here. So this is the kill. So they know
he killed Crims.
Exactly. But I swear Dexter turned around. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things. I swear he turned around.
Yeah, that's a third time out of Fnatic now, just perhaps trying to screw their heads back on. Big win, you know, considering the way that round started, but it puts Fnatic straight back down after their one taste of victory in this defensive half.
Oh, okay. They will just make this work here. Roy with the saved gun could drop Mezzi, who didn't have enough cash, but it all worked out. I saw them buying.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they were going to prioritize Mezzi with a rifle. It looked like he was going to be into something a bit lighter.
Which would have made no sense, considering,
right?
yeah.
So they got him a rifle here, all good.
2 of the stars, it's Mezzi, top of the scoreboard for Fnatic, 19, and 17 for Floppy's catching him. Graham starting a little campaign for early control at the top of Banana, a deep smoke. And a barrage of nades. He knows there's 2 here. Oh, and just a little bit too quick. Roy spotted by Grim before the flash did pop, gets his crosshair in the right spot.
You see that though, Dexter's flash was in the feed as well, so they know that Mezzi and Dexter are at least around top banana, but they haven't reacted immediately. They didn't just try and like run straight up mid, which is could have actually worked for them because the AWP is positioned towards apps. Oof, Mezzi needs to be extremely careful here. Elysian, JT on the prowl, Floppy and Halzerk dealing with A, and look at all those smokes. That is very well highlighted there. They can apply pressure to B with that residual utility here.
Yeah, you're right. This could be really cheeky. Using 2 of your enemy's smokes against them to keep them guessing. Elysia's got a wealth of options, yeah, to pick up a second. So they can just get away with this. 2 smokes in. Oh, Dexter, where are you going? He's so loud about this, and that is a freebie for Floppy.
It's an in-game leader info push.
It is.
It's like the one player that probably shouldn't have been doing that. Afro and Crims. Well, Afro couldn't really push at the AWP. Crims was passive towards Pit. Now it's on Mezzi. If we want that 40...
Oh, wow. It does well to find JT, but Halzerk does what he was positioned for with the trades.
To be a save, lads.
Okay, well, Complexity, this is quite a T-haul right now.
These banana takes from Fnatic, right? They're not insta banana takes, right? They're not like doing the double molly, they're not doing the deep smoke insta and just like running straight through. What they're trying to do is not take the initial damage, wait until banana has kind of settled down a little bit, decide where they want the fight to take place. Do we want it to be Broom? Do we want it to be half wall? Do we want it to be logs? And in 2 of these occasions, when they've come out, Roy has run into a brick wall. It just hasn't worked. It's looked like a little bit messy, the flash timing's not perfect. Yeah, like what, and that push as well. I can't really piece that one together for you there either. So Complexity, up to 11 rounds now. Fnatic showing some of the greenness of the newer roster.
Yeah, a little rough around the edges, most def.
It is interesting as well to see them starting Roy and Mezzi both B, right? Well, not some teams like to play an in-game leader over there because look, it's one of those sites where you're going to have someone setting up your star with a flash. An in-game leader is very, very good at that traditionally.
Capable, yeah.
And if you want to send someone with an MP9 running down banana, an in-game leader is also very good at that.
Yeah, or if you boom it, you just get your in-game leader on the sandbags.
Every round.
Every single round with an MP9.
Okay, well, Fnatic, you've got some pistols around these saved guns. Give us a little bit of something.
Ooh, how about a run-boosted AWP taking a fight second mid where there's 4 enemies? Whoa, whoa, wee-wah. Afro, I like this. This has got some spice to it.
Right mid.
And that is Dexter's death. Floppy should be a dead man here. Nice to see the AWP in the apartments, but he's going to have to get a wiggle on. They're charging long. You're absolutely bang on. He smokes out the box, so they'll be assuming pit AWP,
4 mid to B. This is awkward.
Oh my god. Crimson Mezzi.
Oh!
Destroyed! Mezzi, Mr. Merriman!
Oh dear, you could see like cattle just being herded around the map. Just these 4 guys arm by arm. Quick, the AWP's apartments. Let's go mid to B.
Oh my god.
These are the type of rounds you can't be losing. This is the stuff we're talking about with Complexity. Sure, you know where the AWP is. What are you guys doing? You're all holding W. You have no idea what's happening anywhere else on the map. What is that call?
A straight up double take.
It's like
he looks at the feed again. He goes, "What?
Yeah, what are they doing?" They may have just.
I think Afro's single kill was like the reason that even would ever exist.
But it was good to go long. Just get long and chill
for a minute, a second. Okay, Afro's not stopping. Grim very quickly sent back to spawn. Once round 23 concludes, yeah, they can slow things down a little bit. Smoke towards that half wall. Nade chips away at JT.
We were just talking about how much of a hard time they were having with these banana control and Complexity were getting the better side of things, and then, oh, let's run up mid, shall we?
Damn. Yeah, that's one that you can't quite stop thinking about. You're still in that, right?
You won't stop thinking about it, I don't think.
Especially considering it was what, 5? Yeah, 5-1. 5-1
They
T
should have been up 12-10 right now. Well, hey, look, anything can happen. There was 2 save guns, the upgraded pistols. The round could have gone in multitude of different ways.
Most definitely. It was also just the way in which you... how often have you seen that? I don't think I've ever seen a sequence of frags like that from a CT.
I thought it was going to get messy, like it'd be back and forth trades, but that was
like Crims was on Speedway, you'd think it'd be like a back and forth, a little pendulum.
Take a look at this. Roy still has the smoke. You've got Mezzi on the slither gap. Roy drops this as soon as he hears or sees anything. Done. Through the grey screen. Come on in.
And they will. Actually, yeah, JT through into Roy. That's a big frag and a dink onto Mezzi. Ooh, could have led to his demise. They'll go for the plant instead. He needs the rotations through now. The whole squad coming to his aid. Smokes will fade.
They have kids.
They can boost here, Nubox, or they just double up and hope they don't they overlook a second swing. Nade looks good. Good damage onto Floppy.
They have to fight.
Yeah, JT's moving, posturing forward for that exact fight. Already, nice find. 3 there, they scream. And Floppy, what have you got for us? High impact in the first. But that's Fnatic taking 12. Well handled.
Jeez, how's like you peer around the corner in this? I love the call because I think they realized like we're at the back of the site, we can't stay here, we're just going to get whittled away at. So they're a bit more heads up. But you scope around the corner, there's 3 guys. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And this is the Afro opener. You see they're just getting the glimpse of Grim on the top of that boost. Now Roy's been getting wrecked over towards B, whether Banana or in the side here. So he's been having a rougher go of things. But bit of a golf clap about this one. Afro happy. And Elige, not so much, as timeout number 3 from Complexity will now reach our screens as TC scrambling at this point. The team does not have enough loss bonus to justify a buy. 2,400 into the next means we can get maybe some deagles, you know, something along that line of things right now, and then next round get the purchase back. But Fnatic will have then stolen away up to 13 to 11. So this half didn't start great for Fnatic, but they've definitely turned things around with some interesting moments.
It's hard for me not to be getting excited about the 26 frags Mezzi has ascended to. Admittedly, you know, finding 3 running through spawn with the deagle, that did accelerate things, but
he'll take them.
He'll take them, and he is taking names. As Fnatic, previous in-game leader, freed of the responsibility.
So we have 2 smokes and 2 flashes. An apps pop is possible, like a long smoke and a moto smoke and a pop and go.
Chippy. 84 and 77 for these Tech-9s in Kevlar. Running in towards, but it looks like they're going to be happy to stand and bang.
Pit and long smoke here.
He's ahead of that. Smoke comes in from a different angle. Might not be expecting Crims. Oh, a team flash. Afro does find Floppy. More to be found and had, running out of bullets and health as Dexter's dead. Halzerk again on the Tech-9 too. Long range into a clutch.
There's his primary weapon. If he can pick up that AWP, steps.
Right.
Oh!
He pushes, just holds and charges in. Halzerk nearly given an opportunity to close.
If he could have gotten the AWP though, and then planted, like he at that point is info, hold angle, win round.
But that's also why almost you want to give more props to Roy for not letting the environment and the situation get ahead of him and slow down, overthink it.
Yeah, well, when you know where he is, right? When you know roughly where he is.
Right.
So here's the moment. Yeah, that's a crazy swing from Roy, right? But you love it. It's a confident swing. It's a very confident swing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you also know he's probably equipped with an AK. He's probably looking at long. Well played by Roy. Gets himself a 13th for the Fnatic squad.
But that just put Fnatic on notice a little bit there, didn't it?
How so?
Well, they almost lost to Tech-9s. Yeah. Like if that hasn't, slapped me around the head a bit.
Coming down to a 1v1 against a half buy.
Yeah, like
sure.
what could have been a very nicely established economy is now very brittle. And if Complexity do respond and your economy on the CT side gets broken late, this one can go the distance. We already had Mongol's game versus Mouz go OT. Why not here as well? Oh, he's getting flashed through.
Yeah, he was thinking about it. Oh, Grim is so blind. Spots him out, eliminates the threat. Roy should be dead. JT ensures it. And will treat himself to an AK for his troubles.
Well, finally, Roy gets something done with the entry on Banana. Afro's had success with this fight before.
Oh, he's going to be mad about that one. Floppy as well, the same character gets revenge.
They're pushing top Banana again. Or is this just util damage?
No, he's going to do a lot. Especially if you follow it up with a push. Mezzi, 28 and counting. Elige going to be dissatisfied with that one.
Crims is looking to evacuate A. He just started to float in towards CT Arch. So with the resmoke top Banana, it would make you think, oh, even more damage done. Just peppers him on the log. Yeah. So Mezzi shooting him when he can't see him. Dexter rotating over towards A. Crims is now playing for info top mid. I like this. Proactive play.
It is proactive, but it's what Floppy's been waiting for. He just...
That timing is nuts.
Got timed to perfection.
Dexter can start running any second now.
Yeah, he's going.
He goes speedway, because they'll hear his steps. He goes a long way to avoid
Floppy
giving
again
the sound.
timed. He was holding again. He just looked back. The double timing!
Here comes the Dexter flash.
Oh, yeah. That is cruel. And Mezzi still spotted out the back of the site. 15 seconds. Can Halzok get nothing done? It's all Mezzi. As a dirty 30 delivered in regulation. Locks down the B site. And not quite ready for full celebrations. They still need 2 more to secure this best-of-1 victory. And starting strong in this play-in, it gives you such a lovely bit of breathing room, an opportunity to get straight into that best-of-3 and straight in to the group stage.
And you see that highlighted right there, 2015 Fnatic. That was Crim's on that very roster, lifting the trophy in Cologne. I believe is the official pronunciation.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be like a local, yeah. Colloquially, it's known as Cologne. Deliberately spreading misinformation on the internet and spraying down nearly 3. Floppy lucky to get away with 27 points of health. Does take the head off of Dexter. But still, I mean, this is an uphill struggle to avoid that 15th from their opponent. Complexity kind of counting on Grim here. He's the one with the armor and the health, never mind the AK. Roy with this advantage and yet still pushing for info. Does get Mezzi in support. They're happy to biff, they're happy to brawl. Nothing more and nothing less. Fnatic happy with this. Just chilling and indeed killing.
Yeah, again, I understand that they're about to find themselves on 15, but their finances aren't the best. So if Complexity with what's left over here, Floppy and JT, if they can find another kill, right, continue to apply a little bit more financial pressure, even though this one feels done. It does feel a bit bleak right now for Complexity. There is a chance to crack in. Floppy's had a great game, 22 kills for him. JT hasn't been half bad either with 16. You need to get yourself an Elysia Grim or a Halzok online.
I was just interested to see how Afro was playing Graveyard Orb. Is he not going to have the barrel sticking out? No, he's set. Lovely angle held.
Spotted
Oh,
now.
no, now he is sticking out. JT. Oh, God, Crims. He got the info and the frags. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, he can't believe it.
He just pulled out a nade and saw 2. Like, oh, well, hang on a second, guys. Bit of a problem. Or not.
All right, well, here it is. The last chance saloon here for Complexity in the best of ones. Now, if you do this format, the best of ones in the, the opening round of the play-ins are best of ones. And then from there on out, the rest of the tournament is all best of 3s until we get to the grand final, which is a best of 5. So you don't have to worry about the best of ones after today. But it's a good way to measure some of these newer rosters, some of these lower ranked teams. We've got some Greyhound later, we have Mongols early, and we might have the end of this map.
Absolutely. Afro, he's throwing a little bit of caution to the wind on some of these aggressive maneuvers. He's pushing apps. He's already given us a nice little taste of what we can grow to expect from Fnatic's new AWP. Complexity faced with the challenge, finding 4 consecutive here. They've already done that on this T side. Oh, actually, that's a lie. Just 3, the max we've seen in consecutive fashion from this T side so far. So we'd have to surpass that here. And Fnatic just 5 kills away.
Mezzi has another smoke, and both him and Roy have incendiaries here. So another redeploy of the smoke. They want to try and shift them over towards A, where currently they have the majority of their defenses. But you can see this, playing for info so they can be reactive here. Dexter on the jiggle.
It's an interesting position to have your AWP focused on apps as opposed to where Dexter's jiggling for that info, but it seems well informed. Look at this. 3 members of Cole trying to surge into Afro. He tags them. He's surely a dead man. Bullets raining in and 2 bodies drop. This is dreamy. They just have to get past Crims. And the A side is theirs. A messy spray, but it leads to 2.5. Elige alive and kicking. Mezzi, line up. Good incendiary into the site will make things difficult and force them to plant towards the Cold Sarah box. Mezzi trying to wait and for Roy in this 2-on-2 for all the marbles. Roy?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying about the finances.
Oh, you don't have a look. That is a.
This is what I'm saying.
That breaks my heart.
Because we're like Crims has 5.6, but Afro died. He needs an AWP.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right. So this right here is a round that we definitely know they should have a crack for and have a real good shot of winning, considering the HP of both of these remaining members. But the unconfirmed damage here, and the fact that they are close to the finish line, this is the better decision.
Oh, absolutely. When you need one, you got 4 stabs at it.
But this here shows you guys, not always the better decision in life is the most exciting one.
Yeah, a little bit of a existential philosophy for you all. You can learn a lot through Counter-Strike.
Yeah, who would have guessed? So Crims can drop an AWP. 2 saved rifles can duplicate. And everybody should be looking pretty good on Fnatic here for another full gun round.
Afro's got a good B spawn. Doesn't look like he's going to be using it. Okay.
If Complexity win this, we go the distance and we have potential overtime. We go 15-14 with Fnatic on buy again.
Well, let's see.
This is the half wall or the 3/4, I guess, the log smoke. Another variation. A lot of teams don't like braving this. The T's will throw that a lot of the time on themselves to deal with the broom molly. But this is going to allow a boost, and it's not the tippy top one, just enough to deal with any prying eyes of the CTs looking for info. Mezzi and Roy are quite passive. They've already tried their aggressive looks.
Yeah. Next up. Returns to A.
Alicia's spotting top mid quite aggressively, and Floppy went to the AWP. Afro with a miss. AWP noted again. Last time, they ran mid to B off of this type of info.
Yeah, my same thought. Don't think it's going to be happening again. Oh, Grim. He's just opened up B. Roy is having a nightmare as Complexity.
Save again.
Kick open B site and kick open the conversation for an overtime affair.
But you hunt. Alicia's still top mid, and Floppy is still...
I thought Elige might have caught Afro with that darkness of the scope, but...
Wait, they are in such an awkward position. They are boxed in.
Crimson's holding long. No, he's not. No, he's not.
They have to buy some space.
Okay, that is some space. They can actually maybe loosen their belt a little bit.
The fact that's Crims from Library, though, could be telling to Floppy here. I'm sure he'd love to get something a bit better than Galil in his hands right now. Everybody else from Complexity exiting through the top of Banana. We've got to get away with their guns. But Fnatic holding on to 3, I really thought Complexity might throw an extra body or 2 at their way to try and take away another rifle here. The fact that they won't, fair enough. But now they have to deal with Fnatic with a saved AWP and 2 saved M4s. And the other 2 might get deagles, but we already saw what happened on a round where they had a saved AWP, a saved M4, and a couple of upgraded pistols, right? So if Fnatic are going to continue to be deadly here regardless. A good save, giving themselves as many opportunities to close this one out. And again, Roy getting caught.
Yeah, it was interesting as well because he's playing that same kind of, as you discussed, you know, he sees or hears anything, he throws that smoke. This time, contact walk out of Grim, and it just leads to a nice open B site. Couple of kills.
So you see, Mezzi and Roy haven't bought anything.
No. It's
still a scary round.
A lot of threats still. They know 3 rifles saved, and it's Afro with the AWP that finds himself an opening.
Did you see the setup? Mezzi threw that flash from Banana. He threw a flash over the half wall towards T stairs, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if the player was blind. It didn't look like it, but you could see they were trying to set and facilitate that pick. So Afro, good stuff.
This is going to be interesting. Yeah, a flash from Halzerk. Afro, blind, and now they know where he is. Molly, spray, brilliant from Complexity.
Roy only has a USP here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not really going to have too many issues getting into the A site now. Of course, we have the gift of X-Ray. But they'll be diligent about this. Roy spotted out. He actually hits a shot there. Not particularly significant damage. JT, nice adjustment. Crims will trade. But it's all falling into place as Complexity will take us to the full 30-round game.
Yeah, and the writing has been on the wall for both of these teams to kind of get back in due to the economy, right? And I know a lot of people watching Counter-Strike and they watch a game and it's like, oh, it's 6-1 or 7-1 or something like that. Oh, this is over. But as soon as you break a team in a couple of key rounds, and especially if that 8-round run we're talking about here was a little bit shaky, once you get broken and you're back in it, the other team, first of all, has no money to go for good guns, but then you've now got the flow of the game, right? They're the ones who are reacting to your type of calling and the tones that you are setting here. And right now, we will go to round 30. This is guaranteed 15-14 scoreline in favor of Fnatic here. So we're going to go the full 30. They will have a buy round. There's more than enough money for that. But Complexity, you will be feeling confident about getting this into the bonus rounds here. And you know that you maybe, just maybe, could have even done this in regulation, right? If you can keep it out of the back of your mind that you had that big flub with the mid to B round, then you're still in this. And that is the mental, that is the next level that I want to see this Complexity team reach. And here's the opener. Bang. Okay. So the flash could have been a little bit deeper?
Could have.
Or was perfect. One of the two. But good little highlight there. Either way, it was in the feed, so we blame Valve for that one.
It's all Volvo.
Yep.
Last round of regulation, folks. Is it going to be Fnatic just by the skin of their teeth getting it done in regulation? Afro, you have got such big cojones, pushing alone, facilitated and flashed off, though. Roy's dead. Again on B. He still gets away. JT thought he had him.
Oh, and the nade's just a little bit too late to do lethal damage there. Got the chunk. Got away.
Yeah, this already spells trouble. Reaggress. Roy looking for answers. Elite was on the boost, but covered by the smoke. Gathering towards that B side of the map. This is definitely the optimal... Oops, that's not. Dexter was hoping to flash and get some answers towards top middle, show presence. Afro to reclear with him. They're opting for this new box boost. They're going to both be there, though. Oh, nice find from Mezzi. Roy gives up off to the flash, and it's Elige who secures it. A double out of him. Round still on, though.
3v3 B retake. Favors the T's here.
They've got a smoke on Crims.
They've got 2 smokes on the T side. They can constrict Coffins and CT again.
Yeah, this is going to really limit the options of Fnatic. You've got to, what, disrespect the smoke or really be down to the wire. Kit on Dexter. Boost over. A different angle than they'd perhaps be expecting. Dexter's trying to maneuver through the smoke onto the coffin position. And half gone now on that bomb. Halzuk versus Afro on that AWP duel next time they peak. It feels like it's likely. Afro's already gone far. Oh, he didn't quite finish his meal. Halzuk does, though, and it's all locked in. We go overtime.
Oh, what a time for Elige to show up as well. We were saying JT, Floppy, they were getting some work done, but Elige shows up here in the final round of regulation, and we're going to overtime. This one's had it all. The back and forth affair. And now Complexity don't have any financial worries, nor do Fnatic. So we get to see this one underway with good guns both sides. It's been quite a nice game of CS here.
It has, I agree. The double out of Elige, yeah, it was impactful, but it was sexy as well. Consider that they lost into a 4v5. They had that opening from Roy. You'd think, okay, it really did look like the writing was on the wall, but Colt counting on Elige, showing up when it matters most. Big game here. And it can really, you know, be an indicator as to how deep of a run you'll be making here. This is the play-in. First day of play of IEM Cologne. And this best of 1 sets you up if you find that victory. Look how many are about to strafe in.
Oh, what
just happened?
What?
Roy has killed Afro, taken down
Halzuk
JT through his teammate, and Halzuk shot Grim.
What? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
It's not going to be too scary for them now. Halzuk gets the bomb across. Thought that spray could have done some more as well, but awkward retake.
But that's great, you two, because they had nades. They had HEs. If they could have pushed into where that molly was, they could have double naded off to deal with the default plant spot. So now just stalled out for even a little bit longer here. Fnatic, number disadvantage retake.
Oh, very uncomfortable scenes for these.
More flashes.
Yep, you really are just being punished here. A barrage of utility. Dexter and Mezzi giving it everything they've got. Halzuk, he's doing it all. He's fine. A nice shot from Mezzi. Elige revealed, and Dexter running light on time and health. There it is, Cole. Keep up the win and find the first of overtime.
Yeah, and again, another round. Like, I've started to just look at where Afro is at the start of these rounds. Like, that round when he picked down into second mid, they tried to make sure that he could go for a play like that. They mollied the balcony at the same time as he went for the swing, so they were focused. There's like all these little details. Even that round right there, Dexter throws the chicken pit molly from top mid to flush up, because if you jump chicken pit, you have to jump back out and brave the bottom of banana again, right? There's a lot of these premeditated options that they're trying to get Afro picks with. They're not always going to work, but I'm just noting more of this, and they are definitely setting their AWPer up on the CT side to look for fights. Here he is again. It's great to see him not wincing at the occasion, but he has to start hitting some entries. And there's
like
one.
That. Just like that. And taking down Elige as well. A prized scalp. Removed out of the Cole squad. 5-on-4. Dexter reinvestigating. Doesn't need to. He knows it was an AWP in play, but the flash at least enables him to do so safely. 3-man CT spread for this defense, and everyone looking a bit fluffy
today, yeah. That's Roy again. Banana, another death to Grim. He's just having a rough go on this CT side, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not been a particularly comfortable shake of the stick. But with the boomstick, Afro, his aggression rewarded. He really is not shying away from an engagement on this AWP, and as you've been pointing fingers at as well, Fnatic setting him up for success. There's a lot of belief in Afro. Could be rewarding Fnatic with their first round here in our overtime.
You have to play 2-2. I don't know how you could justify anything else here.
Got HE as well, could be well placed. Oh, they're a bit ahead of it. And that's nice from Mezzi.
He might get that 40 after all.
Yeah, it's on its way. 35 and 36. He's counting close. Very close to that 40 bomb.
I was just having a look after I mentioned the opening kills, who's been involved in an awful lot, and of course it's Roy. He's been involved in 12. He's only been successful in 4 of those, so he's gone down first 8 times. So
how's Afro's openings?
Afro's not too bad. He's been involved in 8 and he's won 5.
Okay.
You know, we did see that one round where he pushed the apartments and he missed that shot on Floppy as he was just adjusting, but otherwise he's been pretty good.
And that 2-man Crims Afro push, which he missed the shot onto. But obviously he doesn't die when he's not hitting those shots. So far, yeah, positive from Afro in this round, converted. This is the last timeout, so you can see TC, coach of Complexity, getting his last motivation words.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Into the ranks, and then just start with sweaty palms and a muted mic.
He could leave now. Yeah. There's really no point him being there anymore.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine, like, coaches want to watch when they can't communicate. You know, it's like, it's a weird, tough one to break through. Do I want to watch this car crash or just... See if my players are smiling when they get out of the shuttle.
Bring some of those Homer Simpson glasses. Just sit down with the eyes open, take a nap. To wake me up when it's over. Okay.
I mean, you can rub their shoulders, perhaps. I don't know. Tournament admin's not going to be happy with me. Let's see what you got, Halzerk.
He's doing the Zywoo. Roy, don't do it, man. Come on, Roy, man.
Roy.
Come on, man.
Cool your jets, son. It works. It works.
Messi stole it.
Oh, he finished it nicely.
Oh,
Afro, what are you up to? Roy's rewarded Crimson. What is going on? As everyone from Fnatic successful in their endeavor. Full control of Banana.
Going to be winning the first half of overtime here. Magic number we're looking for is 19 in OT number 1. You can see that highlighted at the top of your screen. JT and Elige, do they have anything else to say here? Can they voice any concerns in this 2-on-5? No, they can't.
A shot out of Afro.
Could be a team ace if Dexter gets the final kill.
Advancing himself into a positive KD as well. There's JT gone. Dexter contributes a team ace. As, yeah, we will see Fnatic with that extra round advantage heading into that second half.
All right, just to keep everybody up to date, I didn't mention it in the first half, but 12,500. Not 16, not 10. 12.5.
Feels like a sweet spot.
Yeah, the middle ground here. But this means we shouldn't see too many emissions when we come to the final round. Maybe the AWPer, right? If he tries to buy an AWP in all 3 rounds, he's going to be a little bit hamstrung. But we know teams like to drop the AWP and facilitate that. But right now, one of them will be dropping to the lower bracket. Fnatic, 2 more rounds. Deep mid smoke. He's across fast. Lots of info. Banana fight on the way. And Dexter, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no way out. Oh, Halzerk, he's got an opportunity. Mezzi keeps things level. Grim down. Halzerk sticking around. He's being run down, and JT bails him out. 19 HP.
They're locked. Look at Elige. That push, he kept going. When he ran across Boiler, he's gone all the way across T-Bridge right now. So he will be behind them. They are locked in Banana. They cannot go back. Elige can contain. He does not need to play to push. Lock the door. Let them finish B.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the communication. You can see it embodied in Floppy's Speedway rotation. He knows he's just counting on Elige. And he's got the timing right. In hot pursuit now from behind. All 3 not ready. And Elige gets one onto Roy. Afro, a reaction shot. Knows one's jumping up. In a 1v3 situation for Fnatic's new AWP. Great shot, gets away. Halzerk missed shot, but Floppy quick to trade. If he'd got around that corner, it could have been a different story. There was the bomb there, 45 seconds. Impressive.
Yeah, more than enough time to get back towards A. He wouldn't have even had to prioritize the plant immediately. Would have had more seconds to look for another fight. So could have been a special one there out of Afro, but not to be. Tied up 17-17. And everybody's starting to get involved in this one a little bit more here. But Alicia's going to be feeling a bit salty they didn't get more than 1 there. Felt like he should have had all 3 considering the perfect timing. This time, doesn't look so stubborn over towards Banana with the fight here.
Oh, there's more aggression. Alicia's not really letting go of W here in overtime. And Afro can't believe it, already taken down. Elige just holding pedal to the metal, opting for the AWP while flashed. He's just going on a fragging mission, and Roy, the one to send him back down to reality. Yeah, I like this new Elige.
No time to reload.
He is playing like action movie Mission Impossible style theme tunes in his head.
Well, Halzerk just gave one back to Crims and a bit of a shot right there. So A susceptible, but it's Floppy the hero. Can he do it again? Top mid, ready to take the fight.
Yes.
Steps out, Floppy with the double.
That is miraculous. Roy for an attempt and just about gets away from Floppy's wrath. Smoke going to be integral here as Dexter's going to try and get that bomb down. Huge gap, bad smoke, but the molly might be enough to facilitate a safe plant. Flash good as well onto JT. Roy will burrow in towards the graveyard position in a 2-on-2. This is all to play for.
Grimm's got a HE here, but I don't think he'll be lobbing that into graveyard unless he catches a whiff. Roy should just keep his head tucked.
Yeah, you'd think first contact would be Dexter on site. High stakes round here. Grim spotted out by Dexter. It's Roy. The response, both incredibly low. Can JT find him? Hide on a swivel. It's Roy with the double high impact. An actual quad kill from Roy in a must-win round for Fnatic. They have put themselves up with a prime position to collect and close in our final round of overtime.
Yeah, you feel that's a bit of a shame for Complexity there, don't you? You get the Liege opener. Sure, he's stranded and it's looking a little bit crazy in mid here, but the fact that there's then a double from Floppy as well, you think maybe that's enough, but stroll on in and you have both players playing headshot angles, Graveyard and the site single box. So Dexter and Roy both just poking up their little heads every now and again, and
I mean, left to play whack-a-mole. For JT,
yeah,
right?
left to play whack-a-mole. It's like you have to be really crisp because they're just going to toy with you. It was a 4-man B start for Complexity here to try and fortify this banana control, and you can see extra util being left, the goodies for Grim. It means that I guess over towards A you can burrow down. Elige didn't even hold on to his smoke. I don't think we'll be seeing him play pit.
Well, that's a very announced occupation of apartments.
And a late now crawl in towards banana. So the AWP is leading the charge here. And we know about that extra util on the ground towards B. So they've actually gone for the half wall variation. Smoke and molly combo to either flush them into the fight or back. They can do that again, but it won't buy them enough time.
In the meantime, yeah, action in mid. Extinguish Herd.
Mezzy ready.
Oh, Halzerk hits it onto Dexter. Mezzy held at bay by the flame as well. 48 seconds. Rotations are coming through. Complexity looking to send us into a second overtime. Can Fnatic find a way in? Halzerk doesn't think so. Crim's down. Mezzy sharp as attack. And finding even more damage, chipping away at Halzerk through the coffins. Trying to send him there.
No util for this. Afro's going to need to do a lot here.
Yeah, on that AWP. He's primed and ready. Posted for Halzerk to disrespect and push any further than the line he's now drawn in the sand. Got to stay tight here, Roy. Value your life. Afro onto Elige. 3-on-3. Another for Roy! Oh! And it looks good for Fnatic. Floppy late arrival. Advantage gone. And round one. Fnatic take it.
And that's the recipe right there that this Fnatic team is going to need. Mezzy at the top of the scoreboard. Roy with impact on the rifle. And Afro showing his worth in these late round scenarios. That AWP on the B bomb site multiple occasions in this match. Getting the job done. Good in the openers. They were setting him up and smiles on the faces. A big win for Fnatic here today. They got to be happy with that one.
They've got to be. You see the smile on Dexter's face. 39 frags from Mezzy as well.
Didn't make the 40.
Liberated from that burden of leadership. And Cole, I can't quite believe that it's the same story. It coulda, woulda, shoulda, so damn close.
And that's where you return to some of the rounds in this game and you just wince if you're Complexity. You have to watch this back. You have to discuss the mistakes here. This is obviously a team that have only brought Elige in recently, but they had the boot camp of Blast. Fnatic on land, the officials, this is the first time we're getting to see them go toe-to-toe with comparable opponents, and this is a team that nobody, the other players out there, you're hearing it all here in Cologne, that nobody really put too much respect on the name of Fnatic and what they're thrown together here, but this is a win. It's just a win, but a big win.
A massive win. We're going to go ahead and head back down to hear from the victors. Fnatic, probably with some sweat on their brow, victorious.
Oh, I'm sure there was some sweat on their brows as that got very close. You were 15-11 up, mate, and you were dominating from start to finish. Do you just want to play some more rounds, get some more experience with the new team?
Yeah, I told you we only had 2 weeks practice. We need to get a little bit more, but no, I think we definitely messed up a few of the rounds. We knew like what executes they had, and I think we kind of were not set up properly, or we like kind of wanted to greed nades a bit longer than we actually should have, and gave them a bit didn't give them the respect that they kind of had, or that we should have given them at times and stuff. So we definitely messed up some rounds, but yeah, I'm happy we closed out in the end anyway.
Well, you nearly dropped 40 as well, so what you guys have been telling me seems to be true. You feel good, mate? You feel nice? You feel off the leash?
Yeah, I know. It feels good. I think especially Inferno as well. I think like I said before, I think it's a good mix now where I feel like I can kind of give some aggressive moves as well, and instead, whereas before when I was just a normal rifler, I was kind of a lot more passive, and now I think I'm kind of added a lot more to my game, and it's definitely more exciting and a lot nicer for me to play the game now anyway, I think, and like I say, Chris is doing a great job as well on the RGL side, so it's a win-win for both of us.
And a big win for you to start things off with. That's a great start for Fnatic at Cologne. We'll keep it moving. We'll go to a break and then come back to the desk.
Yeah, he does. The biggest psyop in Counter-Strike is everyone thinking Anders is a teddy bear. Nexa just fingers crossed that they're going to come pushing past, but sorry, bucko. 9 have got what they wanted. A goofy 3K in connector, a plant at a 10th round queued up. There's an AK there for Fiku, so if they don't jump in here, he's got an even better weapon to save, and that could actually have a real difference in the grand scheme of things. 10 is 10.
10 is dignity.
Yep. 9 not trailing that far away.
They didn't take short yet, so maybe they won't take it out.
Had some tight games so far. The play-in. Obviously, Mouz and Mongols going to double OT. Fnatic have closed in overtime number 1 just now. And 9 are trying to get
Come
this
on,
game
Complexity. What the hell, man?
back to a tie.
I'm not biased or anything.
Well, Mezzi has been unleashed, it seems. That's a welcome sight. Deep nade finds its mark. Fiku loses a third of the health.
I do like them not overcommitting on which nades they use, because we've seen so many triple nades just not hit anything, and then it's like, well, that's 3 whole HEs. Like, you can't actually space those out. Just believing in the chip damage here. Not bad. It's the jabs that win you the boxing match, you know?
Sure.
So.
Score points. Ooh. Big opportunity here for Mino. He's got the bomb carrier behind him and no one's watching.
Oh, that's free.
What is this? Regali hyper fixated on long, and the 2 Ts just walk all the way in. Keto's gonna take it to them. Bomb plant though
another dink.
could still happen over towards Dice, but they're gonna forget about the other player faster.
Oh,
traded back by Kai. It's a little bit delayed. It's a little weird tethering, but it does still unravel to the favor of 9. That opening by walking up bathroom is huge. Fiku eats another nade. Spam damage is on its mark, and this bomb plant should secure 9 their 11th.
Yeah, not bad. The play from Minio, of course, they kind of just snake up the inside of bathrooms quietly, so the CTs aren't ready. We've got Regali in a position to help his teammate take control of long, and then he's going to go back Dice, back bank, and then start spotting for the inside of bathrooms. In between that timing, of course, is Minio leading 9.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
It's Fnatic to dispatch of Complexity. We go the full distance and then some Yanko, but Fnatic regain control in the final moments.
Yes, they do. It was an extremely close game between the 2 teams. We saw the new look Fnatic as well, and you can see frustration on the side of Complexity. Of course, you know, managed to get into overtime. Probably felt like they could have ended the game even in regulation, but Mezzi was not to be denied today.
Yeah, listen, when we said having Dexter coming over is going to free up Mezzi, we didn't really think he was going to go to 40, right? This is like too good to be true. It's like everything is working exactly how it's intended to be. Superstar performance from Mezzi. CT side, 24 kills on the CT side only in this map. An absolute warrior.
Absolutely incredible. I think there's one round that sticks in everybody's mind. Yanko, want to bring that one up?
Yeah, absolutely. towards the end of the game. I mean, in the second half of the game, you can see the score is 11-10. Complexity is in the lead here. And Massive just did want to go for a B-split. 3 bullets, 3 headshots. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you very much. Round over in such a massive round, massive moment. Complexity was struggling. You know, they didn't win a round until Fnatic reached 15. That started a run for Fnatic, and you know, if it weren't for that, Complexity might have been able to close it in regulation.
This is where the story, for my money, of Complexity gets a little bit confusing, because normally we would be talking about them, you know, we saw it going down in Copenhagen. At that point, Complexity stumbling. Then they do manage to come back, push it to OT, but then once again, Matthew, we're left with a coulda, woulda, shoulda for Complexity.
Yeah, it's a story of what if, and it's a story of Complexity kind of losing track of the pace of the game. I feel like we've turned into a mud fight. From the moment we went to overtime, the casters were losing their shit. Literally, players were rushing down middle immediately. There's fight in second mid, there's fighting apps, fight in river at the same time. So Fnatic did a really good job at kind of gathering their thoughts after losing that 15-10 lead, and good for them, good for Dexter. I mean, I just want to give a word about Afro as well, because I feel like we have witnessed him miss a couple of sitters during the second half, and I think a lesser man would have just crumbled completely. Like, he had 3 good opportunities to close round, which he missed, but he maintained the line, he stayed the course, he kept on being aggressive, and he closed towards the very end. So good for him to show resilience, even if he had a couple of fails.
Yeah, he didn't flinch, and some good first showing from Fnatic, also not being able to close it out, you know, in regulation, and still having the composure to get it done in overtime. That's a good sign.
Can we also just talk about how mad aggro Roy was going? Like, maybe a little bit too much at points, but I mean, it did pay off in the end.
Is he like being given a tank of oxygen with 25 seconds in the CT side, and then after this, it's over anyway? Like, it's crazy. The T side, he had so many great trades and so many great opening kills, and we moved on to the CT side, and he went from a lion to a kitten. He couldn't do anything on the CT side. He was uberly aggressive. I don't really know why. I'm guessing it's part of the game plan, right? But at some point, just read it back in a little bit, you know?
Well, we are ready to continue the Counter-Strike train, as plenty more CS is on the cards, and it comes in the form of Alesia's former team, now turned European. It's Liquid ready to take on the Danes once again after this break.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my god! Yeah, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
Into excellent execution, mirroring kind of what they did on the pistol round. Everybody in place, looking like a clean dry run into the site. OG, they left the in-between timing on the smoke towards the end of Monster, didn't refresh it fast enough, didn't flash retake it, and didn't check. That was their timing to stop it, but they just froze in place, like deer.
To tie the game off that as well. Now this T side feels alive. Kai, watch this second shot. Bah! Gets it on him. Yeah, understandable. Keto frustrated with this one. Wanted a chance to trade out next after Fiku gets nothing, and instead his opponents have taken away their lead. Third timeout called out from OG. They got some number crunching to do here, Mohan.
You know, at 13-13, do the same play, just make it look different.
Okay.
Dress it up differently. You know, that's the glaive. Same play, dressed up differently. New clothes, same person.
Go throw some party frags out of the spawn or something.
Let's keep going. What else?
Get down into connector, blow the door off the hinges.
Blow the door off the hinges, yeah, like that. Usually the CTs will do that for you.
Dress it up different.
Yeah, dress it up different.
Stick it in a tux.
Make it look good.
Fasher feeling the utility pressure here. Fiku taking a quick peek into B at the same time as all this, so he's looking to maybe spam shots through. Ooh, Fasher doing it on, but he turns around. But there is that push. Fiku slides out. Perfectly done. Sliding out while the door was smoked gets him into a position to trade.
Here it is, here it is, here it is.
They've dressed it up differently, but it also cost them a couple
Flash
players.
is bad.
Nexa is good, though. Real good. Finds all three.
Wow.
Nexa decides to take it into his own hands, and OG, with man advantage established inside of Connector, just bank that Nexa's going to post another clean multi.
Okay, I like it from 9, but even more from Nexa right there. That holds beautiful. Earlier on in the half, it felt like so long ago, but he was doing that. From these positions, disrespecting the side hits towards B. You can really count on Nexa today. Excellent map so far. Excellent on the CT side. 14 rounds, but I'm not going to say they're out of the woods just yet. 9 still have some ideas. They have a huge streak behind them. They capped it off with a very clean exec, and even though they lost the follow-up round where, again, they tried to dress it up differently, I think they now feel like this is wide open.
Fiku.
Oh, no flash.
It's all right. It's all right.
I meant no flash for the attack.
Oh.
They come through that. He's perfect, ready for that. Fiku, that's his 10th kill, but it's at the point where they might hit match point now.
Good time to post one. Fasher just sitting pretty in a very risky spot. Decides to switch to the other side of the rock because he lost the support from Keto, who's just gotta keep eyes on bathrooms. From that 1 round, 9 walk-up bathrooms take over the A site. They're susceptible to something like this again.
They're talking a lot.
Fasher just looking to stay locked in here. We could get a Fasher versus Minio duel that could completely compromise the back end of 9 or put Keto.
Casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Liquid versus Astralis, and these two are the only two that remain from the old legendary clashes between these guys. And the one thing I just want to touch on with you guys, okay, enough, at least you got one positive here. You did win Cologne, and we are back here. But for you, how intense and how insane was that rivalry?
I mean, I don't know if you can call it rivalry when it's so one-sided, you know? It's hard to say, you know, but I mean, the games they're always fun. A lot of them I felt like at times were pretty close, but you know, I don't know, they always came out on top, so you know, it's hard to say it was too much fun for us.
And for you, Device, you obviously on the winning side of things over and over again, but for them, they were like the only real team that could challenge you at the time, right?
Yeah, I think so. I also think that they pushed us to become as good as we were, so they were probably one of the main reasons we kept like getting better, and yeah, thanks to them we have a lot of wins in this name, and I guess like there's not much other to say than I think we were the 2 best teams for a long time.
Now coming back though, Device, you've got yourself back in the server, but it feels like you never left. What's it feel like for you though? When we're looking at your numbers, we're looking at you play, it seems like you're still on the same form.
I mean, I think for sure I'm enjoying the game more. It was really nice for me to have a break and choose CS instead of it was just something I was good at, and I just kind of grew into it. Now I really chose it, and it's my lifestyle, and Nev knows as well it takes a lot of time, especially I guess if you're from US, to stay in Europe all the time, so that helps a lot for me. It's a choice, and it's something I love to do.
And for you, Nev, you are the most malleable player we've seen with Liquid. You've done everything. You change roles, you change positions constantly, and you've never stopped yet. You stay mostly consistent throughout it all. How have you done that?
I don't know. I just try not to think too much about it, you know, just show up, play confident, you know. I'm sure Device, he's all about confidence, you know. If you don't have any of it, you're not really going to be one of the best, you know. So, yeah, I just show up, play confident, don't get into my own head about a lot of things, you know. Just play, have fun, enjoy the game, and that's what's most important, just enjoying the game, having fun, and that's usually when your best side will come out.
Well, they both definitely enjoy and love the game. That's why they're here right now. But you guys played recently, just a few days ago. Does this turn us into mind games?
I mean, I definitely believe we're a little slow in Denmark, you know. Maybe they're a little home turf, you know, maybe. And Cologne, you know, Device, no Cologne trophy. Might be getting a little nervous. No, I'm just joking. You know, I think we can bounce back and show a better form at this time.
And what did it feel like for you going up against them in the best of 3? And do you think in the best of 1 there's a chance now for be surprised at all?
I think both of the teams were ready for Ancient last time because it was the third map. So it's gonna be like a showcase of who was best on Ancient. Like, so I think for us, we knew the veto for some time, and we just looking to play our game, not focusing too much on the result. We just, as I've told you a lot of times, trying to focus on the process and to get better as a unit. And I think the outcome will be as it is, and we'll see.
Well, I'm excited to see Ancient get underway. Let's see how it goes.
Man, that interview hit me right in the nostalgia feels. And then I got transported back to 2023, where we realized this is a very different story to the one we look back in, the likes of 2018, 2019. Device, NAF, the only two remaining players from those legendary squads. But we're talking about a rematch, gentlemen, because Maniac, we saw them going toe-to-toe in Copenhagen, and today could present an opportunity for some liquid revenge in Cologne.
Yeah, it could be. You talk about a rematch. Astralis got the better of them 2-0 relatively confidently and comfortably in Copenhagen, but I think we did have a little bit of a nugget down there. Apparently, Ancient is going to be played, which was the third map. There is no tape between these two teams, but we have seen a little bit of Astralis, and the first few signs were relatively decent.
Yeah, it's just also funny when you say liquid revenge to Maniac. Is that like giving him bad wine, you know, and then it's just that's the way you get revenge on Maniac.
A liquid revenge by the next day, it's like a hangover.
Yeah, but I think in the last time they played, you know, you can see it was a pretty comfortable win for Astralis being 2-0 up. And I think also you look at first map, they lost both pistols too. I think for Liquid, the problem was what they came up with and how they set things up was pretty good. And they had 2 wins early on. And then maybe teams figured them out a little bit, or at the very least they got information who plays what, how are they going to approach the game, right? And maybe they were able to make adjustments. Certainly FaZe, who played them twice in the same tournament, and then even Astralis on the last day.
Absolutely. We just had the stats as well from this very series, and while it's just a series, I think it's symptomatic of something that we have to keep track of, which is Blamef's and Yakinder's performance, now that they have formally moved into this new role. While we're talking about fraggers coming to IGL once again, even though there is a little bit of experience on either side, Yakinder has shown a little bit of weakness individually in Copenhagen. I think the micromanagement, the change of position, the shift of rhythm, he's still trying to figure out himself, whereas Blamer feels like he didn't skip a beat. Like he's still multi-fragging, he's still doing his own Blamer things.
Do you feel like that's a bit more understandable from the Liquid side of things, though? Because obviously, you know, we're giving it to Yakinder. He was secondary cooler behind Nitro. But for him, he's got a hell of a lot more different pieces to kind of be integrating. Some coming into a newly international lineup, new roles kind of coming about. Do you give him more benefit of the doubt?
No. You asked for it, you got it, now get it done. Right? Sure, Blame had some experience like calling before, but from what we've been led to believe, like Kinder's been doing that in Liquid too, and he's been, you know, secondary voice on both of his teams for a very long time. I think also it's interesting to see how Astralis have set it up. The first look, having both Buzz and Borup play on the sides, right, in those sort of lurkish role, because the strength then of the team is obviously in the pack. So wondering how teams will approach that in their own counters, right? You focus on pushing the sides of the map and you don't fight them for much control. I'm interested to see how that goes.
And you mentioned Borup, and I think he's been a low-key good pick so far from Astralis. What was at first sight an underwhelming signing. When I saw the announcement, I thought, really? Borup? Is that the best player you could get in that position with these names? And he's been way more solid than I thought. He's been mechanically able to keep up with frags left, right, and center. He's had a couple of multi-kill sequences when he's being rushed at from every side. And people always have been hyping him up, like in the Danish scene, like he's got a high skill. And I said, really? I haven't really seen it. Turns out maybe I just need better glasses, because what he's done so far
just
with
heavy glasses,
has been great. Yeah, I have contact lens. Funny story, I only have one in one eye. That's a fact.
There you go.
True fact.
There you go. We've
Might
figured
need
it out.
a little bit
At
more
least
of
start
that.
with
Maybe I need two.
Second contact lens for starters.
Well, both these teams surely have their eye on the prizes. We do get a rematch between Liquid and Astralis. It comes down to the third map that we didn't see last time around, but we do get Ancient landing here in Cologne. It's time to dive into this series with Chad and Alex on the mics.
I mean, isn't this exciting, Chad? overtimes are plenty, all over the shop. Even the Mongols in the first game, we just witnessed an OT affair, and it looks like even OG9 is currently going perhaps the distance. Let's see what happens here. Astralis versus Team Liquid. The desk have perfectly framed quite the iconic affair, but with a whole very different twist.
Yeah, I like the most recent, talking about the Blast 4 groups, right? The head-to-head there, the 2-0 victory for Astralis, this being the third map. Well, we get it, finally. So this could be a 3-0 best-of-3 series for Astralis.
I like the framing.
Or maybe it's back on in IEM Cologne for 2023. The odds just favouring the Danes here, as it is a slower start. Rainwaker has been able to find a bit of room out mid. Has Patsy, Naf and OC along for the ride, and even the tail Yakinda not too far away watching that A main push. Red smoked, double donut.
Yeah, it's Buzz that's going to get the info, and it's interesting he takes a couple more pot shots. He wants to bait. You can see that Blame's not going to be revealed until the molly forces him wide. Now the eyes are on him. Flash was great. Look at that from Borup. How has he caught the entire squad staring at Donut with that flashbang all the way from Temple? Puts it onto Yakinda and Naf now. 2v4 damage has been inflicted, especially onto Stare.
Oh, he's running back towards
His ears are ringing. Heading back to B. Smoke to panic and escape. Presence in red herd, and that's enough with the bomb. So Borup will activate towards the A side.
Yeah, well, right now it's Yakinda who has too many issues to worry about. Borup behind the Donut players. The timing, it's gone against him there. And it's just Naf.
Yeah, gonna get awkward now. Oof. Lovely clean shots out of Borup. I am very excited to see how much of that mechanical prowess from Borup is going to be found here in this Astralis roster.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? How much is put on display? Because that's what they've said. Yeah, he's sharp. You know,
Right.
He's obviously experienced. We know him from the heroic days. We haven't seen him in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike in some time. But they obviously have faith in him here. And if he can fit the mold, because this is going to be the energy of the team that Blame F now brings as the leader, right? They have to work on that, this new environment they want to try and build and breed. But that's a great start for Astralis here.
It is. And Tech9 is burning. Good grief, where did they go? Blame evaporates too. Charging through the flames and into his loving embrace.
This is one of the things I enjoyed from Astralis as they were over there in Copenhagen, is once the game just starts going well for them, they just start cackling. I couldn't quite work it out from home on the television set, but here I can look across about 10 meters and I can see the whole little squad. So I'm excited to see some of those antics here today. And that is a huge round that might stay flawless. Now, if we go back to the opening series of the day, into the breach with the pistol, and then they lose against the force buy and they don't get a single kill. Well, this is going to go the other way. Liquid force buy in, don't get anything done, and noise being made from Astralis. Could be the attitude era here for Astralis.
Yeah, everyone's got a smile on their face. It's freaking me out.
Right?
Guys,
what's happened?
I don't understand.
Yeah.
The good vibe tribe.
Castle's not smiling yet. He's right. All right, it's only 2 rounds, guys.
Well, at least, yeah, they got the second round conversion, as we know that can be quite a condemnation after winning the pistol. So very happy with that. In fact, a real distinct lack of frags. Yakinda, the only one boasting nothing, or something.
Other than a nothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Shout out to Jordan Nothing Gilbert one time. Double mid molly, close and deep, very deep elbow, so constricted completely, and this should be a bit of a farm fest here. Patsy's flashes, they're not even going to do anything, they're ahead of this, right? So Patsy's flash,
There's a lot of damage inflicted by Blame. He will get rewarded with one onto Mr. Waker. And Yakinda's onto Stare. So, yeah, MP9 is short-lived. Buzz using that lovely Tech9 tap to the head will find a second to Naf, now dead, and Borup is the one to finish it off. Now, there is 3 casualties.
Yeah.
I mean, considering what they brought into that, there's something to be celebrated, I suppose.
Yeah, getting to now invest into full-on rifles, it's okay.
Right.
You still probably would have wanted to keep those players alive, but still...
You've got a whole game ahead of you.
Exactly. And I also think here for Astralis on this CT hub, this was something even with Glaive in the team before that they were playing an awful lot of. When Config was in the team, we were talking about the moves they were going. So with Astralis, Ancient is something that they have liked a lot of. Liquid as well, with this roster, it makes a lot of sense. You have Yakinda on the CT side play cave, and you have Patsy play mid. They are the perfect players for those positions. Like, they just are so grimy around the smokes and aggressive and in your face.
I do think that combination is something I'm very intrigued to see. Just how much of that character is visible.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that was interesting idea. And they're not giving up. Look at this device. Yeah, okay. Flash deters him. He considered his options there for a re-aggress.
But I love that because so many players, when their job on the extremity is to watch that B push, as we can see a little bit of a cheeky one way here, is when you play that door position, you either play like real close up to the door, like crouched in so the door might take some of the damage. You play a little bit more of an off angle on the left so they have to peek out wider, and there they tried to go for the boost to get it done. So that's a cool little maneuver there, but didn't quite stick the landing. And, well, nothing's really happened. We still have a minute on the clock. Look at all the nades for Team Liquid. Look at them all.
Could be a barrage of them. It looks like it's only really just begun. I mean, half of that is to do with how slowed down they got through that mid one-way. Yeah, no one was actively holding it, but by throwing it out, it delayed the whole procedure, and now you find yourself with, what, 40 seconds, and you've just got to mid.
It's going to have to be a B finish, I think. I'm not sure how you can justify going through Donut this late, but I said the same thing in the Into the Breach game, and Thomas happens.
Yeah, that's right. Buzz down and out after one. Patsy, good trade. And Patsy dead. Blame. Oh, a double. Gives him the edge here. 20 seconds. The bomb's still loose on the floor. They're hoping Rain Waker can find himself a little bit of space. And Naf should be a dead man. Should be. That molly. Oh, and the spray from Naf. He's just about got himself a chance. 7, 6, and dead. Astralis happy with that. Keep up their winning ways as a bellowing roar erupts out of Blame F.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, right? With Blame as an individual, this guy's career path is really crazy. Like, he was a prospect in Heroic. He was great, a hard worker. We love the work ethic. Then he goes to Complexity. He's like, well, I guess I'll be the in-game leader of a huge organization like Complexity. Gets, you know, the whole thing. This was the start of the pandemic. Right. Was meant to be in America. Didn't happen. Huge salary, and then it's difficult for a guy to now have an international team and everything. You have these parts that aren't working. And then he goes back to Astralis. Well, not back to, he gets to Astralis. He gets back to the Danes.
I think every Dane, yeah, is, you know, is going to be pretty happy to get the call up.
Precisely, right? And somebody like Blame F, who is a monster as far as fragging goes, was under the tutelage of Glaive. Probably got to learn a lot from him.
I imagine.
And now he gets to in-game lead again. So already in this couple of year patch, he's done an awful lot of things. But one thing has been quite clear, and I know a lot of people talk about him being bait F, right? There are some of his kills that are very low impact. Right, there's no doubt about it. It's true. Yeah, and sometimes he will, you know, let a teammate go down for the good of the F. But this time round, he just... Oh wait, no, he got the kill.
Clinical.
But he tried to help Buzz.
He
out.
did.
Yeah,
he was actually trying to set up Buzz for a kill.
I think it's exciting though, because essentially where I was going with this, to see Blame trying to be this big character.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that's the vibe he's going to bring.
I agree, and I think the fact that you've seen all kind of, and you covered all of the steps it's taken to be in this position, in this seat, at this table, and with this squad, it's very exciting for Blame, as is another double kill. He's racking up the frags now. Where's he up to? 9 to get this party started for Astralis. Great one out of Rainwaker. It's still going for a moment longer. It will be Borup to contribute. So yeah, I mean, between Buzz and Blame,
look at the smiles.
Everyone's having a great game. Everyone started off as they mean to go on. Borup's gone for the double pony. That's kind of gangster.
The double pony?
Yeah, all the way.
Okay.
Kind of a samurai-esque approach. 5-0 start here for Astralis. You'll get to see the Blame F frags racking up here. So another triple kill round out of Blame. Borup puts himself up to 5. Yeah, I mean, these guys are flying super high. You got 20 kills currently on the board from 3 members of Astralis, and a grand total of, quick maths, 8 from their opponents.
Yeah, okay, so need to start shooting them, guys. That's the 5 headshot strategy to be deployed right now. Patsy has a gap in this smoke. We touched on this smoke earlier in the day, that divider smoke, and if it's not thrown perfectly, can cause issues on either side. But you see he wasn't willing to brave it, just happy to try and patrol it for info, and now they're going to push down B long again. Same move.
Yeah, they want this boost. Naf is safe.
He's already adjusted. That's crazy.
Oof! Device punishes Rainwaker and nothing in response. Naf was positioned for that.
Because that's not the fight that he's looking for, right? So that, right, yeah, okay.
Very cool.
Cheeky.
Stare and device.
Oh, and again, now they take a main control. So if there's any, like, they could take red and donut right now, and you'd give it to them. Right. Look at how much of the rest of the
Buzz
map
is just jiggling it. Yeah, it's sick.
You own so much.
And Patsy's got his knife out. He's going to be ready. Finds one. Is he expecting company? Now he knows. Blame. Oh! Back turn. He's going to get away. No, he's not. OC makes it. So
that was the most audacious run I've ever seen.
It was the longest one as well.
What, do you think they're not going to chase him?
Buzz is here. He's going to be ahead of the util. If he hits a banger with Device's help, this could still be a solid defense out of Astralis. What a flash. Buzz won. Device could have another. How is Stare hitting that one onto Patsy? So Nav second guessing whether he needs to plant or be prepared for Device. And Devet heating up, knows where you are. Your Kinder walking in and hitting the shot to save him. He gets the party started for Liquid.
Yeah, you could see Device immediately frustrated with that one, right? He's trying to stop him from picking up that bomb and then trying to play out the round, but immediately like, well, he had to plant the bomb. So a little bit frustrated in that scenario as Device, but that is the first round that Liquid have picked up, and thanks to the newly self-appointed in-game leader. I'm pretty sure he was in-game leading before. Like, I know Nitro was there, but it was basically Yakinda's team.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of now
there's the hype man, OC.
Yeah, he has been finding his voice over the last year. Keeping the energy flowing, and this boosts all over the shop here from Astralis. Look at this one, Blame. Set up to hold early ledge. And Yakinda's just charging straight on in.
They're searching A here. Like, this doesn't mean a commitment. Like, Naf doesn't have to follow through with the bomb, but they are going to... Another boost with the orb.
They're all over, yeah.
Keep Device activated,
but
why
this
not?
is interesting. You can see Buzz. He is dead. Rainwaker, a very big frag to post. Dead now, of course, but Bora... Off that flash, he should have one. Patsy manages to stabilize despite the flash. They keep coming. It's an endless source of Danes out of the donut. Blame with 2. An advantage now. Yakinda could catch Stare in transition. Doesn't finish it off. Okay, so now it's an interesting state of play. OC, an AWP in May. Device, an AWP to the body of Yakinda. They are constantly on the move, aren't they, Chad? Just constantly in float. And Stare, he activates for another. They are loving life right now.
Yeah, this is...
well,
I know, so
in the best way.
Device saying like, oh yeah, you know, we work with the process, like I get it, I understand. Like, obviously, this is part of building that team atmosphere, and look.
Did you catch them doing their vocal warm-ups?
No, I didn't.
So just before we were back on the cast, the support staff were in front of them, and they all took it in turns to roar as loudly as they could.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen that before. But I was like, what does that sound? It's just like but down the line. Everyone was like, you know,
cool.
you used to tell me about that, like where you do that, like a primal scream.
Yeah.
You know?
It helps.
It helps. Gets it out of your system.
Well,
or perhaps activates your system.
Yeah,
gets
the system going. It's provocative.
Bora. Bit of a scary round for him. That quick switch could have cost him his life, but it doesn't. Yakinda meets his demise. Borup sprays another down. Bomb loose and finally finished off. The rest falls to Buzz. MP9, good weapon for the job at that mid-range, and there is still a little bit of something to be said about this 1v2 for OC. He's got 2 on the dig, and he's waiting for a long-range engage. Headshot perhaps on the menu here. Oh, he's been spotted. They know. He occupies Brokey, and yeah, happy to take the fight is Device. Opts for the M4 to finish the job, and straight back to that AWP as Astralis, straight back to their winning ways. Just that one blemish on the record so far, and that's that 1v1 Yakinda v Device.
Yeah, it looks like this Astralis Liquid matchup continuing to have history repeat.
Well, and I love that, you know, side-by-side interview, Banks with Deve and Naf.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Naf answered honestly, candidly, like, it wasn't much fun, actually. Yeah, there is a history.
Yeah,
but
coming second all the time, James. It's not as good as coming first.
Yeah, you know, we did tend to win when they weren't there. Yeah. That was the problem.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
And then Device just the salt note. Yeah, well, maybe we should thank them. You know, they pushed us to get better.
Oh, God.
Thanks,
Device. Man. Well, that's such what a sweet compliment, man.
Oh, dear. This is a sweet scoreline for Astralis.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good start here. And I think the bigger issues, you pointed out before, is the fact that Liquid's struggling with the frag department. Still a bit of an issue. But also deciding what type of map control they're looking for. Because at the moment, you've pointed it out a few times, just how active Astralis have been here with the pushes, the re-aggressors. Liquid are kind of chasing their tail right now. So they need to either initiate the gameplay, dictate the pace early, or they need to make sure that they're ready for these pushes because they're going to keep coming. I don't know why Astralis would want to stop just yet. They've had good reads.
Given no reason to stop.
But again, this is another round. Like, they haven't gone with the all-in mid. If you want to do an all-in mid now, you need to do like the donut smoke from spawn, the red smoke. You have to have the extinguishers, the flashes, so they don't want to get in that argy-bargy because it is a 50-50 coin toss in a lot of those scenarios. So now it's a late. They make it out mid, cut out mollied, red smoked across the Tetris map control. And this again, this is their reaction every time.
Every single time. I wonder if Rainwaker dies again to it.
Oh.
Oops. Yep, no, I think they'll rejig the setup.
We'll talk about that one.
Come back to that
at the VOD review.
But yeah, you're right. That's a nice observation you've made about their knee-jerk reactions.
But you see what they've done now here as well. Like, things are going to start getting real sketch because if they go take contact donut and they kill Borup or Borup gets a kill, like, we know Blame is playing out mid, donut area, he's done it quite a lot, but they're setting him up. right? He was set up then again for another multi-kill in Donut, and that's at least 3 rounds, including the pistol, that's been the case.
Device very forward position. He's happy to do some combat AWPing. And Buzz, actually the first to draw blood. Good catch, no response immediately, and Device can't believe his luck. Catches Patsy. Relieves that pressure as Liquid really are just crashing into the rocks of Astralis. You can't get through. Rock solid 8 on the board already. They have won out this defensive half. Beaming smiles, loud roars, and Liquid the entire opposite. I mean, they do truly look like they're kind of cowering in fear. You saw how long it took them just to get themselves established in mid and lane.
I think the issue is as well, like Astralis have such a good read of the game right now. Like they're on top of the tempo of things. They had 4 at B. There was 4 players at B
at the right time, yeah.
Yeah, like, and that's as or before the execute was coming in, so they're prepared for this. Here's a pace change, and understandably so. Lost bonus, it's maxed out. You may as well try and risk. Patsy's got them some room.
It's a good point.
Finally, some room.
He's got it early.
Oh, and the room might be enough.
B. B is wide open. Just do the Yakinda go kill strat, and you're on to summon. And a missed shot from Device as well. This is really lining up. Perhaps they can convert with this partial buy. Now Yakinda finds himself on that AK-47. Forward position in the site. It's dreamy. It is absolutely hunky-dory.
Blame's still an A main.
Very slow on that rotation. Is this really where the second Liquid round comes from? Stair just getting flattened by Yakinda. And he's looking for trouble. He finds it. Borup, that's the A player on the way in. And again, impact. 12 kills from Borup. Shutting it down on the site he's not even responsible for. How are they supposed to stop this defuse? He gets the frag necessary at Mach 10. Wallbang to try and repel. And he hits the first, but the defuse will come in. No time for Patsy. Gets an M4. But that's 9 for Astralis, and it really felt like they might have had something more to say about that with the early contribution out of Yakinda.
I think like BlameF with how late he was there, it looked like he wasn't going to be able to help, but the fact they wait out all the smokes, then they take some heads-up fights, then he comes in to remove any of that late pressure. Good stuff from him. Was the saying go? A rolling stone gathers no moss, but he is the boss.
Most definitely.
I think that's the adaptation they work with in Denmark.
Yeah, no complaints at all from Astralis here. Everything's working out wonderfully. Stair perhaps going to be feeling very happy about, yeah, exactly. Going to be feeling very happy about that. Even when you do go down, your team's got your back. Patsy, he's been taking a few more liberties here in middle.
B lane's completely clear. Flash from top red, so Stair could push cave, not even worrying about mid. The Orb is now going over towards A. It's the best weapon for the job.
He's got Blame in support from Donut. This is primed and ready Device here. He's spotted him out. He's seen their butt cheeks poking out. Those blue jeans and a dead red Rain Waker. Advantage Astralis. Already the rotation through again. They're going to have all their troops in the right place for this retake. 4 members of this 5-man unit already there, present and correct. Not a single nade for the T's to delay. They have to retake Donut control. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to fight it. They need somewhere to hide, to cower. Good frag from Naf onto Buzz. They still know Blame occupies the space. Great pre-fire. Naf knows. And this is his round right now. He seems to have done enough to call off the Hounds and a second round for Liquid.
Yeah, that last round, they got a little bit closer. The finances get rattled a little bit. Australians have to save with 3 alive here if they can. The hunt is coming, or was. Looks like they want to hold on to their guns right here. But this time, a little bit more pace to it. They get the mid control. The fact that they're able to get out on towards A, even after all that B info, right? I think it comes down to more the retake. They tried to play it in a passive manner as they did in the previous, right? So Blame was extremely worried about a mid flank. They seemed, because Borup was coming through the B lane, ready to clear that. So they were still worried about flanks on flanks there. And their focus was not to 3 players creeping into Donut. So great stuff from Naf. A couple of good shots from him. And you'd think with the scoreline the way it is, Castle might allow things to keep going, but wants to take a time out, try and make this half as strong as possible here for the Danes. Daps also with an opportunity to get on the mic here. Still enough money for a buy. And look, you can understand why. Hey, we lost a round, but things could get so much worse if we lose the follow-up. It's all good. Scores 9-2. Yeah, we still have a 7-round advantage. We win this. It's double digits. They're going to be asking some questions about what does their next round look like. And hey, we could run away with this half even more so. Liquid, hey, we win this round. We break them. 9-3. They're on an eco. 9-4. We win that next gunny. Hey, we're back in it.
Yeah, all is not lost. but it certainly could be as they look to fight mid. Patsy, like we discussed, he's been a bit quicker on the trigger out mid here. Let's see if he's punished this time. Looks like he is. Perfect from Buzz. Perhaps a bit of an oopsie that his screen was white. Rainwaker gets the attributed support. So a team flash might have been present. Stare. Ballsy to try and vie for control through the wall bangs, but advantage Astralis nonetheless, and they are charging.
The site here, yeah.
Straight in. Yakinda leading the pack. 3 members here from Astralis. Smoked off for a moment. Nice from OC. Need more. Stare. Cowering in the corner. Will go down to Naf. That smoke is fading. And Device is fragging. Onto Yakinda. Not the second. Needs to relocate now. Molly might force him into hot waters. Naf. 6. How's he alive? I have no idea. The lick of the flame. It must have just popped.
OC's turn.
He has to do a lot. He'd love to get that bomb down, but he's got all things to be done, and that smoke will not last forever. Naf, 1 would be huge, 2 would be ridiculous. Borup aware. And OC set up and knocked down. This is Astralis hitting their stride, and so early into the process.
Yeah, this is good guns, right? This is what you want to see out of the team here. And they went for something that I didn't think too many people were ready for, removing of Glaive, right? That was something that happened during the break that was one of the more shocking changes to me. Because I thought they would, try and at least keep their fabled leader who's done so much for them and give him another chance, maybe give him stare, right? Give him a bit more firepower to work with. But they obviously wanted a fresh, cleaner start here, Astralis.
Yeah, and we're also not, particularly aware of the intricacies of, the way in which leadership styles can change and keeping up with that meta. Oh, that is a dream. Buzz. Shot on the side of the head by Patsy. Very pushed up mid. And now they want to pop A. This is actually the first time we've seen Astralis not in the right place for this hit. Worried about Device's presence towards the temple, but in. Borup should have vision and does. Again, Borup solid as a rock. A double on the defense. Down now. OC hits the shot onto Device. Through the smoke, he pushes. Stare once more. He's ready to battle. Naf is too. Takes the head. Now all onto Blame. This could be that 10-5 half. Starting to take shape for Liquid.
You can see him looking for Patsy. Patsy was in mid, so likely gotten off towards that donut position.
Oh, beautiful placement of the crosshair and makes it a 1v2.
But now his position is noted. It makes it much more difficult. OC's orb covers off towards spawn. Naf can use his utility to stall out towards the donut position, and Blame just starts to operate with a save here because once again, the CT's finances are under question. So they have secured double digits, but this half can still end up 10-5. So Liquid, the salvaging, it is underway.
Yeah, still quite a deflating half, all things considered, from the individual standpoint. Especially if you were to lose anything more here. OC, chill your bit.
Yep.
Orb saved? Oh, unless... Naf loses it as well! Oh, that's an extra bit of salt there, handed by Blame.
I'd be pretty smug about that one, actually.
Yeah, that's cheeky.
It might lull you into... well, I think they have to go for it anyway here, don't they? So, Borup with 4.9, Blame with 4. We've got 1,400 flags of stare at Device, and... Blame's weapon?
Yeah.
Is that the orb that's in the hands of Device, right?
There it is.
Yeah.
God, I glanced at the monitor, I was like, he didn't have that awkward moment. Yeah, there we go.
No, wait, Borup bought the orb. So...
I just can't see it on the floor.
No, there's one. There we go. Okay, okay.
Everything's
all good. We worked it all out. It's all good. Borup dropped an orb. 4750 on the nose, so Device very happy with that.
Thank you, sir. And he'll be rocking the unarmored Deeg, so we appreciate a team player. There's not many Counter-Strike fans that wouldn't drop if Device asked them to. Never mind Counter-Strike players. Ooh, the pre-aim was there, but the shot is not. OC might feel a little hard done by there.
Look, if you're hearing a Deagle, you know you want to try and get in the thick of it. It's not worth the risk right now, but definitely a tempting morsel of a fight to take at some point. Buzzer's full-on committed to this position here, top red. You can see him highlighted right now, tucked in towards the wall. So on the smoke fade, if Patsy plays at the top, you can actually see him. So Buzz will have to step out a little bit more.
Oh, Patsy, caught out by Device, now occupying that donut. Yakinda doesn't get spotted upon the fade. I think maybe actually, yeah, could go down. Buzz goes looking.
B's somewhat open through long here. You can see if they come up banana up the ramp, it's both cave players. And Rainwaker and Naf, they're really making no secret about this play.
Yeah, he's going to get deep towards this CT angle now. How does Blame approach it? He's conscious of the potential. Stare, firing off a couple of shots, so they will have confirmation of presence towards that cave position. Yakinda's very late on this mid lurk, hoping to catch Blame on the jump up.
Heard him.
He looked away. Naf want to borrow up as well, looking good for
Flame's
a
calling
fourth
the
hit.
save.
And they want to maintain what they can, especially Device on that AWP. Don't forget, they just scraped it together. And Yakinda does go down, but with Stare gone, these two do need to hold on to what they've got.
Okay, well, the halfback on this, yeah, they will be able to get themselves up to at least 10-4. And looking good for the last round of play as well here. So, Liquid, you know, they didn't give up hope. They've kept battling through. They've been able to steal away a couple here based on the financial pressure applied. Naf's 12 kills. You've got 15 apiece for Burrup and Blame on the Astralis side. Buzz and Device also on 12 apiece, and then the rest of Team Liquid trying to just contribute now. But they are going to do their better work on the CT side, or at least we would hope so, or expect to see that. So don't worry if your favorite player is not activated just yet. But here we go, round number 15, final round of the first half. Best of three, number 3 of the play-in stage on the main stream. And here we go, straight in with a B rush.
Just go B. Yeah, let's see. Device doesn't hit the pot shot through the smoke. They're already fully in. The whole squad, bar OC on the site. Device misses his chance.
Rainmaker has the bomb.
And it's gone well for Buzz. Stare as well, another. Rainmaker should be punching in the code now, and Borup's actually using all those smokes on the channel to try and vie for some control.
He might get an ace in the last round.
Looks like it's going to do well for the fragging department. From 2 to 6. What could be 7 as well. Blame, though, meets Patsy, and it's a 10-5 half. We call that one recovery. And we are going to be right on back to see if that second half goes any better for Liquid on the defense. Intel Extreme Masters continues day one here. The play-ins for Cologne. It is a big boy. Astralis, 10 already. Now a recovery from Team Liquid, and their very loud Danish roster roaring to a strong first half.
Yeah, right here, right now, Liquid likely still believe they can win this one, but the mood may be soured here with the CT side pistol loss. Some hard graft from a few of the members to pull them across the line with 5. But this is where they need to do their much better work, or it'll be 3 straight map losses to Astralis over 2 tournaments.
Kingdom might find that 4-man pack. Forward position and a one-tap gets away as well. Borup was supposed to fake it out with util B. Yakinda's rumbled that plan, and he goes looking for more. He's called for backup, understandably so. The bomb spotted towards A main, and they just call it off. Scratch that.
Patty might go down here, not clearing his corners.
Oh dear, this actually is a brilliant frag. If Borup was to accelerate, he's got B site open, but instead they're just going to completely reset.
And this is the thing, the CTs will beat you on those rotation points. He could go in on his own, but Naf would have already been entrenched towards long, so that's a one-on-one that might not go his way. Now that it's grouped up, they have another smoke to work with. They have the numbers, and it's unlikely that the CTs are all grouped together. So now that Astralis have got the time for this, they can give it another go.
And a nice shot from Naf. Borup beheaded. OC, a quick tap to the head of Stare, and it's looking to shape up nicely. Okay, everyone hits their USP shots. Double from Yakinda. Lovely first frag as well. You've got to give him props for activating and taking that more forward position towards the A side, finding Device and getting a nice early info. Really forced Astralis to throw the plan out of the window. That's the frag I'm talking about. And never mind that, you see Naf's headshot onto Borup. OC with a banger-anger. That's Liquid saying, we've got a competitive half ahead of us, boys.
And you see this from Astralis. They don't want to get dragged down into the mud here, right? They don't want to be playing the force by wars. They know that if they take a save right now, they can bring the AKs out into the next. And that means I'm going to change my viewing position right here. It's the eyes in the sky. Alex, take a look right here, right? We see it on the camera POV, but there is no way that Yakinda can see his teammate Patty's monitor. Not only has Patty got the monitor turned away from him, Yakinda is so close that
it's mad.
There's nothing he could see. People are dying. I can see that on the kill feed from here. Everyone's dead. And I can tell you everybody on Liquid stayed alive. Cool.
Nicely done.
That's all from up here. It's kind of the coolest view I think I've ever had. Other than maybe the packed out arena, but this is damn cool. Okay, well the gun rounds, as I mentioned, was going to be just a light investment now into the AKs and up against the lesser weapons of Liquid. This is Astralis' chance to make a mark here in the second half early for some difficult decisions for Liquid as they start 2 towards mid and 3B set up. OC's actually thrown out the elbow smoke from B, so he's helped out his mid players here. You see that one just plume. Rainwaker aggressive in mid, Patsy alongside. That means there's no A anchor right now, but Astralis have no idea that that's the case. Isolated is Yakinda.
Borup gets info off the jump. Confirmation of occupation in that first stage of cave. Already light on utility bar smokes. You can still see 3 present, juggling it back to try and line up how they plan to
They're going to push down the ramp here.
Flourish. They are posturing for it. Walking down. Nice work from Device to get the info. Forces them to change their plans. Smoke. Oh, the bear failed the molly. This is a ballsy push if Naf goes for it. Oh, and there's another in there. He gets the info. Does he get away? The answer's no. Good from Stare. 4 on 4, and the smoke towards short. They are committing. Device walking that bomb in now.
There's only OC here.
What have you got? That would have been huge, and it is. He takes down Device with just the FAMAS. OC has extended
They still don't even believe it's B.
He saw the bomb.
Yeah, but look at Yakinda.
Where are they?
Rainmaker's pushing A.
And now Stare can have a shooting gallery. Long-range engagement on that Galil. A double for him. Puts it into a 2-on-2. Rainmaker will be pulling up shortly. Patsy as well, waiting for his teammate to arrive in unison.
Retaking through K, very difficult here.
Oh, and that's not an angle I think Blame's going to fumble.
He has to get past. Oh, Buzz just cleared it and called it safe. Are they going for this or are they saving?
That is a valid question.
If they save...
He cleared it twice. Like, Blame is probably not going to turn around again.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Patsy to distract. Blame will focus. This is the frag.
Barrel.
This is the frag. And now all onto Buzz. Now, they have to get on that defuse now. It has to be Rainwaker. And that's the kit gone. Patsy. Oh, he's got one. And he's got no time now. No head either. Buzz closes it out for Astralis.
Damn, some nice shots there from Buzz. It's the player on this team that definitely has the most questions asked about him. So Device believes, and so should we, as we just... Oh, here we go.
This is the cam. Yeah, this is the POV we were talking about.
We're looking down here. We're looking down here. So yeah, we can see Liquid just here. Hello, everybody. And this is kind of a nice view, but they're not looking so happy now after losing that 1-on-2.
But we have never, in the history of us commentating this video game, had such a fantastic view of... well, and it's such an, I'd say, intimate view.
Oh, stare straight out mid, through the smoke. Patsy turns the flash.
3 of them hit.
Yep.
Blame. He's going to cut noise and continue to walk, interestingly enough. He'll park himself. And they're accelerating. Nav's flash for himself is brilliant. Look what that sets him up for onto Borra, but the trade immediate limits their options here.
They know you can... Oh!
Buzz? A lightning bolt to the head of Patsy.
Yikes. Now there's some real problems. Rainwaker can't brave the smoke.
Look how far away
OC
OC is.
Around Cave. OC around the world. There's no kit on any of these 3. Plenty of util. They have to deal with Blame. You cannot retake this unless you deal with Blame. And Yakinda and OC are both working on this. But it's soaking a lot of time off the clock.
It's ticking. Yakinda doesn't want to move until it's cleared. Nice find from OC. You can see the comms are clean here.
He needs deep flashes. Rainmaker needs deep flashes.
He does, and he's going to surely be caught out. He has to do it himself. The smoke at least forces Device forward, but that's a dead Rainwaker. And now with the smoke on the bomb, a good spray from Buzz, and Astralis again handling it with class. They'll take the site, and they'll take the round. Beautiful work from the Danes up to 12.
Yeah, huge stuff. Buzz putting Astralis light years ahead of Team Liquid right now. 12-7 is the scoreline, a 5-round differential. And money, the worries for the Liquado boys right here, right now. I still can't believe how patient they are on clearing out these positions, right? Like the Blame has, they've outweighted Blame.
Yeah.
In 2 occasions, which is his specialty.
And it's funny because, you know, that the last 2 rounds that Liquid have lost have actually been impressive displays of communication and aptitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, but it's valid. And OC is dead.
That's the gun gone. So this is 13-7 now. Moments away.
Patsy. And if they don't clear Nav, like that, and Stare dies to a USP. Oh, he didn't quite find another dink. Would have been nice. And Buzz and Device tasked with tidying this one up. It's been a bit of a messy start. And yeah, Patsy and Yakinda still alive. Never mind with an AK-47 each.
Well, I imagine now the 2 of these are speaking Russian.
Yeah. Where are they going?
Fade.
Spotted out. Oh, mamacita, Patsy.
Great molly. Oh, no, not
change
great
my
molly.
mind. Change my mind. Device is active and looking, and they have no armor. Could clutch up, and he looks like he will. Patsy didn't expect him, and it's 2 for Device. A clutch to secure it.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm over here. Take a little bit of a look.
Okay, yeah, timeout on that one. They have had some tough losses back to back to back here.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed they have. And that one right there was Patsy's heroics in middle. If the molly just landed Brokey instead of Big Box, he can't come out. He has to stand in the flames.
I think that molly was...
Was it thrown for Big Box or was it thrown for Brokey?
That's the question I'm having. Was it just a bit of a kind of a misjudged throw that ended up Big Box and then they just overlooked Temple completely?
I'm not sure, but that's a Device 1v2, a Buzz 1v2. That is...
I have never seen Mr. Reitz.
From his POV, here we go.
Yeah, you can't believe it.
Look at how easy he makes this look. I know that'll be armor. I know. Whoa! Deve! Spicy!
13 in the bank. Liquid, after voicing with a nice pistol and its conversion, have lost the last 3 rounds in 1v1s. 3 on the trot. Astralis.
They can buy again.
Yeah, I'm sure they can.
So we're back into the guns.
It just doesn't feel too good. This might rain. Well, no, change my mind. White screen, and gets out. Problems. Rainwaker flash. Trust in the system. It's a 3-on-3. Change my mind. Patsy onto Stare. And Borra, yeah, I mean, sure, there's a smoke, but that's not going to be an uncomfortable exchange. He's used his own smoke to try and retrieve this bomb. This is heroic if he gets away! Oh. That could have been a completely different round. Now Blame, they know who it is.
Look at Yukinda.
Yeah.
But it's a hard clear. Blame
clears. Blame clears. And Blame dies. Nice fight. Okay, well, Liquid, not this time, they say.
Yeah, and they don't sass back just yet. I think they might wait until they're the ones in the lead here.
They just had that was a handshake. It felt like they just had like a little bit of a business deal.
Good job, sir.
Yeah.
Good
nice.
stuff.
Yeah, okay. Great quarter.
But this looked great, didn't it? And the flash, that flash follow-up from Bo up there, just catching Rainwaker, really good stuff. But the TK didn't help. And now Astralis are the ones who have to operate with a force fight. Those 1v1s you pointed out, here are the ramifications. So keeping it close, Team Liquid have kept themselves in it again. They're just treading water in this map, it feels like. You know, just bobbing their head above water, like we're still here. And this could be them conserving that energy for the home stretch. And they have to deal with this purchase of Astralis here. The Galils sound off, so Liquid are well aware that that's on the other side. 2 smokes, a handful of flashes to work with here. And Device back up on the boost. On the flip side, Liquid holding on to a lot of their nades here, not feeling an awful lot of pressure just yet. Smokes are plenty. Senderies as well. They're doing a good job of controlling the tempo and pace of the game and aren't too flustered by what Astralis are posturing forward with here. Look at Yukinda, the bullets are just rattling right next to his head and still not deploying that smoke.
Comfortable from Yukinda. Now that smoke comes out, Borup braves it.
Heard him on the wood.
You'd think so. Second guessed himself for a moment.
I even heard the wood there, and when our sound's nowhere near as good as theirs.
On Astralis' options lacking. You just got to smoke, re-smoke on the ramp.
This one's already
You're not
over.
getting your fight in the cave.
Yeah, we're looking at a 13-10 scoreline here, and not after this round, obviously, but nah.
I mean, if OC doesn't get them both, it does open up the conversation that, yeah, Patsy will finish instead. Okay, so there's 9. The 10 you've prophesized.
Should be very light.
They do keep shaking hands. It's like, I love it. It's a nice variation from the esports fist bump. It's a straight up business deal every time they close.
Well, maybe they thought, hey, we'll start this, Patsy, because we know that Dexter used to abuse your hand,
right. That's true.
We sent him off to Flames, but, you know, we'll be nice to you here.
And you couldn't have 2 more contrasting Counter-Strike personalities as Dexter and Naf.
Yeah, right. Yep. And OC, yep. Him and Patsy starting to make a little bit of a roar here. This is the Fico.
Yeah, it's 1 Deagle. Let's do Blame Cam. This Borup's just bounding around. Naf's going looking for a little SMG flurry.
Just going to ping-pong back and forth here, Beta, the util. Bit of a staple of these rounds.
That was beautifully placed, considering where Borup was. OC just tapping through. Smoko vision. And 4 more to find.
Stair showing everybody a couple little tricks. What's on the B stream right now?
It is.
You know the new Twitch URLs as well? Twitch.tv/ESLCS and Twitch.tv/ESLCSB.
I believe.
No underscore.
That is the pistol round underway.
Monty Imperial.
Monty Imperial.
Okay, so Monty with the newest edition of Bro, who's Danish.
Right.
He's taking the position of Boros, who ended up on Falcons with MBK and Body, as well as Lonks and MHL. So that's actually a team that people are pretty hot on, right? Because it's a lot of potential fraggers
in one space
under experienced individuals like MBK and Body, and Body's been in pretty good form in recent time. Wouldn't say recent years. He's been a bit on and off. And Imperial. Oh, here we go. Here comes Naf. Come on, Naf. How many more are we going to get here, mate? Down to the USP. 2 more to find. That Deagle still standing. Time an issue. They will have to throw themselves into the meat grinder, and Yukinda, knowing exactly that, holds the trigger down and will just get the last of them. So Blame default, and that'll be the 13-10. Imperial's got the Henny edition. The Henny and the Phelps edition. I see you looking at the TSM roster here, Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, I just wanted to process it for myself. Because, you know, Cypher was one of the highlights for the British Counter-Strike fan base. over in Paris. It was exciting to see him rock up with a Tesco bag and beat players with 3 times his salary.
It
You know,
was
that's
pretty
kind of
funny.
cool.
Yeah. Okay, Blame wants the space here, and he's going to get it. So they have the mid control. Rainwaker and Patsy can't really risk braving this without flash support, and at the moment that is not available. They started OC over towards the B site here. When are Liquid going to look for an information jaunt? Rainwaker starting to slowly find his way back over towards A. So right now it's a bit of a stalemate here.
Keep going, Stair.
But they don't
You
have
only
any
need 30
utility to
bullets.
they don't have any utility to finish the round. Like they had the space, they're hoping for a push. They haven't really applied that much. They just have 2 smokes. You have nothing for a closer. You need to individually try and trade, or they're
seeing what they can get. And it's bullets through the boards. Ouch! Device punished. Taste of his own medicine. It's OC that finds him with combination with Naf. And Stair responds. How many bullets has he got left? I'm intrigued. Let's see. Rainwaker pushing for answers. He finds Buzz, who waited the entire round for that. But they know the bomb was last seen B, surely.
They've honestly had 2 smokes for, what, a minute and 15 seconds, and they might still win this round.
Yeah, I think I made an oopsie there. The bomb was not spotted. It was hidden. And therefore, Yakinda's rotation is justified and makes sense.
Here
But
we go, Naf.
All on to Mr. Naf.
Not cleared. Not cleared.
Not cleared. Massive, massive frag. Needs another. Can't transfer. And so Yakinda tucked in. A huge frag onto Stair. Could be a round winner because they haven't got time to get on that bomb. Blame has to get through Yakinda. 1 man left. It's Buzz. 8 seconds. 7. Can't find it. Finds it in just enough time to get it down.
He can run it
it's
down.
a one-on-one. Patsy chose not to.
Oh.
40 HP. Buzz versus Patsy, holding for the crawl back. Oh! Buzz comes up clutch for Astralis!
Massive stuff from Buzz right there, and they're going to G him up. That is exactly what you need from this type of individual, a name that we're not familiar with on the big screen right now. And this is a player there have been questions about. Some clutches, some big shots. A 1v1 right there against Patsy, and he sits him on his ass.
They had limited resources, Chad. That is impressive. An impressive round for Astralis to end up closing. Buzz, he was the A lurk, and he's the closer as well. That's why he's going to be basically paying for himself and justifying being in that lurking position.
Oh, OC.
If he can close, yeah, and that's going to feel extra good when Device is hyping you up like that.
Exactly, right? And this is Device's boy. This is the guy, played some FACEIT with him. I think he's pretty good. Yeah! It's on Device's word, and well, Device's word, maybe it's good. Buzz showing us something here today against Liquid. And you go back to the Blast Fall groups, you look at the 2-0 that Astralis trounced the Liquid new to international waters squad with. Well, it's not a trouncing, but it's definitely feeling like it's an Astralis victory here. Do Yakinda and his team have anything else to say?
Let's find out together. Mid-fight. Wait, Rainwaker. Good on to Blame. Borup 2 with a Mac 10, no less.
OCC with the AWP. If they filter towards A, he should be good for a kill or 2.
Yeah. And that's if Borup doesn't kill them all. Yeah, feels a bit robbed on that one. Just a bit late to the react as Naf claws us back into a 3-on-3. Now, he has maintained mid. He doesn't have all the answers in mid. Thinking better of overstaying his welcome. He calls OC over, so really not expecting too much on A.
This is the thing, though. They need to group up and get something back. They have really no idea. They lost mid. They're worried about B lane. A main's still a possibility. So Gamble, flash. It's not long.
Bad flash.
Oh,
Dead
no.
Naf. And it's Stair that contributes a big one. Bob's going A.
No.
OC's already evacuated. Liquid are going to be punching the air. Oh, and missing the shot onto Stair.
Well, if Yakinda says he's going to flash for you, of course you're going to give it a go. It's just not good enough, and this is not good enough at all. The round is done. The round is dusted, and that definitely was a desk punch.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That synced up perfectly with OC's death. 2 missed shots, frustrating, I'm sure, especially when you were kind of considering and ready for that, but it leaves it on Yakinda in a 1v2. This could be enough to give a little bit of hope. And Device might find it with a bloody Mac 10. Oh, he gets one! Immediate trade Stair from CT. Grabs an AWP on the way out the door for Device as well into round 26, but Astralis, oh, Chad.
Yep.
All 5 of Astralis' T round wins
1v1s.
are 1v1s.
Insane. Like, I know that situation, there's a 1-on-2, but immediately go,
Right,
sure, but the round recap, I'm with you. Just the close nature of all of these. You know, one or, yeah, that was, we
Audible.
definitely heard that.
I like this environment. This is what we're talking about.
Oh, this is it.
Let's see what happens. Blame. Oh, already puts Patsy to rest. Rainway could get away. Needs to survive. Device onto Naf. They're in B. They are in B. Yakinda, however, and Rainwaker perhaps. He's going to be cleared. He's a dead man. Yeah, this is over. Yakinda, 5-7, no armor. 16-10. Domination from Astralis, truly. Yes, it was kept competitive, and Liquid showing signs of life and impressive communication. I feel like I come away from this game excited about both rosters.
Yeah, and I think that was the feeling a lot of people had over there in Copenhagen as well. But Astralis, again, another victory, right? So Liquid, this organization has had issues with Astralis in the past, apparently still with the modern lineup. Still a couple of problems here, but Astralis, the native tongue, looking good, and seeing clutches out of Buzz, that's great. He topped the scoreboard here, 23 kills in total. He had 19 for Device, 21 for Blame, 20 for Barb and Stare. Well, he's the new addition. He's meant to be one of these stars. He only had 11. He wasn't necessarily needed to step up in a big way. So a great win here for the Danes.
Yeah, in terms of clutches as well, 2 out of Buzz. Fantastic Device a clutch as well. Stare with 1 as well. You know, every single member of Astralis, bar Blame, have been closing those rounds out, and it's going to be a very big win for Astralis to start off their party here at the play-in of IEM Cologne 2023.
Oh, it certainly started off very well from they're huddled right now together, looking very happy with themselves. And if we go back to Copenhagen, well, they want to play us as the decider, and rightly so. They've been playing very well so far. I'm going to grab Buzz with me here as he sneaks his way in. How are you, Buzz? That was one hell of a performance, and these clutches, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Just been playing a lot of retake lately.
Oh, okay, a lot of retake. What's it like for you when you've got Device and Blame hyping you up in situations like that after you clutch it out for them?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, there's a good vibe on the team. Helps a lot, boosting the confidence. It's nice.
And in terms of being nice, you guys also give some like maniac-style laughs at sometimes over to your opponents when it's going on. Is this you guys are just enjoying things, or is it some form of intimidation?
We're just having fun, enjoying the game, enjoying the team. Yeah, that's it.
Well, enjoying the game and enjoying the team is certainly what Astralis has been doing, and a big win here early on. We're going to a break, and then we'll be back. New roster you got together, you had your first outing with it, some highs and lows, but how are you feeling coming to Cologne?
I mean, we feel really good. Obviously, as you said, highs and lows at the Blast groups, but you know, we learned a lot about ourselves in-game as a team and out of the game as well, and that was honestly the whole point of the event, regardless. And, you know, Cologne, we're coming in with, you know, slightly higher expectations, but, you know, we're still in the learning phase of the team and figuring out everything, so...
And how is the personalities working? Because Yakinda's always been fun and good on camera and everything else. Naf is who he is, right? We've got nothing but love for him. OC, he's like a pretty chill dude and everything else. But the other two, describe him for me. Start with you, Yakinda.
Well, I mean, Roberto from Miami is pretty...
Why? Okay, you have to, though. This is for the lobby. You have to explain the Roberto from Miami, because I got thrown this all the time by Steve.
I actually don't know how it happened, how it started, but Steve started calling him Roberto from Miami, and then like Robert just embraced it and became Roberto from Miami. But I mean, he's like a really as well. He's not afraid to speak, not afraid of the cameras, and he's really like out personality in a way. And if you're gonna come up to him, he's always gonna laugh with you and like speak to you and whatever. Alex is more of like a quiet guy, like a Keith type guy, like Naf. But
that's why they get on.
Yeah, but when you crack him, you understand he's like super as well, like really funny and charismatic.
Daps, we need to make sure someone explains to Patsy that if he goes to a border and says he's Roberto from Miami, they're probably going to think he's smuggling something.
I mean, he was born there, and you know, he just lost his American passport. So I mean, he's been trying to get home ever since, and you know, I'm sure they'll let him in eventually.
So this is the real reason he joined Liquid?
Yeah, we're still an NA team. I don't know why everyone's so mad. We're still the majority NA, so.
we're still technically majority in it. It's you know. It's like it's a good balance now.
Yeah, Randy Smith. Randy, you can just Smith.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Okay. You need to want my hat? Do you remember my hat? Do you want that?
Yeah.
What is your calling?
The third map that was never needed in Copenhagen, but even when we switch up the cities, it's still Astralis to be taking this one home. Their first win at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and talk about coming out the gates hot, Janko. 9-1 to be starting this map.
Oh yeah, they were on fire, and I just have to say, this Astralis team has a sort of a vibe about them, really. You know, you could tell even before the game started, they're, you know, laughing around, they're having fun. Like, you can tell the mood is pretty good on the team. Something that we didn't mention with all the changes in the lineup of the players, they also got, you know, the performance director from Heroic to transfer over to Astralis. So that's another addition that they have to help with building up the team culture, setting things, doing things the correct way, which is something I think as an organization they've struggled under their previous regime.
I mean, Blamef looking really great to be starting this map off. On the CT side, he was definitely the star of the defensive half.
Yeah, I think he probably had 3 or 4 multi-kills in a row from that very donut position. Foreshadowing you at home, he's going to be in that place quite a lot in the highlight reel we're showing you. It was one of the main reasons why they were put in such an advantageous position from the get-go. That was the pistol round, 3rd round, 5th round now as well. A little bit pushing. You know, whenever there's an eco round coming over, you can trust Blamef to be very quick on that one. He takes those, but the silencer, good work as well. On the flank, I have to admit, he got outflanked a couple times in the second half, but in the first half, he was very much in the rhythm.
And that was crucial, you know, in the first half, those multi-kills in Donut and towards A. That's what allowed Astralis to get so much momentum, to have some bank that they can play with as well. And they had some really good small setups, good utility usage early on the CT side, which allowed them to outmaneuver Liquid in the late round.
And then we flip over to the second half, and it's a different name that we're putting under the microscope in our Air Force Aim High. It's actually Buzz, because talk about a crazy clutch towards the tail end, but his impact hasn't gone unnoticed on this map of Ancient.
No, it's really great to see him come alive in these late round situations. Absolutely fantastic for Astralis and their future as a whole, because you'd imagine Blamef, Device, with the experience, they'd know how to handle these situations. Device had a couple of clutches as well, but if suddenly this man on our screen is someone you can trust in the late 20 secs, and he's actually the one pulling crazy clutches, it gives them a depth that we didn't really imagine before, right? They've talked about how they've reshuffled position slightly and now he's more comfortable, but until we've seen on a server, these are just words. Like, we don't care about it until you actually show it. And he's been doing well with this new roster.
Absolutely tremendous impact from him in the second half. Amazing game. Those 2 clutches were clutch indeed in the time in which they happened in the round, in the half as well, right? It would have been very difficult for Astralis to close out the game if it weren't for that, because their economy wasn't super stable, and it seemed like Liquid was starting to find their groove as well in the second half. So yeah, absolutely crucial.
Another W locked in for Astralis as they do progress onwards here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, but one more debut is coming your way in our best of ones. It's going to be Furia with Fallen in tow, taking on Greyhound, who haven't made any changes coming into this new season. We're going to see how it goes down after this.
would be an ace clutch from Fallen.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Fallen's here. Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
Good. All about bolts. That's just all the I mean, you get into heaven on T side, GG, or you suck. You know what I mean? You do that and lose, play a different game.
Bro, hanging on
That's
for
about
dear
the
life.
best advantage you could ask for. It's usually only in the last, you know, the CT's played well. You get there in the last 20 seconds and maybe it's too late to do anything with it. But if you can get to that part of the map, you're in the money, man. You're about to cash out. Guap.
Skrilla.
Moolah.
Big bucks. And big bolts coming in with impact. Just that timing, catching off Demka on the fallback. Unraveled the forward play. We get a little tech issue at the moment, but it's already readied up, so don't fret. Don't stress. I want to see the Waro 2K op highlights start. You know, Waro, I think, has a lot of eyes on him, a lot of expectations with his name, and what he's been able to do from time to time. But even back in Paris when they upset versus Na'Vi, that was his best map, best performance. Outside of it, wasn't crazy.
No.
He's not playing like some prodigy.
No, it was good, but yeah, not crazy. He definitely had some maps.
He's just got a reputation, you know? He's notorious.
He's infamous, though.
Yeah. And he did own Simple on that Anubis map.
Oh, yeah.
That is, no one can take that from him.
Nope. That was like our Boston, you know? We'll always have Boston.
Yeah, sure.
He'll always have that
He'll always have
legend
that.
stage match versus
Yeah,
Na'Vi.
yeah. I remember the desk in the pregame brought up the tweets and everything. They set the tone.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Furia back for a brand new season and with a big new name in tow. Fallen has arrived at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We're talking about a two-time Cologne champion now changing Allegiance Matchu and joining the side of Furia.
Yeah, one of the most exciting changes that we've had in the interseason, of course, with Cloud9, there is no doubt. The question isn't really, was Fallen's past great? Because of course it was.
Hell
the question is, can the present be it again? And I think a whole lot of people in the Brazilian scene have asked for a long time to see him with more capable players next to him. I think as a leader, what he did then with Imperial was more than decent. And now he's get a chance to write a really late page in his book.
Yeah, and a new page for the Furia guys as well, right?
Yeah.
For that core of the team that still remained the same. It was 6 years since that second Cologne win, 7 since the first one. So yeah, it's been a long time for them, but I think I'm very curious to see how this is going to look like.
Yeah, because we've heard that Fallen is taking up the role of in-game leader, right? That is correct. So obviously Art is going to be moving to what we would presume is to be a more kind of aggressive, classic Art style position without the burden of calling.
Yes, but the question is, like, we understand Art is going to be freed up from that, and then Fallen's going to have the reign, and then I think people assume that Art is just going to do Art. Like, we don't know if that's how Fallen wants to play. We have no idea how they want to approach it. I mean, you have a player in Art who is obviously comfortable in going in first, obviously comfortable in taking risks. But what I like is, like, Fallen to help him decide a bit more intelligently when he's going to be aggressive, when not to, when to have a bit more rhythm. I think this is where his guidance should be needed.
Yeah, but definitely, I don't think needed, but crucial, like just necessary to have it, because I've heard some people try to compare, yes, but he had Fur before and he played with him. Like, Fur is a different kind of animal to Art, right? I think that would be a disservice to Fur to put them in the same boat. Now, can Art elevate his play and do some of those things and actually rein himself back in some situation? Yes, like, there's a whole other sort of conundrum with that whole mix-up there, but we have to wait for a couple of tournaments probably even to see how that whole dynamic goes. I think it's just very exciting for Furia fans to finally have someone who wants to lead the team in a different way, wants them to play a different brand of Counter-Strike, be on the team and see if they can actually get Serato first and then Yuri as well to a podium in Counter-Strike.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. It's Fallen on the mic with Banks.
I got Fallen, a legend of the game, with me here, now in a new Furia shirt. It is going to take some getting used to, but I want to touch on Cologne for you, mate. You look at 2017 and 2016, winning the back-to-back events. What's it like now to be back again?
Hello, everyone. It feels great to be back here. Cologne was definitely my second home for a whole time of my career. Had the chance to play for SK Gaming, city based here. Had the chance to win 2 big trophies and also bring my family to see my secondary major win. So that was amazing. So it feels amazing to be here and really want to start playing with the Furia guys. It's been 21 days and today's going to be my debut, so it's going to be nice.
Oh yes, I'm looking forward to seeing that. But you did tell us at one point, right, Imperial was the last dance and now it's not. So what changed exactly?
Say again, sorry?
Imperial was supposed to be the last dance and now you're back. So what changed exactly to make this happen?
I would say last 5 years mainly dealing with my personal life and mainly traveling the whole year, all the time, really burned me out a little bit. So I wasn't seeing clearly how I could manage to have a proper personal life and still be competing. Yeah, I know that for being an athlete in any sports, you have to sacrifice a lot of stuff. But at the time, it was super difficult for me to see a way out. And talking to my wife, Leticia, and checking my options, and I really came out with a solution where I can play a little bit more. And it's going to be fantastic to be playing with a new core of people. And she's supporting me, and we're going to be living together, most likely in Europe, not too far from here. So there's some changes I'm doing in a personal life to accommodate it. Yep. But that's mainly the difference, yeah.
Okay, I like it. And coming to Europe, great practice for you guys as well. But one thing I want to understand, how do we balance the style between your IGLing and what Furia used to have? How is that working?
For now, it's been awesome. It's been 21 days, only practice so far. I think the real match starts now. And, you know, I really do think that me and Art, we have opposite styles. I know Art's very aggressive. I think that when he wants to create strategy and wants to think on how he's going to approach the game, he goes more towards a micro decision point of view, where he's gonna check a new play or is gonna get a timing or spawn-based play, and then he's gonna create something around it. And for me, it was much more the opposite. I would like to see more of the macro game and then come up with the small details. So when you think about it, we kind of complete each other pretty well, because I don't mind much exactly how things are gonna be done. I'm looking more from a outside perspective, and he's very detailist. So, I mean, it's great so far. It's been very fun. I think we're very optimistic and super hyped because the personal talent on this team is awesome as well. So everyone is very hyped. Let's see how it goes.
I'm sure everyone at home is super hyped as well to see Fallen and Shadow debut here for Furia. Let's see how it goes down.
Some very positive words coming out of Fallen there, and Furia looking like they are ready to be taking on Cologne. James Banks just touched on it. I don't want the arrival of Fallen to overshadow another roster change that's happened inside Furia. Obviously, Cello is joining the squad as well.
Yeah, he's taken a whole lot of attention towards him in the Imperial days. A player that is not afraid to play in your face, Counter-Strike, super explosive, super aggressive, at times a little crazy. But I think this is what this team needs as well. If you think about the balance that you can possibly have between Art and Cello on one hand, and then Yuri and Kesarado, who would prefer to be activated in mid to late rounds, a bit more passive, a bit more waiting for the game to come to them. I think there's something to be done here. I think there's a balance to be achieved.
And we'll see the way Fallen presented it. It seems like they could have some good synergy there. I want to give a shout out to Furia for him saying they've practiced for 21 days. You know, we've seen a lot of teams take some extra time, and sure, this is their first tournament in the season, but still to be boot camping and be together for such a long time tells you that they really want to make this work, right? They don't want to waste any time to try to put this team on the right track.
Where do you think you're looking then coming into this series? We do land on the map of Ancient, Matthew. Who are you looking out for the most on this?
Well, listen, the man that we'll have on camera, I think he's the topic of the talk, right? Art, how he's going to be playing. Is he going to be full Art, or is he going to see, or are we going to see him rather rein it a little bit and peel back just a little bit more? We'll see how Fallen uses him. Apparently, Art has a lot to say in the details and the minimalistic approach of it. We'll see how that translates.
I mean, he's basically saying that if the way you are going to fight for Cave, right, I don't really care. I just need you to get Cave in this round. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to do it if you can get it done, right? And then if we get that, I know how to move the other pieces, and I think that's what they were lacking. We saw Furia, they tried way too late to change their style and to play more of a standard style, like a month before the major, and it was just miserable. I mean, they were awful in that tournament, and you know, having someone like Fallen in who believes in that the whole time is going to make things much smoother.
So many questions, and it's about damn time we get some answers. We do land on the map of Ancient once again as Furia clash with Greyhound, and it is time to hand over the mic to Chad and Alex.
Furia versus Greyhound. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the Panther versus the Greyhound, I think I know who'd win in the fight, and I am
But who'd win in the race?
That's a good question. Very, very excited to see how the new look Furia does feel. Never mind look. Yuri. Kesarado under Fallen's leadership. I mean, wow, this is an exciting prospect. And that's a good way to start things off. Inz is in the molly as well. Has to get out of dodge. He stands and bangs onto Yuri. 2 out of Inz. That was mechanical. Brilliant.
That's the man to look for to this team, right? He is the in-game leader, and the top fragger seems to be a common trend. If you look at the Dexter history, is Art jostles for a duel, and it's a little bit of damage as it's Kesarado's turn once more.
Good and powerful, criminally undercleared position, and that's Sicko collecting. So Kesarado cut down. Vexite's actually on the hunt there. Now he's been, it's audible. Aware of the hunt. He doesn't necessarily need
Bomb's
to force
getting
the
planted
issue.
B for free.
And this is a bit of an oopsie, especially if Vexite was to go down. Art now in this weird limbo state. They have to get rid of him.
Now.
As soon as possible, lads. There it... Oh no, there's a lot more damage done.
Were they blind?
It's a 1v4, they look like it. Vexite will close.
Were they blind? I didn't hear a flash.
Nor did I. Liaz might have had one. No.
I didn't hear it go off. No, he was one of the guys peeking mid right there. Anyway, that was strange. But regardless, they are going to get the pistol here, and you get a yell out of the Greyhound boys. Now, from Inz, that was massive. I think that the two individuals you want to look towards in this team are Inz and Vexite, right? I think Alistair can be an X factor with the AWP. He's not a consistent AWPer. You're not going to compare him to like a Mantu. He's someone who can have good games, but can also, you know, be very hit and miss just because of his style. But this is great from Inz. Like under pressure, cops a molly, push back, 50 HP. Hits a couple of nice ones. Sicko with a freebie. It's good to see him getting a couple kills early here, and there's Vexite with the finish and the follow through with the defuse. But you know what the plant means? Very juicy looking force bite for Furia, AK for Yuri, Cello with a Galil, and the rest with some upgrades as donut smoke at the ready there from Kesarado.
Okay, let's see how Art wants to take middle. He's underhanded his own smoke, and
he'll call for a flash surely from Kesarado, right? He can't go out just dry.
No, that seems to be the intention. Liaz, he's going to have a lot of work to do as these Furia investigations start with a boost. That elevated angle not going to be very comfortable for Liaz to clear. Ready and deleted. Perfect work. Cello opens up the AA site, and now Fallen's already getting the digits down. This is an uncomfortable retake now, Chad. Super uncomfortable, but Vexite's maintaining Donut control, a double to get his team back into the site. Time is ticking. Kits are present. Smoke on Alistair as well if they can start taking this space back too. Looking to hold this temple retake angle, but Vexite and Inns are coming in through Donut now. It's their territory. Oh, Fallen hits a warning shot. Vexite's got himself an AK-47. Should be able to clear out some of these angles. A main to be cleared. It's a deep clear. Oof, snappy from Vexite. Art on the trade, and we do see Inns on the defuse. Fallen, what can you do? Yeah, kills are great, but we do see the defuse come through. Greyhound holding on. It's not necessarily the most beautiful of conversions, but a conversion nonetheless.
It leaves me with a lot of questions, though. Do Furia want to take our time out here and just have a chat? We planned it again. We took 4 players. We can buy again. Like, this is a hole, though, that you'll dig yourself. So this is probably what Art would normally call anyway, right? So we do see another buy come through, and they understand just how much pressure they can apply here.
But for clarification, I think sometimes those calls from Art were happening when you didn't have the bomb down and fall.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, but this one certainly is very easy to justify. Liaz, I like the forward position, but Alistair's going to get owned by Cello, and Fallen clears Liaz comfortably.
Literally the same strategy again.
Yeah, and look at the result this time. Just like that, it's flawless. Sure, damage inflicted, Cello and Yuri low, but unless Inns and Sicko are feeling particularly frisky, they're not going to be able to get any more conversions than that. One onto the Cello, but Inns and Sicko and CT spawn, and that bomb is already far gone.
This is one of the conversations we have about Greyhound every time. They go back home, they come back to Europe. Sometimes they get to do a boot camp. This time they did. I believe they were over there in Warsaw, Poland.
Okay.
Come back to a boot camp and try and catch up individually, right? And then on top of that, continue to add things to your game and your understanding and how you want to approach things as a team, because they're always going to be hamstrung. At this point, and we don't bitch and moan about it like the Americans. It's just the state of the world. That's how it's a big place, guys. The internet's not good enough yet. But Greyhound, we get to investigate who's looking sharp, what have they added, what looks good. You know, we get to see these things every time. Do we expect them to do a lot of damage? No. And they are one of the teams who have to prove it every single time. Just like the Mongols, right? Just like all of these teams. If they want to make a dent, eventually they've got to start breaking through.
So does this just then become a bit of an interesting force-buy war then?
Yeah, but the thing is that Furia, in the last couple of rounds, were probably comparable in the buy departments now, whereas Greyhound, I wouldn't say that at all here.
Art's on his early adventure up mid. Inns might face him head on. If there's not a flashbang, Inns has got him dead to right. You can see he's potentially going to get set up. Keisaratu doesn't have a flash action.
The timing on this is huge.
Just looked away. That smoke will be fading. Liaz attending to it. Has to stay proactive and aware. Oh, and a well-managed spray from Art, applying the pressure. Fallen as well as activating. Liaz is a dead man. And just like that, Donut down. Ace site is theirs. They flatten the defense. And Keisaratu didn't quite finish his meal there. Sicko left.
Not saving these.
Quick adjust, and yeah, Vexite might for a second longer. Now dead to Art and Furia. They've got some pace, some ferocity.
And some energy, right? That's something that Cello's been known for in the Imperial days. Even back, you go back here when he was meant to be the next version of Cold Zero, which is crazy because we talk about him being aggressive. This guy's always been loud. He's always been in your face, and if he can bring that energy as well, that's great guns here. And this is 3 consecutive rounds right now where they've done a Keisaratu Art combo for mid space, or at least questions in mid, and 3 players walk A main in somewhat of a contact environment. So it will eventually be the change up here for the Brazilians. We have an echoing Greyhound, so 4 of them will stack over towards the second letter of the alphabet. Liaz is also floating on over now as well. But this one should be the 3rd round, all but guaranteed here. It is quite interesting to hear from Fallen, right, what his take is on the situation. Yeah, Art's more into the micro of, doing these...
The ways we're going to get
exactly.
there, yeah.
And then more of the macro. Okay, I need this map control. I need to apply pressure here. We need to make, So it is interesting to hear that because there's a lot of questions about was keeping Art the right decision, and we're going to have to take some time before we see that.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to get an answer after a couple of games.
But he gets to be the point man and doesn't have to worry about the macro, which is good for him.
I would agree. I also think, those moments of brilliance from Art, like it's clear that his approach to the game when he's feeling it, can be very often quite rewarded.
There's another bit of damage here.
It is, yeah. Look at Art's HP. Oh God, Alistair's just taken down Fallen, and Art's still low. This has some legs.
They can get out to A.
Yeah, Alistair confirms there's still presence on the ramp.
Not anymore.
K-Serato has essentially been summoned to go and clean up. Okay, K-Serato, first of the 2 more required. And Lias hits the dink. They're so low. This is within touching distance of a full eco victory. They've got 30 and 25.
He's got 2 bullets left.
Oh my God.
He's got no residual ammo.
He needs a USP, or he needs to be perfect. K-Serato's ready, and that is a very close round. Greyhound, they brought nothing into it, but leave with 3 frags.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Gary knows he's going to get from K-Serato, and that's exactly what Fallen wanted to get by joining this team.
Yes.
An individual who is, without a doubt, the best Brazilian Counter-Strike player in the world right now. That's K-Serato. There's no doubt about that. He is a monster. And the fact that you have this monster now under Fallen who gets to control this team and work out how they want to... That's the exciting part of this. How much more can he get out of somebody like K-Serato?
Oof. That is a very exciting prospect, and so is Fallen going for aggressive AWP peaks.
You don't see this every day of the week.
That's Vexite with a real response. He sends a message with 2 on the M4 spray.
Are we sure Art's not in-game leader and AWP there? What's going on?
That's a little unusual as Vexite triple. He's locked down this round for Greyhound. They're going to keep things nice and level here. It's Cello and Yuri to try and recover and save face in some capacity, but Sicko and Inns, they've got full control once that smoke does fade. You can see there's sound cues heard towards B lane. Bomb completely disconnected from the remaining Furia players. And Sicko, he's good onto Yuri. Keeping a clean sheet would be huge for the economy.
Yeah, it'd be massive stuff. And I'm enjoying the Sicko contribution so far. Right, he's normally one of the weaker fraggers for this team. And the flash has been dodged. Cello with a double up.
Oh, yeah. And Inns, they know you were there. You threw the flash and he will at least close. Not quite the clean sheet at the end of things. Cello good to make sure it makes it a little bit more costly for his adversary. But why has Art got 9 grand?
Why not?
Yeah, that's kind of sweet. Yeah, it works out wonderfully. He spends all $9,550 of it. But this is how Vexite's locked down middle. That's very promising signs.
I kind of want to, I want to be careful when I say this for everybody. Maybe you're not familiar with Greyhound, but Vexite is an aggressive rifler in your face. And if you caught the last game, he'll do similar things as to like what Patty likes to do, like get up close, get flashed in, because these are players who mechanically are very strong, and they also have a bit of an ego about their aggression, right? And I think Vexite is definitely one of those. He is a young bloke, right? He's the newer name on this Greyhound roster here, but in my mind, watching what I've seen him be able to get away with and do, and see him at the start of this career, as long as he doesn't get beaten to submission of all this travel and everything like that, I think that he has good potential.
Really?
I'm not saying he's the next JKS or anything. They're completely different styles of players, but he's probably the next Aussie guy who has, like, if he could be as good as like Inns. Damn, we got Inns and Vexite. Okay, starting to get a bit scary.
Most definitely, and a competitive one over on the B stream.
And thank you very much pointing out that the winner of that will play the winner of this.
Oh, it could be Imperial Furia.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
They've started the AWP of Alistair quite stubbornly over towards A here, and you can understand why, because the rounds that Furia won, they did that contact A walk, right? The only round that they weren't winning through, that was the full eco over towards B. So wanting to make sure that doesn't happen again. Alistair, however, his AWP is negated, right? It's not in the round, it's not a worry. He's just pinned to one position.
I'm just a little intrigued as to who's responsible for these potential cave engagements. You can see Inns' angle. He needs... the smoke actually completely covers their bases there.
They're going to try and... Well, actually, no. They need to apply pressure somewhere else to Red to maybe get the third B member to be focused otherwise.
Right.
Liaz already is. But Furia don't know that exactly here. 44 seconds left. They have players aggressive A main and in cave. So at any point here, they could strike on either side, and Fallen's made the decision it will be the B finish.
Okay, so it's 30 seconds for Furia to get that bomb down. Just under.
Good short smoke.
Yeah, he's staring at a smoke grenade. Sicko knows his chances for an engagement
They're playing
coming.
retake.
And they are letting that bomb go through. Spray through the smoke, sure. Bomb from Yuri will be going down. And the first fight for Sicko. He's frustrated with that one. It's Cello, precise. with the Kalashnikov. Flash great, forces Cello away. Art looking to keep him safe, and it's a great headshot from Inns. Just the one, though. Furia with a 2-man advantage with that bomb ticking. And K-Serato swimming behind Alistair. A Tech 9 to the dome on Europa. A big frag to be had here from Vexite. He could save the AWP if he could just get rid of K-Serato, but looks like K-Serato's got other plans. He'll steal that away. A messy spray.
Yep.
Are we getting it? Oh, we're getting it.
The double AWP
The
T side?
DORP on the T side.
Well, Ard will get to use this one, won't he? Unless they throw it over the fence. Are they going to keep it? Really? They're going to wow. Furia hasn't changed an awful lot, has it? just Fallen and Cello in the team now.
Yeah, man.
But this right here, Sicko's frustrated, and I would be too. Liaz was close by, and so was Inns. Nobody came to help him. You don't need two people staring at a smoke. Someone come help me fight. Someone have a flash for me. Give me something, boys. It's a hard position, especially once you concede the site control. So now it will be another eco. We've had 2 full ecos out of Greyhound in the first 8 rounds of play.
Sign of the times, Furia looking comfortable. Cello in particular, this is would have been number 9.
Oh!
Vexite is doing the impossible on the Deagle. He even gets a weapon into his teammates' hands as well.
He didn't like how that last round felt. That
He's mad.
M4 at range. The Deagle just bopped 2. That is massive. Show me that again.
Yeah, these eco rounds from Greyhound, you've got to keep yourself fully focused. They're hitting the shots, they're hitting the headies, they're warm from Warsaw.
Wasn't this just one Deagle?
Yeah.
It was just the one.
And now it's an AK and an AWP and a Deagle. He's even distributed the Deagle to Inns.
All right, well, let's talk about how Greyhound can lose this one here. Furia,
you cruel
with
bastard.
all the nades they might desire. Do they want to try and clean house here towards the back of the Death Cube? You can smoke deep.
Oh, this is a good Deagle fight for Inns, and yeah, a tag through the corner. He sticks around, he knows he has to fight, and he goes down for it.
That right there, the in-game leader got a lot of info. There's 30 seconds left. It has to be the B finish, you would think.
Yeah, Alistair's... Oh my God, they're not clearing him. This is perfect! Alistair, clean to the dome of Yuri bomb.
Wait, they're going back! They're going back!
What's going on? Oh my God, Liaz, no! He spotted him out. That's the bomb, that's the bomb! Through cave, Orb's got him
Sicko's
locked.
coming, short smoke.
They have to go. They have to go, Sicko, towards the CT side.
Oh, it's fading.
10 seconds.
Oh!
No, he's gonna go! Sicko has closed the round, though, and it's gonna be a Greyhound victory.
We've had some crazy Counter-Strike rounds today. It has been...
Got me the goosebumps there,
that
man.
missed shot. That missed shot. I
thought they were about to just be staring at the ceiling in their hotel rooms tonight.
That would have been the end.
Yeah.
That would have been the end of Greyhound. They wouldn't have existed anymore. They would have packed it up finally, once and for all.
And if they'd have bitten on that, if Liaz didn't have one shot fired at him from K-Serato, I'm not certain if Liaz would have had a glance. It was a K-Serato just, quick reaction. Bang! Unheard of, and lovely from Alistair as well to take that shot. Oh, and Sicko, this is that shot. Here we go. Look, 9 seconds, and you think, surely not.
God, thank God he hit the follow-up, isn't it? Right, like, yeah.
Wow. Okay, game on, and Alistair's found his voice, motivating his troops.
It's a nice one
and
to
it's a competitive
steal away.
half.
Yeah, it is. It is. Because that round started with me saying this is the second full eco for Greyhound in 8 rounds.
Yeah, and it's the second time their ecos have been potent as hell.
Well, maybe we won't do the Furia double AWP again on the T side.
Probably not.
On the CT side, however, it's got more than legs.
It's got hands.
And they can throw him here as a cross. Fallen seen 2. He's going to call their jumping up.
Yeah, fruity and found. Lovely conversion off the info. They may not be expecting a second. Oh, Vexite nearly transferred on the 180. Got to get out of there now. No bullets. They know it. They'll punish and take the space. 3 occupying middle Inns. What have you got for us?
Good angle.
You'd think. Very aware are the Brazilian sides.
Vexite's coming
to their angles. Cello with the CZ75. Now, Inns keeps us level. Bomb's leaning B side. K-Serato can still maintain control of these info pushes. I say that as actually mid.
Art's gone through the fading ramp smoke here, so...
He's calling B clear.
And K-Serato might catch all of them.
Yes, there is certainly grounds for that to be a conversation here. Now, one of them has to be holding it. The timing! It's brutal onto the 2 of them. Just as one looked away, so did the other, and with both backs turned, K-Serato just secures the round.
They've got to start, getting fed up of this. K-Serato
Yeah.
in the previous round shooting Alistair in the back in CT spawn with a
Right.
Tech-9 after his teammates had already taken the B side. So this is the thing. K-Serato's lurks are such a nuisance here.
Oh, the double as well, Matt. You know he's going to be behind you, poking, prodding, and fragging. It's art as well to take Alistair down and out. Nothing to be brought through.
Gary, happy with that one there. Bit of a kiss on the head for K-Serato. You've done a good job. Now, I think the Greyhound may buy here. 3 players are in that range. See, Leo's got shot at from mid.
What a shot.
He turned to mid, and Art's already pushing up close towards the cave position, right? So Fallen with that info, and we spoke about that in our Liquid match. If there's a gap in that divider smoke, it can be punished via info there, and that's the exact reaction you'd be looking for.
Ooh, Leah spotted out, T-Smoke up, and Donut info denied. So what's your knee-jerk reaction? You haven't got anyone occupying red. You've got double cave set up, 3 lean B, and with all of this mid control, you park Art and K-Serato red.
You can do anything right
This is like an in-game leader's dream. And they continue to force the issue. In's flashed off, they are pushing. Look at the time on the clock with this much space for the T side, and Vexite's gone too. Art clears ins with a leap and a hop. And at this point, yeah, go where you want. B site held by a 5-7, getting pressured from every angle. Great work from Sicko to relieve some of that stress. And a second from Sicko. He'll go down. Liaz should be taken out. And yeah, Furia will be racking up a 6.
Oh, Alistair couldn't save the AWP in the previous. Do you get away with it this time round? If that scope's been, it has been heard. K-Serato, as soon as he scoped, just started running all the way back, and he's going to go A main. Yeah, Alistair, they know exactly where you are.
So what's his plan here? Is he going to consider A main? There's almost...
He's screwed. K-Serato's main, he won't push, doesn't need to. Yuri can go into Donut and jump for info, and Fallen has CT. Yeah, K-Serato doesn't need to move. Thank you very much, Alistair. Don't pick up that AWP. There we go. Great stuff from K-Serato. And punishing late. You know, it's not the most exciting part of the game, but someone's got to do it. Oh, and there's the Liaz. Not so happy with the situation so far, and understandably so.
Breathe in this kill distribution from Furia as well. Like, Gary's going to be very satisfied to see Cello 10, Art 8, K-Serato 9, Yuri 7. You know, I mean,
exactly what you need. And you've had some flubs as well. You've had some close rounds against like USPs or a Deagle or whatever that's gone against you. So you're content with how things have been trending here.
You want to say the line?
Yeah, so this is their third full eco in 11 rounds of play.
And Yuri only kept to 1 after they triple swing out of the cave fade.
Didn't get the AK though. That's a little bit unfortunate there for the Aussies.
That's not bad. Sicko's taken down Cello, which will put a weapon into his hands, but the gap is wide open. It's a gaping chasm towards the A side.
I'm going to say this. At the moment, I don't feel like Greyhound are losing because their aim is worse.
No. They're losing because... I'll let you finish that.
There's a few reasons.
Okay.
Right? Their understanding of the game is definitely not going to be as high as Furia's, first and foremost. But also... You don't see Greyhound moving around a lot for info in this CT side. Think about the rifle round where Vexite gets 3 kills. Those 3 kills, they were playing aggressive mid, and those kills came his way.
Yeah.
But if we get into a position where it's a bit more static and Greyhound have to play for info and take map control, that's where they're going to be a bit sloppier.
Yeah.
And you also need to make sure now, when you are going for these info plays, you keep it in the back of your mind. Well, guess who's going to be there every single time? K-Serato. So he's shown that he's going to be stubborn on these lurks, and he's making it pay off. But Greyhound, they had something to say when they were in the winning ways not that long ago. I think Cello, if you can catch that through the mics, he's showing you just how silent it's gotten in here for the contingent.
Yeah, and interesting as well when you do look at this this Greyhound roster is that it feels like what your critique being they're not as proactive, and it does feel like the meta in modern day Counter-Strike is rewarding like that groupthink, the ability for each individual to be able to be on entirely the same page so that they can communicate exactly not only gaps, what they're watching, what they're not. I mean, we've all seen the Ends Phase video ESL uploaded.
Yeah.
Madden's speech is like what every player should be saying and thinking, where he's just sitting there going, everyone communicate what you're watching, what you're not watching, what you're worried about, and we could all be like you're singing from the same hymn sheet, you know. And that's something that you will get caught out with if you're Greyhound up against a Fallen and Art brain trust.
Yeah, no, I bang on agree with you there, and I think here we'll talk about it in a moment, because they're actually going straight over towards mid and A again, and this is what worked for them in the early stages here. This is exactly the same scenario. Art being set up by Quesarado.
3 of them here. 3 to receive. Vexite mollied out, sure, but Art, poking out of the smoke! Great screen on him, not for Vexite, no problem for the first, but double donut, double spray! Vexite is here to play 4 from the young rifler.
And just Quesarado to find now, you know exactly where he's going to be.
Give him the ace. Okay, takes it by force.
Banger!
Vexite's here, and it's only Vexite to take down Furia.
17 kills already. He is just running away with this one.
Cheeky smirk.
They're two rounds behind, but that is a statement round from Vexite right there, and putting his individual form on display. Art gives one away, getting a little bit tricky in the smoke. The lineup here jumping, Cello getting caught. The next two just lighting them up. Not too shabby at all.
Happy with that one. Happy with that one. And that is going to inject a bit more ferocity into the Greyhound ranks. Look at the response. Fallen says rush A.
Yeah, and it's an open site right now.
Good grief.
Lias has 1 kill. He's not in position to get any more.
He's not going to be having fun with this one.
He should play more passive. He should let them in.
Well, he's going to be having to now. Cello. CZ! 100% success rate.
I'm done. Lias, I'm feel for Lias right there.
Right.
Play that one in slow-mo 10 times.
Oh. Whoa, tracking that. Oh, and it gets worse. Alistair caught out. Molotov obscures his view as Fallen pulls the trigger, takes down his rival Orpa.
Donut resmoke, and good luck with the save.
Yeah, Quesarato's already starting to go hunting. Oh, In's trying to save the AWP. Does he really get another with that CZ? But no. He'll take one down.
The celebrations are very short-lived for Greyhound, aren't they?
Every time, yeah. There's a very quick response, and I mean, Fallen demonstrating his pedigree with such a call.
And the fact that they're abusing that side of the map so much, that's where a lot of their rounds have come from. That's the rounds where the CTs, if you lose the site, normally you're kind of happy with the retake. But just if you get in for free, nobody goes down, and you all have nades to redeploy and replenish a donut smoke, replenish a CT smoke, re-molly, He just mauled him, didn't he?
Yeah. No, I mean, that is just
absolutely
a brutalizing
mauled.
Death.
I don't think he would have done that with an AK.
No. No, he seems to have a bit of a penchant for the CZ.
Well, similar story here for Greyhound. Not a full eco, though.
No. Vexite just has to get another ace.
But look at how they've been played with. Guys, we've lost A so many rounds. Almost every single time they've wanted to go A, we lost it. So you stack it up.
And now we make it look really convincing. Like,
yep. And the bomb just waltzes on.
No one here. I guess brightest.
Good calling from Fallen.
Yeah. I mean, bright side is, and not normally my category, but does this mean that they get to have a real dreamy last round? It's not really that exciting, is it?
They might give this one a go. They might give it a go. Next round, 2,400 loss bonus, so they'll be able to buy.
Okay.
They are really smoked off and bombs halfway gone with a kit on Sicko. It is possible.
He's about to as well. He's just like ready to punish. Oh, Vexite's caught Cello. He's charging at him. Fallen and Yuri hitting every shot they take, and yeah, Vins charging in. He's got the kit, he's got the shots. There's no way. There's no way. Quesarato's too far gone, but there's no time left, and that is the end of both of them.
Very close, though.
It was. Much more than I anticipated.
Yeah,
way more.
Been red face right there, but yeah, they gave it a go. And Furia might be getting 10 rounds here on debut with Mr. Fallen after 21 days worth of practice together.
I mean,
they were just down in Malta.
That's got to be, you know, for an in-game leader, there's no better feeling, Chad, I'm guessing.
An empty site's great.
Yeah, like the fact that you've just 2 rounds in a row called rings around them.
I'd much prefer to out-call them than out-shoot them.
Yeah,
if I don't have to shoot them, why would I shoot them?
You two are going to go A, and there's going to be a whole team there.
Have fun.
Orp on A this time. Spotted out, and already Sicko's on his way back. He's panicking. Flashes are good. Art's already taken the space, and again, he's done the same call. Fallen's asked for the same round again, please. That felt great.
Inns, more like out on an island.
And the whole team coming his way. Whoa, 2 would have been great. 1 Not quite the second onto Cello.
Kexerano is still just around A main, just walking.
Okay, this gets interesting with Sicko's contribution. He finishes what he started.
Oh, Alistair might hear Fallen soon.
Did. He heard Scope. He knows. And he hits the shot. Bomb delivered. Upgrades his AWP to his rivals. And looking for a real solid 6th round here.
Alistair's going to hear steps again.
Got it on lock. Got it on lock. And Key ready. Doesn't fall for the bait. And it's Art with 1 HP. Looking set for 6. Bomb under their rule. All 3 of them. Just, even with pistol out, he knows he's low. And that's the end of Art. 9-6 on the half. Greyhound, they're putting up a fight. Furia, though, they're looking furious. They're looking tenacious and exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second half.
It's actually sort of pressed to another safe situation. Vinny's going to be peering in from heaven, but nope. Molly comes down, and you're going to wait this out. There was even a chance in your mind that it went lower, and that's not the case anymore. So Monty 15, that's actually a Furia play that they did. They drop vent with Art pushing through the squeaky smoke, so that if you spam the vent, that the guy who pushes through can kill your upper guys while they're defending. So in the future, it forces you to stop spamming the squeaky smoke on those attacks, unless you double up inside of Mini. But, wow. Using their own play against Vinny's former roster.
Rude.
Rude. And smart.
Very nice to see Demka picking up slack as well, right? They lose a little punch on the T-side entries. And while Bro may have pulled it back in that 3v5, it is Demka who's top fragging and letting them know. 23 and 13.
Doing great.
As he did at the biggest event of their careers. The last major had his name stamped across it in the first stage.
It's been getting better and better, as you said.
Yes.
This has been an abysmal CT side from Imperial.
Oof. Tough to watch, but still going. Bro's going to try to speed it up around main. Oh, down into Phelps.
And he was scoped.
Yeah, right. You've got an AUG and somebody flies at you like that. Meanwhile, Some Die Young just finishes him through the hut spam, I believe. Frag grenade comes out. Demka taken down, gets dinked up. Poor guy just pulled in 2 directions. Maybe Imperial aren't done fighting just yet. They've already pulled off a 3v5, Monty. 3v4, one step easier.
Well, they know one's down vent, one's opposite vent. So SDY taking some liberties outside. Henny unknown, but he's been sort of camping inside of ramp, waiting for something to come in his direction. If they set up a boost, this could be a good way to pull off the attack. But Henny, of course, he's been known to hit a hard flick. We'll see how good the clear would be.
Casually into the side, he's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? What is there? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
All to play for on the pistol as we get the debut. 21 days, Fallen says that's all they've had to get him integrated into South America's finest. It's exciting to see him in that roster, to see him supporting the next generation of talent from the region. And Greyhound, talking of talent from the region, well, Vexite, Inns, they're both present and correct, Chad. It's still going to be an uphill struggle here in the second half.
Yeah, and throughout the rest of the games, I've said during the day, the teams on the T side, maybe some of the players were struggling. You can do their better work on the CT side. Well, Liaz and Alistair might have to flip that script, 2 and 5 kills respectively, as Alistair makes a jiggle mid, gets a bit of info.
And that's the shot out of Cello. Oh, hello to 3 and goodbye to 2 in response. Perhaps Keserato could be next on the naughty list. How has he hit that one? He actually did take a bullet. Down to 1 HP, finally finished off. Flanks on flanks on flanks. Alis needs a weapon, and he needs a frag. One shot, and he's done it for Australia. 4 kills from Alistair.
It has just been the individuals in these moments for Greyhound that are putting rounds on the board in miraculous fashion. Cello with a masterpiece at 3. It looked bloody beautiful. And then that happens, another crazy Greyhound round.
I thought Cello had done oodles and boodles of enough,
well,
but
he's
no.
fed up of us just talking about Fallen. He's like, hey, I'm on this team too.
Excuse me, I'm here. And Alistair is too.
So
boom.
This is both pistols and both likely both conversions.
Okay, thank you, Chadney. Appreciate the hesitance there. Keserato is going to teach us all a...
Hey, future pros.
Yeah, right.
Here's a B-Stream update for everybody. Monty versus Imperial was close at the half, ended with Monty running away with things on their attacking side on Nuke. Almost kept Imperial to a 0.5, so not the best of showings from the addition Henny and Phelps.
Feels a bit quiet here on B. Changes now. Vex site activates. Good into the first, second, and third. Well-managed spray on the Galil. Keeping things clean would be in their best interests, and clean it is. Keserato last. He's done some damage. It would be fantastic to leave all 5 alive, and it might even come down to ins. Perfect, clean, and 5 alive for their conversion.
Still happy about it as well here, so that's all right. They know that they're in this game. It's just 1 round the difference. The guns will come out for Furia. Sicko's Mac 10 that's saved can actually do a lot of damage here. I don't expect too many members on Furia to prioritize head armor. At the moment, it's 2 out of the 4 that have purchased. Flash from Keserato, you can see they're a little bit late. Backside had already started that fight. Okay, they're actually going to get 3 out of the... So they've prioritized head armor here over that of the util.
Right, yeah.
I guess they heard the Galil's out in play, so not only the Mac 10 they were worried about here, understandably so, but it is going to make... Oh, Art, again, he's just glued to these smokes, isn't he? Very up close. It's Fallen without an AWP. This was the same position Liaz was playing early on within that first half, and when they boosted, it was very difficult for him to try and hold on to this.
Yeah, the way they were taking those fights from the booster and simultaneous swing, not comfortable.
But it is a very passive stance for Furia now across the map, considering Art has given up full mid control. So both Yuri and Cello are in a retake B setup, essentially. They have had too many windows of opportunity in middle where a player could have lurked across, right? They're kind of banking on the fact that hasn't happened, and now they're searching for some information. And well, Art's been everywhere. Close mid, in A, now towards B, and I think he might even push this smoke. Oh, a boost. That's even better.
Okay, Keserato. Rare to see him caught out of position. Fallen, however, is going to get all 3.
3 players with nades in their hands going around the corner after 1 kill. 3 players.
Oh no, bomb is last round likely to follow. Inns would have to go 1v4, now 3. Art behind him and dead. Inns
have to teleport here.
20 seconds, he would, yeah. Either teleport or real flub from the positioning here.
Not clearing this.
Just like that. Locked in, Fallen. That's 4 kills from him. In the absence of Keserato, he'll do the body bagging for him.
Easiest kills he's going to get. The fact they're all jumping around the corner. So happy. Keserato's dead. He's open. Not the game of Counter-Strike we're playing here today, boys. Look at this.
I wonder how
jumping.
authentic you were in the comms there. Probably pretty close to reality, but that is, yeah. That's like an unforced error from Greyhound that cost them the whole round.
Yeah, I understand like one player trying to get ahead of it, but they all had the same idea. That's going to make things quite difficult. They can get another purchase out. And actually, Cello back to this CZ. He's a madman. He is a madman.
He loves it. I mean, what a gift to the Furia ranks, huh?
Just down in for a second, Rush. Everybody, just look at the amount of bullets he gets total in a round. When he buys this pistol, he gets 24 bullets total.
On the CT side.
So, look, it's a good pistol up close, get a kill, pick yourself up a AK, sure, but in top-tier Counter-Strike, you should get traded.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was making it work so much on the T side. It's certainly more attributed to working well for a one and done on the defense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
regardless, I mean, considering, the state of play, it facilitates the rest of his teammates to be more well-equipped.
But Greyhound can still swing this back in their favor with a round victory here, but very slow. Working on this map control, not early, but late. We're past the minute mark now, and mid-control on the jiggle. Serato spotted, defensively deployed.
Yuri to return to Red Room, but now Alistair has started.
Look at how many bodies.
Vexite parked. Art investigating.
He's not going to clear.
He's not going to clear. Beautiful from Vexite. His 22nd frag, and now Cello really wishes he had a rifle. Alistair parked red.
Long smoked. They should be able to plant for free here. This is the type of round, though, for Furia. I mentioned the finance is not good. If Fury doesn't find anything while this bomb's going down, maybe considering the save would be that better option. But Alistair's hearing these steps. He's definitely heard them backing off. So the question is, how much do they want to throw at a hunt like this? You don't even really know what the buy resembles, but you know it's a buy.
And it would be such a crippling blow if you do take these rifles away. But
hugely. You might even take the lead.
But giving away an AK-47 and bolstering their next round, you know, it does. There is a cost benefit and risk to this. Serato. Oh, he's gone. That was one of the rifles too. Big from Alistair so far. Spots out another on the boost.
Has no help, does Alistair. It's
That's
just
okay. If they don't retrieve the rifle, he's done a whole lot there. Takes down Serato.
They're not going to move.
They can't.
Oh. Didn't get it.
Wow. Yeah, huge impact. Nice work from Alistair, and he keeps that kind of strikes that balance.
Yeah,
it's reserved enough.
It really does, actually. 2 rifles is a whole lot. Oh, they've got another one. Never mind. I think I said 2 rifles is a whole lot scarier than 1.
Yeah. So
Thanks, Captain.
they just bought one.
Yep. I guess if we can't keep it, we'll just buy it.
They clearly had. They'd already like talked about the plan. They're like, right, screw it.
Well, yeah.
Yuri puts himself onto a goose egg. Spends all of his pennies.
Fair enough, I suppose. All right, well, this is where that hole that you're digging yourself, Furia, may get very, very deep, very, very quickly. If you lose this round and lose everything, Greyhound will take the lead. And that in the background you can hear is our last best of 1 on the B stream for the day, getting ready and raring to go. We do have a technical issue that has just been recalled here, so thought they solved it. Turns out they hadn't. And they'll get that sorted. And the final game on that B stream will be Apex versus Big. You can see here the referee just with Art to sort this one out. Looks like a bit of a keyboard issue potentially. But yeah, the new Big roster, obviously the German representation here in Cologne.
Yeah.
A little bit hamstrung again. They qualified for the event with their academy team. And then obviously we saw the promotions that happened, Process, Sin, making their way onto the roster. Crimbo, who was already there from before, joined Tabson. And Mantu cannot play this event.
Right.
So they have to use Sensei. So it is going to be Big not at full force, which feels like a very common conversation that we have with them. But Art has his headset off. So we'll talk about anything besides what's in the game.
This music's making me feel about like kind of a guided meditation, you know. We can all take a moment of mindfulness.
Center ourselves.
Yeah.
Understand our surroundings.
Should you need to hydrate, relieve yourself, now's your time.
Might put you in a state of peace and tranquility.
Absolutely. There's more Counter-Strike to come, is there not, Chad?
Oh, best of 3s to bring your evening home here.
Lovely.
26th of July, 2023, this Wednesday. Take a deep breath, soak it all in. We're all here together.
In for 5, and out for 5. In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Welcome to ESLCS ASMR stream.
You're listening to smooth jazz. 9 rounds to Greyhound with 10 for Furia.
It's morning radio, 6 a.m.
You like the little soundboard? Maybe we can get one of those next time.
Well, we're ready and raring to go, everybody. So let's get this one back underway with the thrown together by Furia. A couple of save guns, a couple of investments, and, well, it looks as weird as you'd expect. Now, flashes from Serato at the ready here. He's going to flash for them to push out cave. Art's coming out cave here.
Yeah, he is. Been launched. See if anyone's attending to that.
They weren't even
Smoke,
looking.
They were overlooking it now. Oh, Vexite did too. He's just gone straight towards Long. Sicko handles Art, and they're not ready for Vexite. Spotted now, damage inflicted and fragged onto Queserato. Cello should be dead in a minute. Yep, Vexite's got him. And this round falling into place. Yuri found in the cave. It's cost Alistair his life, but that's info. And it's a two-man advantage. Shouldn't really be much more to be said here for
and
the
another
Brazilians.
save, right?
Yeah.
But another situation where that's not great. I guess the best thing that's happening right now is their loss bonus is building. So at least you get 2,400 into the next, but there's no way they can go for another full investment. Fallen wants to try and upgrade this MP9 to something a whole lot juicier. That smoke has made that possible. An AK appears in his hands, and Yuri wants to get on out of dodge as well.
He might walk into his trap.
Yeah, he's ready.
Perfect placement of the crosshair, and he does dispatch of both. He'll take all of that away from Furia, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Greyhound can take the lead now.
Yeah,
they're in the prime position to take the lead in this match because Furia will finally have to stop this force by nonsense and get themselves an eco situation. We will again highlight Vexite. He really constricted them with that pace. So that maneuver, we saw the Queserato flashes, but he was already well past it.
Yeah, there was, I mean, you saw the occupation towards like site and towards cave side, but Vexite was so focused on getting as deep as he could, as quickly as he could, and it did lead and translate perfectly into a round win. Chip damage from some early bullets.
Well placed in terms of how they've been able to get this mid control with very little here. And there are some threatening upgrades in the form of Deagles. So now that Alistair and Sicko have actually been chipped down, they do have to be a little bit more concerned, but lots of nades. And not too many dramas just yet.
What's Art doing? Is his keyboard doing that? It's not behaving again? He's...
Oh yeah, he's having issues with the keyboard.
Okay.
Well, he's looking at something, but I'm going to stay on his POV and see how crazy it gets for him.
Fallen's pushed up on towards A main.
Rush, you can watch the real stuff. I'll watch Art. It's all right, man. We can help each other here.
Well, Fallen, he gets a lot of info off that, so there's something for them to work with. And it's not like there's too little left on the clock for this to become problematic.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit worried now. They haven't
too.
done anything.
No. I think they're just a little too hesitant.
And I've stayed with Art the whole time. He's just run back A, mid, and now he's cheating towards B with 4. If they don't use their utility efficiently here, they can lose this round. This is very scary for Greyhound. This is the one that breaks all hope. I can't watch.
I got you, man. Has to be Liaz trying to crack in. Util through 20 seconds if Cello was to hit one on the dig. Sicko, however, silences the threat. Another on the site. We discussed Art. He has Kevlar behind this. 14 seconds and still can't get through Yuri. Alistair's gone. Queserato on to wins and Liaz 7 seconds. He's dead. And hope gone. Greyhound up against nothing. Fall victim to that Fallen push. You can see what he achieved. He got it and burrowed deep into their cerebellum. Just by showing face, he sent the whole team and the whole game plan back to B into the stack with not enough time.
And look at the contrast of the body language here between these teams. Now, obviously, we still have a bit of an issue that wants to get sorted with Art, but you just look at how devastated the Greyhound boys are with that and how happy Fallen is to win a round like this, considering the moment in the game that we're at. It was the chance for Greyhound to take over this stage. And to lose a round like that because of inaction. It was inaction. They didn't take any risk. They didn't take any chance until all the risk was then against them. They didn't have any information on the setup at all. You're executing blind, and they played that scared because they didn't want to win that. They didn't want to lose that round. They didn't play that round to win it.
What is the theory crack with me? What is the worst?
Not out here. I'm sure we'll post this online a little bit later. He's been taking the logs from the in-game stuff and posting it, so I'll leave that one for Nard out here, I think. But a bit of a discussion about keyboards and what's preferential for poor Art at the moment, I think.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a nightmare with that. I mean, the fact that they won that round, never mind an eco, but with one player without a keyboard.
Well, he was moving. I don't know where he's getting affected exactly, but he was moving around somewhat, so I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. But he was definitely moving around a little bit.
Yes, for sure. But so let's go back to 45 seconds left on that clock.
Yeah.
4 players towards A main, and you spot a P2K.
Yep.
Take a pot shot at you and run away A main. what is the worst case scenario if you just run at him?
So you don't want to go A main because it's really good for the pistols.
Like if there's 4 of them in all those nasty nooks and crannies.
Well, like that's the thing. At that point, there might not be 4, but they don't want to get multi-killed. If a guy has something like a 5-7,
yeah,
we saw what Floppy did
right,
on
you
Inferno.
have no idea how pure of an eco it is.
Exactly.
Or what. It's a Furia, after all.
There's more to check executing A without A main control than if you were to go B. And you did. Let's say you took B lane late, and then you execute B, and you have good util. That's why I said if it was efficient util, right? If you smoked off cave, and you didn't go cave. If you mollied pillar, you mollied the cubby. You smoked off long or short and fought the other.
all walked in.
And all walked in,
Yeah.
then you're okay.
Yeah.
But they didn't. And they got scared early.
Yeah.
There was the divider smoke mid. They took damage. Nobody took any space because nobody wanted to give up the death. And nobody called a reaction to take any space on the map, which left them with an option that Furia knew or took the gamble that it was going to be that B play.
It's a very competitive scoreline.
Yes. But this is where it is leading the charge. Now Cello is 9-1 in opening. That feels quiet 9-1, right? Like he's obviously been he's having a good game. That's not a doubt. But
it's not. We haven't clocked that.
No. So really good stuff from Cello there. Good stuff from I think Ben, probably the man pushing that. So thank you SEO. But like Liaz is having a stinker of a game. He's got 3 kills. I think he has 1 in the second half, maybe.
Smoke towards locking them down. 50-second mark.
If they can win this, they're not out of the game. But I feel if they lose this, the tilt will take over.
Yeah, 40 seconds and...
Again, nothing. Cave stage 1, B lane, mid kind of, nobody in A main.
And Fallen's just called for Art to start to address the potentials through mid. It seems like they're hedging towards the correct site.
Oh.
And they're coming towards Cello. Prime position. No flashbangs turn just yet. Serato, look at the angle. He's kept honest. 1, Cello as well. Liaz needs this, gets it. Big frag. Ins. What? Didn't see him. Doesn't know. Art can knock him off the bomb. Does it just in time to enable and facilitate the plant. Punching the issue. And now Fallen has brought a 1v3 into a 1v1. Alistair brings the jewel to him. And that was a must-win round. We tie it right back up 11-11.
Like we're going to see that one again. That all happened so quick right there. So they exploded towards the A site with the execute. There's just so many trades going on. Ins to catch that on the site when the wallbang's coming through, so he's going to be able to identify something's going on. But then to continue to fight towards CT. So they come on out. We just mentioned the name of Liaz. An important kill for him. The ADR was highlighted. Ins with the quick turn. That is huge, especially considering that HE. Because if he didn't get that kill, it's a 2-on-1 against Alistair.
Jesus.
Right? Yes. So this is very tight. And still, Greyhound, you're going to be a bit rocked with that round you lost, but you've just shown yourself it doesn't matter. We just got knocked down. We get up again. We watch the Rocky movies. We love a bit of Balboa.
Yeah, right. Up again now. Dusting themselves off. And showing Furia that they've still got some fight in them.
It's another one of these, like, skew F buys from Furia though. You know, it's a bit wonky. Like it's okay, there's an AWP, there's a couple rifles, and they're in the hands of some good players, Yuri and Serato. The other two, actually, the Madmen, they might have a weapon that they love to wield here. So Furia with Art and Cello on these MP9s. Let's not count them out of this one just yet. They've done a whole lot more with a whole lot less. They're not worried about Greyhound ever just going fast A. You can see they're not really blocking over towards A main early. Again, Greyhound aren't playing a fast style of Counter-Strike here. It does open the door for pace changes later in the game, and you'd love to see it. But this feels like it is going to be a tug of war here until one of these two teams just breaks.
Yeah, Fallen's AWP heard, so they immediately react with an advance. He's hoping to catch him on that angle. Just the tip of Vexite's head. Now the shot's been fired off twice. And Vexite, he's undeterred. Did he get spotted across? I don't think so. Cello. Unaware that Vexite's continued to crawl. Alistair hoping to catch Serato and not far off the mark. It's Vexite onto Fallen. Damage as well onto Yuri. Dead now. 50 seconds and you've still got that bomb under your control. Serato and Art partnered up towards the donut position.
I feel like Inns has to lurk here. If he... Oh, he's joining the team, so they're going to have to worry about Temple. Sight, CT, and Donut here.
With one smoke grenade and a molly on Liaz.
You're probably better off taking contact for as long as... They're out.
Cello going to be coming in through CT, a double Donut.
Bomb's just been dropped.
They missed the flash. Still get the frag. But should be able to find Liaz here. 3 on 3. Things going to heat up right here, right now. All through Donut. This should be Alistair's feeding ground. He's gone down. Yuri picks up the AWP and plies his trade. Can Inns close with help of Sicko?
No kit here.
One frag could be everything, and they both collapse under the Furia retake. A triple out of Yuri. And Greyhound gonna be punching the air after that one, I reckon.
Yeah, it's just the amount of decisions that they have to continually make late without enough information. And then when you do things like unforced errors on missing smokes, you're not going to be able to secure key rounds like this. So over towards B, Vexite did good. They were allowing him to activate and see what he could find. It did look good for Alistair, didn't it? But stepping into that AWP, knowing Fallen was down, maybe just not expecting it to still be in play.
No, and you know, that's a pretty fair judgment call in the heat of the moment. It's just it leads to a very comfortable round for Furia in the end.
And now they're on, well, a Deagle, a P250 and 3 Glocks here. Now K-Serrado wielding the secondary AWP here. Apex versus Big set to begin. Taking place on Mirage.
Awesome.
Well, that I can read. Sponge say, start doing that for me. We'll do it like some old Astralis tweets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now you know. Now SEO knows he's got so much power.
These idiots will read anything I put on the
exactly.
screen.
It's like a full Ron Burgundy moment.
Well, Winds's had some tidy shots throughout this game. Let's see if he can do anything more here to inspire the team.
Yeah. Yuri teaching us all the lineup or two to play that passive hold. It's a nicely placed smoke as well. Look at that. No problem whatsoever. And no gaps to wrap your way through with a Deagle or two. Oh, spoke too soon. Thank you, Vexite. As you shows a nice angle for the smoke slip.
He's doing it again, so it'll have the same gap.
Oh! And that is a way in. Inns is Deagle. Beheads Cello. And they know there's another there. Smoke from Yuri. Sicko charging to try and benefit from all this space. Vexite and Inns have taken rather frictionless so far.
Vexite is literally in the bot.
Yeah. And now, by cutting noise, they over-rotate. A little bit of a gap. Art goes looking. Inns in a power position. If he could just hit another onto Art, they could perhaps convert a Glock long range onto Yuri. Into a helmet. What? And Inns lining up, spots the cross. Fallen's AWP for the retake. Not going to be comfortable. Alistair, he's coming from behind as well. 2 AWPs for a retake. K-Serrado and Fallen trapped by Alistair's position. Finds an AK now. Fallen diligent on the clear. Inns is done.
It's a default plant though. Alistair needs to move a little bit quicker here.
Oh! Gets it. He's going to go down.
No.
Brutality. So close to manifesting brilliance on the eco.
If he had anything other than a Glock there, he probably just goes for both kills when they're available, right? At P250, you'll be a little bit, you'd have a bit more.
But it was a default plant as well. Like, you can't even fault him for taking Fallen. They probably just said default plant and he started shooting.
Because as soon as what happens is he gets that one kill, let's say K-Serrado was more detached from this situation, he's already inside the bomb defused. Ah, that one stings. K-Serrado close enough not to allow him play his dirty little games.
They've had a couple of those. Like, these are like emotionally exhausting rounds of Counter-Strike, are they not?
Yeah, and this is the thing. The problem when you're trying to break out from a region and show that you can compete and all of this is you can have close games, you can show good Counter-Strike, but ifs, buts, maybes, we don't care if you came close. The world only cares if you win, and right now, with these rounds they've let slip through their fingers. This one, they almost stole this one. But that eco round they lost earlier, that one is going to sting. It is really going to stay with them here because this is a good showing against a team that people want to get excited about.
Really,
K-Serrado, best Brazilian player with Fallen, one of the best in-game leaders of all time, the godfather of the region. Like, this is something where, like, Brazil right now are probably having a party seeing this go down. Well, maybe if it's a win.
Yeah, hold your horses. Hold your Panthers. Fifth round won by a clutch. Wow.
Makes sense.
go Art. Ooh, second guessing himself as he's very pushed up. He can't quite believe he's got all of this space, and he just asked for a smoke to get himself out of dodge. He's now safe from that ledge potential, as they don't have answers middle at all. Interesting setup. What do you make of like Yuri floating CT already?
Well, they have been playing quite passive setups, you know, over towards B a lot here. But this is the info game. We have B lane control, but we don't have mid control. So once that door smoke, and this is the thing, there'll probably be a regress from K-Serato and Fallen through Donut at some point, or maybe they'll go A main because they need to grab something back. But right now they have so many players playing for info. Cello jiggling top of B ramp, Art jiggling cave, right? So that just means they get to play info CS.
Flub Flash still taking that space back. It forces Yuri to acknowledge B. This is make or break. A second wave of util.
This fake doesn't work unless you kill someone. Look at K-Serato and Fallen. Why would they move? Why?
Well, Vexite might be able to provide that kill. Oh, they heard him. And he pushes straight into their clutches. Nice find.
They moved.
K-Serato still gets the clean double to lock down 14. And a helpless Alistair alone. A great shot. Needed a lot more, and with 18 seconds, that was just to keep hold of his weapon.
Watch this. He's going to die after time. Oh, no. He's going to die before time. All right, well, that's good. It would be much worse to die after time. Yeah. So that's actually a better result for Alistair there.
And with a Bora, 14 is on the border.
Yeah, I think we might be done and dusted here. Greyhound definitely had chances.
Yeah, they really did.
More than a few, didn't they?
Yeah.
And this was it. So not only is the fake pretty desperate, they feel they have to sell it. So Vexite has to run through a grey screen in towards spam of a silenced M4 and an MP9 and a big smile on the face right here. So they are essentially conceding 15 here. 4 Deagles and a P250, 1 flash, and a warning shot.
Nice shot, Vexite. Onto Art with that Deagle, but Cello and Yuri already keeping the numbers in favor of Furia. Lovely find on the second as well. And so it's going to be a, well, it's going to have to be a perfect run from this point on.
And we do know as well, Mr. Richardson, that the winner of this game will go on in a best of 3 tomorrow, 12:30, to play Monty, who toppled Imperial, who we touched on a little bit earlier today. So the matchups are starting to get set in place. I can see the Mouz guys just across from us. If we take a look, they'll be playing against NIP. That'll be one of the best of 3s coming your way. That's the A stream, I do believe. And on the B stream for today's best of 3, you'll be watching Fnatic taking on 9. So that'll be another test for this new Fnatic roster.
Could be an interesting game.
And a 9 who really battled back in against OG. I thought they were done.
On the T side of Overpass, yeah.
And then lastly, I suppose it's going to be, well, I was going to give a prediction. It'll be either Apex or Big.
If he hits this, he could have had a plant. By cutting the noise, reading the game, Alistair had managed to go from having 3 to just the 1. Looking at him with a deep rotate all the way over towards B, giving himself as best of a shot as possible of milking that round for everything it was worth.
Oh, I need to note again, I suppose, the Greyhound don't have a coach.
Also, yes.
They got rid of Kingfisher. They haven't brought anyone new in here either, so just doing it with the 5 of them and, well, the owner of their team. And here we go. The last chance for Greyhound to keep themselves in this map. The best of 1. Ancient here. Divider smoke deployed towards middle. Aren't the man tasked with that. K-Serato aggressive A main. Got the mid control.
Up lane.
The wall bang.
Bang of all the rounds to go for it. Yuri smashes Sicko straight through the boards. Vexite's got a bit of a timing here, but he's up against Fallen. Super ready for this one. He knows exactly where you reside. Just the tip of the barrel. And it looks like Furia are going to finish with style. Just Alistair and Liaz remaining for Greyhound. It's been a whole competitive affair, 27 rounds to be specific. But shy of the victorious mark are Greyhound. And what a debut this has been from Furia.
Yeah, might even keep all 5 alive here. They will. Yuri with the final kill. Alistair goes down 16-11. Furia advanced to take on Monty tomorrow in a best of 3. A spot in the group stage available, but happy with that debut for an absolute legend of the game. Fallen with Furia, a sight that a few years ago I don't think any of us would have expected to have seen.
Key takeaways. Cello rocking the CZ75 like it's 2015.
And looking good with it.
Looking great with it. Fallen with that calling rings around the Aussies with that
empty bomb
sights twice back to back and just getting into their heads. I have to say that Greyhound showed a degree of like mechanical skill in their ecos, those near misses, the deagle round. I mean, we saw real like glimmers of brilliance from the Aussies here. It is just whether or not they'll be able to weather the emotional storm that a close loss feels like Groundhog Day.
Well, let's hear how a close win feels down on the sidelines.
Well, Furia were very happy with that one. I've got Art walking in now. Oh, you get a solid win here. It was a little bit tough at the beginning for sure, but you also had some keyboard problems. What was going on there?
My keyboard is kind of new, so it was maybe a mistake to have a new keyboard in the tournament stage, but I don't know what happened. It's just not working. I don't know.
Well, you got a good win. It's your first outing with now Fallen taking over the lead. How is that for you personally?
It helps me a lot to focus on my game and help the teammates at second color. So it helps me a lot on reading the game and helping falling out on the important rounds. So overall it's very good.
Well, it was a good vibe from start to finish. Congratulations on getting the first win here. We're going to a break, but when we come back, we're going into the best of threes. Gary, trying to stand out of the seat and everything. My man, how you doing?
Good, and you?
You been gym again?
No,
back to gym?
I'm want to get back to get in shape like you.
No, man. I'm not there yet, man. I'm not there yet. Did you guys get much holiday time?
Yeah, we had a good time in the holiday.
Okay.
And we come back direct to Malta. We start talking a lot because Caserato and Cello, they arrive a little bit late to the boot camp. Because they need to do some personal stuff. But before they arrive, we talk a lot, me, Fallen, Art, and Yuri. And we plan a lot of stuff from the maps to when they come, like Cello and Caserato, we are already like all planning and just practice and talk. And it was really good. But we need to play tournaments, right? Officials.
Yeah, feel it.
To feel it. Yeah.
But for me, right, you have been able to pick up Fallen and Cello. This is like incredibly huge signings. This is probably the most hyped I've been about Furia in a long time. What does it feel like for you? It's like your little project, your babies, you know?
Yeah. Everyone is hyping. Everyone is excited. Fallen is a great person, a great EGL leader. And I think if Art and him can collaborate a lot, we can have a really good lineup. And we already have. And we need time, but the beginning is really promising.
Now, one thing I want to look at here, normally these things aren't too serious, but while I've got you, for me, it must be hard in my mind, as Art being IGL, you know, he's been doing this for so long, to then give over it to Fallen. Has this been an easy thing to manage? Have you guys come to an agreement?
Yeah, it's easy because everyone wants to win.
Yeah.
And they are really open-minded to collaborate with each other. This is really important to the team. To feed the ideas, and it's different styles, but if they keep the open mind, we have a lot of things to do together, and the other teams could be afraid.
Well, it already seems like Cello fits in from this because this has been very fun to watch and see. I'm going to go grab Fallen as well, but Gary, thank you as always, my man.
Furia first past the post, but my lord, does this one come close. So back and forth at the beginning of that second half. It felt like we were watching a tug of war, but Yanko, Furia finally managed to string 5 rounds together on the CT side to close it out.
Yeah, they did. And their T sides have looked much better than, or at least scoreline wise, was much better than some of the recent tournaments. And yeah, you could already see some of the adjustments being made, a little bit of a slower pace in general, default style with some of the set execute sprinkled in there. And yeah, across the board, it was a team effort. Everyone was contributing, which is always a great sign.
Yeah, it was a calmer Furia than the one we are used to. And I almost feel like it kind of bit them in the butt a little bit on the city side. Little too passive, not really looking for information. You'd felt like Greyhound could kind of play with them and take a whole lot of map control. And it took some very hairy, like late round clutch situations where actually Furia got ahead of their opponent.
I think we've got to put Cello's name into the ring when we're talking about, you know, the impact he had on the side of Furia. So let's bring him up in our Air Force aim high. Obviously the newer member coming into Furia, and we had quite high expectations. You talk about the openers, oh my lord, was he going off.
It's right there in the writing, right there. 11 out of 13 opening duels won by Cello. And at some point the casters were meaning about it. CZ, absolute 100% win rate when he was dueling. And aside from a funky number, it's also just him tip of the spear on the A side. How many times we saw Furia actually fast executing and Greyhound were just lost for words. Couldn't handle the rhythm, couple of weapons down, that's it, round finito.
Yeah, he was incredible in that role, which, you know, also tells you a little bit what the situation is going to look like. Despite Art still being on the team, doesn't mean he has to take the most fights or take the fight every single time. So yeah, it seems like there's going to be multiple things you're going to have to be concerned about when you go against Furia.
Should we give some props to Vexai as well? Despite being on the losing team, man, he was posting up some mean numbers, just 3 shy of a 30 bomb.
Yeah, he meant a whole lot of trouble for Furia as a whole. And I think, listen, the Brazilians are far from being perfect and optimized in everything they do. Anytime they let just a slight gap in the door open, Vexai just kicked it in right then and there. A couple of moments, this right here is a good example. Double entry with the Deagle, that's just disgusting. He turned this around and he put Greyhound back on the track. So he individually was great in this series, and I don't think we can fault him a whole lot.
This ace was really sick for him in like 30 seconds. Gets dismantles the whole Furia team, but it was still just painful for Greyhound. You know, some of the rounds when it just comes to situational Counter-Strike, like fundamentals, like how are you going to play a 3v2? You know, we see overpeaking in some scenarios. Just seems like communication is off. They don't really talk to each other enough, or just don't have a good assessment of what the best move is. And it's difficult to see because this team has been together for a long time, right? Like you should have those pieces at least nailed down by now.
Well, best of 3 lovers, rejoice, because we will be back very shortly with Mouz taking on NMP. But before we do that, let's throw on over down to the sidelines to check in the shocks as to what's been happening on that B stream.
Oh no, there's no sound.
Bit of a mic issue, but yeah, we've been seeing what's going on the B stream. They are a game behind us. I think it's Big versus Apex just starting off, but we've had a couple of upsets already going on.
Yeah,
right?
apparently Monty got the better of Imperial, if I'm not mistaken. Is that an upset? I don't
know, but it stops Furia versus Imperial, which we don't like so much, right? Is that an upset?
Do you not like that? Thoughts?
I don't know. I don't think it's an upset.
I don't think it's an upset.
It's a 50-50 game.
Apex currently 6-1 to that of Big.
Damn.
Yeah.
I feel like low-key Apex have... I'm not going to say a lot to prove. I don't think it's the right word, but they might be a little bit underrated. Personally, I don't rate them really highly coming into this event. And as a matter of fact, they've only lost 1 player. And if you look at how they were winning in Paris, sure, JL was a very important piece. I'm not going to take that away. But it wasn't a Boros mega carry situation where the numbers are just stratospheric. He was an important piece. I wonder how they're going to fare with Kakanito, and apparently it's starting pretty okay.
Well, that is going on over on the B stream, but it's time on the A stream to be diving into the best of 3s. We've got Mouz taking on NIP here in Cologne. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back afterwards.
Yeah, oh my God.
season. Right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
Welcome everybody, we are here in Cologne. It's 2023 and once again we are doing a tier list with 1xBet, Kassad and Holka of course with me, and we are going to discuss playing teams. Today we're going to grade them from S to D. Let's start about a team maybe that's not going to make it. Let's put you on the spot, Kassad. Who we give a D to?
I guess Into the Breach.
Alright.
Would be a number one option for me.
Do we put anybody else in that category, which is a little bit harsh? I was internally debating Mongols, arguably.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair statement.
It's a fair statement. I hate to do it. Are there any team that we feel like is going to be so incredibly easy? I was thinking about Astralis. I think they've really convinced me. I would probably trust them and put them in the S category. Anyone want to fight me on that?
I don't know about Astralis. Yeah, it's just they played well, right?
It's maybe an A. We could argue the A.
I could do an A.
We can do A.
Well, I guess
we're not going to give it
an A. Just about.
Liquid. A as well.
A.
Higher up.
A
yeah,
as well.
I think A.
You agree? Let's talk about Furia.
I mean, I like the move. I think it makes sense. It's just hard when you haven't seen a team play. I think that's the tricky thing.
Take a risk.
Do they have some sort of decent pieces? Yes.
And I think the bracket they're playing in is really...
I kind of want to put them
Put them as an S. Yes.
Yes.
Let's do it.
That was the one I want to go. We're talking about new rosters. We're talking about Mouz.
The thing is, like, I'm worried about the positioning, and like they brought a new IGL. That's gonna be fine, right? But he's not the type of IGL who's gonna take the bad spots. For me, they are B.
I'd lean towards A, but
I'll give that one to you. You can have it because I had already a couple, you know.
It kind of depends what you think about NIP as well.
So if they go against Mouz in the best of 3,
I think they win that.
They win that.
I think they win that easily.
So it's an A as well. We have to be logical in what we're doing.
Yeah.
My God, we're putting a whole lot of people on it right now.
The
OG. For me, OG is a complicated situation. I can see many scenarios in which they don't make it big. I think a C is probably fair. I wouldn't say no chance to big. I think it would be unfair.
But they're like C, so not like completely out, but they can make it.
That's exactly this. That's complicated. What do we think of Greyhound? Is there any world they make it?
That's no.
Don't even think about it. Monte.
They seem like another C to me. Like I don't think they have no chance.
Then it feels like we should go to C. Then in terms of
I think
democracy.
it's a valid point.
Let's talk about complexity. All right. Let's be crazy. Let's say A. Let's say we have confidence complexity. Let's do it.
Let's do the crazy one.
Now you talk about Fnatic. It is true. It's a very hard one to call.
Do you believe they're still unpredictable?
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Maybe like a B.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah,
we don't really know what to expect.
Yeah.
Boom. 9. I think it might also be a B. We don't really know what to expect from them.
I don't know. The thing is, like,
they haven't changed. They played a whole lot of Counter-Strike. They always play a lot of Counter-Strike.
They're gonna lose to OG.
So we're saying you would say C then.
That's fine.
I'm good with you.
We can do C.
I think Apex and we have Apex and Imperial to go through next.
Not any trust, and for me that it's a D.
Okay, that's a D for you. It's going hard because I can't really fight you on that one. We are left with Apex. I have a hard time grading them higher than B.
B or C is like something that I would say C at best.
C at best.
Best.
You get to weigh in. That is it for the 1xBet tier list. And as always, we look forward to being completely wrong.
MBK gets one, but Crips with the spray down. He gets himself the triple. The Fnatic are not done yet.
Well, would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
Would you just take it all in? The view from the very top of the cathedral is something to behold. Now, of course, you'll be feeling like you're up there if you do find your way just out of the play-ins and perhaps even all the way into the playoffs. And doing that, we got our two teams here that actually won earlier today, trying to take that easier path into what is called the playoffs. Well, better yet, the group stage. I welcome you all back to the Intel Extreme Masters down here in Cologne, no matter what the case may be, the year B 2023. We still got a ton of Counter-Strike to play. We're just getting started.
The year of our Lord 2023. New lineups, new rosters, everything being tested here at IEM Cologne. Kassad, how you doing?
First of all, I feel like I'm surrounded here by Americans right now.
You are.
The tables have turned on me. Usually it's Yanko against me and Yanko against you, Trace, but now I'm...
He called in for backup. He called in for reinforcement.
Well, not much of a backup, but yeah.
Wow. Jason,
Wow.
I don't know if you can take that laying down or standing up. How do you normally take it?
Sitting.
Oh, okay, cool. Well,
in one sitting.
That's good. Nick tried to do that earlier. In fact, they found enough rounds that you might have thought that actually happened, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in looking at the first games of the day, completely different games. NIP just ran over into the breach, and Mouz almost lost to Mongols. It was like a really touch and go at the end. Different vibes coming after the first game for both teams, but you know, it's a new game. It's a best of 3. It's a whole different beast.
Different ball game, perhaps, Jason.
Yeah, as we say in America.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. He's like telling us about Goliath and David, and like Goliath was the underdog.
Beasts.
It was really bizarre. I hate to tell you all how it is. But yeah, if you're just joining us, you picked a pretty opportune time. Again, these two teams had one earlier, so that does go a long way, especially for both camps. If you think of like a team like Mouz, where they stand stature-wise versus a team like NIP, is there a comparison you could draw there for the NIP side?
Well, the thing is, like, for me, this game is closer to 50-50 than people might have thinking after the first matchup, because it's like they don't know much about each other, especially after the roster changes and all these things after the break, the player break that we had just weeks ago. And it should be like a 3-mapper in my book, but you know, you never know with these people. It's just always crazy.
Yeah, I guess the question is like, what angle do you take? How much faith do you lose as an individual seeing Mouz go to double overtime against Mongols? That's a game probably going into that where you're thinking maybe not a blowout, but that should be a pretty comfortable win for Mouz. So did that shake any kind of a faith? Now, if you are Mouz, I think one, it's easy to get over, like the fact that you won even in close fashion. I don't think that's going to prey on your mind all that much. And you have the good news of Torji having an incredible game.
Oh yeah, Torzi. It's like Marsha. You familiar with the Brady Bunch?
I don't know this.
Okay. I figured there would be somewhere I got you, and that was it. No, but for Torzi, he's been the shining star of the show today. I think it goes without saying. He topped a lot of the different statistics for that matchup in general, Jason.
Yeah.
So what is it about Torzi?
Yeah, is it Torzi? Are we doing Torzi?
Torze?
I do Torji. I don't know why. I don't know where I got that little flair to it.
Nonetheless, Jason, I think...
What's awesome about this, obviously 50 kills is incredible. Remember, it was a double overtime game as well, but the opening duels, like undefeated in opening kills for an AWPer, that's such a nice luxury to have. Multi-kills as well, blowing it up. He just had overall an absolutely incredible game.
This is tier 1 performance.
Yeah.
Right? This is like goes hand to hand with like Simple and Zywo and those kind of performance. 50 frags, 10-0 in opening duels is just unbelievable. I don't think I've seen for a very long time stats like that from an AWPer, especially not in mouse boards.
Yeah, and I mean that was kind of the big thing was looking at his performance previously before these roster changes and like, you know, wondering where this was, because there was a lot of hype about him when he joined the roster. So it's good to see this kind of back. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of comfort with him now that Shuhi's at the reins as well.
Well, okay, well then let's try to draw into that a little bit. You're talking about, you know, the range changing. That does mean that the in-game leaders change. Now, what are you saying about Dexter?
Well, this is, I mean, there was the interview given, and this was kind of, this was translated by a Reddit user, so, I mean, take it with a grain of salt a little bit. But in that interview, I mean, Torji kind of talks about the fact that Shui's always used him in a way where he's been able to give ideas and say, I want to go do this, or I have a good spawn for this, and it's been freed up. And he said that when Dexter was in-game leading, a little bit more reined in, didn't kind of like that style. He was more of a supportive element. He was the guy kind of throwing a lot of nades, staying at the back of the pack and not involved in action. And it just sounded, from reading that transcript of that interview, it sounded more like he had lost confidence due to that play style in himself and in how he was supposed to be playing. And look, it's only been one game, so we'll see if it continues, but the early returns are quite nice.
Yeah, it does seem like it makes sense. I'm going to cut you off right there, Kassad, before we... I don't want to drill into Jason too hard.
I had a really good one.
I got you, though, because we're going to hear from Torzi first, then I'm going to let you get your 2 cents in.
Next game could see Mouz advance to the next step and get to the group stage. And Torzi, one thing I want to look at here for you, you had one hell of a game against Mongols, but it was a pretty tough game for you. But you mentioned in another interview before you used to be on the old Mouz when Dexter was leading, more of a supportive AWPer. Now we're seeing you come back alive again. Shuhei's back as well. So how much does this help you?
Yeah, so versus Mongols, it was a tough game. You know, I think actually every time you go to an event, the first game is the toughest, you know, but we pushed through and we could win it. So I was really happy. And yeah, like with Chris, with Dexter, I think the playstyle was a little bit different. Okay. Like there, we were not really aggressives. We were not really an aggressive team, you know. Yeah. And with like Camille and Jim Pat being brought in the team, it feels like You know, we are much younger. We are a really explosive team, and everybody is aggressive, and it just fits my style more, and it helps me a lot. Yeah.
And for that, is that just changing the way you're approaching the game? Is this like just a going back to the old ways for you?
Yeah, it is. You know, just always trying to get the impact first in the round, trying to do something important, and yeah, it's based on Camille as well. Like Shuher, what does he want from me? You know, if he has a call, I trust him. If he tells me something to do, I will do it. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Full trust in the leader, that is needed. But against NIP, they are looking like a pretty deadly team right now. They started off strong. But do you feel like you guys are warmed up into it? Do you feel like you're ready for this fight?
Yeah, I think NIP looks really strong now. But I think we are ready. Like, I think, as I mentioned, so we had a boot camp before, and that was really good. And we beat like good teams there. So, yeah, I think we are ready to face an IP and advance to the group stage.
Well, he's got a smile on his face while saying it. Let's see if we can get it done. Mouz, Nip.
Yeah, a team like Mousesports leaves a little bit to be desired sometimes, Kassad, but I think you buy into it more.
Yeah, you can take whatever you want from this interview, but the bottom line is like Torji was always a good offer. You know, he didn't really strive under Dexter. That's what Jason was trying to say, that Dexter is a bad IGL.
That's what I heard too.
Whoa,
right now,
that sounds like your tweet.
Hey guys,
save that.
Just relax.
No, the bottom line is he did play well, and I want him to play well more times than just once. So because he has talent, he has skill.
And so do they on the other side of the server. They go by the name of the Ninjas in Pyjamas. They have already played today. For NIP, we look at this from like a bird's eye now. We're no longer in the BO1s. We're looking at BO3s right out of the gate here. So for our side with Hampus in control, Brolin showed up in spades earlier. That does go a long way for the side of NIP. And then people still continuing to question Rez. Jason? Oh, sorry. I was kind of like throwing it to you, but also like
well,
that was a stretch. That was a stretch. Okay, it was. Fair enough.
Another team with an in-game leader. I mean, not kind of a new one coming in, but one like kind of returning into the fold to kind of take the reins of this. And the big thing that Hampus said, he was excited to not have to be the only one on the team with balls. So I think you're going to have a team that has a little bit more of an attitude, a little bit more aggression to them, and that's going to lend it down into the individually skilled players, guys like Config, who we know like to be aggressive, Brolin, who's probably going to feel a lot more freedom in terms of just making whatever play he wants. So I think this can be a sneakily dangerous team. I think the one big thing they're waiting on to give him the biggest jump up is the development of Headtrick. If he can keep progressing, that's probably going to be the best thing for NIP to make that next step to next tier of a team.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the first game. They dominated completely. The CT side, 11 rounds after they lost the pistol and won the second round. I was looking at the map control and all these things that were happening around the map because it was the first game of the day. And after that, you know, they just finished the game, whatever. But the bottom line is they looked prepared for this map. I don't know if it's because Into the Breach played bad or NIP played good. I think it's a combination of both. And they have a decent chance now to get into the next stage.
Yeah, vetoes. Some things that we're not going to get here. One map. So guaranteed 2 at the very minimum. Saad, you were talking about like perhaps it's going all the way to the third.
Yeah, it seems to me that both teams are kind of considering themselves slightly favored. Nobody's like taking the role of the underdog in this matchup, and that can lead into like a big battle. We saw that NIP picked Nuke and Inferno for Mousesports, and the decider leaves that to be overpass. So I think both teams are happy with this veto. I don't think any of the teams think they lost it, so it's a straight up 50-50 game for me.
Yeah, and also, I mean, with roster changes too, like you haven't even really solidified your map pool with new in-game leaders coming into it as well. So this will be a cool test. I'm excited to see NIP on Nuke, and I'm glad they picked it here. Again, this is gonna be another map where I look towards the AWP or Headtrick. How comfortable is he on the CT side, rotating around with the AWP? That's kind of what I want to see.
It should be, you know, sorted out by now. It's not like he just arrived yesterday to the team, so he should be fine by now, as long as they did a proper boot camp, a proper preparation for the event, and you know, discussed all the things. He's a young guy. He's full of talent, full of skill, and obviously he can do it. It's just a matter of the surroundings and the stability of the team.
There's a few of those guys in this matchup that have the skill, have the talent, have the ability. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trace.
Yeah, you know, I'm no stranger to giving compliments.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Except in one exception, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Overall, I don't think this is as clear cut as we said. Like the map veto is just done and dusted, right, Kassad? You were saying that there's a chance where it goes that 50-50.
Yeah, I don't think that. Like I said, there is no clear favorite in this game, and this game brings a lot. You go to the next stage of the tournament, you kind of get that little bit weight of your shoulders coming into the, you know, the stronger things are coming into the second stage as well. So it's a bit of a milestone for them, and it's a bit of a goal they want to accomplish at least.
I think on some level this tournament overall for NIP for me he is like, I would love to be able to get excited about NIP. I feel like looking back on him for like the past like 6 months, it's just been like treading water and it's been kind of holding your breath. I'd love to get pumped about this team.
That's pretty fair, especially when you consider like what happened to Pro League. They didn't make it out, right? So they took a loss 0-0 to Nation. They took a loss, I believe, to Greyhound Rivalry, and that just kept them away from that. They went down to Rio, middle of the pack. It wasn't like there was a whole lot to grab onto from the Ninjas.
And Jason was so polite. He said like in the last 6 months. I would say the last 2 years.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Jesus,
you know,
fair.
yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, it's always a problem with stability with this team. Alexi coming in, Alexi going out, then Hampus like benching himself because of the medical reasons or whatever that was, and then he's coming back, Alexi is going to and Navi, and so it's just a mess of the team. What happened before with Device and all these things.
And like you said, with 2 years, probably what caused Hampus to have to take a little bit of a break. Remember, there was that era where like there was a new player every month, and Hampus had to bring a new player into the fold, and he was just like, all right, I'm done. I'm out until we get this figured out. But I mean, look, I would love to get excited about this team because they have so many players that in theory should gel well together, and this team can be a force if they can figure that out.
There's nothing wrong with what he's saying here.
Yeah, he is. He's not wrong.
He's really kind of, that's a hot take. Kassad, you're a resident hot taker.
The thing is, like, when he said about the whole balls thing, right? I kind of understand what he tries to say.
You really latched onto the balls thing?
My God. I mean, you hear what you want to hear, right?
Sure.
What you said.
The thing is like, they need people who can, kind of put up the numbers and take the reins and kind of make some initiative and kind of bring this team at least to a contention for the playoffs.
I mean, you mentioned some of the map control they were taking, and you go back again to that statement that Hampus said of like he's not dealing with balls. If you have him on this team who we know likes to move forward and likes to be aggressive and likes to find map control, you have Config as well. This team has the tools to be a very dangerous map control team. You have guys who like to just move forward and get involved in action when called upon. So they should be relatively comfortable and having fun trying to figure out exactly how that process is going to work moving forward.
Fun is fun. That's what I learned from the graphic. But also winning is more fun, right, Kassad?
Oh yeah, it's the best thing ever. I never got to experience it, but
never once in your whole life.
That's why I feel so miserable all the time.
Okay.
This got dark.
We got it.
Wow.
We got it.
Okay. No, that does check out. I don't know, man. I'm along with the same thought of mine that you are, Jason, when it comes down to this NIP team. Like, I want to see this namesake go further, right? Yeah. But then again, Mouz, pretty reputable name too. Like, they've been around for a while.
And equally have like one of those stories that you'd want to root from. I think it's super cool that they've tapped so deep into obviously the academy roster that's kind of been talked about to death. They've gone back like one more time and brought in one more player from that experiment in Sui. So yeah, I'd love to see them have success too.
Well, let's try this. I know 2 successful gentlemen here at the very minimum. Okay, and sorry, it's not you two.
I was going to say.
Sorry, guys, I know. There they are. Let's just look at them before we even bring them in, before we even open their mics up. That's Harry and Hugo. They
look at that smile.
Hugo and Jerry.
We're glad to be back. I'm glad to have you in my ear trace. I don't know who let you in the studio, but welcome anyway. I can see you down there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, man. This was like the longest break we've had in a while, and now it feels so surreal to be back for Cologne as well. We've got some sick games coming down the pipeline. I really enjoyed watching Torshi earlier, just looking lights out. 50 for Torshi, I think is the name they put by it. Yeah. It was really sick to see, because I think even in how involved he was in like opening fights and whatnot, you're already having a good look as to what he means by getting more freedom in this squad, right? So yeah, I'm very excited to see how Mouz do now when it's not versus the Mongols. Now they have to play someone little more like proven.
Yeah, right? Definitely more proven. At the same time, we're still in a formation period for both these rosters, because they've both got new/old in-game leaders coming back in Hampus and now in Sui. Both players who have been in these teams, or at least been in these orgs, but now have come back after breaks or disappearances to other teams. So it's a question of firepower in some of these younger players, but it's also a question of brains in how Hampus is going to take the reins of this one. So for time, we play Academy League champions, or at least with the core of 3 of those victories in Mouz, up against NIP. Who have you got as favourites, Harry?
I don't know. I find myself weirdly kind of enamored by the NIP squad right now. I quite like the return of Hampus. I quite like that we've been getting good numbers out of some of the stars of this team who always felt a little bit inconsistent in the past, right? I feel like they might finally be hitting their strides. So yeah, kind of cool. And we're gonna get all those answers very, very soon. I'm just itching to start casting, man. I don't know about you. I'm stood stood here trying to be all, you know, talking and giving everyone a little insight. Yeah, but man, I just want to go into the screaming. I just want the screaming.
Well, Harry, you don't have to wait much longer. The screaming is right around the corner as we get ready to dive into Mouz versus NIP BO3 to go forward and progress into the group stage of IEM Cologne here in 2023, the current year, as we get into Nuke, map 1 of the series, and it's going to be spicy. NIP versus Mouz. Why wait longer?
Yeah, and a little bit of Nuke to open up. Ooh, we're starting on a good one, Hugo. We're starting on a good one. This is all underway now, actually, as the tech pause comes to a close. We're ready to head into this one. It's going to be NIP starting things off over on the T side.
Yes, indeed. Smoke flash for Hampus at the helm, and Mouz have Xertion and Frozen on dual Berettas, so plenty of firepower here on the CT side. Nice shot for Torshi to open up. Continuing as he started today, and he's got a double as well. Torshi does not wait. 2 kills, 48 to go.
You're already putting that on him. All right, then let's see. 2 for Torshi to open up in the pistol. NIP, what do you do now, man? You might have come into this with some nice little plans, some cool ideas as to how you wanted to approach the pistol, but whatever strat you had is out the window now, Hugo.
Well, they can go retrieve the smoke off the ground at least. That's going to give them one avenue in. They can cut off Torshi at main, perhaps, but NIP moving very late outside for now as Mouz start to get curious towards the ramp. They could reaggress at any point. Torshi has all that info outside and noise is being made. Worth it to get the P250, but now the jig is up. Mouz know what's coming.
Yeah, Torshi's going to have them if they try to cross out wide here, but that smoke obscures his vision. They're looking to fight main, and they will overrun Xertion on the receiving end of Rez. Roland, a little sleepy there as Sui finds him from the back of the site. Hedrick and Rez are looking at 4 away back into this round, and they might have found it there. The bomb goes down the vent. There is still a player inside of this B site. Frozen waiting with the dualies, and Hedrick none the wiser with that kill. That should be the round.
Nothing worse than dropping in and just thinking you have the plant, right? And there's already been a player there from the start of the round, ready and waiting. Rez is on damage control, but 10 seconds, the impact will find him, and Mouz will take that pistol round. I mean, this is the map earlier that they took down against the Mongols. We saw a double overtime. We saw them truly tested, as it felt like the upset was there, but well, the powers that be in Torshi's AWP saved them from that one, and that is such an exciting angle. I enjoyed, you know, Jason bringing that up on the desk and talking about how, you know, the change of in-game leader and how that's going to potentially affect the AWPer, and Torshi had all the words to say about it. And he prefers going for more opening moves. He felt like he had too much responsibility, and looking at his teammates when he was back under Dexter's calling, and at least if we're going off of one game, which isn't a great, you know, display, he seems to be right at home here with Sui as his captain. So 50 for Torshi, and already a strong start to this map. NIP take a full eco, no bomb plant, and so it should be nice and clean for Mouz.
Yeah, this is their chance to just make a bit of that money and have a nice clean one. Go on, Frozen, give us a clip. Yeah, it's looking good. Oh, Torshi can't share the limelight for even a moment, can he? Knocks out 1, and so Frozen's ace is going to get robbed. He's going to get 4 out of 5 as well.
That counts. That'll do. The young veteran.
There's no ace.
It's not an ace, but, you know, no complaints. 5-0, Harry, on Frozen. Close enough. But now we have the buy for NIP, and the questions of these T sides start to appear. Obviously, Hampus and Config never having played together before inside of this team, because the time that Hampus left 6 months ago was exactly when Config joined. So having these 2 very aggressive riflers, Hampus has already spoken about how he's enjoyed that. A lot of balls on NIP. Let's see them. Well,
yeah, let's see those balls all right. Frozen. He's already cut a pair off over the wards outside. Hampus dead and out of the round now. Gonna have to lead this one from beyond the grave. NIP's first rifle round, not off to a good start here, but progressing with the smokes outside is Brolin. Frozen lies in wait. You know, everything is kind of tit for tat right now. Whenever NIP are trying to take this space, Mouz are more than willing to meet them there. And so it's going to be back to the drawing board here, back into the lobby for NIP.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable. They have nothing right now. No outside control. The fake downstairs got, you know, cleaned out by that spam, and Torshi has secrets. So NIP have a bunch of flashbangs and just the lobby. This is already cooked. There's almost no way in. They have to trade very efficiently. They have to get the entry on A. And that smoke, well, that will slow down the parade. 15 seconds taken out of Nip's T side as they have to wait for a kill. And you can see nothing's getting given over unless Zershin gets too curious towards the hut. He has the right gun for the job though. Nip group up behind the smoke at 40 seconds, ready to pop.
Yeah, and I think as time's passing, Mouz is certainly getting worried, right? They hear these footsteps back in the lobby. They know there's sound here. They're guessing the intention of NIP, and so they've called for a bit of a rotate early. Impact's even taking a little bit of room over towards ramp, right? And now, yeah, Frozen's in the sight here as that third man. One out of Sui's MP9, and that's when the support looks to come through from top of the hut and back of the site. They'll mop it up. Mouz with a clean round there on their bonus.
And that's the young veteran showing us why he is, falls under that name. What a great time to drop in for Frozen and find 3 kills at the back of the bomb site. He just stopped waiting for outside lurks from heaven, knew at that point Nip were not making any moves, they were just waiting. And Mouz did such a great job of confirming that by smoking the door, mollying the door, flashing the door. They kept on trapping Nip inside lobby, not letting them pop out what is really their best option in that round. So now the mostly Swedish side goes back to pistols and maybe can speed up the pace.
Yeah,
good
over
test
towards
for Impact as well.
Yeah. Impact's kind of got a free ride in these rounds so far. Hasn't really been tested over at ramp. So let's see if he's able to go toe-to-toe with NIP here, as they will just be flashing through on these pistols. He turns from it. That second one full blinds him. That's a config. Opens up. They're down the ramp now. And this B site looks tantalizing. Mouz are reacting quickly, though. They know this is a low buy, so they're trying to get ahead of it. But in doing so, they've fed the beast. And, Shui nearly gets punished on this awkward timing. He will get out of the round with 2. But is that going to be enough for Mouz to hold on?
It has to be. They're going to go for this. They've got money and they've got real estate. Frozen's already pushed down to Secret, and Brolin takes his head off. That might force Torshi out of the round. Very awkward for Impact, right? Even Cyclone talked in an interview with HLTV earlier about how he was feeling nerves, right? This is a very young player, 16 years of age. And, we saw that a couple of rounds up against the Mongols, but he still looked solid on ramp, all things considered. He didn't turn from the flash. He turned from the smoke. No, that was a corner smoke for hell. And he turns from it and then looks into the flash. That's awkward. Maybe some inexperience showing through, but you only get a second to think about what nade that is before you turn. And the whole of Nip just...
And, you can feel the ramp hit coming, and it's like you see that bit of util come through, you try to get ahead of it, and that's what betrayed him.
That is awkward, but that's the issue with a position like ramp. If you're putting your least experienced player there, you lose your opening kill on ramp on this map, and Nip drop in altogether. They are in a very comfortable position. You're going to be late rotating. They're definitely going to have a bomb plant. And so Nip, with only Tech 9s, come through with their first round.
Yeah, and I like the immediate timeout from Mouz as well. They know that that's not a round that you can afford to let kind of slip through the net. If you want to be winning this game, if you want to maintain like a comfortable position in it, right? You really don't want to let the low econ freebies, a chance for you to really flex this lead and build up your money on the CT side. You don't want to let them just slip through. So they're going to try and cook up some solutions here. They don't want that to be the jumping off point for NIP in this first map.
Especially when you win your bonus round so convincingly against full AKs and you upgrade everyone, you're thinking, yeah, man, we're 4-0 for sure, and then you get broken by pistols. Mouz don't get to celebrate too long. Aggressive ramp play. They'll set up Torshi with the Impact in the corner. So Torshi's got some early position. He's going to look for a pick and a fallback.
Ooh, he is going to get pressured. First shot sails on by, but Torshi goes back in and at least trades that out. However, NIP could still look to move through this. That smoke blocks them and denies the progress out through ramps. So they get one, but it is traded by that AWP. However, now Torshi's kind of locked in here, right? He can't exactly have that freedom with the AWP that you might necessarily want from him here. He's got to dedicate to the ramp angle. And so for now, that AWP is kind of stuck in place. NIP can look to explore some other avenues now in the mid-round.
Yeah, great time to go outside with the full smokes. At the minute mark, though, they won't be going with this. It's all just a bit of a ruse. And Frozen's going to lose all his info outside, so anything could be going on. And you'll notice no one's in position to flash him in, to get any info. So Mouz are in the dark right now. It's going to come down to Torshi once again as Nip group ramp after this fake.
Yeah, I think you're almost hoping that you've kind of got in Torshi's head, made him rotate a little bit, made him get out of position, but he hangs around with the AWP. He has to do this alone, does Torshi. There's a second kill for him. This AWP backs up, just going through the motions, but with each missed shot, NIP are getting closer.
No way.
He USPs one out of it before burning alive. It's enough time for his captain to look to move in and seal the deal. It's just Config left to beat.
20 seconds as well. He's got time to stick it. He doesn't know that, though. He thinks they're right around him. Is he really going to try and go up the vent? 10 seconds back to B. Kill not presented. Nothing in his crosshair. Config has to stick if he wants to win this round, so he will. Down the vent comes the last player, and Config is trapped out on an island, getting played with, trying to isolate a fight, but Frozen will just swing back in. That's a ballsy peek, but it gets the round for Mouz. 4-1 now.
Yeah, that's just such an enviable position for Config to be in. 10 seconds left, as you're saying, like that kind of decision where he's going, he's checking decon, he's seeing if anyone's fast rotated down the vent. He would have actually loved to fight a little bit earlier there in that 1v2. Instead, you got to imagine it. He's flying blind in that instance. He doesn't know where either player is. For all he knows, when he taps that bomb, the double doors are going to swing, the peek from decon's coming through. I think Mouz do a very good job of kind of playing that as safe as they can within the 2v1, because Config is very much, not the player that you can give those little edges to in moments like that. So a good usage of kind of cooling off, applying the brakes a little bit and having him just stew in the lack of info that he had in that moment.
Yeah, and even though, I'm sure he's having a great day in the office, and it's CT side nuke, which is an AWPer's dream, Torchi again puts on another masterclass. 3 kills in that round, somehow gets out with a USP frag, and yeah, that's just a great sign for the future of this player who's been under a lot of criticism, and rightly so, you could say. Even Cycron in that interview I mentioned talked about, yeah, there were talks of Torshi on the chopping block. We were looking at every option to try and be world beaters. So I've got my eyes on this guy. 4-1, and Nip with another buy round, going to go for a quick A.
Yeah, in they go. Torshi is here with that AWP, but Nip have already bypassed it, made it down the vent. They lose head trick in the process, in the madness of this vent rush. Hampers falls as well, so this was looking like it could have been something, but it's very, very swiftly kind of falling apart here for NIP. Config, similar spot to last time, stuck at the back of the site, will win that first one. How much further can he expect to take this? A second out of Config before he's dealt with by that AWP. Rez was a little ways out. He comes in late through outside, and he's going to look to try and win this one a little later. He hears the vent, but he can't win it. And so Frozen, very tidily, puts that round away to close.
That's awkward for Nip, just getting shredded on the top. The only first 2 spawns made it down B, and even though Config manages to squeeze blood out of a stone, it's not enough in what was a 2-on-5 post-plant. So Mouz get another retake, and Frozen, man, he is still looking rock solid himself. 11-1 on this CT side. Nip not finding a consistent way into this T-half. It hasn't helped that the walls of smoke outside haven't really been utilized, other than one rush for Hampers where he got smoke spammed. So I imagine they're going to be going back to that in these next couple of rounds and try and play a an outside round and cut Torshi out of the picture.
But you've got to say, man, like you are seeing. Oh, hello. Well, run boost across outside. Yeah, you are seeing how much freedom he's got on this AWP, right? Think about it. For Nip, it kind of feels like wherever they go, they're running into this CT AWP, right? They try that fast vent drop. Where is he? Oh, he's main. Then he's ramp fighting us from there in the post plant. So it's kind of like finding a hay in a needle stack right now for NIP, man. Like it's a very, very rough job that they're tasked with. They are going to look for one of these outside rounds by the looks of things, and they've got all the util to do it. Couple of smokes dropped back over towards spawn. But it slows down. They up and leave. They've got Hampus behind main, so kind of all the makings of like a bit of an A split here with him coming in a little later. He can look to try and flex this control in other ways, such as denying rotates down towards B, denying any players scouting over towards outside, and maybe look to wrap over at Hell later on. He can just kind of situationally decide what he wants to do with this position. The rest of Nip attempt to get into ramp, but Torshi is in their way right now.
Wally's awkward. He's got to move. He's just burning in it. Torchi down to 5 from 100, and this is all a fake. Nip just wanted to take ramp to go back for that main split. They need Hampers in position right now. Sui gets one from the door. Torchi's back in position, and Headtrick now needs help from his captain or to abandon him and drop down the vent. He is all that remains. 20 seconds. Nip, they put their hands in that needle stack and come out with bloody fingers.
If he gets this kill onto Torshi, there's a world where the plant's available.
Oh, what a check.
All right. He's ready for the top hut creep up, is Torshi.
Why?
That was clean.
Why is he ready for that?
And after burning 95 damage in the molly as well. A very wild round from Torshi. And Mouz just continue building upon this lead right now. The only round that NIP have, if you remember, is that pistol rush in towards ramp, where they were able to get past Yimpat.
Yeah, and again, Yimpat, he kind of jumps the gun there. He's in a great position. He's got the AWP baiting for him. It gets smoked off after one kill, but Yimpat just swings out wide and tries to spray them down instead of just trying to let them cross down into ramp. He has a powerful position to stop that, but it's not the end of the world. Mouz are doing it with or without him, 6-1, and Nip will finally send a squad behind the smokes. Xertion's been starting B in a lot of rounds and seen nothing, and he will see nothing here either. Dead as a doorknob. 5-on-4, Nip have a shot.
Yeah, Yimpat's going to need a multi-kill here. Only one from him on the close position. It's the pistols again that stand to do it for NIP. Frozen is the man left to get past inside of the site, and he can look to stop this plant. Oh, he's creeping in. Ice in his veins. Frozen right behind them. He's bypassed config here. Oh, God, it's a little ugly, but he will win that first one. Why not make it a double? Frozen has recovered this. Hamper's still with the trade, and it's left onto Torshi in the 1v2.
I believe.
Open his hands. He's looking for this kill. He's looking for this trade onto Hampus. The big question mark right now is Rez, who was on some wild pathing in this round. Torshi doesn't have the info on that second man, so he tries his hand at the stick, but NIP are not going to let him have it. And so once again, it's these pistols. It's when they're a little faster, a little looser, like they've got nothing to lose. The NIP come up with the goods.
Yeah, you can't blame him for that attempt there, right? Clears the double doors, clears the stairs, sees nothing, thinks, at this point I can at least get 3 seconds on that stick before someone's swinging me. But then Nip have players from opposite sides on a crossfire, so they do convert another eco round or another half-buy round for Nip, where they only come in with Tech 9 and armor. Those are the only rounds Nip have won in this T side, but hey, they've worked, haven't they? Mouz now starting to reach the bottom of the barrel. That green gunk starting to run out. They're going to have an AWP and maybe a couple of rifles if they drop some over. It's not going to be a pretty buy, but they've got to make the most of it.
I'm hearing a lot of yelling, and I'm assuming it's not from our guys because they were in a pause. So, yeah, over on the B stream.
Big on Apex.
Yeah, that big Apex matchup that everyone's talking about, and with good reason. Right now, Apex up in the lead. Big are trying their best to close that distance.
Apex definitely one of the more exciting teams here in the play-in as well after their run back at Paris and having minimal players lost in that transfer window.
Minimal players lost. That's ideal,
that's
right?
A win. That's a win.
Not quite as good as none, but
yeah, Gamer Legion can't say the same. Nice start for Torshi, looking for another opening kill inside the hut. He has a teammate by his side. Xertion doesn't need to be the guy activating here. They can just wait for Nip to cross ramp. It's 2 very passive AWPs right now. Although the moves are getting made by Mouz. They're the ones trying to force this fight. Rez gets spotted.
Seen a foot. Yeah.
There's more in store. If Rez is holding ramp, you've seen him with his back turn, he has cover. So they won't jump the gun yet. Minute on the clock. Nip have done nothing yet. But a few more seconds of patience could pay off.
Yeah, I want to know what the plan is with Brolin here. He's trying to make noise, but, his idea of, trying to sell this secret stairs position gets entirely uprooted right now as Torshi has dropped the bomb over in lobby. And look at how it's fallen, man. You couldn't write that. It's right in front of Xertion. They've got it in the hut. And Mouz are looking to play around this. They're fighting for this bomb control, and they set up Torshi for another. Waiting to come around the corner, see if he can succeed where the rest of his team has failed. Back in the lobby, it's Hampus. He tries to grab the bomb. They see it's missing, and so Torshi tries his hand at the spam. Oh, that's a dangerous game to play versus the AWP. And Xertion runs him down anyway. This is a non-starter of a round for NIP. It's been entirely uprooted after that AWP opened through the hut. And Brolin, he's come up from lower, from the B site to try pave a path back in, but Torshi denies it every step of the way, even the tag to config. It's Mouz on a low econ round, but that AWP sings.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable round for Torshi. The patience pays dividends inside of Hut. And poor Brolin, who gets secrets so quickly and so easily in that round, finally, for Nip. And he's just forced to come up the vent with 20 seconds left. His position is one of no impact, as Nip don't even have control of the bomb. The first death that goes their way is that package for Mouz. So, yeah, it's just a round you're trying to bandage instead of actually make any moves. That's really unlucky for Nip. But again, it's at the hands of Torshi, who is hitting bangers all day. 3 kills, leg onto config. What more can you ask from the AWP?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you kind of factor in that this time around as well, alongside him, you've had Frozen, who's been like damn near invaluable in some of these moments where he's had to put up some numbers on the back of the side. You know, M4 in hand, or that round where he dropped in through heaven and looked to save the day. It's a pretty scary spot to be in for NIP. Because, you know, you've got the rifle component maxed out for Mouz, and then you've got Torshi looking lights out on this AWP.
Yeah, and
who's gonna match that energy?
Need someone, we need a hero. Without a doubt, Torshi's over the smokes. How did he even see him?
Just on rails for him right now, isn't it?
Oh, he almost got 2. Hampus, that's the second time he's been spammed through the smoke. Can't make it to secret for free.
We've all been there as well in these sorts of matches, man. You don't even really feel like you're doing anything wrong. If you're Hampus there, like there was no part in that round where you made some huge glaring error. You walked behind your wall smokes, you got faith in the smokes outside, and then you get naded and spammed through them.
Yeah, it's another round where Nipper in the washing machine. Drowning, spinning, very claustrophobic.
But fun is fun.
Yeah, fun is fun. I did hear that one. Config going to flash them deep into hell. Torshi's gone all the way back into ramp, and they're re-clearing. So Mouz getting a lot of real estate in this round. Considering lobby's clear, that's actually better than finding a lurker here. You now know exactly where Nip have to be coming from. If they're not down secret, they're climbing up into rafters and doing an A-hit. And that info is about to fall into the palms of Mouz. Xerxon positioned perfectly for this round.
Yeah, Torshi's AWP won't be a factor here, though, so it's going to come down to the rest of Mouz to try and hold this one together. Well-tamed nade out of Shui. Does a bit of damage, but they don't know about Xerxon. Still, he fires off too soon, and now they know they will hunt him down. There's Config late through main to get rid of him. Plant coming in. Torshi having to walk this flank up from ramp. He was down, keeping an eye on B. And this is a really awkward spot to be in with the AWP. You ain't going up that ladder.
Oh, he might, maybe a little. I think he can see him. I think he
something
can.
there. Yeah. All right, Torshi
okay.
backs it up, and Rez out of the round now. It's just Config and Hedrick. This was looking like Nip might have had something going here, but can Yimfa and Torshi pick up the pieces? Onto the AK now for Torshi. He's got to do it alone, and they will get locked out. NIP with a much-needed third. They breathe a sigh of relief at the end of that one.
We were wondering where the star power is. Config finally shows it here for Nip. A 3-on-5, back the other way with a 3K from Config. That main trade onto Xerxon was so important as, you know, Rez gets that jiggle and spots him right below the bomb site just here. That was the kill that got Nip into the round and gave them a fighting chance. Phew, a sigh of relief. Because again, Mouz have been on the edge of being economically reset this entire half, and Nip have finally done it. They've put them on pistols, and that can suddenly give you a great leap into the T side. So what will Nip make of this opportunity? Got a bait and switch in the hut, but that 5-7 chews through helmets like it's nothing. Ooh, so does Rez.
Yeah. And now he's even waiting for the reaction. This is very nice from Rez. He pieced together that setup. The moment he saw the backside player, he kind of had a very clear idea of what they were looking to do.
And now A just feels free, right? You've got everyone lobby. You know you can just trade out. Sure, there might be a hut roof player, but we've killed 2 pistols close. This is Nip's round.
All right, they're starting to level out here, Hugo. They're starting to find a way back into this one. It might have been this really hot start for Mouz. Even, you know, kind of, as you pointed out, right, denying these resets, these moments where everything was put into the round and then they were able to win it, so they've kept the buys coming through. That now draws to a close, and this is NIP's way back in.
Yeah, and at least Mouz came in with an idea with a play. The last time they were, down to the bare bones money and they had an AWP and a couple of rifles was the round Torshi and Xerxen set up in Hut, and they do that, bait and switch again, and Torshi comes out with 3 kills. So Mouz tries something similar. They put the pistols together, but Rez, very nice shooting inside a Hut, does clean that out. And we said coming into this game, it's not just a question of brains with in-game leaders re-entering teams, but also brawn, because where are these stars, these young stars? Who is going to perform for NIP? That's always been the question. You feel like you have so much firepower on this team, but they rarely show up at the same time. That being said, back in Copenhagen last week, we had some phenomenal games from players like Brolin and Rez. Brolin especially showing fantastic form, and in that tournament they even took down Vitality, reigning major champs, albeit with a roster change. So yeah, there was a very good sign there from NIP. It's why we're holding them to a decent standard here in the play-in. And I think they might be able to reach that now. Their T side starting to warm up, and another anti-eco to feast on.
Lobby aggro in this one for Mouz. They're walking it with 3, and Rez, he was the guy meant to be kind of keeping an eye on the lobby, but as he transitioned down the ladder, that's when Frozen moved in on this Famas, and he's looking to steal the round all on his lonesome. Gets out. 19 points of health, but it's staying alive here that's really important. This becomes a bit of a numbers game now. And Frozen just backing out with 3 from his lobby push. Chewy's about to get this info on the A play. He should go uncleared here.
I like how he's waiting for his team. If he makes a play, he's just going to die, right?
How's the impact going to get up the vent?
That gets caught. Head trick crossed all the way along. And yeah, I don't know how Mouz win this round, even with Frozen's heroics. He needs to hit an insta-banger. The flash is good, though, and he will find a 4th. Frozen on the ace as Mouz steal away an eco round. How's he done that?
Oh, damn, Frozen! A one-man army. The Famas and the armor was about as exciting as that round got for Mouz. And he makes it look like it was the best buy they could have had.
He's 20-3. We were hyping up Torshi for good reason this game. Frozen is stealing the show right now. But like we said, NIP, they've been waiting all game to break the money. They finally do, and they get eco'd. Everything that can go right is for Mouz.
That is crazy. And like the perfect flash thrown out from the vents as well. Like, Yimpact very much sets Frozen up to get that ace. Like, Frozen is 1 shot from death. He needs every advantage he can get his hands on. And that's when Yimpact says, don't worry, man. I've got the God Flash. You just have full faith. You peek on the back of this, and we'll be laughing all the way to the bank.
Without that flash, surely NIP round, right? Surely no more for Frozen.
There's someone watching Heaven just deady on the angle, right? You're not winning that fight. You are 1 shot from death.
Damn. 8-4.
Unbelievable way to find your 8th and deny, this kind of streak that NIP were embarking upon.
Yeah, they're looking for scraps right now at the end of the half. All about for Head Trick. Haven't sung his praises yet. We need to see something from the guy. Looking for a pick in the door, but that molly goes right through. Vent fake. But I don't think it's even popped. Mouz are not panicking. Impact's already starting lower as well. We've got Torshi back to AWPing ramp, making a read on and off angle as well. So you'd like to think he can get out with 1. They're going to do, no, not the boost, they just dry swing it. Torshi misses his shot. They're going to start streaming out. Good flash. Torshi hanging around, makes his mind up. Will drop down to B as NIP take the ramp room.
Yeah, but they're not looking to drop with him. Instead, they're going to try and wrap over here towards Hell. Looks like they want to try and get a bit of an A-split going from Hell, from Heaven, and use that to supplement this push in through lobby. But look who's ready for it. Look who's trying to play this angle back towards the spawn. It's Frozen. Only 1, but he gets away with a lot of damage. Onto Rez, 99. Here's the backstab for Xerxen. That's the bomb away from NIP. Nice. That is an important trade for Hedrick to have picked up. Because of that, now they have the freedom to grab this bomb and play out the 3v2. Everyone is looking real worse for wear on NIP apart from Hedrick. So he might have to be the man to deliver this round. If Mouz don't get gifted a kill, they might never even attempt this. And it's one of these rounds, you go, we're going to stand here and we're going to go, oh, if only they knew. If only they knew how low they were.
you know, I think there's some realization, like Frozen rather spamming into Hell did 99 damage to Rez. Like, I'm sure he saw that he did a lot of damage there, but Rez just has such a powerful post-plant position, being up in the rafters, that, you know, Mouz realized what they're walking into there, and they will look to save. They're going to do damage, though, because these players have to exit T-spawn. At least one of them. Hampus will have to. He's going to run right into this AK. The impact does go down, but Torshi looks to trade, and he will remove that AWP from Nip's real estate. So it's a costly round for Nip. They can rebuy the AWP at least, but nothing comes for free right now, not in this T side.
It's so weird when, like, it's such a lopsided scoreboard for Mouz, man. It's so top-heavy on this. Yeah, it is a two-man army. 21 kills for Frozen, 16 for Torshi. And that moment there, oh, that's one that hurts you.
Double up for Frozen, very different round there. 1 health the difference. And yes, head trick showing us what we needed here for Nip, who chooses not to get the AWP back. Going for flat rifles, Nip gonna speed it up outside instead. Torshi going through the vent smoke, has a little gap. This is a shot he can hit, and he will take it. Rez trying to lurk outdoor, and Torshi evaporates through the mist.
Yeah, cool response to this, you know, little opening smoke that gets lobbed in. You saw what Rez was trying to do. He's hoping he can, like, find those little gaps over the top to look for peaks at top hut, try and challenge for that A opener. That was meant to be his chance to open up the round, but now instead, look at what's happened. Mouz have got lobby, and the round has barely started, and they already know that it can't be lobby to end. This frees them up massively to just start making moves all around the map.
Yes. Double lower as well is great, and Xerxion's not trying to fight outside. He just wants to know, okay, is this going secret, or are they going to cross it, you know, round the world and try and go for an A split? So he'll get that info. He'll be able to molly off main, delay this entire round, and give time for a rotate to come back up from B. They're triple stack lower right now. That's the only danger for Mouz as Nip go round to Hell. And so Sui will come back up from ramp. But at this point, they're already heaven. So Nip, despite the positions being known about, are actually not in that bad of a spot here. 30 seconds, Sui can't stop it. He's going to have to play retake or timing late. And Nip have that heaven trying to split this top site.
Ooh. No noise made either, so it's not like Shui can calm this across to anyone. Util starting to come out. They even spotted Xerxion there in the backside box, but they need to deal with him. Config misses it. Oh, hello! He comes up the ladder, and there's Xerxion swinging out. Finally meets them in that fight that they were looking for. That's a wild way for Mouz to move on to 9, isn't it? Hampus just lost to the hands of time. He was trying to wrap back in through lobby. He was going to come in a little bit later once that heaven split had come through. And the last thing you're expecting when you own heaven like that, when you're actively fighting from heaven, is some mad lad to dash up the ladder with an MP9. But that's exactly what Shui does, and it just blindsides them.
I mean, he's always been such an aggressive player. We saw that as well in the Academy League. That's crazy.
They all have their back turn.
They're all looking at he has the gun for the job. Xerxion getting spotted only helps Sui out on that flank. That's a beautiful play from the captain. And Nip just get turned into sawdust. Mouz looking for 10 rounds at the end of the half, and dare I say, it should be right there for the taking. This has just been a great half of Counter-Strike for Mouz. Even that round, you know, displays the awareness of the rotates they have to make, right? Knowing, okay, we can play this heavy lower. They might already be down secret. The second they realize that Nip are going round to CT spawn, they make the necessary adjustments. They take lobby back again. And they have a flank for Sui to close it. So 9-5 and a final ditch buy for Nip.
Yeah, it's got its limitations, but a little topside rush. They're going to try and put these Tech 9s in at the front. Config opens. It's actually been on these low econ rounds that Nip have found a lot of success in this map so far. And this one's no exception to that rule. Config doubles up on the entry. And he's secured all the space. There's Hampus a little bit later getting activated on this outside lurk, and then he immediately dissipates. He just up and leaves. He is gone. And so if you hang around looking for this kill outside, you're not going to find Hampus here. Config has taken up the position, but Torshi's not aware of this. Config's got the footsteps. He's got every advantage in this fight, and so this one dead to rights. Torshi gone from the round. Just Yimpat left. It's looking like NIP are going to move on to a 6th, unless the young gun can deliver for Mouz. Tap on the bomb, and Hampus denies it on that late lobby lurk. This first half ends up 9-6 in Mouz's favor.
What is your calling?
Well, the Cathedral might be cooling, and right now it's this duo, this frothy duo, rather saucy duo that's really rising to the occasion and picking up those calls for the Cathedral. For Mouz, topping the charts there, Frozen, top of the board, and right behind him, you had Torch on the AWP. For NIP, they didn't find their way in till a little bit later, a couple of low econ rounds going their way, but it felt like all those swing moments where they really could have exerted a bit of control over that first half, all those real swing rounds went the way of Mouz.
And they still come out with 6, so it's not the end of the world for NIP here on their map. They've got to deal with a fast one though. Brolin on the dually, spamming away, spraying and praying, and finds 3. Bomb comes falling to his feet, and Headtrick is here to sweep the rest of Mouz under the rug. It's just Yimpat, new boy on the block, young gun, and gone to the other. Headtrick hits 2, and NIP find their way to 7. A bit of a red carpet to walk back into control of their map pick. Keep in mind, folks, this is a hyper-important BO3, giving a berth into the group stage for IEM Cologne to face some of the top teams, some of the best rosters in the world, waiting. Who will join them?
Oh, and I don't know, man. There's something, you know, I've missed talking over a lovely little dualies play, man. The way they get used here. No, you nailed it, dude. The way that they look in the top levels of Counter-Strike. Ooh, it's just there's something so enticing about them.
You know, there's Zywoo, and then there's every other dually player, I think.
I know, you know, Brown did a pretty damn serviceable job just
Double
then.
his kills, always nice. Gonna clean this one up as swiftly as Mouz did on their anti-eco. Just Glocks and a P250 that does tap out. 2 dinks onto Hampus. Frozen. Any more? 24 and 6.
Winning around from nowhere with the FAMAS, that's one thing, you know.
Yeah.
Winning it with the P250 when you're this low from top silo, that's top main, that's another. And he will just get flicked on. Rez deals with him. One more kill before all is said and done.
Round.
A little bit of damage found for Mouz. They're pretty content with that, honestly, considering they didn't really bring anything in with them other than that P250.
Yeah, NIP cycle the guns. They keep all 3 M4s, so it's, you know, they minimize the losses, but 2 kills is a great round for Mouz. 9-8 now, and they have a pretty formidable first buy round with a lot of Molotovs as well. So I wonder if we'll see some sort of execute here on this top site. 4 rifles for NIP. Wall outside in the first gun round. Or maybe later, so he leaves the smokes in spawn. No, they're just getting everything.
Still getting organised here.
Make sure you cross the T's, dot the I's. And in comes the wall. Mouz will be able to cross down into secret into the opposing captain.
Oh, Hampus tries taking that swing early.
Through the molly as well. He's trying to like beat the timing, catch them before it blooms, but Frozen is in the most punishing position for that kind of move.
And now, like, you know, you've got Headtrick trying to watch outside from spawn, but he's smoked off, so he doesn't have the info as to whether or not, you know, anyone's crossed down with that. Also, the info that Hampus gets in that death is, oh, 1 silo. Like, that could mean anything with those outside smokes going down. So, NIP have lost a man. Hang on.
And now Config knows that they know. He's got some help.
Bit of divine intervention there for Config. Frozen out of the round, starts to take even more space, pushing on the back of this contact. He gets out with a dink, but it will be Impact to win it. In the meantime, these guys that crossed down secret earlier are now in B. And so they're going to come up with the plant here at Mouz. On numbers alone, NIP are in a bit of a weird place here. 3v4 retake down at lower when they're a little out of position as well. So these rotates take time to come through.
Living is crucial for Yimpat, and he will do more than that. All he had to do was stay alive to basically guarantee that NIP couldn't go for it. But he catches Rez, who reads his lurk outside. And even after Config's dink that you felt like would have put him out of commission, Mouz will keep this round very clean indeed. 4 alive, and they don't need to hunt by any means. They know NIP can save 2 guns. That's fine by them. They ensure the round comes through. you know, I think even though we're seeing good signs, I think actually in the Mongols game we saw some really good rounds from Yimpat, some great sprays. He's clearly got some crisp aim. We're seeing some moments of inexperience, some nerves definitely, that missed Molotov, a couple of the ramp rounds. But I think there's almost no better team for a young 16-year-old player to come up on than one that's been there themselves, played through the Academy League, very young roster in its inception anyway, under a captain who knows what that's like. So I think he's in a great position to build into the future, as we have, some people like Frozen, who we call the young veteran, been on Mouz for over 4 years. Joined when he was only 16 himself. So it's a perfect roster for someone like Yimpat to come up through.
Yeah, because, that is like one of the things you have to contest with. Everyone is just kind of different people with different experiences, but at least here it's a group of folks who can very much relate to how you feel. Brolin dead first, and it's Yimpat the man to do it again. Opens up this round. They've got the room over at ramp now. Xerxan also runs it dry outside. And there was 2 garage players for NIP. They heard him at least, so that's something. And Config will go hunting, knocking him out of the round, arming himself with an AK. Do you give Config a full auto weapon here and a reason to be a little interested? Nah, he's walking away.
Yeah, he's checking the flank. I mean, no one else is in position, so it's just going to be the save here for Nip. And Mouz managed to do it despite Xerxan being 4-14. He's having a bit of a stinker right now, but it's been great because we've had that 2-man army you were talking about in the first half. And it's not a bad idea for Nip to save just because of their positions. They upgrade a gun from a FAMAS to an AK, and they start to hold on to their economy here in the second half. By no means a guaranteed game here for Mouz, but Nip need to wake up ASAP. They'll come in with a timeout. Their final timeout for the NIP side.
I like the timeout, right? It's a chance to really put some thought into this round because, they shouldn't be investing around these saved guns, but they do have a lot of saved guns at the end of that, right? They get out with the AK, they got 2 M4s in tow, so actually you have a very good chance, you have a lot of stopping power in this moment. So this round is kind of your first attempt at turning this game around, and then you have a second one coming down the pipeline in the next. But you really want to try and maximize the damage with a save like this.
One of the duos I am enjoying seeing back on our screens again is DJL and Hampus, right? Coach and captain of NIP. Often came through, towards the end of COVID era with some really great ideas on T-sides especially. Had a cool look to the game. Created some very interesting smokes that we saw on maps like Mirage. So I'm excited to see that duo back again. Let's see what they can cook up here for round 20. As Mouz go back to a default. No AWP on this T side yet. Hampus looks for a head. Torsion might just give it to him, but that AK far more superior.
The same wall going in outside. And a similar fight for Hampus to how he felt last time this outside smoke wall came in, right? It's that later silo peak.
No
way! His hand at the spam, but dude, I mean, it's not been a lucky day for Hampus on these smoke spams.
And that's the A1S, there's no traces, there's no info, you can barely hear that across the map. You just know someone's shooting through the smoke and they nail him. Dear oh dear, that is unfortunate. And a 5-on-4 for Mouz, one of the 3 guns gone. And they change the mood as well. They go from the wall to a main smoke and they start wrapping round to hell, picking up another rifle, and just cutting this round down bit by bit.
Oh yeah, there's the smoke walk in through main for that backstab, and that's the A site cracked wide open. They've got all the space, they've got the round. Config just on damage duty at this point with the AK. Does have a fight waiting for him back in the lobby, should he choose to accept it. But just going to get locked out. The Impact's really come alive in these last couple of rounds on the lobby lurks, man. He looks very, very comfortable here.
Had a great T-side, no doubt. And, as we kind of mentioned the first half, in one of the most difficult positions on CT side of Nuke in the, it's very punishing. You're rarely going to get away with those big 3-4K spray downs. And actually, Nip had some really good ways to cancel him out with the smoke and flash combos on ramp, and smoking off Torshi at Hell almost every time they went there. So he's looking a lot more alive on this T side, no doubt. Another run boost, Xerxen going quick.
They're hoping that would offset any sort of timings for these players close up. He sees that there's no one over on the red box.
Not again.
Hampus,
Not
buddy.
again. If you see Hampus in the kill feed, it's often prefaced by the smoke icon.
Smoke King Hampus. Dead now, of course. And Mouz just kind of ease into this 5v4 again. They've been so willing to meet Hampus out in the yard. Config, this is a nice response to this problem. He's kind of put it back into even odds and he's contained them over in secret. For now, they can't be pressuring B too heavily. The quick switch from Torshi. But it's still the one and done.
Someone get him a keyboard. Press the wrong one there. 3-on-3. Brolin waiting for this ramp hit. He's just moving out of position.
The timing on this for Brolin.
Into safety, though. He can pick and choose now. He's not rotating.
Oh, Shui's completely leaving. He's fully left secret and walked it back outside. Did Hedrick see that? Because he's holding like the little pixel gap over at red, but with the M4 and at range as well.
Brolin's reposition is huge, though. He's gone back into A, and that's exactly where Mouz look like they want to be heading up. Unless they're going to walk out ramp late, it's just a full group to trade out here. So Brolin can win this round right now. He's had a quiet map. This could be his chance.
Yeah, really good spot to be in. Up top of the hut. Goes uncleared, goes unchecked. Ooh. First kill found. It's frozen with the trade. Shui's now going to get this bomb planted, that molly in heaven. Well, at least give them that safety net to get the bomb down, but they're both fighting this from inside of the site. They swing onto the main player. Rez, good for the first, but that's the end of the line for him. And now it's all on Hedrick. Shui with the reposition. Out of the danger zone now. Backed up into the hut. Hedrick is going to be hard pressed for this. He's got to get into the site. He's got to tap this bomb, apply a bit of pressure, making noise. And there's Shui with the swing to seal the deal on the round. The captain carries Mouz through 2-13. And dude, he went on like a real journey across that round, did Shui. I think it all started for him over at Secret, then back into lobby, out through the hut, finishes it up with that nice reposition after fighting Rez in main. And he made that clutch very easy for himself in the 1v1.
Yeah, I love what Mouz doing the post plant there. While that Heaven Molly is still alive, they actually make the flash play to fight main, because Nip would rather just 2-on-2 them together with the Heaven and main player at the same time. But Rez doesn't get to pick the timing there, and his teammate in Heaven can't trade because he's mollied out. So Mouz go ahead of that fading util. And we know Shui can frag. If you didn't know that from the academy days, you certainly saw it at the major. He had some top-performing games, even as in-game leader, back on Gamer Legion. So a great round for him to come alive and put Nip back on pistols. Looking for 14 here on their opponent's map pick as well. Torshi's now got an AWP, scope deep out garage, and that's provided a safety net for Xerxen to run.
Oh, Hampus is in a good spot. He's got it. He's got one. Oh, yes. He's got one. Just barely, but he does get it. And that's the important part. Xerxen now dead. They're going to flash him off the angle. So the end of the line for Hampus. Just the one and done. Frozen teed up by Torshi. That tag team back at it again. Brolin repositions and Hedrick aggroes into the lobby. Right now, there's a couple of fights that could present themselves to Nip, but they need to win them. Hedrick's caught. The lobby belongs to Impact. Brolin, the timing on that, man. Just goes up the ladder, caught by the outside ramp for Config.
They saw him.
He didn't like that.
And Impact again, another important kill in the 3-on-3 in the lobby. He's looked very comfortable on this T side. So Config just trying to find a gun. There is one by main. But Torshi's right above him, although he doesn't know. Does he have CL left hand? Doesn't look like it. He didn't see Config right below him. And that is where Config will remain. Might even get away with this save. Such an unorthodox position.
Yeah. You can kind of see the issue that Nip are having, though, right? There's so much success for Mouz outside. Like, Hampus has been struggling here, and... well, save denied. Turns out Torshi will check for it.
Yeah, Frozen's at 30 now as well.
But yeah, you know, like this outside control is a big problem right now for NIP. And it's easier said than done to try and stem the bleeding here, right? Hampus in a lot of these rounds, as we've kind of pointed out, been on the receiving end of these smoke spams, had like these, even in the dry walk rounds, there's protocols in place to not let him get away with too much. And you know, you can't, it's not as simple as just shifting more resources and more men over towards outside, because then that's going to weaken you elsewhere. And that's always what NIP are going to be a little bit paranoid about in these moments. Because Mouz, it's not been like they've been going outside, dropping straight down secret, playing for B. They get this control, they look for the opener, and then they slow it right down. And they kind of give you no idea where the play's looking to end up next.
Yeah, I mean, if this game ends in the next 2 rounds, you hope NIP can just kind of brush it off. Just unlucky, I guess, for Hampus in this half. And both really. Oh, that's awkward. It hits Frozen. So the audible is made, and Hampus will hear that from CT Vents.
He even watched it, like dragging along the ground. He knew it was going to hit him, but there was just nothing he could do.
Lurkout ramp denied, but it is a B round after all. And Frozen gives them the option to bail. If they kill Brolin, NIP might panic. They've cleared lobby completely. Brolin needs a kill here. He can't get away with nothing. That will give so much room to Mouz. He's going to nade off the door, move back into another stairwell, and Frozen looks for upper picks that won't appear. They won't present themselves. The rest of NIP are grouping back for a retake on ramp side. And Mouz want to come up the vent. This is a good move. Config's the only guy who can stop this.
But now that they've seen him in heaven, I think this starts to become a lot more obvious to NIP. And Config had to win that. He had to win that fight. Frozen falling from the heavens. Hailstorm over on A. And the rest of NIP are just lost to this B site. Down here with Zershan. Why is he still here, man? He's ready to like shut them down as they look to save.
I love that round for Mouz. They've had some really good calls in this game.
And, you know, so much of this, once again, is like coming down that they get the space outside. When you get that much room, when you get Frozen over towards Hell, they know that there's so many options, so many plays can be made when they've got these positions that they just kind of, you know, you look at what they're doing in it, they're kind of awkwardly pushing and pulling them around the map on the terms of Mouz right now.
And even Yimpat's death there on ramp as he tries to walk out after NIP know Mouz have secret. That only like sells your fake further, to be honest, because it just looks like, yeah, they're going 4 secret and then 1 for the ramp lurk to, you know, backstab us when we try and set up for retake, which is what NIP were doing. But Mouz just go up the vent because they have Frozen up in the heavens. Seeing some great T sides right now for Mouz. A lot to like in this BO3. And Inferno up next. Even more in store to qualify or proceed to the group stage. Final ditch attempt here for NIP up against Map Point. Headtrick's got an AWP, but he's not even broached double digits. The AWP on the other side was the star of the show in the first half, and they will battle for this potential final round. And it's, of course, Torshi. Ooh, for 2, but Config comes through, and he's had a great game himself. Captain steps up. It's really been the Config show for NIP. The only way they can break in. Can he save them yet again?
You know, I said that remedying outside isn't just a case of putting more players here, but actually that seems to have been the perfect way to solve this for NIP. They found Headtrick on the opener, and then there was just this really well-timed double swing out from main. Hampus getting involved as well, having a bit of a say in how the outside rounds pan out. It's just Frozen, but you know, I say just Frozen. 32-9. Let's see.
Check this.
I never write him off in moments like this. They've spotted him now. They've got the info. NIP. They want to try and fight this, but this is going to send 2 players his way. They just run around spraying and praying, and Frozen will fall at the hands of the NIP hunt.
Well, again, it's the case of NIP that's been going on for the past couple of years, and that, yeah, man, you got a guy who looks incredible, you know, unbeatable in config, but then where are the other stars? Rez is positive. He's had a decent game. He comes up with a couple there, but again, I feel like you never have that triple threat all alive at the same time. Brolin 8 and 18, having a roughie. And right now, Mouz with 6 opportunities to finish what they started. We go back outside. Hampus, nice spawn taken. They have no idea he's made it into secret. But now he has to be really patient and just tuck here, unless he's got flashes from teammates to set up a swing. He might not even play into this. It doesn't look like this is going to be a B round for Mouz. Although they go back to T-spawn to line up a wall. So anything's possible. Hampus licking his lips at the prospect.
Yeah, the outside smoke wall's gone out again.
Here we go.
This time they're going to try and supplement it with a little flash for Hampus.
Oh, too early.
Oh.
Not a very good flash, to be honest.
Well, you know, Hampus, he will have to fight this one dry, as it turns out. He wins the first. He wins the second. Rez is only holding him back.
Whoa.
There's 2 out of Hampus, and the bomb now away from Mouz. Impact with 1, but that should be the end of the line here. NIP onto double digits as finally they start to come out ahead in some of these outside rounds. They didn't make it easy for Hampus, did they? The rest didn't, really. But hey, he still does what he has to there in that moment.
Can you flash me soon? Yep, flashed. No, oh, I meant soon. Oh.
Still, I mean, the thing that's funnier to me is
it was perfect.
Like even if you know, even if that flash was you know when he wanted it, it would have destroyed him and wrecked him.
Well,
he would have turned from it, right?
He knew he couldn't go, right? I didn't. You know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Not the best.
My mouse double click. That's the excuse right there.
Not the best setup, but hey, someone was blind. And Impact stares into the sun on roof as Nip find double digits. It's 2 in a row. It's a late recovery, perhaps, and it's even forced the final timeout for Mouz to have a chat. So, final move for the coaches here, both sides, coming in round number 26. And let's see this depth of the T side for Mouz. We've seen a couple of cool ideas. We've not really had any ramp abuse on this T half, though.
Yeah, they haven't really gone there at all. And I think that's actually been one of the cooler things about it is, you know, you have Brolin, who, as you pointed out earlier on, you know, we have a couple of key players quiet, and Brolin is one of them. But in this second half, he's been ramp. What have his rounds look like? Oh, I'm kind of waiting at ramp, and now I'm filling in gaps from, you know, in the mid-round, and I'm like saving. Up and leaving. Oh, I'm saving. So, yeah, he hasn't really had, like, a lot of chances to be super involved. And I think the fact that he is, you know, bottom of the board right now for Nip, hasn't really had that time to build his read on like what's happening over towards lobby through seeing it himself. You're not really getting any of this like lobby aggro out of the ramp fight, right? We haven't seen rounds like Mouz attempted where they had, you know, that AWP aggressing through ramp alongside the Impact on the push. It's forced him to be pretty stagnant over on that side of the map.
It's very heavy upper here in this round. Nip expecting something, starting 4 strong, and Brolin on the ramp side alone. She's looking for a pick through door, and he's got to wait a smoke before he gets it. Make that 2. And so, as Mouz again default, they throw that outside smokes. It's been really every round we've been seeing a variety of walls.
And it feels like they're trying to get ahead of Nip's adaptation, which is to fight heavy outside, right? That's what's happened the last few times they've thrown these smokes out, has just been a swarm of Nip players descending upon you. So they know they're going to get the reaction. They know they're going to get Nip shuffling resources outside, and they try to use that to explode out over here on ramp. They've got the kill that opens up the ramp play, but now they've got to get into B, and that's an entirely different beast. Rez could have the round in the palm of his hand right here.
They're not rushing the plant, though, so he's not going to get the free kill on the Astralis side. They back up. They have no idea Rez is right round the corner, and they will look over it entirely. He's got the round in the palm of his hand, and he clamps down and crushes Frozen. It's only Sui, the captain again, looking for a clutch up. A 1v3, he starts strong. Knows one towards the ramp, but the second, uncertain. Sui tries to sneak away, slink back to the door. Another shot presents itself. Sui can't close, can't win that round, and Nip stay above water for now. 11 here on this CT side. They are just holding on by the skin of their teeth, Harry.
Damn, you know, for Sui there, those are like those moments and those clutches. When you're 1v3, you see it, you can see how it happens. You know, you could see that that had the potential to come together. It's going to feel like it was closer than it was, though. NIP starting to close this gap in a very meaningful way, right? In the beginning, it was like, yeah, just make this a little more, a little prettier to look at, a little easier on the eyes. Now, they're starting to believe that this is a real possibility here.
Yeah, these are the rounds, though, that Mouz just don't care about, right? They can just throw away, so you can play a little looser. Quick A-pop. We need multi-kills. Config will provide 2 for him. Impact does get an entry, but that's all this round will be as Mouz are swept under the rug. And Nip look good again. Seeing some energy injected into Nip, right? Even in the previous couple of outside rounds. You know, Config fighting very aggressively, Rez and Co getting flashed through the smoke, and in that previous round, very quick on those secret rotations. So some life in Nip here, and maybe a chance for overtime. We've seen a fair few OTs in the BO1s today. Anything's possible.
And this like config res heroic duo on the other side is really, you know, making strides right now to close this distance, to match up to what we were getting out of Frozen and Torshi. Torshi slowed down a good deal in this second half. Frozen has been keeping up appearances, but now he's actually got opponents to go up against who are kind of operating on that same level, right?
They made it down, and silent as well, even though Nip will send a player into lower. Mouz have decent control in this round, and the pressure is on Sui to cook up something nice. Zertian still having a struggle, 5 and 21, but it can at least be a lamb to the slaughter. Sui needs to trade config at worst case, but that entry is clean as hell. Bottom to top, Mouz take the man advantage.
Yeah, you have 5 kills, you're feeling down and out on yourself, but you just got that one onto config, the guy who has been putting a stop to so many of these rounds. That could be the case of someone who has been struggling so much in this map, delivering the saving grace for Mouz right when they needed it. A 5v3. And no info for Nip, right? They're still split between upper and lower, trying to piece together where this one's ending up. Hampus will get that info, but at what cost? Brolin wins that fight down at lower. They spot the bomb moving into upper. Nip have got the info, but they don't have the manpower here. It's a 2v5 to see if they can keep this comeback coming in.
Ooh, it's a good nade, but it's not going to stop the plant, is it? And with that coming down, Nip are realizing it's starting to look obvious now. The first map in Mouz's palm. Brolin moving through the hut. Head trick up in heaven. Waiting with the AWP, and Brolin needs something magical here. They've got good crossfires, but they're not looking his way. Brolin tries to take 2, but instead it's won by Mouz. The first map in their back pocket. Their opponent's choice as well. And Inferno waiting for map 2. Overall, good signs for Mouz. Torshi looking solid on the AWP. Frozen showing what he's got. And even Yimpao on that T side coming in with some crucial entry rounds as well.
Scenario. 15 seconds on the clock. No real angle on the bomb plant. And now they are just searching for scraps. Time to be hyenas. Let's see if they can take a rifle or something. It does look very dire indeed, though. This half very much feels like life support already for 9, who may have come into this one looking to win it in 3. But if this is always a counter pick for you, then it might be that they need to, well, kind of force it into their map pool. Lose until it gets better for them.
Yeah, just never has got good enough, it seems. Current permaban is Inferno, which is kind of rare. Most people play Inferno. But right now, Ancient not looking great for them. I do love for Fnatic. I feel like Mezzi is going to be the main man on this team now. First map, he was top fragging by far. Here, he's doing the same. And the old Fnatic lineup, I just don't think they had that focal point that you could look at and say, he's going to be near the top every time. And now they have that with Mezzi. It's so nice when you just look next to you. You see he's there with 14 kills. Always good. Let's see how Crims can do on this mid-fight. Flashes again, and Minio is so blind. So was Crims, so it just goes 1 for 1 early. And Dexter's trying to take control of A.
Yeah, he's just trying to pull players out of position, it seems. You know, Crims, he got the trade frag. So he got a kill, was traded, but had the info on the position as well. Desperately running back to Donut. Dexter is dealt with. Creeping through. Maybe there's finally something in this round for 9. 4 versus 2 scenario for them. Bomb still in tow for Fnatic. Mezzi going to join his teammate. Positions unknown, so they're likely in a 2v2 scenario. There's still an opportunity for them to win this round. Some guesswork to be had, though. As Key's in a strong position. Edging forward is Roy. And there's a big headshot for him. The bomb's not spotted just yet, but Line are a little closer by Donut, wanting to be a bit faster on that rotation. And now it's down to Hades. As the clock ticks, Kylar's flank begins. Molly's on the site. This is going to draw more CTs towards the B bomb site before that bomb is planted. Smokes are posted up. Can't be too meticulous here. Got to take some chances, Fnatic, as Kylar is closing in. Maybe a question of damage for Mezzi unless he wants to hold on to this AWP. Looking to plant the bomb though, potentially. Or thin the numbers out. Very fast is Mezzi with a quick scope. Looking for more damage. He knows the AWP is lurking somewhere. 8 seconds, prioritizing the impact.
Well, series yet to be decided. That's right, we're going to be finding ourselves going into Inferno here real shortly, but for the time being, I take a look at a Mouz Sports that came to play today, and that goes without saying. I welcome you back also to the Intel Extreme Masters live from Cologne. We call it the play-in.
Yo, Frozen came to play. Torji came to play.
Yeah.
That was sick. That little pairing in the first half was... We were laughing because it was like those two were combining for more kills than NIP for the majority of that half, and it was like, oh, they're still within 3. It's actually
like round 12 where we saw like 40 kills from those two. It's ridiculous. That's the first game. That's the effect of the first game. You know, they warmed up. They get like through the the most difficult part of the first day. They managed to come back, and now they just performed very well, and they got into they won the first pick.
Yeah, and I think we came up here, we kind of gave it like a 50-50 preface, but when it all shook down, it did seem a little bit more commanding from the Mouz Sports side.
It did, and I actually really liked what they did in the first half. I've loved watching the amount of times they took lobby control on CT side Nuke. They crunched lobby from Hut. They had Torji with the op set up in Hut. They had a couple pushes ramp. They had that Frozen ace that came from the FAMAS and ramp. And I don't think we'll see that from Mouz moving forward all that much. I think that's a lot of fun and freedom and creativity due to the fact that you have a new in-game leader coming in, you have a new player coming in, you have a new lineup, and everyone's just kind of playing the game. They're actually just playing the game.
This is going to come back to the first half of the map, and the problem that I saw that NIP had is they had just enough money to buy every single round, but not enough, to execute what they did on practice. Yeah. So it kind of cost them a little bit. Plus the round, I believe, round 12, where Frozen got that clutch with the FAMAS, and that was kind of the coup de grace in that half.
That could have been NIP coming back, except it was Frozen having an ace.
Yeah, even before this, Frozen got the opening 2 kills in lobby. He rotated back to Heaven, and you can see the flash from Jim, and he's gonna throw it behind the silo, and he's just gonna kill him.
It's a 0% chance Frozen wins that fight against Hampus with 19 HP without that flashbang. That flashbang is god tier. That was a beautiful little 2v2.
And that's something that would obviously happen on the fly too. You're like, hey, I'm gonna flashback silo. This isn't something that's been rehearsed over and over and time again, but that's a testament to the pro level of play.
It's a situational, awareness from the players to just throw the flash. He saw it. Probably, maybe even somebody said from the people who were not alive in that round, hey, you have a flash, you can flash for him, and that counts too. As a part of a teamwork. So it worked perfectly for them. At the end, it got them the victory.
It did get them the victory.
It is a team game. You guys are onto one.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of victories, well, we do have one for Frozen right here and right now in our Air Force Aim High. That is the United States Air Force Aim High.
He was a monster,
34 and 13, opening this again. 5-0. That is halfway to Torji's mark.
Yeah, halfway to Torji.
But multi-kills 7 times, 34 and 13 is just the MVP. He has to be right on this first map. Can you do it in the second? I don't know.
And I think that maybe is one of the conversations that you have if you're NIP and you're going out for your break between maps is just like, guys, Frozen had a game. What are you going to do? He demolished us in every sense. He was fragging everywhere. Opening kills were unreal. He was just deleting people on individual peaks. And this is, again, one of the strengths of Mouz. So much of the conversation is kind of on Torji and his step up earlier today. We kind of lost the fact that Frozen has just been excellent for a while now.
15 and 3 right here, right? You think about it, how far you are into the game at that point, you're already commanding respect in the server.
Yeah, this is the round actually where he got the ace with the clutch from at the end of the round. So basically, like you said, he had a really amazing game. But the bigger problem for NIP is the fact that this was their pick.
Yeah.
And this is what their hopes were in this map, so they can get the series rolling. They lost it, and now they have to go back to Inferno, which is can be a problem.
Well, let's get to that real quick. Let's kind of discuss that. Jason, we talk about Inferno. You look at Mouz, who come in here, obviously came to play. undeniably. So, where could it possibly go wrong for him now?
That's a great question. I think this is a map I think that NIP will be able to use a little bit more of that map control that we spoke of in the pregame. You'll be able to, you'll have the guys who can take banana control, you can take top bracket controls. Nuke can kind of be limited in that, where you can take yard, lobby, and ramp. You don't necessarily have a whole lot to do, but if you have a couple different people able to put pressure on the B bomb site, able to be a presence over at A at the same time, you can really start to work the map. And with guys like Hampus and Config, they can find a seam and a gap in the defense to slip into, and I think that's what they've got to hope for here, because if you go the other direction as well, Inferno, you always know a mobile opper that gets some momentum, that gets some rhythm to his game can be a nuisance, and Torji is certainly heated up today.
Listen, if I'm in the Mouz camp right now, starting on the T side, I'm going to go fast. I'm going to go hard on them.
You're going to try and knock him out quick?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fast start, get 6-7 rounds early, and they're just gonna surrender after that. Usually that's how it happens, and I would like to see that from Mouz, but NIP, like you said, map control from the first map, the CT side on that very same map, banana control, bracket, everything can go in their favor if they win the opening, opening rounds.
And you touched on it right there. It's like, hey, he had a game. You can't always count on that, especially on your side of things, much less on the other side of the equation. But I think for someone like Frozen to continue that sort of dominance, is that in his wheelhouse, Kassad?
I mean, he can definitely do it. I always said he's a player. We've discussed this back in Renegades when he was just joining Mouse Sports. He's a player that's 3 months on, 3 months off, 3 months on, 3 months off. It's like
he's got those streaks.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know what's gonna go out from him. So it's just right now he's playing out of his mind, and it should be enough for Mouse to shut this thing down and qualify for advance to the next stage.
I mean, the greater part of that conversation is you don't even need it if you're Mouz, right? With Exertion next to him, with Torji, if he continues this kind of level of play, with Shui as an impactful, you shouldn't need Frozen to drop those. So when it does, it's this is great. It's an easy day. What did Exertion finish Nuke with? Something like 7 kills?
This is a valid point. You said Exertion is a very good on map like Inferno. I still remember the game against FaZe in the RMR, I believe, when he just dominated that map on the T side. And he likes to play it. I even met him in the lobby yesterday, and he said, I'm full of energy. I can't wait to play. I was like, yeah, you go to the gym. Yeah, I go to the gym too, but I want to play. He was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. But so hopefully he's going to turn up on Inferno and just deliver.
Yeah.
Well, we did have 2 teams go to a break. We're not going to be doing that, but I want to break you guys real quick and asking, does it end here? Jason, really quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to say yes, just because of the way Mouz has actually looked on the first map and the way they've played, and a little bit of quietness out of NIP. I think the fact that it's not their map pick, that this is where Mouz wanted to take it, worries me a little bit. This could very easily be a 2-0.
Too many people on Mouz are on fire right now. I think they take it 2-0.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment as to everything we've seen thus far. Speaking of which, we are going to go check out, see what James Banks is doing. He's somewhere around here. James, where you at, dude?
What's up, James?
But when it comes to Nuke, Nip were trying to maybe exploit what Mouz saw coming into that game against the Mongols, but it didn't work out that way. And I just watched DJL. I wanted to try to catch up with him. Well, he ran away from the team afterwards. He was the first one out, waiting for them to go outside and regroup. Needs to cool off, I guess, as do his players. Or maybe they need to heat up when it comes to the server. I caught up with Cyclone though. I ran all over to him on the Mouz camp to see how he was feeling. And he said the first game against the Mongols taught them so much. Obviously, Jimpack coming in to his first event on a big stage in terms of all the audience and everyone watching. He didn't deliver to the astronomical numbers you expected, but he played well. And they said that they were able to just develop this a little bit further and understand of getting that rust off for the team. Now they go into Inferno and they rate themselves obviously much higher. They're their team. They're obviously going to rate themselves higher. But right now they said their confidence is super good. And these mid-rounds, just the cooling and the trust they have in Shuhei is what's going to carry them into the win. Let's see if they get it.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Yeah, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me free.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Mouz now stand just one map away from moving on to the group stage of IEM Cologne 2023 after a lights-out performance there to open up. Really, if you want to talk about showstoppers, it was Frozen doing the bulk of the heavy lifting. And now we all have this question eating away at us. Can he keep up this sort of appearance into the second map?
Yeah, it felt like Torshi did from the first BO1 of the day to this as well, as he was right beside him there at the beginning of Nuke. Mouz now go into the unknown, a new map to play on Inferno, popping into a B site, and Nip have two players here, but it's already looking desperate, flashing through a smoke, Brolin getting only one, and Mouz chew through the two in the B bomb site to give themselves what seems to be a pistol.
The next couple of kills going to really decide it, and well, there we go, Frozen. Whoa, any more from him?
Okay.
Why stop there? Keep going, Frozen. 3 to his name right now, and just cut short of magic number 4, but Yimpat able to pick it up. Mouz secure that pistol. They keep it nice and clean.
Yeah, the firepower for Mouz has been the most interesting part of the day. When I mentioned that Cyclone interview earlier on, he talked about how they wanted to play loose in this matchup. They wanted to come in and, you know, not be too regimented. You know, obviously this is a tournament and a time in the season at the start of one where anti-stratting is not really going to be as much of a feature. So many new rosters, so many new in-game leaders, especially in this server. You don't really look too hard into your opponent. You're just trying to figure out how you want to play. And Mouz having fun with it in that pistol round.
I also got to say, Zersh, that was one of the nicest ways I've ever seen someone, you know, pass off a missed fist bump / high five. He kind of nailed it there, didn't he? A little finger wiggle. So now we have the force buy for NIP, and they're leaning heavy over towards the A side of the map. They have this faster rotation from Speedway, and Brolin, as he hears the util coming up towards top Banana, it's not exactly a secret anymore that Mouz have taken away this control. So that's why we're going to see the Speedway player lean back over in res.
Mouz already doing what the desk wanted, right? Just playing fast and early and just going for quick executes. They did in the pistol. They tried to here, but the smoke does come down. But I still think Mouz are just going to rally their way into the bomb site as soon as that smoke fades. They're lining up an exec. So he has the MAC-10 ready to rip through Nip. And that's going to be painful. Easy entry, Brolin over the smoke, and again, 1 for 2 is not enough on the B site of Inferno, neither site on this map. Mouz will keep it fairly clean and clear out in case of a stack. This is going to be a 2-0 for the map.
And Mouz are trying to make that the case across the series. Of course, after stealing away your opponent's map pick, shutting them out of that mini comeback that was attempted from NIP, it's given them a lot of confidence, you can imagine, here heading into the realm of Inferno, the one that they picked into, the one where, as you were kind of just talking about, right, heading into like a new season, you kind of want to, play your own style, play your own game, as it were. And with this being their map pick, this is the one where they're going to have all these crazy ideas looking to come out. So, yeah, the 2-0 for Mouz locked in. This force buy for Nip doesn't really find a whole lot of damage, but they get out with 3 saved pistols and armor at least to try do some more damage in the next.
Yeah, it's a map that, while Nip have played with this roster back in Copenhagen a couple of times against NA teams, Mouz haven't played in officials just yet, at least not logged ones. We did see Mouz play the G8 qualifier, and it didn't go too well for them, did it? Losing in the open quals, losing to some smaller mixes. So it was a worrying start for Mouz, but get the ring rust off and try and start that honeymoon ASAP. They certainly look like they could be doing it in Cologne. Back up Banana with a furious pace. 3 here this time for Nip, but not enough as one of the only saved weapons gets put into the next round. And there's no reason for Mouz to stop. Not with this MAC-10 finding as much success as it has in these last couple.
Yeah, I think one of the things I do like about watching the way that Shui will call in these games is just sort of, if something's working, he doesn't try to, reinvent the wheel per se. Think about Nuke on their T sides. How many of those rounds would just look for the contact outside? When we win that fight, we probably win the round. And, the first few rounds of this game, all culminating in these kind of faster up-tempo B plays for Mouz. Just looking to lock out the pistols right at the close, and they will do exactly that here. And now, Brolin, you're dead, and Yamao will make it so. So there's the 3-0 for Mouz. There's the conversions off on the back of that pistol. Now NIP are going to come through with the buy. It's not going to have that AWP for head trick, though. He's down on the rifle from the get-go.
Man, Shui's a true captain. He dies with the MAC-10. They keep the 4 rifles, 3 are Galils. And I'm thinking, well, they can basically almost skip the bonus round. He buys up an AWP for Torshi and takes the Galil. So coming in with an AWP very early on T sides. You don't often see that on this map, but Mouz have already got some ideas about how to set Torshi up, and he has been having a great day.
He wants to fight for Banana. He had a really forward spawn here, so he's going to get deeper up Banana than Nip are ready for an AWP to be posted in this angle. Still, that attempt at the opener misses. It falls shy, and when you buy up an AWP like this in kind of your bonus round, right, it's because you have the intent as to how it wants to open up, how it wants to go about getting that 5v4. But Torshi wasn't able to get it, so now he's going to have to, reinvent himself a little bit, look for another way to get involved with his AWP.
They're setting him up, though. They're giving him another boost, another attempt, and a spam through the smoke for Frozen. He can do no wrong right now. Brolin's gone at the top of B, and Rez was even lining up a flash to re-aggress him into Banana, so that option's gone. Nip have now had to split 2-2. And Mouz know that that's the likely rotation here, so they'll go back for an A hit, knowing that Nip might just be trapped back in the bomb site, playing double pit right now. It's quite a constricting round at the moment for Nip. They have drawn Headtrick back into position, though.
Yeah, he's still cut out by the smoke, so even though he's over towards A, he's not going to be helpful in holding the site unless his teammates can buy him a bit of time over here at long to clear out this side of the map. So this pit hold has got to stay alive. It has got to hold the line for NIP. They overwhelm Config and they finish off Hampus. Zershan does it all alone. And Sehedric just lost to the hands of time, locked out by the util earlier on. And now just one man in a sea of Mouz players. He can't justify even giving this a look in. So it's a very convincing fourth round for Mouz.
Yeah, Mouz is just making very basic, solid calls at the moment. They were doing it all Nuke. It felt like they wouldn't go for anything super convoluted, but it was just, by the recipe book. And 5-on-4 up B, sure, bit of luck goes a long way on that smoke spam. He's been doing them right all series long, to be honest. And then Zershan gets a couple of fantastic entries. The quiet player for Mouz on map 1 stands tall in this one, and they get full upgrades as well. So 4-0 for Mouz. Nip forced to run away yet again. And we might be seeing a lot of that in the CT side. Nothing to turn your nose up at if you are excited by the prospect of this new Mouz squad. Definitely looking like a contender here in Cologne. Definitely looking like a team to keep an eye on.
Just a bit of a grisly round to follow for Nip. I like that Rez is trying to be aggressive here, taking a bit of agency to open up this round. However, will it leave him in the prime? I know that Torshi's more than willing to stand in that molly, but he will get out of there. And good thing he did too. That 5-7 was trying to chase him down when they heard him burning. So once more, Torshi's attempt at the entry route up through top mid is denied. That AWP doesn't get involved straight away. Mouz are respecting the mid smoke for now. They're going to lob in their util around it. Hedrick up on this boost. He's got to get something out of this position, right? Can't afford to leave this round with nothing. It's a Hedrick. Nice way for it to start. Gets out with one, and he even drops on down, falling back into the site. They don't want him in the site, right? There's two players there already. You don't want everyone all on top of each other and blocking these sight lines. You want this nice crossfire between pit and site.
The smoke timing was great though for Hedrick because they'd still smoke long, so it put them in this weird stalemate where they're trapped between two walls of mist, and Nip say, go ahead, take long. We have great positions. We've got two players in the bomb site. Hedrick, the early warning system. This is not a comfortable position now for Mouz, and Torshi's going to be left alone on short where no one will give him the time of day. No one will give him an entry here. Mouz have to find these trades into the bomb site now, and Hedrick's about to spot it.
He's got the info. But Sui's got the aim. Beautiful way to open. You deal with one of these guns. There's still another tucked in at the back of the site, but surely Rez gets checked. He will be. And it's only the one and done from that second M4. Brolin moving in. Caught by Frozen. Aggressive through library. Brolin was never ready for that.
They make it look so easy. That's a really uncomfortable round for Mouz. And yeah, even though Hedrick just gets domed on the first peak, the swing out on bomb site, Hampus trying to sell for Rez, but he gets nothing done. Rez can only get 1-for-1 at that point. He would love Hampus to live a little bit longer, so they try and chase him down and set Rez up, but Mouz just one by one eliminate Nip.
I mean, in that moment, I feel like I can relate to Hedrick on a spiritual level in that sense. It's like he's down in the pit. He sees a guy who's not really looking at him. He can just tell by how the model's positioned. He's not getting looked at yet. He holds down left click. First two bullets miss, and it's like, oh. And before you even realize that you've kind of messed this up, that's it. The opportunity's gone. And the round very, very quickly goes awry. Bit of a shame as well, because he started with that must-win fight and a nice little sequence to get out of the boost in middle. Mouz up 5-0. Great run. And this is much the same as to how Nuke started, right? They put together all these rounds early on. It felt like they'd already done enough of the legwork in that first half. Back on Nuke to make life easy for themselves here. This is already a nice look to the T side, and it's just holding on to this fact that it feels like it can only get better from here on in. Buys back out for Nip, and this time Hedrick does have the AWP. So not working with limitations like he was in their first buy round.
Yeah, he's playing rotate as well, coming back to B as Nip try and take back Banana. They land some good grenades in this round, and the mid-B smoke will buy them some time. Hedrick going to trade out. They trust him alone in the bomb site, but he has full nades to buy time. The molly goes a bit early. Hedrick will play in the safety of CT. This is all a bit of a ruse for Mouz as they go back to an A hit into what is now a quad stack. Config pre-smoke on a Molotov, and Hampers is pushed out short, but they can't really find Config either. Nip are doing a good job of delaying this play, but at a certain point they do want it to come through. 4 players, 3 of them fighting for middle.
This is another one of these awkward rounds for Mouz, though, right? Like, the molly from Hampus was really well timed. That trade of util kind of negates the fact that they mollied this corner. So now they've got to do it again. That's one less Molotov for when it comes time to try and take this bomb site. And you're not even out in the top middle yet. Config will escape with his life, and they just drop this smoke in.
If he peeks, he dies to Torshi. That has a big gap in it. Config can see.
But he gets the shadow advantage. That's the nice thing about this. Oh, doesn't matter. Torshi swings it wide and finds him. Config now dead. Rez followed up onto one more man. Over in the graveyard, it's Brolin. He lights up the first, and now it's going to fall to magic number 4. Hampus can't find a thing, even though NIP are virtually fully stacked on this side of the map, and they counter a lot of the util in mid. It doesn't seem to matter. The individuals for Mouz are enough.
Yeah, you can't scare Mouz away from going for what they want to do. They're just going to do it a little bit later. You know, maybe that was the call for Nip. Like, yeah, we see this gap, we want to play it. But that looked so uncomfortable with Config and Rez, like, blocking each other's crosshairs, getting in the way. And Torshi gets even closer at the perfect time, where Config feels like he's already cleared close spoiler, but he was right there. But yeah, him and Rez are just in the way of each other. That was super uncomfortable. And there was no way the Nip were going to get anything out of that with 4 Mouz players sitting in mid. Hedrick's fighting for survival right now, and it is not guaranteed. It may not be even a possibility as the nade was coming in as well. Yimpat will find that exit, and Mouz will find 6 and 0. Those stars of the show rearing their head again as they were on Nuke. Torshi 2, 0 and 0, but it has felt like those 2 kills he's had have been high impact. And Frozen, of course, at the top of the board, doing what he needs to. Worrying times for Nip, certainly. And more pistols, but they have smokes. Looking to delay Mouz in this round.
Yeah, a part of me kind of hopes that we get to... Wait, what's this? Oh, Frozen's on fire, is he? That's funny, because Frozen... Ooh, Config opens up. And that's an AK game. Not a bad way for this one to start. Hedrick with a little twist, a little turnover in mid. Puts a bit of style on that one. And in doing so, gets the info that this bomb was moving out mid and extends the advantage. Xertion.
Smoke went through the floor. That gives him a one-way to fight long.
He tried to play with it.
Yeah, I like it. It's
not by design, but yeah.
It happens a lot on Inferno because the floor's so uneven. You see it at top B sometimes. Never see anyone figure out how to do it consistently.
Won't even get to talk about that soon.
Good. One less bug.
Back to the drawing board for Mouz, though, right? This one is gotten a little more awkward for them. This has got like very similar tones to Nuke in that for Nip, it looks like one of the best rounds and one of the first times they have a real chance to find a round is on these pistols again.
Nip only winning ecos.
Rez, come on. Oh, that's stylish. That's pretty. Xertion caught by the Deagle out from spawn and up on this boost. There's another man. There's a player in oranges. You never even learn about this boost player. So far, you've only seen Rez. And Torshi knows he can't win this one. Wrapped through the bottom of mid. Look dead on to me.
Yeah.
He will tap him out with the dualies. So this AWP is good to escape at least. Nip, though, they're rubbing their hands together. They know that that's a gifted round to have found. And it all starts with a little bit of aggression in through the apartments from Config. And then you have Rez holding down the fort over towards B. Great stuff from the two of them. And this is something I hope we see Nip try a little more. It's like pressuring the extremities, because I think that's been one of the problems here, is Mouz are kind of pulling them around the map. Wherever Mouz want the Nip CT stack to come in, it feels like they kind of get to dictate that right now. And even in some of these rounds, like where we've had picks at bananas, a lot of teams would then look to try and, re-aggro over towards the apartments, try just pressure the extremities where you have a little, more resources. And thus far, I think Nip have been pretty stationary, but it feels like Config wants to change that. Wants to change how these rounds are playing. Look at him go, getting aggressive all the way through the apartments. This is kind of the guy who you would peg as the hero, like the one who could try and right the course for NIP.
Yeah, but I was even considering it. Do they know? No. Xerxon, oh, he's going to find out the hard way. Just dives off the balcony. Config does not take the shot. He doesn't want one kill. He wants the entire damn round, and he might find it. Bombs in middle, 3 players here. Config holding his nerve, taking a deep breath, and trying to win this round off of one move and one move alone. There's the spray. It's not pretty. They have time to turn around, but Config's found that bomb. The AWP comes in for more, and Torshi will save it, keeping this round in consideration for Mouz.
Yeah, that is a very interesting fight to have over in the bottom of mid. Mouz were not expecting it. But at least they deal with him. Now they've got to fixate on this A site. They know that that's where Config usually leans, where he's come from. Hampus will hold the line and refuses to let them in, is what I would say if he didn't let them in.
Ace alert.
Torshi, 3 kills to his name, but he just falls short of number 4. And so NIP starts streaking some rounds together now. It comes off the back of Config deciding enough is enough. He doesn't want to play on the terms of Mouz anymore. He dictates the fights in that one, and Nip look all the better for it.
Yeah, good they set him up for that. They replenished all their smokes constantly while he was going for this play, just trying to buy a few more seconds for Config. That was a messy spray, but you know your heart is racing when you're in T-spawn in the 5-on-5 at the minute mark. So Config getting 2 is good out of that. He could have even escaped after he took that second kill back up Banana, but he went for all of it, and fortunately enough, Nip do win the round. Despite Torshi's best efforts, really wanted to get into pit to set himself up for that 1v4 ace. Got caught in transition.
And yeah, when you think about like the battle of the brains taking place here, like the men at the helm of these squads is, you know, now this introduces like a kind of new chaotic element to try and cool if you're Mouz. You haven't really seen a lot of aggression like that out of Nip so far, right? For the most part, it has kind of been a rather stationary CT side, and it was the same back on that last map of Nuke. So now it's like, oh, they can do that?
Well, that's a funny
Gives you
part.
a whole new thing to think about.
I always feel like someone said that that was an opportunity because Yip had checked the corner and even Xerxon was watching the back. So Mouz will be a lot more diligent now, I imagine. They've been burned before. Brolin inside the smoke. Frozen jumps up, and that's a free kill as Brolin even escapes smooth round the corner, keeps Nip sitting pretty in a 5-on-4. And they have so much util as well. This is a crucial round for Nip to convert. To keep themselves on this mini streak. Try and save the map from defeat. Torshi going to get flashed, but he fires off before it comes through, and that is full blind. Absolutely no vision. Torshi takes 2. He knows Rez was here throwing the util. Got to be careful. Smoke goes down. Torshi needs his entry. Rez is trying to play inside of the smoke, looking for a multi-kill, and they are tagged up.
Oh, another from Torshi. T-side AWPing's meant to be hard. He didn't get the memo. 3 kills over towards the top of Banana, and he only saw 2 of them. He's teed up Mouz for a round. That nade comes in, but just a second late. Sure, it deals with Sui. It closes this man advantage up a little bit, but 2v3, many a team would look to save here. It's just that you're pretty deep right now. You're pretty committed. You've got this smoke up, so you've got the time that smoke's up to leave. And it looks like that's what NIP are going to go with.
Well, some revenge is nice. Hampus getting a smoke shot. A rarity in this series so far. And man, it is great to see Torshi, you know, doing what he said he was going to do, or at least, you know, what he implied, right, with that interview that Jason brought up on the desk in Hungarian, talking about how just playing under Sui gives him a lot more, you know, direction. He's able to take a lot more opening kills, and man, we've seen that all game. We even saw that in the BO1 against Mongols. He was 10-0 in opening fights on that map of Nuke. In the game, he dropped 50 kills, and so he's putting his money where his mouth is. And he's missed a couple of sitters in this series, but he's hit all the big ones you need him to. 9-1 right now on the Hungarian AWP, and Mouz with a solid T side so far. Oops, missed that, but
it's fine. Not punished for it, I guess, so it's all well and good. Xerxon still gets the real estate as though that flash landed. Oh, there's another one thrown his way, but he's going to adjust in time. Config, once more, trying to be the guy making these opening moves, taking space back. But this time to NIP's detriment. A man down puts a bit of pressure on the other side of the map, forces them to try make some sort of play here, right? They wanted to try and retake some of this space over at top Banana to get that info, to have a bit of ownership of the map, you know, something to show for going a man down. But it's only fed the beast that lurks in Banana.
And now they have to gamble. Like, even Rez is going in to check out CT spawn to make sure he's not being flanked. You know, there's been gaps in this round, and Mouz is just going to pop through that smoke with no fear from the in-game leader. Again, puts himself at the front of the pack and doesn't mind to be traded. He won't even need to be. Mouz owned the bomb site, and Nip soon will just surrender it. Nades are not going to stop any plant today. Hampers is already leaning. And Rez, he's kind of trapped out in ruins, but Yimpat has a re-smoke. Oh, he's on apps, rather. He's looking for exits. And he's even found head trick. He ate an AWP leg, jumping out of apartments, and still gets the kill.
I love what he's doing.
Yeah, the saves are not even guaranteed.
He's dropped the motor smoke because he's protecting the AWP down in pit. Like, that's the big ticket item, right?
He threw it out the map.
And now it's gone, and so now he's just going to hang around. He knows that they want to try and get out, but he's keeping them boxed in. Taking a look at Rez, he's chosen a more out there, you know, spot to look to save him.
You wish he had a kit, right? But even Mouz aren't falling for that. Frozen's hanging on. They haven't seen him. And they know that Hampus can't be far either. Impact might just find him. Heads up play. Hampus does clear it though. But Xertion's coming in as well. So important exits for Hampus to keep some weaponry in that next round, but he can't find the AWP, and he never will. 8-2. Another entry up into B for Torshi, and it goes a long way.
Oh, I like that we just heard that. So sorry, man, because like, you know, that
saying we don't have to overcomplicate.
It's very much like, you know, when you look at Mouz, when you kind of look at the eye test of how they like to play, that is very much the vibe. It's like, let's not get too convoluted, right? Let's not be our own worst enemies here. What we're doing is working, and when we get into those man advantage spots, you know, that's where Mouz looks so terrifying. All it takes is for that AWP to find an opener, for someone like Xertion or Frozen to get involved in some of those early fights, and suddenly, you know, they kind of know they're onto a winner. And I think that's freedom that's given as well, because, you know, NiP have been struggling to replicate that like mid-round impact that Config found earlier on.
Yeah, Torshi right now is sitting at 100% KAST, kills, assist, survival, traded. So that means he's had impact in every single one of these rounds. To varying degrees. Ezzy looking very good for Fnatic after being relieved of his in-game leader duties, taking the first map over 9 over on the B stream.
Yeah, he's taking the weights off, you know, now you get to see the true Mezzy.
Merriest man indeed. Mouz though scuttling their feet up top mid. Gonna get smoked out. We've seen them be keen to flash through these, and they will do it again. Hampus is up on top, Config down below, 6 feet under in fact, and it's Brolin on long to swing out and secure everything. 4 on 2, but I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch. Not with Torshi and Frozen alive.
Yeah, these are the two, you know, star players across these games that we've seen Mouz play here in the playing for Cologne. But it doesn't feel like they're in much of a position to give this one a go.
They have the money on them, but their teammates not as much. So they're hoping to find a flank and T-spawn, a banana push, but nothing's come through for Frozen. So yeah, they're going to abandon this one. A cheeky pop through a smoke, but NiP ready to receive. An important double kill for Brolin. But we're still, you know, patching wounds over here on the CT side. Mouz have won the half. And sure, while Inferno's certainly gotten more T-sided as of late, at the end of last season it was a T-sided map by the numbers. But this is still more than you could ask for. Or less for NiP.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, I think it's going to feel good, though, that you finally contain Mouz in top middle, right? Because in a lot of these A-play rounds, we've kind of had Mouz be able to get away with taking that, usually, without too much of a fight out of NIP. Even when we've seen them attempt that, like, short side smoke, we saw it in 2 different rounds. One thrown in by Headtrick. I think the other one was configuring him over towards short. That one was like a far more active stance in middle, where they're fighting it with this crossfire between the boost, man underneath the Balk as well. And then you have a long player to supplement it, and that was Brolin, who went on to multi-kill. So that was like, you know, you finally have some problem solving that solved one of these problems, right? It's just now Mouz have got other ideas to go back to. NIP don't want that to be a flash in the pan.
Yeah, they need a slow cooker. Torshi's looking for that top mid pick. They just pull back in time to avoid him. But he'll come to them. Orb head to head. Certainly been Torshi's back on Nuke. And maybe again if this util keeps it up as Hedrick slinks into the pixel shot. Torshi takes it. 5-on-4 for Mouz, and once again, Yorpa provides the goods. And Nip, yeah, I like the call, but we can tell it's not the one. They're making a gamble. They're trying to stack 4B. They doubt it, and they're pulling everyone back to the A bomb site. So I'm sure that's the timing that Mouz will send the bomb back into Banana. It is.
Oh no, it's kind of cruel how it's all come down like this, isn't it?
Just unlucky.
This last second rotate after Deep Banana was smoked as well by Brolin. You thought that would be enough to keep them back. The Molotov's going to slow them down even more. 15 seconds here, Mouz. And what Sui said, don't overcomplicate it. This one's towing that line right now. Brolin drops the bomb out in the open. As they cross, they're getting tagged. Just slowed a little more, but they're going to get the plant in time. Mouz with the round right here. They just can't lose anyone. That's the goal right now. And numbers alone, you're fine in this round. In this moment, you just got to hold on. And Torshi takes it one step further. Config out on an island. And now he's about to get double swung. Finds that first man. But I don't think it's really worth him and Hamper sticking around. They're in two minds about it because they've got that one kill. They've got players trapped. They have a lot of info here, but they just simply don't have the manpower to justify giving this round a go.
Yeah, it's one where luck has to fall in your favor. You're spamming all these smokes at CT and at Banana, or CT and Coffins rather. You're just desperately hoping for a kill to come your way to give you a 3-on-3. That might entice you, but without it, and with the scales tipping even further in Mouz's advantage, there's just no way Nip can justify an attempt there. Mouz looked for a second like they wanted to swing CT together and take a lot of fights there, and they lost a player doing it, and they immediately backed out and just played the clock. That was a nice call to not overcommit. And even though it's almost uprooted by Brolin, popping through that smoke, getting the bomb dropped, but traded immediately, was not enough for Nip to save the day. And they've had plenty of buy rounds in this game as well, right? They've had that little streak of 2 rounds, 3 out of 5. It's not like economy has really been the issue for Nip. You could have made that case back on Nuke where it was actually, you know, while Nip sure won those Tech 9 rounds on T side, Mouz were right on the edge of getting reset twice, and they won a bunch of eco rounds. But this has not been decided by the economy at all. It's just been Mouz with some really solid T-side calling all series. And the stars shining well.
Yeah, it's still wild to me that Toshi's 12-1. And he's like, and this is with the AWP that he bought out immediately as well.
4. They did not wait for that.
Yeah, if there's one thing that's clear, they do have a lot of faith in him to deliver. You know, I think if I was playing and someone asked for a T-side AWP in round 4, I'm saying, no, what are you talking about?
Shui won, you know, Academy League 3 times with this guy. He knows that he's worth the money.
Well, fast out into middle again. This time no fight put up from NIP. That's because they've got a lot of their guys over towards this B side of the map. A is under-defended, and now even more so. They lose config over on long. And so Hedrick's got to do it all. And they're coming from everywhere. They are all around. They've got to have eyes in the back of his head and maybe a gun there too if he wants to win this. One from the AWP, and that's the end of the line. The A site locked in. Mouz laughing all the way to the bank. They can't believe that there was just 2 players here. They're still thinking. They're still looking for that third man, and he's nowhere to be found.
They've avoided so many stacks, and even the stacks they've walked into, we've seen them, you know, win 4-on-4s on A. So it couldn't really be better for Mouz right now. Staring double digits in the face And coming out alive, they want to even force some more casualties at the end. And they've certainly got the real estate to do that. Not the money, though, so Mouz will only send Zershan on the hunt. Going to try and keep it fairly tight. Even one kill here does have resounding consequences.
You know, when I'm seeing these sort of games put forward by Mouz, I'm thinking two things. Like, one, you know, what a great way to book your slot to the group stages of IEM Cologne if you do it in like this really composed fashion versus an NIP who came into this event pretty hot on the back of Blast. And on top of that, my goodness, doesn't this like recontextualize that Mongols game from the BO1s?
It definitely does. At the same time, you know, it's hard on the BO1 openers. You know, everyone's getting adjusted, everyone's getting ready. You know, no one really knows the setup. So I'm not discounting Mongols at all. I think that they definitely could take a win here. I think they should take a win. We saw them, back in the Katowice play and make that run last time, albeit a different roster. Only 2 remain. But, yeah, it does make Mongols look good, doesn't it? That's a team that we always saw really just play 2 maps really well. Inferno and Nuke were the maps that IHC or Mongols could only get away with. And if you take them really off Inferno, you found them very uncomfortable. When we saw them, in these international tournaments at Rio last year and this year. But a lot of cool teams here in the play-in so far. And even... the core of Gamer Legion waiting in the group stage with a couple of additions. And subtractions. One of them in the server right now, leading Mouz 10-3. Are they just going to hit B while there's one guy in CT? Like, literally, what can Rez do? If he doesn't get a double kill through the smoke, Mouz just win the round instantly. And they love going through the smoke. So in they go. And honestly, 11-3.
Yeah, this one... Just on the position and the fact, and up here they say, all right, Mouz keep going A. They keep going A. A is tricky. Let's reinforce it. Let's put some extra numbers here. They do that. Is it a unicorn round? Are we about to get all 10 surviving?
We actually could. Look at the map. I mean, this is like the... I don't want to take anything away from Mouz because they have, Sui has called it a fantastic series and Torshi and Frozen have looked, impenetrable on these T sides. But this is like the unluckiest game ever to be NIP. If you're Hampus right now, you're just like, you don't know what's going on. The wall is being pulled over your eyes.
You feel like, I think even the most, experienced of IGL, someone who's like really, in their element, at their prime, if they were having a game like this, you're going, man, they are in my head. They are rent-free right now.
10 alive, baby.
What can you do? It's a 10 alive round.
Unicorn.
Peace was made. And 11 goes the way of Mouz as everyone survives. They didn't even need to spill a drop of blood to make that happen.
How kind of them. I've loved these pop-through smokes. Like, Sui's been calling for them on both sides of the map. They've gone through a lot of B smokes. They've popped through the mid smokes. Mouz have not been scared to just bring a left-right to NIP, and it will be good night soon enough. It will be the group stages for Mouz, unless NIP can pull something out of the hat. Some of that NIP magic. I don't know if a bouquet of flowers will be enough, though, at this point.
Oh, Torshi in top middle. And this one's on a bit of a knife's edge. Headtrick saw the barrel around the corner. Torshi is currently 12-1. Can Headtrick deliver him his second death in this map so far? Flashes him off the angle. And so Torshi lives to fight another day. But now Headtrick owns this angle in top mid. He's able to just keep scoped in on that AWP. Looks like Banana's going to get pressured a little bit. Rez here up on top of the half wall, flashed off the angle, but that molly gives him a little bit of breathing room, and that breathing room is important. Gave him time to adjust, turn around, and find that equalizer. And it's quite the man to have found. Headtrick will deal death to Torshi. Not something we've been used to seeing, so now he's gone as well. It's these two guys that are really, carrying the burden for Mouz across both of these maps out of the round, and so now it's going to come down to the rest of them.
And Headtrick finally with a chance to shine on this AWP. Woo! He's going to find that flick to bomb loose, and Zershan on the wrong side of the map at the wrong time. 40 seconds. If you actually want to win the round, you have to start running right now. Back down Banana, but I think he realizes this one may be too far gone. Brolin will find 4 and NIP squeeze one in at the end of the half, but otherwise it's squeaky clean for Mouz.
not going to be fatal. More work to be done. Minya will finish off the job. 2 players remain. Crimson Afro versus 4. Not going to be easy. The awkward angles, the elevation of Vertigo won't be in their favor as they try to find a way into this round. Afro, he's gone! Oh no, zip him up. That's a painful one in the pistol round, splattered on the floor like a dropped sandwich of marmalade.
Oh boy, that is not ideal. I don't think they were going to come back into it, but that is not the way you want to start your Vertigo game.
He's -1.
Oh boy. Yeah, we get the replay.
Oh, bro. Parkour gone wrong. I've seen these videos.
I like how the body always just goes limp as well. You're instantly dead. Don't even wait for you to hit the ground. Well, 9 hit the ground running at the start of this one. Don't worry about the bomb getting chucked off the map. It comes back. That is one way to get back to 0 kills from Afro.
Afro, you nasty. And Dexter maybe just as nasty with that Desert Eagle at close range. We've got early problems for 9. We talked him up at the beginning of this one. And this is a good test as well. How you come back from adversity when things go wrong. Do you have the mettle to overcome the odds? Certainly against them on this occasion. Fnatic are forced into this one. 4 of the 5 players with Kevlar. And the luxury of the CT angles, minute 10 for this 3 versus 5. 9 can't really afford any more losses in the short term. They've got to take map control and get some frags. That certainly won't help. Hades down to 11 HP. When you're in this situation and a scout is lurking, you just kind of want to go off the side of the building like Afro did. Not really a choice for them at this moment though, as Key is dropped. He gets domed and it gets even worse for them now. Hades is in the red and maybe he'll soon be a goner. Kylar 1 versus 3. The flashes are here and so are Fnatic. The round collapses for 9. Fnatic so aggressive on Ancient, they bring it into that second round and get on the scoreboard early.
The whole gang shows up at the end there for Fnatic on the A site. Dexter clearing out so much elsewhere on the map. And 9 just didn't know what hit them here. That shot is superb.
Big casualty into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Team Liquid have just unlocked the Intel Grand Slam.
Mouz are lights out right now. If you're a Mouz fan, oh, you must be feeling good at the end of this one. They're currently steaming through this BO3, this second map. Their pick in the series is looking clean. Up 11-4 after the T side of Inferno. They now move into a second half where a strong start, a good pistol, that could tee you up for success right here, right now, and lock in those Cologne group stages.
Damn right, Harry. Nip needs some cornstarch. They are looking soggy as hell right now and face a final BO3 against the winner of Imperial Greyhound if they want to go through themselves. There's still a chance in the second half, but Mouz have not made it easy today. Zertian top B, all by his lonesome. Got the whole squad about to pull up. That's a good grenade, though. That's going to be serious damage. A couple of players jump back, but Rez will take a beating. And Zertian even has a smoke to stop them. Nip might not respect it just because they only have one shot at this execute, a smoke flash. Now they can wait it. There's only one player here. This is all the makings of a Nip pistol.
Yeah, Zertian needs a couple, needs a handful. Will he get anything flushed out as they move in? The rest of Mouz are all fast down mid. Brolin, there's a lot more around this corner than you're going to be ready for, my friend. P250 in hand, armed for the job, just going through the motions, taking a shot, falling back, getting out of there. Zertian, meanwhile, is kind of leading them in towards the spawn. It's like cat and mouse in this pistol round. And well, Headtrick opens, config alongside him. The kills come up in favor of NIP as they hound down the remaining Mouz players. Hampus and Frozen go blow for blow, but into this crossfire is one step too far. And so it's Hampus to deliver not just the call that picks up the pistol, but the final couple of kills that make it so.
Ooh, sigh of relief for Nip as they remain in this series for yet a few more rounds. Mouz, full retake on B, right? And without a single kill to their name in the pre-plant, that was never going to be easy. And Nip established some nice crossfires with that control and CT spawn as well. Going to be a full eco for Mouz. Just want to get their guns in ASAP. I don't blame them for that. Will also mean Nip, who presumably will come out pretty clean in this round, will have to make that awkward decision of playing MAC-10s into full M4s or buying up and forgetting a bonus. And that's always a really hard call at this scoreline, because you feel like, yeah, on one hand, we've got to build an economy if we're ever going to make a comeback like this, so MAC-10s are justified. But then on the flip side, you're thinking, well, if we lose our bonus round to their M4s, the comeback kind of gets its wheels taken off the cart.
Yeah, it's just stifled immediately, right? And suddenly you're the ones on the edge of getting reset and nothing to show for. Yeah, it is a hard decision to make. And they're the decisions that man like Hampus has to be prepared to make. Hampus opens this round. So yeah, up against the USPs, they're going to keep it nice and clean, as they should. They've won it already. So this is nice, right? It's good, it's clean, it's exactly what they needed. And I mean, I think it just will be the bonus round of follow.
That's almost always the decision anyway, especially when it's more likely on a map like Inferno, if Mouz want to buy all that util, they're going to have the helmet, MAC-10s, and there are plenty of plays you can make with MAC-10s, in any map, but especially in Inferno. Just sending them at the front and going for quick B pops. Sui's trying to make them die with a bomb. They're going to come back surely on this 10-second stick. It's worth a shot, I guess. Nothing to lose. Nip find 5 alive onto their 6th round. And here's that buy Mouz were waiting for.
Five rounds between them, and it's got to start pretty swiftly for Nip. If they're able to win this bonus, they are well and truly back into this. And, Mouz had a lot of comfortability in the first half. We talked about it a lot. They picked up that AWP in round 4, literally the first chance they got. But it's going to be a little while before Torshi gets to don it here on the CT side of things. So I think if you're Nip, this is kind of your golden opportunity, you're thinking, to flex a little, right? To close this gap. You know that there's going to be limitations for Mouz. Slow to open as they're trapped behind this deep banana util, but as that fades, Nip go moving in. Double setup on the other side at Xertion. And into the wall, he's actually now looking up at the boost. Instead, Frozen will just collect over in the top of Banana. They walk into his crosshair, and he makes that look so uncomfortably easy. 3 kills from atop the sandbags, and he's even hanging around. Doesn't want to get caught crossing out, suspects that someone else might still be here. But now that he's got a teammate in Torshi set up over towards spawn, he feels safe. He gets out of there, and a beautiful bit of interplay between Frozen and Torshi.
Yeah, he could have left earlier, but I love how he waits for his teammate to get in position. Then he knows, I can run loud, and hopefully I get chased.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happens. Config goes chasing for, I've got a free kill here. Boom, I get swung CT. So that's all by design for Frozen. Just trying to bait Config in with footsteps. What a heads-up play for Frozen. And another 3K on a dry banana walk. Like, yeah, sure, Nip could be supplementing that with better util, but he shouldn't be getting away with 3 there. That's immaculate for Frozen. Look how easy he makes it look. Laughing all the way to the bank. And Nip, we were talking about the money just to, draw it. They did upgrade one of the MAC-10s as well. So look at what that's done here. Config, now on a Tech 9.
It's so brutal, man. Like, because when you watch it on the replay, it's crazy as well. Like, just how he gets all these, 1v1s, one after the other, but it's like sunk costs at that point, right? You're just trying to trade the damn guy at top banana. Oh. Nip do not have it easy right now. Even this buy, it's lacking.
Got to make do with what you've got. Good time for someone like Rez to find one of these clinical entries on Torshi jiggling. Basically gets smoked off. Tries to play the timing of the smoke, finds nothing. Bait and switch at long, suing the pit. And Nip potentially an apps pop here. Rez has the util to set them up.
It's looking like it, and this would be the perfect time to do it, really.
Yeah. Send config in first. Brolin trying to keep them interested in Banana, but this is going to be the A-pop. Rez can't die with all this util. He needs to be the guy flashing him through, or Brolin will have to do it instead. It is going to be Brolin Rez trying to find this entry. They get smoked off at apps. That's a spanner in the works here for Nip.
Yeah, Config still has flashes up in the apartments if he wants to throw the alternative ones to try and get them out. But they lose this top mid component.
You're screwed.
And so now, you know, boxed in at the apartments, there's that one flash getting lobbed out from Config to propel his teammates down into the pit. But so he's here and has been here the whole damn time. They just didn't know about him. He lets them play into mini pit only to execute them later on. Great round from the captain, as he puts up three kills that he kind of had to find to contain that apps pop.
Yeah, and sure, they blinded him, you know, they got him off the angle, but really that goes a lot better if the mid players can throw the flashes, but they get so bogged down in that double long that swings together and trades out the kills that Brolin can't even, you know, throw a flash for these players, and as a result, the pistol is the guy coming out last. That's not what you want if you're Nip. It's just not ideal, is it? This game hasn't been 13-6. Pistols charging up Banana, hoping for the best, and well, Frozen's there to greet them. Lots of damage done. Making it nice and easy. Even Torshi picking it down T's form with the orb.
Frozen still fighting this.
Why wouldn't you?
Just looks to keep it contained. Why give up the room? Why let them get weird with a scavenged M4? He just wants to fight them here and now. I mean, he's fought tougher rounds, tougher buys over towards the top of Banana. He's more than willing to throw it all down versus the pistols. One more buy for NIP, and if they don't course correct now, they never will in this series. And they're going to have to keep on fighting with the group stage of IEM Cologne hanging in the balance.
Yeah, it's never felt at any point in this map that Nip were truly in it. You could have made a case on Nuke. There were chances, there were swing rounds that came very close, but here on Inferno, on Mouz's map pick, it's been a very one-sided affair. Double app setup. Nice entry for Rez, but it's of course traded. Mouz, a true squad. Brolin even gets spammed, and they hear that.
This round has got some legs on it, though, right? Jimpad's got to put on a bit of a show, and he does have his mate Torshi to come in and back him up. So actually, forget I said anything, is very, very quickly here. Mouz, they adapt. They bring these two players together inside of the site, and they go swinging, hunting this this push before it even takes fruition for NIP. Suddenly, it felt like it was out of your hands if you're Nip, even though it had all the makings of the A play. Jimpat down in the pit, finds Brolin, and Headtrick knows where he is. On a swivel, will deal with him. Gets it down to the 1v2. He's low on health, but he's going to have to plant here. Tiny bit of time to try get to a better position. Tiny bit of time to try and make up his mind how he wants to play this 1v2.
It's nice.
And around the Nip have got to win. Headtrick had to deliver, and he'll get cut down by Frozen, who has just kept up appearances all across this series. Frozen is that guy right now.
Yeah, the coolest cucumber in the house, without a doubt, and shuts out another clutch here for NIP. He has been so solid all series long. The young veteran, 21 years of age, 4.5 years in Mouz as an organization, and still putting on A-list performances, ready for the group stage. One final round, Nip needs.
Look at how impatient he is.
Yeah.
He's like tapping the buttons. He just wants this. He wants to be in the Cologne group stage right now. As far as he's concerned, it's already done. It's already a done deal.
And he might be right.
It's been this tag team, him and Torshi, phenomenal stuff all damn day. And even come this third map, you've had guys like Zershin getting a bit more switched on. Torshi opens up in this round, and they know this is their moment, right? It's been a great game from Torshi and Frozen all damn day, and this can be the final push. This can be that last nudge to take it over the line.
Boom.
Goes back in for the peek into the apartments. Impact spots them, they're out, they're dropping in, and he will get overran over in mid. Just one from Sui. And so Nip might still have fight in them for this round.
Nip are favourites right now. The benefit is Mouz have so much util, and with this kind of scoreline, you're definitely going to give it a go. But Nip have powerful positions, 2 in the bomb site. The smokes will fade soon. If they can dunk a nade into Pit, maybe that could find Rez. He's on the headshot angle right now, trying to catch this long player. Xertion's blinded out. The util does start to rain in. Config's getting cooked. Frozen will burn him alive. And now suddenly the retake's on. This is all going to come crumbling down. 1 on 3 for the young gun. Headtrick in the firing line, trying to move behind the boxes, and the smoke takes a second shot. It's up to Xertion on top of the graveyard, and Headtrick buries him 6 feet deep. Nip will survive. Not just yet, folks. We've got more rounds in us.
Yeah, hell of a clutch out of Headtrick. You know, that was his second attempt at clutching these rounds for NIP, and he sticks the landing this time around. That was so well done. From this fight here to the quick reposition to be ready for this angle, catching someone crossing from Moto, and then perfectly played, not feeling the pressure in that 1v1. He knows that Xertion is the one in the hot seat. And so he just waits for him to make a mistake, and then all Headtrick has to do is react. Very clean stuff to keep Nip in this. But is that false hope?
Maybe with a double nade like that. 130 damage. Brolin on his last legs. And so Nip can't celebrate too soon. Mouz making a gamble might not be the right move right now, as Nip are grouped up top mid. They have apps control as well. Impact back in the pit. And Sui trying to keep eyes on middle. He can re-smoke this by a few more seconds. Nip have not necessarily made up their mind.
I think once you, they have to re-aggress top banana here, right? You don't just want to keep this triple stack indefinitely. This smoke in top mid's going to fade eventually, so if there would be a reaction, it's going to happen soon. And Mouz are shockingly aware of that. They've taken this space at Banana. Now they're fully pushing down Banana. They've got all the info. They know where Nip are looking to end up in this round, and they're even here to start backstabbing. Hampus lining up util. They're right next to him. Xertion moves in. He has got the round. He has got those tickets to the group stage in the palm of his hands. Deals with Hampus, the man at the helm of NIP is now out of the picture, out of the round, and Torshi deals with Config. That's the attack dog of Nip removed. This one is grinded to such an awkward hole, and this might just all come undone right at the close with no way in. Mouz lock in the 2-0 victory. And it's Frozen and Torshi really showing up in spades across this series to make it so. I think you owe a hell of a lot to them if you're Mouz right now. Torshi looking like a different player. Frozen looking lights out, just so instrumental to this win.
Yeah, the left-right hook here of Mouz, the firepower components knocking Nip out cold and down into a lower bracket BO3 to fight for survival and to fight for those group stages. It's a great resurgence of Mouz. It's a great sign of this new restructured team and all the talk of what Sui could bring back to this roster that dominated so many academy leagues. We're starting to see the look of that in the server on LAN here in a new season. The future is looking bright for Mouz here in Cologne, Harry.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, for NIP, their battles aren't done yet, right? They're going to have to keep on battling through if they want to make it to the group stages here in Cologne. I think it's a bit of a shame for guys like Headtrick who got switched on towards the end of the series, for folks like Config who were trying his hardest on that first map to try make something of it, but ultimately falls on deaf ears, doesn't it?
Let's send it down to Banks.
We're having a lot of fun down here and big smiles on their faces. Hello, Torzy. Just squeezing on by as well. Let me start with this, Shuhei. You come into this, right? You're back with your boys. What does it feel like to advance straight to the group stage?
I don't even know, to be honest. It's my first time. And honestly, the way the chemistry is going and atmosphere in the team, it's just very enjoyable to play right now.
Does it feel like you're back home?
Yeah, I'm back with the boys.
And right now, right, we got to look at this. That Nuke game that you had against Mongols, it was crazy, it was intense, and it looked scary at times to you guys. But what did you learn from that, and what were you able to put into the NIP game in order to get such a good victory against them?
I think we all knew that the first game is going to be rusty, especially we're a new team and we're coming into the first tournament, and it's an important game. But I think we showed up and we did what was needed. We got the win in the end. And then coming into NIP, I think everyone just felt a lot more comfortable compared to the first game, which just showed on the server.
And then you at times as well, across both maps on your T side, you were just running circles around them. Did you feel like you were just being able to play them the whole time?
I think we just knew that we were in control of the game and we were controlling the pace or what was happening on each side of the map. So we just kept that going and made sure we just didn't make any stupid mistakes.
Now, Torzi is probably too humble to say it, so I'm going to ask you a little bit about it, is that he has played a hell of a lot better. Like back in the old days, now you're back by the side of him. What is it that you're doing with this man?
I send him to the gym. He's been gymming.
The gym is the way to success for him. Is that normally Psycho's job? I don't see too many muscles on you just yet, mate.
Soon. No. I mean, he's been playing really well, and I'm happy that he found his groove again.
And in terms of you finding your groove, was it easy to come back in and lead these guys again, or is it taking you some time during the boot camp and stuff to get adjusted?
I think it's been pretty easy since we all know how each of us plays. Yeah. So it was just a matter of connecting the pieces together. So we're still working on it, but I think so far it was a good start.
And how important are these next couple of days off you'll have to be able to prepare and get yourselves ready for that group stage? Because obviously, like you're coming into this looks really good, but the work's not done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how many days off we have, but yeah, obviously the job is not done yet. We still have a lot ahead of us, and we're gonna maybe chill, relax in the gym. Yeah, of course. But yeah, just have fun, relax, and yeah, get ready.
And did you take any of the stuff you implemented during your time in Game Legion and add it to this Mouz?
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of stuff that just sticks to you or you like a lot and you just take it with yourself. But it's also really important to adapt to the meta that is constantly moving around. So yeah, that's what we're doing.
Well, let's get ourselves to the bar and let's see who Stunner's got upstairs of him.
Oh man.
Thank you.
What a fucking turnaround. You'll hear from it in due time, and I say it as in a him, and by him I mean that of Torji. He's had quite the day in the office, absolutely going down with a little bit of a scary situation earlier on today, but now it's nice, right? Like now it's okay.
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, it was a long day, you know, but we managed to go through and we advanced to the group stage, so yeah, we are satisfied with today.
Well, you look satisfied. Before these guys get into like the super like polite questions and everything like that. First of all, congratulations.
Whose man's is this?
The real question is, Shui, Dexter, who uses you better?
Thank you.
So you have to answer that.
You yeah. Actually, yeah, I don't know. I just got word. You don't have to answer that. But if you'd like to, you can. If not, we can sling him under the bus right back. It's up to you.
I like both of them. I think both of them are really great callers, but I mean, Dexter is just playing in a different style. He's calling differently. Maybe I was not the best opener for him, for his system. And I think with Camille, with Shuhei, I have a great connection. And maybe he's using me better, but it's nothing against Dexter. I think he's also a great caller, so yeah.
Dang, he sidestepped your bus so nicely. He
got any more questions for the man? Let's just get in
anything
there.
else ahead of yours?
It's fine. It's just a warming up question. Let's go.
Just warming up.
How did it feel like from game one today? You were just on point. Like you were incredible. You're probably the main reason you guys were able to overcome Mongols in that double overtime game, and then you just kept up stellar like that. Start to finish today had to have been a great day for you.
Yeah, I mean, we have been on a boot camp, and I was playing insanely great. So today I was just really confident from the games.
Take a look at the screen.
Yeah, the numbers aren't going to lie to you there. You're right.
Bro, how'd you not lose a single opening duel today? How'd you not lose a single opening duel today?
That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have them look at that one. But
we're gonna
yeah,
check that stat.
That is pretty wild stat line right there. Do you feel like you lost any duels today? Probably not, right?
Not really. Yeah. Yeah. So I was pretty confident, and it's also, I don't know how to express it, but it's really nice to see that I am capable of doing this. Like, it's nice to see for me that I am capable of doing this, because of course I knew I was capable of, but like doing it actually, you know, it makes me really nice.
Were you losing some confidence towards the end there?
Yeah. Last season was really tough for me, especially the end. But yeah.
So tell me at the end, like end of the season transition, to a new Agile. the preparation, how did that go? Was it like, you know, a hard, difficult grind, or was it like everything fit into the puzzle like perfectly, and then you just came to the event?
Like with Shuha when he came in?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it was pretty smooth. Like the preparation, it went pretty smooth, but like Jim had joining it in, I think it was a little bit of like there was difficulties. For example, like he's from Finland, right? And there was problem with internet, and we couldn't play some days. We had to cancel. And also, there was a qualifier which we didn't play good at, and maybe we were a little bit worried. But when we went, so when we went to boot camp, it was looking really good.
Yeah. So well, talk about him for a second. Let's touch on that, because so much of the conversation today has obviously been focused on you, has been focused on Frozen, has been focused on the return of Sui into the lineup to help you guys. What does Jimpat bring to the table? What have you guys what have you sensed in your boot camp with him that you really enjoy of his game?
He's got an answer. He knows what he wants to say.
I mean, he just brings like happiness to the team. Like he's a young guy. He's so funny. Like he brings a lot of emotions, in my opinion. But also in game, I think he's really calm and smart. Even though he's 16 or he will be turning 17, he's incredibly smart.
Yeah.
In my opinion, sometimes he plays too slow.
Sure.
But I think he understands the game really well, and he knows what to do when. So I think he has a bright future in front of him.
Cool. It's cool when you see a team that gets it all together, gets their ducks in a row. They make it happen. Like earlier on Nuke, we saw the flash behind Silo. I don't know where that originates from in the moment, but it turned out pretty well. It looks like a cohesion. It looks like it's gone well.
He was talking about the round where Frozen aced with the FAMAS, where there was a 2v3 situation. The flash came from the band behind the silo, and then Frozen was swinging off the heaven and just cleaned up on the side.
Nice recap.
Well,
good job, man.
I'm watching the game.
Yeah, it was good.
They're paying me to do it.
Yeah, there wasn't a question in there for you, don't worry.
No, I got the question. Listen, I got the question. You are a young team, obviously, super, one of the youngest teams right now in the circuit, right? Coming into this new season, did you set up any long-term goals, like, milestones that you need to reach till the end of the year or the next major, whatever it is? Like, tell us about it, if there is any.
Yeah, I see. No, we didn't. We came here with one goal, actually. Like,
no, we didn't.
As we said, we are really explosive. We are really young, kind of unexperienced, if you can say. I don't think that's true, but we don't have a lot of experience in a way. But on the other way, we played some stages already. Me, David, Frozen, and Sershan as well. So we have some. But our focus point is staying calm, being collected on the runs. Don't be too explosive,
Right.
We need to keep it calm. We need to keep it smart. We cannot play on our aim or just how young we. We need to keep it
smart.
Smart, yeah.
So you did have one round picked out, and this will be the last thing we annoy you with. I promise. You've had a really long day here, as it's the clock will tell you. Tell me about round 6.
The thing is, the NIP got read you like a book on this one. They stacked 4A. There was a lot of trades by the utility, and you got the opening on short, I believe. What was what were the comps like in this round? What happens? Who made the call to stay on A? Who made the call to push forward after that first kill? Do you maybe remember what happened there? This is a big round.
Yeah. So they stacked A here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we killed the first guy on short.
It was you, yes.
Yeah, I killed him. And then I saw one more on short because they were pushing together. And then I think it was called that we will go short execute, we will go inside. And then I killed one, and then we just kept going, We just kept going into it because we had the entry. And then we realized they stacked, and we won every duel.
Yeah, just killed all of them.
Yeah,
nice and easy.
It was nothing special.
It was just instincts, I guess.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. Hey, man, we'll get you out of here while we got the opportunity. But now that you've made it through,
go celebrate.
Floor is yours.
Just thanks for everyone who is cheering for us, and hope you enjoy the games. And tomorrow and also the day after, there will be also banger games. So watch ESL.
I like that guy.
Dang.
He's good.
He nailed it.
Nice.
A lot better than... Anyway. Yeah, thank you very much, Torj. We'll get you out of here.
You can take him. I'll take that.
And in the same time, we'll try to make sure that doesn't get dropped. Hey, man, thanks for coming by. All right, Kasad, you got anything you want to say that's rude now that he's not here?
Yeah, Torji played well, Frozen played, but I think the real champion of day one is this chair. Like when I sat down, I thought
that chair is putting some work in.
I am gonna end up on Reddit or worse. But this chair is a champion right here. So
my God, the mental imagery you've given me here.
Whoever picked this. See?
I got nothing to say to that one. I got nowhere to go with that one.
So, Jason, if we were to break that down, like how would that... Anyway, point being, we've obviously come to a conclusion here with Mouz, and they get to move forward. So, good for them. I don't know that necessarily many people had them just straight 2-0 right out of the gate.
No, I don't think anybody did.
No, probably not. But I mean, it's great to see, and it was great to see like the performances. That was the nice thing for me was like I could have seen a world where Torji drops like 50 in the first map against Mongols, and then like is just average standard. The fact that he kept it up all day is really promising. Frozen as well had a great day. So yeah, I think there's a lot of positives for them in this victory.
Yeah, super clean day for them, except for a little bit troubles in the first game, but they got what they needed.
They're just warming up, dude. They were saving strats for a little bit later in the same
major,
for the group stage. Yeah.
Yes, all the things. But we're saving absolutely no strats around here. In fact, my next strategy is to go down to Shox. What's going on? Shox, where are you?
Time to party indeed. Let me tell you what's happening here. Now, Fnatic or 9, one could continue on to the group stage. And on the first map, Ancient, it was Fnatic once again. Their map pick, so to be expected. But Mezzi dropped 30 frags again. But now we're on 9's map pick. They're on Vertigo. It didn't start well for Fnatic. Afro even fell off a building. That's never fun. And 9 was starting out really, really well. K racking up the frags. But Dexter's calling on that Fnatic squad. He turned around a 3v4 in round 9. And that seemed to have given them a lot of momentum. But since then, it's been incredibly close, all tied up. And I'd love to hear you talk, Stunna, but I think people should go watch this match because it's a close one.
Thank you very much, Shox.
Ain't no party like a Shox party.
Ain't nothing quite like it.
No.
Basically, she told you to stop talking, and I agree.
Nice. Anyway, whoever hired this guy, shout out to you one time, whoever you might be, right? Way out there in the middle of nowhere. Jason, I'd say save us, but I don't think that we're even, reparable at this point.
No.
Thank you very much for that, Kasad. And I'm glad that your insights from what FEO was telling us went so far. But again, there is a B stream over there. So what have we taken away from all of the action thus far today?
Mezzi. I mean, she touched on it as well, and Mezzi had a great game earlier, and now putting together what seems to be another good series with a good first map. So, I mean, you got to say, like, that little change to take him off that leadership role. Mezzi's back to potentially being another star player for this team. But yeah, Fnatic has a chance to go on through. Unfortunate losses the complexity one's painful, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially for you.
Yeah.
Right? But Fnatic just won that, they deserved it when they played well. Like you said, Mezzi dropped 40. I think it was 39, but, we can say it 40. Overall, the day was quite interesting. We saw a lot of close games. You can see a lot of overtimes, 19, 17, 22, 19, especially like Mouz, who kind of progressed first to the second stage. And tomorrow we have some more interesting games.
Yeah.
One of them would be, and that's the first one, and it's going to be Astralis against Apex, followed by Big and Liquid. This should be a spicy one for you, Jason, and then OG against Complexity.
Like a day of heartbreaks for Jason.
Well, yeah, I mean, the big Liquid game is just like, in a sense, when you look at the changes that Liquid made and the move that they made and all the eyeballs that are on that to go out against Big and this game would be so heartbreaking for them. There's a lot of pressure on that game just to get the first step in towards being confident that you've made the right decision.
Just imagine the scenario where Big wins that game.
Yeah.
That is the big kick in the cojones.
Cojones, right in there. Okay.
For Liquid.
The family jewels.
Yes.
Huh. Nice. The crown jewels. Cool. I'll get us out of here. I'm going to save us. I don't know where we were going, but I can assure you we shouldn't be going there. Where we will go is the end of the A stream. The B stream action is still actually going on down right below us. I can see Crims. He's glistening from here, and I can tell you that he means business. Yeah. Solidarity, Jason. Anyway, thanks for watching the A stream. Go ahead and don't go anywhere. So we'll be back tomorrow.
See ya.
Don't go anywhere till tomorrow?
Yeah, English, dude. Did you ever know it? Oh, my God!
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
Call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all in your shot, girl. Wonder who shot you, go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper, don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you, whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Preshow got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win up.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Mouz! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.